Han Fong, originally a Special Forces agent, accidentally traveled through time to the primitive era, becoming a mere 10-year-old child. Here, not only was he constantly starving, but he didn't even have a decent pair of pants, yet he wasn't daunted at all. With the experience from his past life, surviving in this primitive place was no big deal at the moment. Several women wrapped in animal hides were curiously looking at Han Fong. He paid them no mind, took a stone knife and sliced deeply into his snake-bitten ankle. Then he pressed a red-hot burning branch into the wound. After 3 agonizing screams, Han Fong fainted and collapsed to the ground. He could only hope his instructor hadn't lied to him that high temperatures could denature the protein in the snake venom. After a night of life and death the next day, Han Fong came back to life like a resilient cockroach. He took a piece of dried meat from a woman's hand and devoured it ravenously. Seeing that he could eat normally, the woman called out to the other women to prepare to go out. Han Fong quickly stopped her. He gestured, asking for more food. The woman shook her head. Of course she couldn't give him more. This tribe only had over 50 people, and the daily food supply was limited. Moreover, it was time to store food for the coming winter, so food was prioritized for able-bodied adults. If food became scarce, disabled people like him would be the first to be abandoned. Thinking of this, Han Fong could no longer remain calm. The weather was getting colder, and he had to quickly find a way to store food. Food for the winter was a must. After careful thought, he realized the easiest source of meat right now was fish. Less than 1 kilometer away, there was a small river, but the people of the tribe didn't eat fish, so they had no fishing tools. Besides the stone knife used to cut his wound, Han Fong only had a 3 to 4 meter long snakeskin rope, which came from the very snake that bit his leg yesterday. He cursed under his breath and set off to find materials, planning to gather some vines to weave into a basket for catching fish. Since the ecosystem here was still pristine, and no one had ever fished, there must be a lot of fish. A while later, Han Fong returned to the cave entrance with a large bundle of vines and began weaving a basket. A few kids gathered around, watching him curiously babbling incoherently. Some women were drying thatch grass near the cave entrance. That was their bed and blanket for the winter. Just then, a piercing shriek echoed from a distance. Following the sound, Han Fong saw the Dragonbeard chieftain and 2 other men clutching giant bird eggs. They were running and screaming. At the same time, an ear-splitting cry rang out from a terror bird. Over 3 meters tall, it was chasing closely behind the chieftain. Han Fong yelled loudly, "Throw the eggs away!" But no one understood what he was saying. The chieftain couldn't bear to throw away the bird eggs, and the terror bird wouldn't give up its prey. Before long, it caught up to the chieftain and delivered a fatal peck, killing him on the spot. The 2 men with him saw this and quickly threw the eggs away. They turned and ran into the forest, climbing trees to luckily escape. But the kids around Han Fong, being young and never having hunted, had never seen such a terrifying sight and were all wailing in fear. The terror bird lost its target, but the children's screams attracted its attention. It whipped around and charged straight towards the cave entrance. The women in the cave saw this and hastily pulled the children, including Han Fong, inside. Then they worked together to push a large round boulder to block the cave entrance. When the entrance was only about 30 centimeters from being sealed, a giant beak poked through the gap, but its large body couldn't fit through, so everyone was temporarily safe. Even so, the children were still crying hysterically in fear. Han Fong roared, "Shut up, all of you! If anyone keeps crying, I'll throw them out!" Although the children didn't understand his words, they were scared into silence by his fierce demeanor. The terror bird couldn't break through the boulder, so it cried out a few times and left. Seeing this, Han Fong tiptoed to the cave entrance. Peeking outside through the gap, the open ground in front of the cave was empty of people. The terror bird hadn't left yet. It returned to the chieftain's body and began to peck at the flesh. Han Fong gritted his teeth and decided he had to eliminate the terror bird. Now that it had tasted human flesh and knew the tribe's location, the tribe would never be safe again. But he had no weapons in his hands. Fighting it with a wooden stick would be suicide. Just then, seeing the terror bird's 2 long legs, an idea flashed in Han Fong's mind. He immediately started preparing. First, he picked up 2 fist-sized stones and untied the snakeskin rope from around his waist. He tied the stones to both ends of the rope. After finishing his creation, Han Fong held the homemade bola. He squeezed through the gap in the cave entrance and slipped outside. The people inside the cave were all astonished. They wanted to chase after him and stop him, but they were afraid of luring the terror bird back, so they could only watch worriedly, not knowing what to do. Han Fong hid behind a bush, crouched low, and advanced, stopping when he was about 5 to 6 meters from the terror bird. At this moment, the bird was still engrossed in its meal. It was completely unaware that an assassin who once struck fear into his enemies was targeting it. Han Fong silently stood up. Grasping the middle of the snakeskin rope, he quickly spun it. The 2 stones flew up, pulling the rope taut under the effect of centrifugal force. The terror bird sensed the movement and raised its head. It let out a fierce cry and charged towards Han Fong. Seeing it get closer and closer, the women and children in the cave were terrified. They screamed for Han Fong to run, but he stood still as a statue. When the terror bird was only 30 meters away from him, he suddenly threw the bola forcefully towards it. The bola flew up, and as soon as it touched the terror bird's 2 legs, it wrapped tightly around them. The terror bird, now only 10 meters from Han Pong, lost its balance and tumbled to the ground. Its two small wings flapped wildly, but it couldn't get up. The women and kids in the cave were all gaping in astonishment. They couldn't believe their eyes. Han Fong immediately called two of the kids over and told them to pin down the terror bird's neck. As for him, he lifted a large rock and smashed it hard onto its head. Fresh blood splattered everywhere. The terror bird stopped struggling. The two kids, perhaps excited by the fresh blood, also picked up rocks and repeatedly smashed the terror bird's head. With a final thud, the terror bird stopped breathing. The two kids looked at Han Fong, their eyes filled with admiration. But they didn't know what to say. Han Fong untied the snakeskin rope from the terror bird's legs and tied it back around his waist. Then he gestured for the two kids to help him carry the terror bird back to the cave. The two kids were now very obedient to Han Fong, acting like his underlings. The three of them dragged the terror bird back to the cave together. Seeing the three of them capture such large prey, the people in the cave couldn't hold back any longer. They quickly pushed the boulder aside and ran out to help. The two men who had been hiding in the trees earlier also climbed down. They had witnessed the entire process of Han Fong killing the terror bird all by himself. They were all incredibly impressed. This was the first time the tribe had ever caught such large prey. Arriving back at the cave, Han Fong told the women to save the bird feathers for him, and they could handle the rest as they saw fit. The danger had passed, so he had to continue weaving his basket. About an hour later, 2 baskets were completed. Han Fong put the terror bird's innards into a basket and headed towards the riverbank. On the way, a woman saw him heading to the river alone and followed him. In her heart, he was very capable, so she had to watch over him carefully. The 2 boys who had just accepted him as their boss saw him making another strange object and preparing to go out, so they tagged along behind. The 4 of them quickly reached the riverbank. Han Fong stood on the bank and observed for a while. The more he looked, the more frightened he became. In just a few short minutes, he had witnessed several instances of big fish eating smaller fish. There were even carnivorous fish in this river, but he had to admit the ecosystem here was excellent. The river water was crystal clear, and you could see right to the bottom. There were also a lot of fish. Han Fong chose a spot, put some bird intestines into the basket, and then firmly gripped the grass rope tied to it. He lowered the basket into the river. The smell of the meat quickly spread through the water. The fish within a 20-meter radius went into a frenzy, rushing towards him. They swarmed into the basket, fighting to eat the innards. Han Fong suddenly pulled the basket up sharply. 4 large fish remained inside. But the fish in the river weren't scared away. Instead, they gathered underneath, fighting over the remaining innards. This scene made Han Fong feel as if he were feeding carp in a park, and he couldn't help but laugh out loud. These fish had never encountered such a trick before. They couldn't even recognize such a simple trap. The 2 kids and the woman were very surprised. Just by putting that strange object into the water and pulling it up, one could catch those legless creatures from the water. But they still didn't understand what they were caught for. Han Fong emptied the 4 fish onto the ground, cleaned them, cut a piece of sashimi and put it in his mouth. Seeing him eat the raw fish with relish, they immediately understood that this was something edible. They imitated him, cutting a piece and putting it in their mouths. The woman's eyes lit up. She immediately realized this was a new food source. She called out and gestured for Han Fong to teach her how to catch fish. But Han Fong didn't let her do this. He assigned tasks to the 3 of them. The woman and one of the kids were in charge of cleaning the fish. The other kid used cleaned grass to string the fish onto a wooden stick to be brought back to the tribe later. Meanwhile, Han Fong continued his fishing. Now that all the fish were gathered in one place, he decisively squatted on the bank and used the basket to scoop them up. Each scoop caught quite a few. The 4 of them worked like this until noon. In the end, the number of fish caught reached over 200. The biggest one must have been about 10 kilograms. The 3 of them definitely couldn't carry it all back, so they had to send one of the kids to run back. They called some older kids to help, and finally the whole group, some carrying, some shouldering, trooped back to the cave. The gathering and hunting party had returned by now. Since they had no tools, the adults had only managed to catch a few wild rabbits and wild chickens, basically small animals. Just then, the group of kids carrying the fish arrived at the cave entrance, shouting and boasting to the adults about their prize for the day. The adults of the tribe were initially a little sad about the chieftain's death, but when they saw Han Feng's achievement today, they suddenly became cheerful again. The sadness about the chieftain was quickly cast aside after they had processed the spoils. Everyone in the tribe gathered in the clearing in front of the cave, where a large pile of firewood was already stacked. The chieftain's body was placed on top. An old man wearing 2 goat horns on his head lit the pyre, and the flames roared to life, quickly engulfing the chieftain's body. The firelight flickered across everyone's faces, and the children smelled roasting meat. Their mouths watered, and they showed no sadness. The adults were also calm, for they had a new source of food. Han Feng also took this opportunity to observe the tribe. Currently, the tribe had 52 people, 8 adult men and 15 women. The rest were children of various ages. The man who had lit the fire was the tribe's elder because he was the oldest, so he was acknowledged as the wisest. But perhaps now he would have to settle for second place, as Han Feng was gradually replacing him. In everyone's hearts, there was also a man with 6 fingers whose favorite weapon was a wooden club. He seemed to be a product of inbreeding and didn't look very bright. Standing next to Six Fingers was a man wearing a necklace woven from feathers. This man looked quite clever. Like Six Fingers, he also favored a club. Behind Yu Mao stood Shi Tao, the one wearing a necklace of bone. His weapon was a stone axe. Standing a little distance away from the two of them was a teenager about 15 years old. This kid only had a right arm, and on his left cheek were 4 scars. His weapon was a pronged spear sharpened from a thigh bone. Standing next to Duer was 17-year-old Shoya, whose father was the previous chieftain. His weapons were 2 fangs from a saber-toothed tiger, each over a yard long. There was one more man, the tallest and largest in the tribe, named Dali. His muscles were bulging and his weapon was very simple, just a thigh bone. The last one was Liu Zi, who leaned on a staff. He now went with the gathering party in charge of clearing paths and keeping watch. He enjoyed grinding stone objects. It was said his greatest dream was to be able to grind a stone basin. In short, among all the men, Duer, Shoya, and Dali were the tribe's strongest warriors. After the chieftain's cremation was complete, the sky had turned completely dark. Led by the elder, everyone entered the cave and began to share the food. Since no one had ever eaten fish before, Han Feng was given the special task of portioning it out. He took a fish that was already roasted. And as he ate, he showed everyone how to eat it and pick out the bones. The others copied him, eating with great enjoyment. Perhaps because it was the first time they had ever eaten their fill, everyone was joyful, eating and dancing. The sight before him made Han Feng suddenly feel a warmth, like he was at home. He silently vowed to lead the tribe towards a better life. When everyone finished eating, the goat-horned elder took a piece of charcoal and drew the scene of Han Feng catching fish at the riverbank on the cave wall. Meanwhile, Han Feng taught some women how to weave baskets. He improved the design by adding 2 straps, turning it into a back basket, so they would no longer need to use animal hides to carry fruit. This greatly improved their gathering efficiency. The women loved it at first sight, taking turns trying it on and reluctant to part with it. In the end, they decided to gather more vines the next day to weave their own. To thank him, they chose the 2 finest deerskins from the gathering party's collection and gave them to Han Feng. Thus, he became the first child in the tribe to wear clothes made from animal hide. But Han Feng wasn't selfish. He kept 1 hide and gave the other to the women with young children aged 2 to 3, telling them to make clothes for them. After all, children have very weak immune systems. In this primitive era with no medical techniques, even a simple cold could be enough to claim a child's life. Therefore, one could say this deerskin was as valuable as a life itself. Han Feng believed that if he needed their help in the future, they would repay his kindness. The next day, Han Feng woke up very early. After finishing his military fist routine, he felt a little thirsty. But when he looked at the stone basin that held the communal drinking water, he dared not drink. It seemed the time had come to make some water containers. The other tribe members also began to wake up. But today they were in no hurry to go hunting. The elder gathered all the adult men in the clearing, in front of the cave. In his hands he held a headdress woven from blue bird feathers, the symbol of the chieftain's authority. It seemed they were about to choose a new chieftain. Han Feng ignored them and turned to walk toward the river. After all, he wasn't of age and wasn't qualified to participate in this democratic selection process. But he had only taken 2 steps when Duer called out and pulled him toward the elder. While Han Feng was still bewildered, the elder began to speak and gesture. The gist of it was that his strength was recognized by all, and they wanted him to compete for the position of chieftain. Naturally, Han Feng would not pass up this opportunity. Only as chieftain could he give orders to everyone. The rules for the contest were simple. No weapons were allowed, and no one was to be seriously injured. The best man would become the next chieftain. Very quickly, Duer, Shoya, and Dali each won their matches. Now it was time for 2 of them to compete, since his body was not at an advantage. Han Feng wasn't the first to issue a challenge. First up was Duer versus Shoya. They traded punches and kicks, but it was nothing special, as it was mostly a contest of strength. Duer lacked stamina, but his explosive power was excellent. Before long, he found an opening and tackled Shoya, pinning him to the ground. Shoya struggled a bit but couldn't get up, and panting for breath, he resentfully conceded defeat. Duer looked at the blue feather headdress in the elder's hand and let out an excited roar, both celebrating his victory and challenging Dali. Dali immediately stood up, his towering frame of nearly 2 meters, standing there like an iron tower. Duer suddenly felt at a loss for how to attack, but he did not hesitate. He roared and charged first, but as soon as he got close, Dali grabbed both his shoulders with hands as large as fans. Before he could react, he heard a loud roar next to his ear and was sent flying several meters, tumbling to the ground, unable to get up. The excited Dali pounded his chest, turning to receive the headdress from the elder. The rest of the tribe cheered in excitement, acknowledging their new chieftain. Just then a lone voice cut through the noise. "Wait, you still have me!" Han Feng stepped forward, snatching the feather headdress from his hand. A few feathers drifted to the ground. Enraged, Dali pounded his chest and let out a furious roar. But Han Feng showed no fear. Instead, he tightened his grip on the headdress and, using the tribe's limited vocabulary, told everyone, "I defeat him, I am chieftain!" The onlookers immediately murmured amongst themselves. It was unclear what they were saying, but no one seemed to object. So before the astonished eyes of the crowd, Han Feng and Dali stepped into the center of the clearing. Dali looked down at Han Feng, who only reached his chest. Dali's eyes were full of confidence and contempt. The watching children, however, were screaming encouragement for Han Feng. Han Feng did not hesitate, quickly rushing toward Dali. He planted his left foot on Dali's thigh and vaulted upward, driving his right knee forcefully into his opponent's chin. Before anyone could even react, Dali had collapsed to the ground, rolling and groaning in pain. Everyone in the tribe was utterly stunned. It was well known that Dali was their strongest warrior, and even if he were to lose, he shouldn't have been defeated in the blink of an eye like that. Furthermore, his opponent was a child who wasn't even an adult yet. The elder suddenly grew excited. A powerful, unfounded feeling welled up inside him, that the entire tribe might become stronger thanks to the child before him. Before he could even make a signal, Han Feng was lifted into the air by the tribe members who cheered for their new chieftain. In just 2 short days, Han Feng had brought so many miracles to the tribe. This outcome was what everyone had been hoping for. Just then, the elder picked up the feather headdress, which Han Feng had just ripped apart. He looked at him a bit bewildered. The heirloom passed down for countless generations of chieftains was gone. What were they to do now for the new chieftain's image? But little did he know, Han Feng had deliberately destroyed the headdress. Was he kidding? Making him wear a bunch of gaudy green feathers on his head was simply out of the question. By now, Dali had recovered somewhat. He still looked defiant. Amid the cheers of the crowd, he charged toward Han Feng again. Seeing this, Han Feng immediately jumped down. As Dali approached, he grabbed 2 of his fingers and bent them sharply forward. He then slipped behind Dali and kicked the back of his knee. Dali collapsed to the ground, the fall made even more painful by his size. Just 2 minutes later, even a man as strong as him was crying and begging for mercy. Han Feng brushed off his hands, released the pathetically weeping giant, and turned to walk back into the cave. The crowd erupted once more with the children shouting in celebration. It was the first time an underage boy had defeated an adult. The women, on the other hand, were already discussing where they could find more vines. Tonight, they would ask the chief to teach them to weave more baskets, while the elder stared at the cave entrance with a complex look. It was unclear what he was thinking when just at that moment, Han Feng appeared before everyone with a new look. He wore a simple deerskin shirt, his long black hair tied neatly with a snakeskin cord, looking clean, tidy, and very much the part. This was a new look Han Feng had carefully considered, a style of dress said to have originated from the early farmers of the Shangzhou period. Because long hair was inconvenient for work, they tied it up, and this was also a characteristic of the agriculture-based Han people. Under the admiring gazes of the tribe, Han Feng walked into the middle of the crowd and began to assign the tasks for the day. First, he adjusted the roster for the gathering team, as the tribe currently had 15 adult women, 6 of whom were pregnant. The remaining 9 plus Liu Zi made 10 people, but today Han Feng only sent 8 people to gather, as they now had baskets and no longer needed Liu Zi for protection. Each person could carry a stick for self-defense, and the 6 pregnant women would stay behind to look after the camp. They could also look after the 2- and 3-year-old children, while the older children went to pull weeds, and the last woman took 2 kids to catch fish. Now everyone had a task, but Liu Zi was not given an assignment, and he looked a little disappointed. For this man who would spend his life grinding a stone basin, Han Feng planned to put him in charge of firing the pottery. But firing pottery was not a simple task, and required a lot of preparation, so he had to be given another job for now. They had caught a lot of fish yesterday, but it wasn't yet dried, and in this weather without salt the fish would quickly rot. Smoked fish could be stored for several years without spoiling, so Han Feng showed Liu Zi how to do it once, and then left the entire job to him. After that, he found the flat piece of ground in front of the cave, and began to dig a pit to build a kiln, which was divided into 3 levels. The bottom level was for ash and ventilation, the middle for firewood, and the top for the pottery. After 3 or 4 hours, the kiln was finally finished. But the new kiln was still damp and unusable, so he called over the 2 kids from yesterday's fishing trip to stack firewood in each level and light it. It would be ready to use by the afternoon, so after assigning the work, Han Feng went to the riverbank himself to choose clay. He then found a large, smooth, flat river stone to use as a workbench, where he kneaded, pounded, and shaped the clay into a round base. Then he rolled out several clay coils, stacked them layer by layer onto the circular base, and finally smoothed the joints until they were seamless. Very quickly, the first piece of greenware was finished, a small jar with a narrow base and a wide mouth, and he then made 4 of them in a row using the same method. He placed them all in a well-ventilated spot near the cave entrance, and told the 2 kids tending the fire to watch them and not let anyone touch them. Next came several 2-handled clay pots, a dozen or so bowls, and some other small items. They didn't need to be beautiful, just usable. At this point, Han Feng was still uncertain how many of these pieces would turn out usable after being fired. As evening fell, Han Feng placed all the greenware pieces into the kiln one by one. The 2 kids and Liu Zi stood nearby, watching intently as their new chief made so many earthen pots in a single day. They just didn't know if the pots would be usable, especially Liu Zi, who on one hand hoped they would be, and on the other hand, hoped they wouldn't, otherwise his years of grinding stone basins would be all for nothing, but Han Feng paid them no mind. He squatted by the kiln's fire pit, adding firewood and fanning the flames continuously with an animal hide, carrying on like this until nightfall. The tribe members who were out working all day began to return. The gathering team had a bountiful harvest, their back baskets overflowing with fruit and even a large bunch of cucumbers. It looked like they were preparing to weave more back baskets, and the hunting party also had a great haul today. 2 large turkey-sized birds, 2 large snakes, over 10 bird eggs, over 10 field mice, a back basket of chestnuts, plus more than 100 fish that had been caught. Today the entire tribe had a plentiful harvest, and all the food that couldn't be eaten in one day could now be stored. The women close to giving birth would now have enough food, and at that moment looking through the kiln's peephole. The bowls inside were starting to glow white hot, so Han Feng felt it was nearly done and let the fire die out, planning to let the kiln cool overnight. The kiln could be opened in the morning, and after a hard day's labor, everyone in the tribe was exhausted, but they gathered around the bonfire. Everyone was smiling happily, no longer having to worry about starvation, and most importantly, Han Feng had cooked the 2 large birds. He made them into a clay-baked dish, and they had never eaten anything so delicious, but Han Feng himself did not find it very tasty. Because the dishes were only sprinkled with a little coarse salt, he could barely taste the saltiness, as coarse salt was now very precious. He heard it was something their tribe had traded for with another, and he quietly calculated, wondering if the pottery could be used to trade for more salt. After everyone finished eating, a few women returned to the cave to start weaving, having realized just how convenient the back baskets were. Today fewer people had gone out to gather, yet the harvest was larger, and meanwhile Han Feng distributed all of the animal hides. Now the children could huddle together under blankets, and the next morning as soon as he woke up, Han Feng went to check the results of the pottery firing. Liu Zi was the first to run over, pulling the elder along and urgently saying something, looking very anxious. Han Feng himself was also very nervous, as his plan to trade for salt and the meat stew he had been craving for days depended on this. He was sick to death of that dry roasted meat, so with a nervous heart, Han Feng opened the kiln and looked inside. All the bowls were brick red, their surfaces showing signs of melting from the high heat, yet they were shiny as if glazed. It was beyond imagination. Seeing this, Lu Tu hurriedly grabbed and ate and caressed it excitedly. He then tossed aside the stick he never went without, and trotted back to the cave, returning a moment later carrying a bowl of water, shouting as he ran. He joyfully showed everyone the beautiful bowl filled with water, while Han Feng smiled and continued to unload the kiln. The 4 clay pots and 4 small jars were a great success. Their surfaces were smooth without a single crack, but of the 4 ladles, only 2 were usable, as the rest had melted and fused together. Of the more than 20 bowls, only 12 were usable, but as each piece of brick red pottery emerged from the kiln, the tribe was filled with astonishment and excitement. Suanha and Dai Luke quickly grabbed a jar each and ran to the river, soon returning with 2 full jars of water. The elder, though excited, kept his composure. He spoke and gestured, asking Han Feng how it was done, but before Han Feng could answer, the 2 kids who helped him yesterday eagerly explained. It was made from baked earth, they said, but what concerned Han Feng most was trading for salt, so he gestured to ask the elder. To his surprise, the elder looked at him as if he were a prodigal son, pointing to the large and small pieces of pottery, and then to the tribe's adults and children, painfully explaining just how valuable these items were, leaving Han Feng stunned. Just a single bowl could be traded for a youth approaching adulthood, or 2 young maidens, to say nothing of the jars and pots, as water containers were extremely scarce among the tribes, and it was common for a person to spend a lifetime grinding a single stone basin. To acquire more water containers, some tribes wouldn't hesitate to trade people for them, believing that more mouths to feed were useless and just a drain on food supplies. But Han Feng disagreed, thinking that more people could find more food, and also increase the tribe's combat strength. New members would also bring new blood to the tribe, which could at least reduce the chances of having children born like 6. With this in mind, Han Feng immediately assigned the trading mission to the elder and 7 members of the hunting party. They were to use a back basket to carry 1 jar, 1 pot, and 3 bowls to trade for people and salt, using the jar to trade for 2 adult women. The pot was to be traded for 2 adolescent youths, and the 3 bowls were to be traded for salt, or if there was no salt, for young maidens. After he spoke, the group departed immediately, while Han Feng continued to organize work for the remaining people. The tribe they were trading with was to the west. After crossing a mountain and a valley, the group quickly arrived at the place, a tribe slightly larger than Han Feng's. Its population was around 90 people, and the 2 tribes had often traded in the past, so upon seeing the elder and his party arrive, the other tribe's bald chief came out to greet them, and after a simple exchange of pleasantries, the elder took out a bowl and offered it to him. "We'll trade this for salt rocks," he said, and the bald chief's eyes lit up, for the bowl was incredibly smooth. It was also much lighter than his own tribe's stone basins, so he immediately ordered 2 of his people to bring a small bag of salt rocks for the elder. But the elder took it, looked it over, and shook his head, saying, "We want more than this, and furthermore, this time we also want." To trade for 2 adult women, he finished signaling for Dai Luke to bring out the jar, which left the bald chief stunned. This stone basin is huge. They would be able to store so much more water now, but then he hesitated 2 women in exchange for 1 large basin. It was truly a great bargain, but it was currently autumn, a crucial time for gathering food. 1 less person meant a smaller harvest, but in the end he smiled and agreed, thinking it was 1 less mouth to feed. Wouldn't that also save a share of the food? This was a great deal, and soon 2 thin, naked women were led out. They were sisters who had come of age, and the older one was holding a naked boy about 4 years old. The little boy lies still with his eyes closed. He seems to be sick. We'll use these two to trade for your large stone basin. You can have that, kid. The bald man waved his hand with a look of disgust. As if wanting to shoo the two women away, the elder looked at the two frail women and said nothing. He then told Shitao to bring out the pot and the remaining 8 bowls. If you want, you can use the young men to trade. The bald leader had just traded for the large vat. Now seeing this smaller pot, he liked it but still waved his hand, refusing to trade anymore. The elder had to follow the method the new chief had shown him that morning, cooking a pot of meat soup on the spot. Soon the delicious aroma of meat wafted from the pot. The other party's men immediately started gulping down their saliva. So meat could be cooked this way. The bald leader impatiently took the bowl from the elder's hands. Inside were several pieces of stewed meat and broth. The bald man hesitated before taking a sip and was instantly stunned. Oh my god, this is so delicious. The broth was savory and fragrant with a shimmering layer of oil on top. The meat was tender, sweet, and flavorful. One bite felt like it revitalized his whole body. Just a few kids, right? We must trade. This time the bald man became very generous and happily handed over the people. He even had his men bring out a large bag of salt rocks, filling Dali's back basket completely. Seeing this, the elder nodded in satisfaction. Then the whole group started their journey back. They had left as a team of 7, and with the 9 people they acquired, they returned as a group of 16. This haul was better than an entire day's hunt. Everyone hurried on their way, finally reaching the tribe as it was getting dark. But the newly acquired people, upon reaching the clearing in front of the cave, were all stunned into silence by the scene before them. The elder leading that group was also stunned by the scene upon their return. In front of the cave, besides the old pottery, there were now 4 new vats. 4 pots and a pile of newly fired bowls. Liuzi was staring blankly at the pottery. This was the happiest day of his life. In another corner of the clearing, several hundred large fish were hung up to dry, and the women nearby were all smiling brightly. This was all meat. They could get meat now, too. This was especially true for the newly acquired adults and children. They were all dumbfounded. To think that 1 stone basin could be traded for 2 adults, and yet this tribe had so many of them. They could probably trade for their entire former tribe with this wealth. And all that hanging meat, it must all be edible. It seemed that by joining this tribe, they could finally eat until they were full. The elder led everyone to report to Han Feng. 8 naked adults and 1 naked child. Han Feng squinted as he looked them over one by one. Each one was as skinny as a twig, looking like poor quality stock. But that was fine. The tribe had more than enough meat. They would fatten up after a single winter. Finally, Han Feng stopped before the woman holding the child. The little one was lying completely still, its face bright red. He felt the child's forehead, which was burning like a hot coal. Han Feng quickly pulled the woman into the cave and found an animal hide. He wrapped the 2 of them up and had them sit by the fire for warmth while he paced around anxiously. There was no medicine at all. How could he break the fever? Suddenly, Han Feng's eyes brightened. That's it, scraping therapy can reduce a fever. Thinking of this, he immediately began to prepare. First, he cooked a pot of light fish soup over the fire. Then he looked for a tool to use for the scraping. The terror bird's beak was over 1.5 feet long. Breaking off a shard would be sufficient. The woman holding her child had no idea what Han Feng intended to do. A moment ago, when he touched her child's forehead, he had frowned. She was terrified that he would cast her child aside. At this thought, tears began to stream down her cheeks. Just then, Han Feng approached her, holding a shard of the beak. Give the child to me. I can save him. The woman did not understand, but she could sense it. Han Feng was kinder to her than her previous leader, so she hesitantly handed the child to him. Han Feng took the bone shard and began scraping the child's skin, leaving red welts. The unconscious child winced in pain and began to cry out. Seeing this, his mother rushed forward to take him back, but she was held back firmly by 2 women. A moment later, Han Feng handed the child, now covered in red welts, back to her. Then he ladled out a bowl of fish soup and fed it to the child, 1 spoonful at a time. The child, having been hungry for who knows how long, swallowed it down eagerly. Han Feng sighed in relief. As long as he could eat, he could be saved. He just needed to sweat a little later and he would live. The woman finally felt at ease. Although she didn't know what he had done, it was clear he wasn't trying to harm her son. The moment she felt relieved, her stomach began to rumble. She hadn't eaten in 2 days. Looking at the bowl of fish soup made her mouth water. Han Feng immediately ladled a bowl for her with a large piece of fish in it. Then he took the child from her, held him close, and wrapped him tightly in the animal hide. At that moment, Han Feng's mind was a tangled mess. A simple fever could kill a child. For now, everyone's food problem was temporarily solved. But what about clothing? To accumulate enough animal hides, they would have to hunt large animals. But with their current crude weapons, that was fundamentally impossible. He would have to join the hunts himself from now on. He had to find materials to craft weapons. If he couldn't make weapons, he could at least make some traps. Han Feng silently swore that before winter came, he would make sure everyone had a set of clothes. After everyone finished their meal, the child woke up drenched in sweat. Han Feng handed the boy to his mother and personally tied up his hair. He named the boy Ku Bing. The woman, who was called Xiao Yi, was overjoyed. The new chief of the tribe had not only saved her son's life, but he had also tied his hair personally, just like everyone else. This meant he had accepted them mother and son. The other newcomers were also helped by the original tribe members to tie their hair. At a glance, they already looked completely different from other tribes and much more spirited. With that settled, Han Feng started making his own gear. He picked a relatively straight wooden branch and tied a sharpened shin bone from the terror bird to it, creating a bone spear. Next, he took a piece of the terror bird's beak and ground it into a dagger. He gave the rest of the materials to Liu Zi and told him to make one as well. For now, they only had these two pieces of equipment. Everything had to be made from scratch. The next day, once everyone in the Bean tribe was awake, Han Feng assigned new tasks. He had Liu Zi continue to fire pottery. First, they needed to make sure everyone had a bowl. The adult women were split into two teams, one to gather wild fruits and one to catch fish. The rest of the children were to stay and help. The hunting party, personally led by Han Feng, would include all its original members, plus the two kids who always followed him, Daji and Huzi, as well as the two brothers who joined yesterday, Da Mao and Mao. In total, a team of 11 people marched proudly into the dense forest. Once inside, the hunters dispersed to hunt on their own. Han Feng, on the other hand, led the four kids, Daji, Ho, Zi, Da Mao, and Mao, each carrying a grass rope basket to act as his helpers. Most of the trees in this forest were chestnut trees, each over 100 feet tall with trunks more than 3 feet thick. Han Feng had no way to deal with them as they lacked any metal tools. The ground was littered with fallen chestnuts. From afar, several large birds could be seen foraging for food, but Han Feng merely observed and didn't hunt anything along the way. An elite hunter must first understand his hunting grounds. The kids following him, however, were growing a bit restless. They spotted some partridges eating chestnuts several times and were eager to act, but Han Feng completely ignored them. He was silently calculating. This great mountain hosted a complete food chain. Small animals were visible everywhere in the forest, which meant there were definitely large carnivores around. Indeed, the tracks and droppings on the ground confirmed it. Soon Han Feng found wild boar tracks. From the jumble of prints, he could tell it was a whole herd. The only thing was the depth of the tracks was slightly frightening. It seemed they weighed at least 1,000 pounds. This was, after all, a genuine primeval forest. The group advanced cautiously, eventually crossing the mountain ridge. Han Feng's eyes lit up. Ahead of them, a stream sparkled in the light. It ran like a silver ribbon through the valley. Giant aloe plants grew on its banks. Right then, a dozen or so tapirs were drinking from the water's edge. It looked like an entire family. The lead boar was estimated to weigh 1,500 pounds, followed by 3 sows, and several piglets the size of domestic pigs. Charging in to fight animals like these was not an option. It would be better to make a trap. Han Feng quietly crept back towards the forest, and the terrified kids didn't dare to make a peep. They only wanted to catch a few jungle fowl or dig for field mice. A target of this magnitude was something they had never even imagined. Han Feng didn't expect anything from them anyway. He started to set the trap himself. He used grass ropes to make several snare loops over the boar tracks, tying the other end to a large tree. As soon as a boar stepped into a loop, it would automatically tighten. Furthermore, the more it struggled, the tighter the snare would become. This kind of trap was perfect for their current needs, simple and fast to make. To be safe, at Han Feng's instruction, the kids all climbed up into the trees. Now he just needed to make the herd turn around. Han Feng circled to the other side of the stream, covered himself in mud, and hid in a bush. Then he held up 2 branches. He suddenly leapt out, yelling loudly to spook the herd. The boars, having never seen such a creature, panicked and scrambled back into the forest. Han Feng chased closely behind, running and shouting, and soon he heard the desperate squeals of a pig up ahead. Soon upon reaching the trapped area, Han Feng saw 2 struggling pigs, the lead boar and a sow. The sow was not yet fully grown, and both were caught in the trap. This kind of grass rope wouldn't hold them for long. Han Feng, holding a bone spear, carefully approached, chose the right moment, and thrust it hard into the boar's mouth. The sharp spearhead pierced straight through the back of its neck. The pig's blood gushed out profusely, and soon the beast, weighing 1,500 catties, collapsed to the ground. Its whole body twitched occasionally, and only then did Han Feng let out a sigh of relief. But immediately after, a difficult problem presented itself. A pig this big, how could just 5 children carry it back? Looking at the pig, sow struggling relentlessly beside it, an idea flashed in Han Feng's mind, and he immediately set to work. First, he used grass ropes to tie the sow to a tree trunk. Then he tied its snout shut to prevent it from biting anyone. Next, he used 2 ropes to tie the sow's 2 front legs, and finally he tied the dead boar to the sow's body. After finishing everything, Han Feng led the sow by its snout to guide the way, while Daji and Huzi each led one of its front legs, walking on either side so the sow would drag the boar back to the tribe. Da Mao and Mao walked at the rear with clubs on guard against ambushes from wild beasts, occasionally striking the sow's rump with their clubs, urging it to move faster. Just like that, the group traversed the dense forest and finally saw the entrance to the tribe's cave from a distance. A kid clearing the bushes outside the cave was the first to spot them. He shouted to inform everyone in the tribe. Soon everyone rushed out, but no one dared to get close. They had never seen prey this large before. Han Feng called Liu Zi over and told him to prepare a large jar and salt. He immediately ran off to get them. When he brought the jar, Han Feng dug a hole in the ground so that the jar's mouth was just slightly above the surface. After that, everyone worked together to press the sow down next to the jar's mouth, and then Han Feng stabbed it once in the neck. Not a single drop of fresh blood spilled outside. It all spurted into the jar, which was soon full. He poured a bowl of salt in and stirred it well. It would soon coagulate into a delicious blood pudding, which would be used to make soup tonight. The hide of this boar could be tanned and used to make leather shoes or backpacks. These 2 pigs would surely yield a lot. Under the skin was a layer of fat, 4 fingers thick. Later it would be rendered for lard. The rest, except for the lungs which would be used for fishing bait, was all edible. Even the bones, large and small, would be stripped clean. The bones could be used to sharpen weapons. It took the whole afternoon for everyone to process these 2,000 catty pigs. It was very tiring, but the results were very satisfying. The smoking rack was hung full of large and small pieces of meat. There was 1 jar of coagulated blood pudding and 3 jars of white lard. The children grinned from ear to ear, picking up and eating the delicious pork cracklings. Even Ku Bing ate happily. As Liu Zi opened the kiln to take out the pottery, the work parties that had been out all day also returned. The fishing team had caught several hundred fish. The fish alone filled a whole basket. There were also 2 cloths full of fish roe. The hunting party did just as well, with 3 wild chickens, 2 large snakes, and over 10 bird eggs. Over 10 field mice, and also a basket of chestnuts. Even more surprising was that today Ku Bing's young aunt, leading the gathering team, found a new type of food. It was a very sweet plant root. After peeling the outer bark, there was a thick amber-colored liquid inside. By peeling a lot of it, sugar could be extracted. For this, Han Feng even gave the girl special praise. Everyone tried it and liked it very much. But one person was not happy. The elder was seen with a gloomy face holding a thorny club. He was chasing Ku Bing's young aunt, hitting her repeatedly. From the original owner's memories, Han Feng knew that the club was something like the tribe's instrument of punishment, used specifically to beat those who committed major offenses. Seeing this, Han Feng hurriedly stopped him. He asked the furious elder for the reason he was hitting her. In response, the elder gave an unbelievable reason. He said that type of root was the bait of the demon tree. All who ate the root would be devoured by the demon tree. After hearing this, Han Feng quickly told everyone to stop eating this root. It wasn't that he believed the elder, but he was worried that it might be poisonous or contain addictive substances. Because of this, that night while sleeping, Han Feng remained vigilant, sensing for any changes in his body. Fortunately, nothing happened all night. When the sky was bright, everyone in the tribe was already outside. Han Feng began to arrange the day's work. Other tasks remained as usual. Only Ku Bing and his mother were assigned to go fishing, while Han Feng took the 4 kids to follow the gathering team. He had to go see what this demon tree the elder spoke of was. The tree was located deep in the mountain behind the cave. On this mountain, there weren't many tall trees, but the bushes were very dense. There were also quite a few fruit trees. While moving, Han Feng suddenly discovered something he had longed for day and night. Chili peppers. A patch of fiery red chili peppers was hidden in the bushes, but the people of the tribe had never eaten this. Its pungent spiciness made them think it was poisonous. Han Feng immediately ordered the 4 kids that they had no other tasks today but to focus on picking the chili peppers here. He followed the gathering team, continuing forward. After crossing a mountainside, a valley appeared before their eyes. Here, discolored animal skeletons could be seen everywhere like a graveyard, and in the middle of the valley stood a strange tree. It stood majestically at about 60 meters tall. Its roots covered an area of 500 square meters, getting denser closer to the center. This pattern seemed to be luring animals closer to the trunk. His intuition told him that the closer he got to the trunk, the more dangerous it would surely be. But Han Feng still wanted to get a closer look. With his skills, he was confident he could retreat unscathed. With each step, he used his spear to poke the ground in front of him. He slowly advanced towards the center, but when Han Feng's spear touched the area covered by the tree's canopy, the trained intuition of a special agent told him danger was approaching. Without a second thought, he quickly withdrew his spear and retreated. Just then, a whistling sound suddenly came from above. Over 10 thorns, nearly 1.2 meters long, shot straight down into the ground, their main target being the spot Han Feng's spear had just touched. These thorns were very strange. Each had a diameter of nearly 1 centimeter, and the shortest one was still over a meter long. The tail end even had a white flower the size of a bull's mouth. Weren't these natural arrows? Han Feng was overjoyed. The story of borrowing arrows with straw boats suddenly flashed in his mind. He used his basket as a target, tying several grass ropes to it. He threw it into the area covered by the canopy. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. In an instant, it was stuck with over 10 thorns. He pulled the basket back, removed the thorns, and repeated the process. Until he had 2 large bundles, he then used his spear to carry them out. Before leaving, he instructed the women. The roots were edible, but they should only be picked from the outer ring. On the way back to the tribe, Han Feng collected an additional 100 saplings of the demon tree. They were already as thick as a thumb. These saplings had perfectly straight trunks, making them the best material for spears. He called the 4 kids who were picking chili peppers over, and the 5 of them dragged this pile of saplings back home. Arriving back at the tribe, the children gathered around again to see what new things the leader had brought back. But in the eyes of the pregnant women, the things Han Feng brought back were all useless. The chili peppers he brought back were inedible, useless. The sticks weren't big enough. They wouldn't even kill prey if you hit it. But that didn't affect Han Feng's cheerful mood at all. For the remaining time, he had to upgrade his equipment properly. The peeled thorns had a very smooth and hard grain with a diameter about the size of a cigarette. If made into arrowheads, they would certainly be heavy arrows. Although this would affect their range, their piercing power would be immense. As for the thumb-thick saplings, because their wood was very hard, simply fire hardening and sharpening one end would be more than enough for hunting. The task of sharpening the spearheads was naturally given to the 4 kids. In the future, everyone in the tribe would be equipped with this new type of spear. But now, all that was missing was a bow. With the current conditions, they could only make a large bow, though heavy its power would not be weak. And there were plenty of materials for making bows in the forest where they caught the wild boar yesterday. They just needed to find a tree with suitable flexibility. Actually, the thing Han Feng couldn't forget was the aloe vera plant he discovered while hunting the wild boar. Its leaves contained a lot of fiber, the best material for making rope. Its sap could also be used to weave fabric for making clothes. Although it couldn't compare to flax, it was still much better than animal hides, and it was also very durable. Most importantly, its sap could be used to treat wounds, as it could both reduce inflammation, detoxify, and cool the body's heat. Thinking of this, Han Feng planned to start cultivating aloe vera on a large scale from next year. By then, the people of the tribe would have clothes to wear, and could also significantly reduce the death rate from infections due to hunting injuries. At this moment, Han Feng went to the forest where they caught the wild boar, and was very lucky to find 2 fir trees. He didn't know what animal had knocked them down, but they had already dried out, which was perfect for making a bow. It took a whole day to prepare the stone axes and stone knives. Another day was spent carving, and finally a 1.5-meter-long bow took shape. It took yet another day of meticulous adjustments and polishing before it was considered complete. The bowstring was made from the fibers of the demon sword plant, and the arrows were made from the readily available sharp thorns. The arrow fletchings were made from the blue feathers of a terror bird, and he made over 200 of them in a single afternoon. 3 days later, Han Feng gathered everyone from the tribe in an open field. 30 meters away from him was a grass target on which hung several ground rats that had been caught today. First, Han Feng demonstrated throwing a spear from a distance of 30 meters, hitting the target every time, followed by using a spear to stab at close range. Everyone in the tribe was very excited. Only now did they realize that the things their chief had been making for the past few days were all weapons. Except for the very young children, Han Feng gave 1 spear to every person in the tribe. The hunting party members each received 3 spears, 2 for throwing, and 1 for stabbing at close range. The children approaching adulthood, besides pulling weeds and playing, had to practice spear throwing every day. The spears made from dried tree trunks were very beautiful. Everyone in the tribe loved this weapon, as it was the only one they had for long-range attacks aside from throwing rocks. With spears, Han Feng believed it wouldn't be long before they could bring back larger prey. If the spears made them excited, then the bow and arrow was regarded as a divine object. From 100 paces away, 5 consecutive arrows all hit the ground rats. Everyone's eyes were wide and their mouths agape. They pushed and shoved, hoping just to touch it, but Han Feng only demonstrated it for them. It wasn't distributed for now, because it was too difficult to make. After successfully distributing the spears, Han Feng began making leather shoes. The 2 black wild boar hides, after being tanned multiple times, had become very durable and strong with good elasticity. To ensure everyone had a pair aside from Han Feng's shoes, which were made entirely of wild boar hide, the others had shoes with soles made from wild boar hide, while the uppers were made from the hides of smaller animals. Ku Bin's shoes were personally made by Han Feng, with the tops reaching his knees. Lined with fur on that inside, they were very warm to wear. The little boy wore the shoes all day, showing them off to everyone. After some bustling about, the tribe's meager supply of animal hides was used up. The weather was getting colder, and the need for animal hides became more and more urgent. If not for the hot soup they drank every day, it was feared that many would have fallen ill from the cold. Now everyone in the tribe had 3 bowls each. There were also plenty of other pottery items, so pottery firing had stopped completely. Han Feng then gave Liu Zi a new task, firing bricks. Once they had enough bricks, they could build a bigger kiln, or even use them to build walls and houses. The weed-pulling task that Han Feng had given the kids was also nearly complete. The 80 acres of land outside the cave entrance had all been cleared, ready for either building houses or farming. It was just that there were no suitable seeds yet, so they could only plant some ghost sword chilies, which was a perennial plant. Han Feng planned to plant it on the mountain, and harvesting it once a year would be enough. After arranging these long-term tasks, Han Feng prepared to travel a bit farther to search for large herbivores. As long as they were furry animals, the more hides the better. The necessary equipment for the long journey had long been prepared by Han Feng. From weapons to food and tools, nothing was missing. He checked the equipment over and over again, but still felt something very important was missing. Glancing over at the fire, Han Feng saw a small figure wearing high-top shoes and a boar-tooth necklace peeking out from behind someone. "Ku Bin, give me back the water skin." The little boy hiding behind his mother tucked Han Feng's water skin behind his back and mumbled, "Don't go, don't go." Han Feng walked over and patted Ku Bin's head, saying, "Be a good boy, Ku Bin, and wait for me at home." I'm going to find clothes for everyone and we'll be back soon. This child was very smart, and under Han Feng's guidance could already speak some simple words. Hu Bin pouted his chubby face, sulking, and reluctantly handed the water skin to Han Feng. Han Feng chuckled, patting the boy's cheek, then handed him to his mother. His eyes scanned around. He observed these pitiful primitive people. They lived such difficult lives, and since they considered him their chief, he had to lead them to a better life. Afterwards, under the watchful eyes of everyone in the tribe, Han Feng's figure gradually disappeared into the morning mist. The elder looked in the direction Han Feng had gone, his face full of worry. They had never seen anyone spend a night outside the cave and return alive. At that moment, Han Feng was heading upstream along the river, wanting to find a shallow spot to cross. Herbivores usually lived on the grasslands. First, he had to get out of this dense forest. After walking for a whole morning, the trees began to get shorter. This made Han Feng very happy, as it was a sign he was about to leave the forest. But in the very next second, the sky suddenly darkened. The surrounding trees suddenly grew dense, blocking out the sky and covering the river's surface, forming a natural bridge. The surroundings suddenly fell silent without a single sound. Han Feng immediately felt that something was wrong. Was this a true primeval forest? He couldn't even hear birds chirping. He casually picked up a dry branch, smeared a layer of lard on it, then took out his ember tube and blew gently, causing a flame to flare up. This finally made him feel somewhat at ease. The lard on the torch crackled as it burned, finally bringing some sound and light to the silent forest. Han Feng gathered his things, held the torch high, and climbed onto that natural bridge lying flat on the massive tree trunk. He slowly crawled forward, but when he reached the middle of the river, a drop of burning lard from the torch fell into the water. The next second, he heard a fierce splash, as if some giant creature had just turned over in the water. The sudden noise startled Han Feng. He was lucky he hadn't chosen to swim across. After calming down, Han Feng continued to crawl forward. When he reached the intersection of two tree trunks, the branches grew twice as thick. Han Feng had to stick the torch to one side and use his stone axe to clear a path. The impact of the axe on the trunk made his hand go numb. The torch was shaken loose and fell. Before Han Feng's astonished eyes, a giant mouth, full of fangs, immediately shot up from the water and snapped up the burning torch. The next second, a tragic cry echoed through the forest. He could see the owner of that giant mouth writhing in the water. The creature thrashed, sending water everywhere, and knocked Han Feng off the branch and into the river. Immediately after, the monster opened its mouth to bite him. He quickly turned his back, and the monster bit down on the basket on his back. The water monster's mouth was stuck on the basket. It couldn't let go, nor could it crush it. It could only shake its head back and forth, dragging Han Feng through the water. He struggled to pull out the dagger hidden in his shoe. He cut one of the basket straps and the rope tied around his waist. Only then was he able to painstakingly turn over in the dark water. He couldn't see clearly what kind of creature it was at all. Han Feng gripped the remaining basket strap tightly with one hand, while repeatedly stabbing the dagger into the water monster's head with the other. The water monster thrashed more violently, throwing him high out of the water and then plunging him back down, dragging him and slamming him into the bank. Seeing a rock on the riverbank ahead, Han Feng flipped over to mount the water monster's head and stabbed fiercely into both of its eyes. Fresh blood mixed with brains gushed from its two eye sockets, staining a large area of water red. Gradually, the water monster's struggles grew weaker and weaker. Eventually, it was only twitching. Exhausted, Han Feng swam to the shore to rest for a while. By now, the water monster was completely dead. It floated on the water's surface, its white belly up. Han Feng's basket was still stuck in its mouth. He had to find a sturdy vine, thread it through the water monster's eye sockets, and it took an immense amount of effort to finally drag it onto the shore. Only now did Han Feng have time to observe the monster closely. It turned out to be just a red-headed, silver-bodied fish 5 meters long. After resting for a while, Han Feng picked up his stone axe and began to break the fish's teeth. The triangular teeth were as big as a child's hand, and there were more than 50 in total. After breaking all the teeth, Han Feng was finally able to get his basket out. He checked the items inside. Luckily, the ember tube hadn't gotten wet. The other things were slightly damaged but still usable. Just as he was about to start a fire to dry his clothes, Han Feng suddenly heard footsteps in the forest. Turning his head to look, he saw a woman with deathly pale skin and a little girl, both looking frightened. They looked at him, let out a scream, and turned to run, dropping a round object on the ground. Han Feng walked over and picked it up. It turned out to be a wooden bucket made from a single block of wood, hollowed out in the middle. From the looks of it, those two must have come here to get water. Now they had even dropped their bucket and run away. They would surely bring people back soon. Sure enough, it wasn't long before the woman from earlier returned with several people from her tribe. They wore white animal hides, and their skin was as pale as powder. The group stood in a semicircle, surrounding Han Feng. They all looked astonished at the large fish behind him. A man who appeared to be the leader looked at Han Feng. He pointed at the wooden bucket beside him. Han Feng immediately understood his meaning and used his knife to lift the wooden bucket. He handed it to the other party's leader. The leader took the bucket and chattered something. Then he pointed to the large fish behind Han Feng. Although he didn't understand the words, seeing him point at the fish, Han Feng could roughly guess his meaning. He stepped aside, offering them the fish. The entire group immediately rushed forward and started punching and beating the fish relentlessly. Some of the women were even crying as they hit it. The leading man smiled and pounded his chest with his fist. Then he held his fist out towards Han Feng. Han Feng was bewildered, but seeing the other man smile, he figured it probably wasn't a challenge to a fight. After hesitating for a moment, he also lightly bumped the other's fist. The man laughed heartily and gave Han Feng an enthusiastic hug. Then, gesturing wildly with his hands and feet, he began to speak with him, although their languages were different. But his expressions and gestures were still understandable. Han Feng told him he came from the other side of the river and was looking for an animal with horns on its head. The man nodded to show he understood and told Han Feng that many people from his tribe had been eaten by this fish. To thank him for killing the fish, he hoped Han Feng could visit their tribe as a guest. It was getting dark, and besides, the two tribes were not far from each other, so perhaps they could trade goods in the future. So Han Feng agreed. He gestured for them to lift the fish, indicating it was edible, which made the man look surprised. In their experience, fish only ate people. There was no such thing as people eating fish. But he still agreed. Since the fish was too large, it had to be processed before being carried away. Han Feng had to get back to work. The silverfish skin was up to 4 meters long and 3.5 meters wide. It was very smooth and elastic and most importantly waterproof, so Han Feng decided to keep it. The rest of the fish meat, after being cleaned, was cut into several large pieces for everyone to carry. Their tribe was located right inside the forest. After walking for less than 10 minutes, they saw a giant treehouse. The interior space was about 100 square meters, which, though not large, was enough for them to live in. This was because their population was very small. There were only 14 adult men and women, and including all the children, the total was only 32 people. Han Feng named this treehouse-dwelling tribe the Tree Tribe. The reason their skin was so pale was because they spent their entire lives in this dark forest. But this didn't mean they knew nothing of the outside world. Afterwards, their elder led Han Feng and the chieftain Big Tree up to an observation platform. This spot was higher than the other trees in the forest, allowing them to see very far. He pointed to the east and told Han Feng that in that direction beyond the forest, there was a mountain that looked like a cloud in the sky. On that mountain, there was an animal with 2 sharp horns and a coat the color of the sky. They ran as fast as the wind. No one could ever catch them. Based on the elder's description, Han Feng guessed it was a large species of antelope. Chasing them would certainly be impossible, but if he set traps in advance, he was sure he could catch one. Han Feng seemed very confident, but Big Tree and the tree elder were not very convinced. When Big Tree saw that the elder had nothing more to say, he started to tell Han Feng about his clothes. They were made from the skin of a large rabbit more than 1/2 meter long that liked to eat moss and mushrooms in the forest. There were many of them in this forest. Han Feng's eyes lit up. Rabbits were a great resource as they were known to reproduce very quickly. Just like mice, a litter of over 5 was common, and a baby rabbit could reproduce after only 4 months. On average, they give birth every 2 months. If he could bring back 2 adult pairs to raise, they would multiply into several hundred within a year. By then, the entire tribe would no longer worry about a lack of clothing, and rabbit meat would become a major food source. Han Feng imagined the prospect of raising rabbits, and his mouth began to water. That evening after their meal, Big Tree announced he was taking some people out to hunt. He asked if Han Feng wanted to join. Han Feng hesitated for a moment, but since rabbits are nocturnal, hunting them at night was perfectly normal, so he agreed. Afterwards, each member of the tree tribe picked up a black multi-branched stick. They set off. Upon arrival, Han Feng did not participate, but hid quietly to one side to observe how they caught the rabbits. Big Tree led his men to gather some mushrooms which they placed at the base of a black ironwood tree. The whole group then hid nearby. Before long, a fat rabbit hopped into view. It looked around warily, and seeing no movement, it slowly approached the pile of mushrooms. At that moment, Big Tree led his men to charge out. They used the branchy sticks to quickly corner the rabbit, making it unable to move. Then they used a sharp stick to finish the rabbit off. This was an encirclement hunt, and they could even capture them alive. Han Feng suddenly had an idea to trade with them. How great it would be if he could ask them to help him catch rabbits. They then moved to another spot and laid out mushrooms again. This time, Han Feng decided to take action and took out his bow and arrow. He drew an arrow. Big Tree stared in confusion, not knowing what this object was. Just then, another rabbit cautiously approached. It was still over 10 meters away from the mushrooms. Big Tree hastily tugged on Han Feng, signaling to prepare to charge forward with him. Han Feng ignored him. He drew the bowstring, and with a whoosh, the arrow shot through the rabbit's neck. Big Tree's jaw dropped, his eyes greedily fixed on Han Feng's bow. Han Feng smiled and handed him the bow along with an arrow. He instructed him how to draw the bow and aim. With a whoosh, the arrow, over 1 meter long, buried itself halfway into a tree trunk. The members of the tree tribe were all amazed, filled with admiration for this wondrous weapon. Seeing Big Tree fondling the bow, unwilling to part with it, Han Feng gifted him a feathered arrow as a symbol of friendship between the two of them. The rest of the hunt turned into Han Feng's personal archery performance. In just half the evening, he shot dead more than 10 rabbits, a number they would never have dared to imagine. Normally, they would be overjoyed to catch just 3 or 4 in a whole day. At the same time, this made the people of the tree tribe secretly speculate about the might of Han Feng's tribe. When they returned at Han Feng's request, the skins from the rabbits they had caught belonged to him, while the meat went to the tree tribe. Of course, they had no objections. Now he just needed to stay here a bit longer, and he would definitely be able to collect enough animal hides for his tribe. The goal of this trip was as good as achieved, but Han Feng wanted to venture a bit farther, to explore more of this world. Besides, he was very intrigued by the animal that the tree elder had mentioned. It would be great if he could catch a few alive to use as draft animals. The next morning, Han Feng restocked his food, and Ember said farewell to Big Tree, and while he was at it, asked him for help in catching a few live rabbits. They only needed to be fed grass and mushrooms daily, and when he returned, he would trade other game for them. Big Tree was very reluctant to see Han Feng go. After all, if he stayed there, winter would certainly be much easier. But he knew Han Feng had his own business to attend to, so he reluctantly agreed. After bidding farewell to the tree tribe, Han Feng started chopping at tree branches and planting them in the ground as markers. After walking for 2 full days, he finally emerged from the dark forest. Ahead, the view opened up into a vast grassland with only a few scattered trees dotting the landscape. The tracks of some herbivores were also present. Han Feng took out his bow and arrow and advanced carefully. Before long, the sight before him made him overjoyed. He saw a herd of blue antelopes, each the size of a donkey, with their heads bowed low to graze on the grass. It would be perfect to capture them for use as draft animals. The thought of catching them alive occurred to Han Feng, but these blue antelopes looked at first glance like they were not to be messed with. Just looking at the sharp horns on their heads was enough to know that if he recklessly charged, the dozen or so of them would charge right back. His entire tribe could be wiped out. Observing them carefully, Han Feng realized that this was the breeding season for these animals. In this herd of blue antelopes, there was only 1 adult male, with the rest being 8 females and 8 calves. Seeing this, a plan immediately formed in Han Feng's mind. He just had to use the same method he'd used on the terror bird. If he could control the alpha male, the others would certainly follow. He then carefully retreated to a safe spot and started making a lasso. Soon, Han Feng returned with the lasso creeping close and hiding silently behind a bush. He waited for the right moment, which came very quickly. The male antelope was in the middle of mating with a female. Han Feng swiftly swung the lasso. The rope flew like a propeller, heading straight for the 2 antelopes. In the blink of an eye, the rope tangled securely around the hind legs of both antelopes. The 2 startled animals fell to the ground, crying out continuously. Then Han Feng swung the rope in his hand like a Western cowboy and quickly threw it again. It accurately snared the horns of 2 female antelopes standing near each other. The blue antelope herd panicked and started to scatter. Soon several antelopes were tightly entangled with each other, bleeding and struggling. The 2 remaining female antelopes saw the dire situation and fled with the 8 calves. Han Feng watched helplessly as the 10 antelopes escaped. There was nothing he could do, so he had to use ropes to securely tie the legs of the remaining antelopes. Completely taming wild animals is very difficult. With aggressive creatures like the blue antelope, you must first crush their pride. There are many ways to do this. Han Feng chose the most direct and brutal method, using a stone axe to break off the horns that were their source of pride. He then used hot embers to cauterize the cuts, ensuring the horns couldn't grow back. The 7 antelopes, which had been struggling fiercely, immediately went limp like sick chickens. Finally, Han Feng took a rope and tied it to the lead male antelope. The others were tied one after another behind it. By the time he finished, the sky was already getting dark. Han Feng led them to a small stream. He cooked a pot of dried rabbit meat for dinner. To the northeast of the stream was a colorful rocky mountain that reflected a brilliant reddish-purple light in the sunset. Just by its colors, Han Feng judged that it was a polymetallic symbiotic ore vein. This discovery filled Han Feng with joy. He was eager to go over and investigate, but as it was already completely dark, he had to restrain himself for the time being. Early the next morning, while it was still dawn, Han Feng was awakened by a clamorous noise. The sight before him made him so excited he almost jumped up. He saw that in the small forest where he had tied up the antelope herd, the 2 female antelopes from yesterday had returned, leading 8 young ones. Moreover, from who knows where, they had brought along another adult male antelope. Han Feng quietly hid behind a bush and repeated his old trick. After some maneuvering, his herd of 7 antelopes had grown to 18. By now the sky had brightened. Han Feng happily mounted the male antelope and headed towards Bao Sun Mountain. This place was indeed full of treasures. After a meticulous observation, Han Feng discovered that this was a rich copper mine. The other colors were minerals accompanying the copper ore. With these minerals, crafting bronze items was no longer a distant dream. The accompanying minerals were also useful. The orange one was realgar, also known as orpiment. It could be used as an external medicine to treat snake and centipede bites, and if ingested, it could treat internal parasites. The white one was kaolin clay, which could be used to make crucibles for melting metal. Although the red mounds were just termite nests, the weathered soil inside was a good material for making pottery. Fortunately, it only took 3 days to walk from Bao Sun Mountain back to the tribe. If he used the green antelopes to pull a cart, it would be much faster. All he needed to do was build a bridge. After planning for the future, Han Feng also had time to enjoy the surrounding scenery. To the east of Baosun Mountain, the dense network of rivers formed a swamp. The vast wetland at the foot of the mountain with its lush vegetation was a paradise for flora and fauna. Knee-high ryegrass, waist-high lemongrass, and tree-high elephant grass were all favorite foods of herbivores. The empty patch of land in front of the tribe's cave was perfect for growing these types of grass. The plan to raise rabbits and the herd of green antelopes which were about to become hard laborers all depended on them. There were also broadleaf water plants and water celery to bring back. They could supplement vitamins. While worrying about not having a bag for the grass seeds, Han Feng found a large snakeskin caught on a tree. He immediately collected it. In half an afternoon, Han Feng had gathered a bag of grass seeds. He tied it to the back of a female antelope and then began to search for his dinner. Soon a giant prehistoric goose, with a wingspan of up to 5 meters, was shot down by Han Feng with 2 arrows. Han Feng plucked clean all the feathers that could be used for fletching. He planned to roast the whole thing to supplement the dried rabbit meat that had run out in his basket. But as Han Feng was squatting by the water's edge, dressing the goose, an unexpected discovery made him so excited he almost cried. He discovered undigested grains of rice in the goose's stomach. Moreover, he had never seen this type of rice before. Each grain was slightly larger than a mung bean. This was the first food crop Han Feng had discovered in this world. His first thought was that he had to find it. That night, Han Feng did not rest. He found tree branches and began crafting equipment to venture deep into the swamp. He had to hurry and harvest that rice before other animals got to it. Early the next morning, Han Feng took his homemade dugout canoe, found a spot with slightly deeper water, and paddled deep into the swamp. At the same time as the dark forest, Da Shu was leading his people to catch snow rabbits to meet the demands of Han Feng and his own tribe. The entire tribe worked almost day and night. All the tribe members went out, leaving only the elder and children under 6 years old at home to watch over things. To increase their yield, he even dug up burrows and destroyed nests. Whenever he found a rabbit burrow, he would dig it up directly. If they didn't come out, he would use fire and smoke them out. This method was indeed effective. He really did catch quite a few, even capturing several litters of newborn bunnies. But because of this hunting method brought disaster upon his tribe. During this season, every tribe had to store up food. The cannibal tribe was no exception, and their food was living people. Anyone who fell into their hands. The men would be used to fill their stomachs, and the women would be kept to bear children or work. On the day Han Feng ventured deep into the swamp, a hunting party from the cannibal tribe was attracted by the fire Da Shu used to smoke out the rabbits. This party consisted entirely of adult men. Their numbers reached 40 people. Their weapons were all stone axes and clubs, so their combat strength was very formidable, especially the 2 leaders who were riding 2 immature terror birds. As for the tree tribe compared to them, even if all their men, women, old and young were combined, they still wouldn't outnumber them. Facing such a powerful enemy, Da Shu led his people to flee. The cannibal tribe pursued them closely. Fortunately, he was familiar with the terrain and specifically chose difficult paths to run. The enemy couldn't catch up for a moment, but someone was still left behind. A little girl who was gathering mushrooms tripped over a tree root in fear. She had just gotten to her feet when a flying axe struck her in the back, and then she was caught by the enemy and stabbed to death. A crowd of savage cannibals laughed heartily as they gathered to drink her blood. Da Shu gritted his teeth, but he didn't stop. He knew that even if all his tribe members charged together, they would only become prey for them. Because of the little girl's death, the enemy's pursuit finally paused for a moment. Da Shu hurriedly returned to the tribe to tell the elder about this. The enemy was too strong. They couldn't fight back at all, and could only migrate. So Elder Tree finally made a decision to have Da Shu lead the people east of the dark forest, to find Han Feng. After all, from Han Feng's weapons, it was clear his tribe must be very powerful. As for him, he would stay behind to hold off the enemy. He couldn't travel anymore anyway. Da Shu suppressed his grief and nodded. He hastily packed their belongings and headed east. In truth, he wasn't sure in his heart. Han Feng had been gone for several days. He didn't know where he was now, or if he was even still alive. But if they didn't leave now, they could only wait for death. He had no other choice. Soon the enemy found their tribe. The treehouse where they had lived for generations was now engulfed in a sea of flames. The fire was set by Elder Tree, hoping to burn a few enemies and buy everyone some time. After this incident, the tree tribe, which originally had 32 people, was now left with only 30. The entire group was dejected. They walked non-stop towards the east of the dark forest. Initially, Da Shu had no hope of finding Han Feng, but when he saw fresh tree branches stuck along the path, he regained some faith. It only took them a day and a half to reach the edge of the dark forest. When they emerged, it was already late afternoon. The sky under the sunset had turned a deep red. The people of the tree tribe were immediately captivated by the sight before them. This was the first time they had seen the outside world. But Da Shu frowned. The signs Han Feng had left ended here. He didn't know where to go to find him. Just as he was at a loss, he suddenly discovered traces of a campfire by the stream bank. Getting closer to check, he saw many animal tracks in the soft mud, among which were Han Feng's strange shoe prints. Da Shu breathed a sigh of relief. He knew Han Feng must be nearby, so he had everyone rest here for the night. Meanwhile, at the time Da Shu had started to flee with his people, Han Feng was deep in the swamp, carefully searching his surroundings. Finding the rice amidst the dense reeds was not an easy task. Suddenly, Han Feng's eyes lit up. He thought of a way. Birds all like to eat this type of rice, so I just need to look where the birds gather. Thinking this, Han Feng immediately took action. While paddling his dugout canoe, he used a stick to hit the water's surface hard. Suddenly, from a reed bush not far away, a flock of water birds shot up into the air. Han Feng quickly paddled his canoe in the direction the flock had flown from. As he got closer, a small patch of rice heavy with grain gradually came into view. Han Feng's eyes suddenly lit up, and his heart filled with immense joy. This is it. This is what I've been looking for. Wild rice. Han Feng paddled even harder towards that shallow patch of land. But just as Han Feng's canoe was about to reach the spot, he suddenly heard people shouting from behind him. He turned his head to look. He saw several primitive people wearing no clothes clinging to logs that were bobbing on the water. They were waving at him while shouting nonstop. They looked very urgent. These people were from the Ling tribe who lived in this swamp. This tribe had just over 50 people. At this moment, they were harvesting water caltrops, their food reserve for the winter. Suddenly, they saw another person sitting on a strange thing floating on the water, slowly heading towards the forbidden death zone that the elder often mentioned. Out of kindness, the leader of the Ling tribe's gathering team, named Ling Cao, hurriedly shouted at Han Feng, hoping he wouldn't continue in that direction. Unfortunately, Han Feng didn't understand their language and just stared at them blankly. Seeing that Han Feng didn't react, Ling Cao hurriedly swam towards him. While Han Feng was still bewildered, Ling Cao had already swum up to the side of his canoe. She used her hand to point at the patch of reeds where the rice was growing, shouting non-stop, with a look of both worry and fear. Seeing that the other person had no ill intentions, Han Feng relaxed. But looking at this woman's expression, she was probably trying to tell him that it was dangerous over there and he couldn't go. Han Feng gestured, mimicking a wild beast. He mimicked a roar with his mouth, and then pointed at the reeds. Were there wild beasts there? Ling Cao shook her head and pointed at Han Feng, then pointed to that patch of land again. After that, she placed her hand on the water and made a slow, sinking motion, meaning that if he went over there, he would sink. Han Feng understood Ling Cao's intention and breathed a sigh of relief. He was very grateful for her warning, but he was fully prepared. There was no reason to give up now, so he resolutely rowed the boat towards the patch of reeds. Ling Cao immediately panicked and shouted at Han Feng, but she didn't swim after him. After all, she still had her tribe and her young dependent children. But in the next second, she was so shocked her jaw dropped. She saw Han Feng tie 2 paddle-like pieces of wood to the soles of his feet. Then, holding a man-sized square shield, he casually stepped into the deathly forbidden zone, but didn't sink at all. Everyone who witnessed this scene was astonished. They had never seen anyone walk in the forbidden zone before, the death zone without sinking. But Han Feng, who looked at ease, was not nearly as comfortable as they imagined. Beneath the reeds was nothing but soft mud. With every step, he had to use a great deal of strength just to lift his foot, which was incredibly exhausting. Han Feng finally reached the patch of wild rice. Each stalk stood about 2 meters tall, heavy with plump, gleaming golden grains. Han Feng took out the sturdy bags he had prepared and harvested everything cleanly until every single stalk of wild rice was bare without a single grain remaining. Only then did he stop. Now Han Feng carried 2 full bags of wild rice back to his boat, happily preparing to row home, to begin his era of agriculture. But unexpectedly, after rowing just a short distance, he was surrounded by people from the Ling tribe. A group of people stared at the 2 heavy bags on Han Feng's boat, which was still able to float on the water. Their eyes lit up instantly. It turned out this floating thing could not only carry people, but also hold things, a few of the cleverer ones. Immediately imagined themselves rowing this small boat to harvest water chestnuts. Han Feng looked at the people before him, feeling a bit annoyed at first, but seeing they had no malicious intent, he didn't get angry. Ling Cao, seeing that Han Feng seemed about to get angry, hurriedly gestured and asked if he could teach them how to make this thing. Looking around, he saw everyone soaked in the water, their skin all wrinkled. Besides, they had kindly warned him earlier, so Han Feng happily agreed. Han Feng gestured for them to gather all the logs. He arranged them in a row, then used some reeds to tie the logs together, and then told Ling Cao to get on. Sure enough, after Ling Cao climbed on the wooden raft, floated steadily on the water. Ling Cao was thrilled. She hurriedly called her tribespeople to come try it together. Unfortunately, the raft could only hold 2 people. A third would surely capsize it. Those who couldn't get on were a bit envious of Ling Cao, but Ling Cao herself was overjoyed because she knew this kind of raft was very simple to make. Moreover, the materials were very easy to find in their tribal lands. She could even imagine the scene of herself riding a wooden raft back to the tribe. It would surely start a raft-building craze. Thinking of this, Ling Cao looked at Han Feng gratefully and warmly invited him to be a guest at the Ling tribe. But Han Feng declined. A herd of blue antelope was waiting for him outside the swamp. Ling Cao didn't insist. She casually handed Han Feng a water chestnut the size of a chicken egg as a token of their pact. If he ever faced difficulties in the future, he could bring this water chestnut to the Ling tribe to ask for help. Han Feng happily accepted the water chestnut and hurriedly carried the 2 bags of seed grain back to the grassland at the foot of Baosan Mountain. By now, after a rushed day of harvesting, Han Feng had collected about 60 caddies of grain, but he couldn't bear to eat a single one. He just wanted to quickly bring these precious things home in time for planting next spring. But to farm one naturally needed farming tools, so he had to find more copper and tin ore to forge farming tools. In the afternoon of the day, Da Shu emerged from the dark forest. Han Feng was on a small grassy patch on the other side of Baosun Mountain, eating a succulent roasted otter while weaving large baskets in preparation for mining ore on the third day. But at the western foot of Baosun Mountain, Da Shu and his people were in a miserable state. When they fled, they didn't bring fire, and for the past 2 days, they had only gnawed on some dried meat. At night, cold and hungry, they could only huddle together for warmth as they slept. Early the next morning, Han Feng woke up refreshed and in high spirits, leading the herd of blue antelope towards the western side of Baosun Mountain. Meanwhile, at the western foot of Baosun Mountain, Da Shu was distributing some freshly picked wild fruits to his people when suddenly, a few tribespeople excitedly pointed up Baosun Mountain and shouted. From a distance, they saw on the bare rocky peak a young man leading a herd of four-legged beasts slowly making his way up. Han Feng also heard the shouts from the foot of the mountain. Looking in the direction of the sound, he saw the tree tribe and wondered briefly why they were here. It took more than 10 minutes for Da Shu to lead his people halfway up the mountain. Seeing their condition, Han Feng couldn't help but frown. Why were even the children here? And every single one of them was covered in grime. Da Shu, upon seeing Han Feng again, was momentarily stunned. He knew Han Feng had gone to find the horned animals, but he never expected him to actually succeed, let alone catch so many of them and all alive. This was on a completely different level from the terror elephant riders of the cannibal tribe. At this moment in his heart, Han Feng was like a god. Seeing that each of them held only a single wild fruit, it was clear they didn't even have meat to eat. Han Feng immediately took out the leftover roasted goose and otter and shared the food with them. Da Shu squatted by the fire, eating as he recounted the events of the past few days. The others also gathered around, gesturing wildly as they added to the story, until Han Feng understood everything. He couldn't help but draw a sharp breath. There was a cannibal tribe nearby. Suddenly, a terrifying thought crossed Han Feng's mind. If the cannibal tribe had already reached the tree tribe, then how far were they from his own thinking of this? Han Feng decided he had to finish mining all the ore today and return immediately tomorrow. He could only hope that the river would hold them back for a few days. Then he looked at Da Shu and asked about their plans. Hearing this, all the people of the tree tribe lowered their heads, not knowing how to answer. Winter was coming, but their village had been burned to the ground. Furthermore, with a cannibal tribe pursuing them, they had no idea where to go to find shelter. Seeing this, Han Feng made an offer. Why don't you all join my tribe? We have stored enough food for all of us to last through the winter. Hearing this, Da Shu's eyes lit up. He completely trusted Han Feng's words. This herd of four-legged beasts alone was enough to feed everyone for an entire winter. The other people of the tree tribe were also very eager to agree. They had seen the power of the bow and arrow in Han Feng's hands. With such a weapon, they would never lack for prey and would no longer be bullied by enemies. So they all looked at Da Shu with expectant eyes, hoping their chief would agree. Da Shu was already swayed, but as a chief, he still needed to be more cautious. After hesitating for a moment, he asked, "You invite us to join your tribe, but will your chief agree?" Hearing this, Han Feng laughed. "You don't need to worry about that because I am the chief." Hearing this, Da Shu was taken aback. A boy like Han Feng was the chief, but after thinking for a moment, he understood. He had witnessed Han Feng's capabilities. The things Han Feng did were things even a grown man might not be able to accomplish. Thinking of this, he no longer hesitated and decisively agreed. Meanwhile, to completely dispel their doubts, Han Feng gave the spear in his hand to Da Shu, a stone axe to a man named Mu Yong, and the shield woven from vines that he used while harvesting the wild rice. He gave to a man named Shu Ju. Han Feng understood very well that as long as he was willing to give them weapons, they would surely feel that he had absolutely no intention of harming them. After all, who would hand over such fine weapons to an enemy? Sure enough, the men who received the weapons immediately beamed with joy. Da Shu also brought out the rabbits Han Feng had asked him to catch. There were big and small ones, more than 30 in total, though most were baby rabbits. Seeing this, Han Feng was overjoyed, thinking of the rabbits' reproductive rate of a litter every 2 months in the future. The tribe would no longer have to worry about livestock. After breakfast, Da Shu had thought Han Feng would set off immediately. Unexpectedly, he started digging for rocks on the mountain, so Da Shu asked what he was doing. "With these rocks, I can make better weapons. Then we can hunt so much prey we'll have more than enough for 3 meals a day, more than enough for 3 meals a day." Da Shu and everyone else understood that this was a life they hadn't experienced since they had been forced to leave their home. After that, without Han Feng having to say a word, everyone voluntarily pitched in to help him dig. With dozens of extra hands, the digging speed increased dramatically. By noon, all the large baskets were filled. This time, they mainly collected several types of ore, such as chalcopyrite and tin ore. There was also red termite mound soil and kaolin clay, which were used for making crucibles and casting molds. Very quickly, they finished packing up. Han Feng led the dozens of people and set off. The back of each blue antelope was loaded with 2 baskets of various sizes, all filled with ore. dried grass rabbits, and the seeds. Their pace on the journey was not fast, and Han Feng taught as they walked. He taught Da Shu and the others how to use the weapons he had given them. When night fell, the group found a wide-open space to rest and have dinner. The first half of the night was quiet, with only the crackling of the campfire. But around midnight, Han Feng, who was lying on the ground, suddenly felt the earth begin to shake. It was as if some giant creature was moving. Han Feng immediately thought of the long-nosed beast Da Shu had mentioned. He kicked and pulled everyone awake, putting out all the campfires just as two sharp yet immature cries rang out. Two large dark figures suddenly appeared in the distant firelight, followed by the sight of dozens of men holding torches and weapons high. They wore necklaces made from human bones. He saw the leader riding an elephant wave his hand, and everyone charged fiercely in their direction. His rich combat experience from a past life made Han Feng unusually calm, and he immediately issued a command. He told a man named Mu Dui to immediately lead the people on a detour to the north. As for Da Shu, Mu Yang, and Shuju, they were to follow him and provide cover from the rear, even though there were only 4 of them. But based on the equipment of both sides, Han Feng quickly formulated a strategy. The enemy had 2 riders on terror elephants leading the way. They were neither fast nor agile, and their weapons were basically stone axes and spears, the kind of weapons that ordinary people throw. Even thrown with full force, those could only travel 50 to 60 meters, but the bow in Han Feng's hands could hit an unprotected target within 100 meters. He could still hit them, so as long as he kept his distance, he was confident he could eliminate them. All of them from beyond their effective range. At this moment, Da Shu saw the elephant-riding enemies charging and grew a bit nervous. The hand holding his spear trembled slightly, but seeing Han Feng's unusual calm beside him, he gritted his teeth and forced himself to be calm. Han Feng silently counted the distance to the enemy: 200 meters, 150 meters, 100 meters. Then he drew his bow, nocked an arrow, and let it fly with a whoosh. An enemy charging at the front instantly tumbled to the ground. An arrow pierced straight through his chest. His comrades saw the pointed shaft sticking out of his back, and the surrounding enemies were stunned for a moment. But in that brief moment of shock, 2 more arrows flew out with a whoosh and 2 more men fell. The elephant-riding leader now spotted Han Feng in the distance and let out a loud shout. He ordered his tribesmen to charge forward and throw a volley of stone axes. Seeing this, Han Feng immediately pulled Da Shu to take cover behind a tree trunk. Deng also hid behind a tree trunk, while the shield-bearer knelt on one knee, raising his shield to cover his back. They only heard a series of thuds as several stone axes and a spear hit the shield. Fortunately, the shield was woven from thick vines, so Shuju was unharmed. But if they kept getting pelted like this, it was feared it couldn't withstand many more hits. Mu Yang, hiding behind the tree, saw several stone axes on the ground. He immediately picked up 2 and hurled them back into the enemy's dense formation. 2 men were instantly struck and fell to the ground. It was unclear if they were dead. Da Shu, as the former chief of the tree tribe, would naturally not be outdone. He picked up a spear and hurled it at the enemy. One of them was impaled and died on the spot. Han Feng immediately signaled for the others to run. They increased their distance, repeating this tactic again and again. The enemy's original force of 40 men was now down to only 7 men. The rest were either dead or injured. At that moment, Han Feng suddenly signaled to halt. They stood about 80 meters from the enemy, watching them motionlessly. The elephant-riding leader saw that Han Feng's group had stopped running. He was a bit confused as his side only had a few exhausted men left. In a momentary fit of rage, he brandished the spear from his back and charged. Han Feng steadied his breath. He immediately drew his bow. When the leader was about 70 meters away, he released the arrow, which struck him right in the right eye. The leader let out a horrific scream. He fell from the elephant's back and was trampled into a pulp by the terror elephant, which suddenly felt as if it had stepped on something soft. It turned its head back to look in confusion, and for a moment the entire elephant froze, standing perfectly still. Although his followers nearby were also stunned, not understanding why their leader had suddenly died, they did not stop their forward charge. Han Feng immediately ordered a counterattack. 3 spears and an arrow flew toward the enemy in an instant, and 3 of them immediately fell. Now only 3 remained alive. They turned and fled in terror. The other elephant rider tried to turn his terror elephant around, but feeling it was too slow, he jumped off. Han Feng immediately finished him with another arrow. Before he even hit the ground, an arrow pierced his chest. He managed a few steps before collapsing. Then Da Shu and the other 2 charged forward from behind Han Feng. 3 stone axes flew through the air, taking care of the last 2 enemies. And so, this running battle in the forest was finally over. Da Shu and the other 2 could not believe that their group of only 4 people could have defeated an army of 40 men. The 2 young terror elephants, now without their riders, were standing foolishly in place. Han Feng immediately gave orders, telling Shuju to stay and keep watch, while Mu Yang went to find the others. As for Da Shu, he would go with him to finish off anyone not yet dead. The 3 men grunted in assent and immediately split up to carry out their tasks. Han Feng retrieved his arrows and collected 10 intact spears and stone axes, but unexpectedly, the 2 unattended young terror elephants began to trail after him, occasionally nudging his back gently with their trunks as if they wanted to follow him. Han Feng quickly pushed their trunks away, saying, "Don't follow me, I can't afford to raise you." After all, these were real terror elephants. When fully grown, they could weigh up to 15 tons. How much food would such a giant animal need to eat in a single day? Just then, Dashu frowned and said to Han Feng, "There are only 36 bodies along the path. Compared to the original 40, we're missing 4 people." Han Feng immediately had a bad feeling, but it was impossible to find them now in such a vast, dark forest. They had to let it go. By morning, Shuju and Mu Yang had led the main group back. As everyone sat down to eat, Han Feng had Dashu distribute the collected stone spears and axes to everyone. Now everyone except for the children had a weapon for self-defense. The blue antelopes and rabbits were eating dried grass, but now 2 uninvited guests had joined in. Seeing that there was only enough hay for 2 more meals. Disappear in an instant. Han Feng felt a headache coming on. He raised his fist, intending to shoo the 2 animals away. Unexpectedly, as soon as he raised his fist, one of the young terror elephants looked at him with pitiful, teary eyes. The other young terror elephant used its trunk to scoop up a handful of grass and offered it to Han Feng, its intention perfectly clear. "This is delicious, have some. Just don't make us leave." Seeing this, Han Feng managed a smile that was uglier than a grimace, reluctantly taking the grass and putting it back in the elephant's mouth. Then he brought 2 more bundles of hay for them to eat. Afterwards, Han Feng told everyone to quickly pack up and move out. After traveling a fair distance, Han Feng saw the 2 young terror elephants were still eating grass. He couldn't help but sigh in relief they had finally shaken them off. The group headed west, traveling for a whole morning. They finally arrived at the place where Han Feng had battled the giant lungfish, but now they faced a problem. How were the blue antelopes laden with stone ores supposed to cross the river? An idea quickly formed in Han Feng's mind. He told everyone to find some long branches, and then to everyone's amazement, a wooden raft slowly began to take shape. Once all the ore was loaded onto the raft, Han Feng told everyone to cross to the other bank using the bridge. In the end, only Han Feng and the 18 blue antelopes were left. To get the 7 antelopes to cross the river obediently, he jumped into the water, leading them across one by one. After everything was packed up, the group continued their journey along the riverbank. Compared to the dark, dense woods, the scenery on the west bank of the river was completely different. Here, sunlight could filter through the leaves onto the forest floor. It felt warm and pleasant on their skin. Dashu and the others had never seen a sight like this before. They all ran and jumped through the forest with excitement, occasionally startling some partridges that were foraging on the ground. Han Feng hunted with his bow and arrow, and by evening he had a considerable catch. Meanwhile, young Ku Bing was by the river. Helping his mother pack up, the boy would occasionally glance to the north. His mother had told him the chief went that way. Ever since Han Feng left, the boy had come to the river with his mother to fish every day just to wait for him here. Seeing his mother begin to pack up the fish, Ku Bing felt a little disappointed that the chief still hadn't returned today. The woman smiled and patted the boy's head to comfort him, but in her heart she too was unsure if Han Feng would return safely. After all, he was still just a child. Thinking this, she couldn't help but gaze northward with worry. But as she looked, she saw several figures in the distant forest on the other side. "Someone's here! Grab your weapons!" she yelled in a hurry. The women of the fishing party quickly put down their catch, each grabbing a spear and standing on guard cautiously. Ku Bing, with his sharp eyes, recognized in a single glance that the person leading the group was his tribe's chief. The boy immediately jumped for joy, shouting happily, "Mom, the chief is back!" Han Feng heard the sounds from afar. He joyfully waved and shouted, "I'm back!" Just then, 2 clear elephant trumpets echoed from the other side of the river. It drew everyone's attention. Hearing this sound, something stirred in Han Feng's heart. It felt like 10,000 wild beasts were stampeding in his mind. He couldn't believe he'd gone so far, and still couldn't shake off those 2 giant elephants. Han Feng silently prayed they wouldn't come over, but what you fear is what happens, and he only heard a splash. With 2 loud splashes, both giant elephants jumped into the river, and in less than half a minute, they were standing before Han Feng, soaking wet those 2 unreasonable creatures. As soon as they got next to Han Feng, they used their trunks to spray him with water, drenching him like a drowned rat. Their intention was perfectly clear. "Who told you to abandon us?" Han Feng helplessly wiped the water from his face. "If you want to eat my food, then you have to work for me in the future. I'm not going to raise you for free." Hearing this, the 2 giant elephants used their trunks to gently pat Han Feng on the head. It was unclear what they meant by that. The women of the fishing team saw the 2 giant beasts. They were all terrified, but seeing how close they seemed to be with the chief, their expressions immediately turned to adoration. The chief is so amazing. He could even tame such massive beasts. Ku Bing was the first to run over, affectionately hugging Han Feng's leg. He wasn't the least bit afraid of the beast beside him. Han Feng told them that the newcomers were all new members of the tribe. Then he led them all back to the cave. Ku Bing was placed on the back of a giant elephant for the journey. He looked incredibly majestic on the journey. The tree tribe and the fishing team all exchanged glances. The fishing team's eyes were mainly fixed on the 18 blue antelopes. Meanwhile, Dashu and the others were observing the women of the tribe, looking at their hairstyles, their leather shoes, their fishing baskets, and how each person had a spear. The spear was what Dashu liked most, yet every one of them had one. It truly made Dashu admire them. Thinking that he had now also joined the tribe, he felt a little excited in his heart. At this time, the cave entrance was also very lively. Everyone in the tribe was gathered there, and upon seeing Han Feng return, they shouted in unison. Chief, the people of the tree tribe were momentarily drawn by the sound, and when they saw the scene before them, they were all stunned speechless, and Han Feng himself was also truly surprised, not expecting that after being away for only a short time. The tribe had undergone such a huge change at this moment. The tree tribe followed Han Feng to the open ground outside the cave entrance. Everyone was astonished by the sight before them. Beautiful jars and pots were laid out everywhere. These were all things they had never seen before. It made them hesitant to even take out their wooden bowls to use in front of the cave where countless fish. There was also a tapir, its body riddled with spears, looking like it weighed over 1,000 pounds. It seemed the hunting team could now use spears proficiently. This made Han Feng very happy. Da Shu now had a general understanding of the tribe's strength and finally put his complete trust in this tribe. They truly wouldn't have to go hungry anymore. The kids were standing on a grassy hill facing the newly arrived four-legged beasts. That was the grass they had pulled up over the past few days. Looking at such a large pile of grass, it was surely enough for the herd. For the blue antelopes and those 2 giant elephants to eat all winter before leaving, Han Feng had arranged for them to clear the open ground outside the cave. The children had done an excellent job on the open ground. Apart from some newly grown grass, there were no more bushes. Han Feng quickly told everyone that these four-legged beasts were all tamed by him and could help everyone with work in the future. Qbing stood beside him, listening attentively to Han Feng and babbling a translation. Then Han Feng happily rewarded each child with 2 rabbit skins. The children immediately ran off cheerfully to find their mothers to sew clothes on a clearing not far away. A very large pile of red bricks was stacked. Liu Zi reported to Han Feng that he could fire 4 kilns a day. Moreover, he had also made a type of tool for the children. After speaking, he proudly took it out to show him. Upon seeing the tool Liu Zi brought out, Han Feng was utterly astonished. It turned out to be a simple wooden rake. This guy really has the potential to be an inventor. Han Feng praised Liu Zi with a few words. Then he instructed him not to fire any more bricks tomorrow, but to fire another batch of pottery for the newcomers to use. Speaking of pottery, the elder standing nearby indicated that he also had something to say. A few days ago, the bald-headed tribe from the west came again to trade for pottery. This time, they paid with a lot of rock salt, enough for the tribe to eat for a long time. After inspecting all the work Han Feng arranged for the housing of the animals, he brought back the rabbits, were placed in a corner of the cave, where a hutch was built with stones and mud. For now, they would be kept here for the winter. Among the more than 30 rabbits, 3 were pregnant and had just been released into the hutch. They had already started pulling their fur to make nests. The other rabbits, although only 1 to 2 months old, were already as big as cantaloupes. By next spring, they would become new breeding machines. As for the 2 young giant elephants, there was no need to worry. They just stood by the pile of grass and wouldn't leave. No matter how they were shooed away, the herd of blue antelopes was tied to a tree not far from the cave entrance. Tomorrow, people would be assigned to build a grass shelter for them. After finishing these tasks, dinner was also ready. Before eating, Han Feng specially organized a welcoming ceremony for the newcomers regarding the matter of tying up their hair. The people of the tree tribe did not object at all. On the contrary, they felt tying their hair up looked neater and more beautiful than leaving it down for days. Today, a boar was hunted. A giant wild boar. So for the evening meal, of course, there had to be blood pudding soup plus wild vegetables. Several large pots were cooked, and there was also the wild chicken that Han Feng had shot today, made into a pot of chicken and chestnut stew. A dozen or so fresh fish were grilled, and everyone got a sweet and sour fruit. The lavish dinner shortened the distance between the old and new members. Everyone ate and chatted happily. After the meal, Han Feng instructed the elders of the tribe to help the newcomers make leather shoes, so the newcomers could learn by watching. Meanwhile, Han Feng took a piece of charcoal and began thinking while writing and drawing on the cave wall. On the wall was a drawing depicting the terrain outside the cave, showing the cave, the small river, and the forest. There were also some things that weren't actually there yet. At this moment, Han Feng was thinking about how to plan that open land in front of the cave. This piece of land was nearly 3,200 acres if it were all planted with paddy rice. The entire tribe probably couldn't finish it all. Of course, it couldn't all be planted with paddy rice. One had to know that this place was all dry land for now. And paddy rice must be grown in water. Just turning the dry land into paddy fields would be a massive project. Next was the issue of housing, with the addition of the newcomers and the newly born children. During this period, the tribe's population had grown to 97 people. The current cave was gradually becoming insufficient to meet their housing needs. Therefore, houses would have to be built on this land in the future. A residential area, paddy fields, a vegetable growing area, a livestock area, and a warehouse. And pastures, a metallurgy area, a carpentry workshop. So many zones had to be arranged on this piece of land. It had to be planned. Well, the first problem to solve was the creation of the paddy fields. The simple plan was to build a small square city in the middle of the open land to house the residential area, the livestock area, and the warehouse. The metallurgy area and the carpentry workshop would be inside this small city. It was projected that the entire city would have to provide enough housing for at least 5,000 people. At maximum capacity, it could house 8,000 people living together. It could take several years to complete in phases, then a protective moat would be dug. Around this small city with 400-meter-long sides, the excavated earth could be mixed with bricks to build up the city walls to defend against wild beasts and attacks from other tribes. Next, using the protective moat as the center, an artificial canal would be dug to lead water in from the small river, 8 to 9 meters wide, to the east. Then several smaller canals would be dug to lead water from the protective moat back to the river, thus forming a large irrigation system. Along this irrigation system, digging a few more small ditches would make it possible to irrigate the entire plot of land. The protective moat and the artificial canal were planned to be 4 meters wide. The small river to the east is about 9 meters wide, and the water flow volume would be constant. But since the channel would be narrowed by half, the flow speed of the artificial canal would double, making it convenient for harnessing water power. The specific plan was to take the cave as the center, measure 200 meters out on each side, to choose the location for the city so as not to miss next year's spring planting season. Phase 1 of the project is to dig the channel connecting the small river to the protective moat, a calculated distance of about 700 meters. The excavated earth will be used to fire bricks in preparation for building the city. Later, Phase 2 of the project is to dig the protective moat. But there's no rush for this, since the cave is still habitable. For now, Phase 3 is building the city wall. The wall is planned to be trapezoidal, with a base 4 meters wide, a top 2 meters wide, and 5 meters high, with one city gate on each of its 4 sides, plus the 4-meter-wide moat outside. In this era, absolutely no one could break through it. Phase 4 of the project is to dig the 700-meter-long return channel. The excavated earth can be used to fire smaller bricks. For building houses and other structures inside the city, the entire project is expected to be completed in 3 years at the latest. Otherwise, Han Feng was afraid there wouldn't be enough living space in the cave later on the next morning, after everyone in the tribe had woken up. Han Feng began to assign the day's tasks. There was a lot of work, so all food-gathering activities were halted. The newcomers still didn't have bowls, so Liu Zi was assigned to continue firing pottery. The children continued to pull weeds. Furthermore, they had to tie the grass into bundles according to Han Feng's instructions to make it easier to store and transport. The 4 of them, Da Shui, Huzi, Da Mao, and Er Mao, went up the mountain. After chopping down all the man-eating plant saplings for fencing, the women were divided into 2 teams. The larger team went to the valley that Han Feng had previously visited to harvest the ghost swords. One team led 6 blue antelopes carrying large backbaskets and was in charge of transportation. Another smaller team went into the forest to scrape the bark of white wax trees, on which were the secretions of scale insects, an excellent material for making wax. Han Feng planned to use the insect wax to make bronze casting molds. The rest of the men were assigned by Han Feng to chop down trees, starting with ones as thick as a calf. They were set aside to be used as posts for building livestock pens, while the branches were all chopped off to be used as firewood for making charcoal. To smelt as much copper as possible, the transportation was still entrusted to the blue antelope herd. If they couldn't carry the load, the 2 young mammoths would help. Everyone in the tribe didn't understand these arrangements. They thought they should be stockpiling food in the fall, but Han Feng told them the food stockpiled now was enough to last until next spring, without running out, especially since they had caught a lot of fish recently. Their bellies were full of eggs, and if they continued to fish this way, the fish population in the river would certainly be affected. Therefore, they had to give the fish population time to rest and reproduce, while everyone in the tribe was out working. Han Feng himself also got busy. First, he used the existing firewood to make some charcoal, and then he used the kaolin clay and termite mound soil that had been brought back. He fashioned several crucibles and ladles for refining and making alloys, then used mixed fire clay to make rectangular molds. This way, he could cast copper in tin plates like chocolate bars. Later, he could adjust the ratio of copper to tin according to his needs to create various tools. When the charcoal and molds were done, Han Feng began to build the smelting furnace. He used ordinary clay mixed with some broken pottery shards, then added some chopped grass and kneaded it into mud to build a cylindrical furnace with a diameter of over 40 centimeters. Han Feng made 4 such furnaces, so that later he could fire them up at the same time, saving quite a bit of time. Next, he used snakeskin to make some simple bellows. Liu Zi didn't know what Han Feng was doing, but he was very much looking forward to it. What new thing would the chief create this time? When all of Han Feng's preparations were finished, the set of smelting equipment, the most primitive in the world, was complete. They just had to wait for the charcoal to finish and the furnace to dry tomorrow before they could start working. Daji and Huzi worked all day and brought back several hundred poles that could be used for fencing. But the adult men who went to chop trees had a much more miserable time. After working hard all day, they had managed to chop down fewer than 10 trees, and 3 of the stone axes used for chopping were chipped. But Han Feng didn't go easy on them, telling them they had to continue tomorrow, but whoever did a good job would get new equipment in exchange. Everyone was a little confused. The stone axe was the best tool they had ever seen. Was there something even better than a stone axe? Their hearts filled with even greater anticipation. After dinner, everyone began their post-meal entertainment. As for Han Feng, he sat by the fire and began to melt the wax, waiting for it to solidify before using it. He used a bone knife to carve it into the shapes of various tools, then covered these wax blocks with clay, leaving only a small hole. When the clay was completely dry, he would fire it and pour out the melted wax from inside, which would result in a hollow clay mold. However, a thin layer of wax remained on the inner wall of the mold, which would make it easier to break the mold after casting later on. Although it was a bit troublesome, it was relatively precise and didn't waste material. The poured-out wax could also be remelted into a large block for reuse. Early the next morning, everyone led the blue antelope herd out. Thanks to Han Feng's ceaseless instruction, they finally understood. Wild animals could not only be eaten, but could also help people work. Dazi and his group of 4 were kept behind. Their task today was to operate the bellows. Liu Zi had finished firing the pottery yesterday, so today he was focused on being Han Feng's assistant. Liu Zi was very smart, so Han Feng planned to pass down the method of copper smelting to him. He couldn't do it all by himself forever in the future. It was better to find an apprentice. At this point, the 4 furnaces had dried. This time he lit 2 at the same time. Mao and Mao were in charge of pumping the bellows, while Daji and Hu Zi were responsible for adding charcoal and crushed copper ore. Under the effect of the bellows, the flames from the furnace mouth shot up very high. Soon the ore inside began to melt slowly, and the molten copper flowed through a gap down to the bottom of the furnace. It gathered into a single mass of copper and slag, while at the same time the tin ore was also being melted under a great flame. It melted in just a few minutes. Using a tree branch, he raked away the embers at the bottom of the furnace and pulled out 2 blocks of metal mixed with many impurities. Then he continued to repeat the operation. After about 3 or 4 hours, he had finally accumulated a pile of impure metal. Then he lit the other 2 furnaces. After waiting for the temperature to rise, he put the crude copper and tin into 2 crucibles and waited for them both to melt into liquid form. Using an earthen ladle, he skimmed the impurities off the surface. Next, using a prepared ceramic rod, he scooped out the pure molten copper. He poured it into the rectangular clay molds to cool. The molten tin was treated the same way. Liu Zi and the 4 kids stared intently at the liquid metal. As it gradually solidified, they didn't understand the principle, so they appeared very surprised. When the copper and tin plates were no longer hot, Han Feng eagerly poured the metal plates out. It was now noon. Under the sunlight, the metal plates reflected a dazzling light. Everyone stared at the metal plates, their mouths agape. They had never seen anything so beautiful and shiny. Their mesmerized expressions were no different from modern people seeing gold bars. Even Ku Bing, who was playing, was drawn over. He touched this one, looked at that one, and asked, "Chief, what is this?" Han Feng ruffled the boy's hair. "This is called copper, and this is called tin. You just stand here and watch. I'm going to get something, Ku Bing." He nodded, and along with Liu Zi and the others, softly said the words copper and tin. Meanwhile, Han Feng brought over a pile of casting molds and began the work of casting bronze. He put copper and tin into a new crucible according to a specific ratio and waited for it to melt into a liquid. He stirred it evenly with a ceramic rod, after which it could be poured into the molds. The first batch was for casting axes and hammers. The molten alloy solution was poured into the mold. A wisp of white smoke immediately rose from the mold's air vent. He waited for the temperature to drop a little. Han Feng impatiently smashed the mold with a stone. Amid the broken clay shards, a large axe shimmering with a pale golden light lay silently. This axe was a little larger than a firefighter's axe. The task of sharpening the blade was handed to Liu Zi to finish while Han Feng began preparing to cast other tools: rulers, saws, carving knives, chisels, planes, hand drills, and quadrangular spearheads. By evening, when everyone from the tribe returned, all work had stopped. The blade of the large golden axe had been polished to a brilliant shine. With a handle attached, the world's first bronze axe was complete. There were also 2 saws that had been fitted with wooden handles. One was a 1-person saw, the other a 2-person saw. When Da Shu and the others saw the large sparkling axe, they immediately gathered around. "The axe is so beautiful." Their eyes were glued to it. "And there's this too." Han Feng smiled and took out a spear with a white shaft and a golden tip. Everyone in the tribe stared wide-eyed. "Is that a spear? It's so beautiful." Especially Shoya and Du Er, who were practically drooling as they stared at the golden-headed spear. "Chief, is there a share for us?" the tribe members asked impatiently. Han Feng smiled. He took out a lump of the copper ore and gave it to Da Shu. "It was made using this type of rock, but we have run out of this rock now." The people from the tree tribe were astonished. They had gone along to dig up this type of rock before, and never expected it could be made into such beautiful weapons. Mu Dui was the most honest and direct of them all. "If it's so scarce, then we'll just go dig for more. We know where it is." Han Feng nodded, but told them that digging that way was too inefficient. They had to make a few more things, and after this winter they could dig up a lot more. "By then, everyone can have a spear like this." The tribe members calmed down. The chief's words were still trustworthy. If he said everyone would get one, then they definitely would. Afterwards, Han Feng led them to the logs that had been cut down to teach them how to use the 2-man saw and the handsaw. 2 people pulled the large saw, placing it on top of a round log. Pulling back and forth, they soon sawed through a round slice of wood. Then they used the handsaw to trim branches. A branch as thick as a wrist could be sawn through in less than a minute. The large axe was over 1 meter long, and was very easy to handle, allowing one to use their whole body's strength. If the tribe's strongest man used it, a tree as thick as a calf would only take a few swings. By the time everyone had learned how to use these tools, Han Feng told them to go eat and rest. After the meal, the tribe members gathered around to listen to Liu Zi tell the story of smelting copper. Meanwhile, Han Feng began to establish units of measurement. Only with units of measurement could civilization gradually develop in the future. The ghost swords had now been harvested. The women were focused on weaving ropes. The children were all lying on their stomachs outside the rabbit hutch watching the rabbits give birth. The 3 mother rabbits had all given birth, each litter having as many as 6 or 7 kits. The rabbit population of over 30 had nearly doubled. Liu Zi had years of experience making pottery, so now he was also very adept at helping Han Feng carve wax molds for the round-headed bronze shovel, which could be used for digging canals or for farming. With Han Feng's model right there, Liu Zi just had to copy it, which was no problem at all. As for Han Feng, after finishing his tasks, he began to research the most important thing, the plow. He planned to make 2 different sizes, large and small. The large one would be for the terror elephants, and the small one for the blue antelopes. They would be used for plowing fields and digging rivers in the future. The next morning, some of the women were twisting ropes while others cleared the ground. Han Feng had just marked an area and told them to clear it completely. Soon they would start building the livestock pen. The bronze smelting was now handled by Liu Zi and 4 youngsters. The 5 of them were now constantly casting bronze plates. Whenever they encountered something they didn't understand about the plates, they would come and ask Han Feng. When the women finished clearing the area, Han Feng led them to build the pen. They chopped down trees and brought them back in 4-meter-long sections to use as posts. A post was planted every 2 meters, forming a rectangular enclosure. In the empty spaces, 2 horizontal logs were tied to secure the posts. Then branches were woven into a fence and attached to the wooden frame. Finally, it was finished by plastering a layer of mud over it. Inside the livestock pen was a wooden shelter 4 meters high, which was the home for the 2 young terror elephants. After the construction was finished, all the grass outside was also tied into bundles and piled up inside the pen. This was to prevent other animals or people from destroying it. Everyone in the tribe was busy with their own work, but no one expected that. At this time, the Bald tribe had set their sights on the tribe. A crisis was about to descend. Baldy had a constant worry. As the weather grew colder, the water source that sustained his tribe was about to dry up. When that happened, they could only go to the river 3 kilometers away to get water. This would require many water containers, which was why he had personally come to the tribe to trade last time. He had wanted to trade for more pottery. Unfortunately, his wish was not granted, so the idea of plundering arose in his mind. In Baldy's mind, the tribe had fewer than 10 adult men, while they had 15. Moreover, after leaving the tribe last time, he had even crafted his own sharp spears with stone tips. Defeating them and plundering their pottery and food would certainly be no problem. On the morning of that day, Baldy led all the adult men of his tribe. Each carrying several spears, they advanced aggressively towards the tribe, preparing to ambush their hunting party and then go to their settlement to plunder it. At this moment, on this mountain ridge in the coniferous forest, Da Shu and Shou Ya were still chopping trees, but today they were working very quickly. With 3 large axes and 2 long saws, they could basically fell a tree cleanly in half an hour. Moreover, this was just the speed of one group. The logging team had a total of 10 people divided into 3 groups, so they could basically fell 3 trees at once every half an hour. Another person, Mott Doi, was in charge of transportation. He was currently letting the herd of blue antelopes graze near the logging team. Just then, from the mountain opposite the valley, a group of people suddenly came running over. Moreover, each person was carrying a spear. Mott Doi immediately shouted loudly towards the mountain ridge. Then he hastily led the herd of blue antelopes and fled. Hearing the shout, everyone immediately stopped what they were doing and picked up their weapons. They prepared to fight. Mott Doi led the 6 blue antelopes, running for his life with Baldy and his men in hot pursuit. All the way to the mountain ridge, with several whooshes tearing through the air, the 2 rearmost blue antelopes were struck by spears. They let out a pitiful cry and fell to the ground. The remaining 4 blue antelopes who were tied to them continued to run, dragging the corpses of their 2 fallen comrades along. They ran towards the tribe's grassy hill. Seeing this, the tribesmen hiding behind the trees simultaneously pulled out the stone axes from their backs and threw them at the enemy. With just a few whooshing sounds, 3 enemies immediately fell to the ground motionless. 2 others were injured. Only 10 men were left, and they continued to advance. This was something Baldy had not expected. He originally thought that by bringing so many men, the opponents would be terrified and flee. How dare they counterattack? Baldy was furious. He immediately ordered them to throw their spears again. But as the 10 spears flew out, Dashu and the others hid behind the tree trunks again. All the spears landed askew in the ground. Seeing this, Du-Er and the others emerged from behind the trees. 9 white-shafted spears were simultaneously thrown towards the men of the Bald tribe. 4 more men fell. Fortunately, the others managed to hide behind tree trunks in time. Du-Er and his group hid behind the trees again. They waited for the enemy's next attack, but there was no movement. They didn't know that at this moment, Baldy was scared out of his wits. The enemy before him was too terrifying. Moreover, he discovered that the tribe's numbers were greater than he had anticipated. On his side, there were now only 8 men left, 2 of whom were injured. Continuing to fight was definitely not an option. He immediately led the remaining men and fled back towards their cave. At the same time, Ku Bing was pulling Han Feng over to the two terror elephants to name them. The larger one was named Hui Shan, and the smaller one was named Ru Bao. Before Han Feng could say anything, Hui Shan looked to the west, suddenly raised its head and roared. Ku Bing was caught off guard and startled. Han Feng immediately looked in that direction to the west. He only saw 4 blue antelopes dragging the corpses of 2 of their kind. They were running towards him. Several spears were still stuck in the 2 antelopes' corpses, but there was no sign of the logging team behind them. Han Feng was alarmed. He hurriedly called for everyone in the tribe to hide in the cave. No one was to come out until he returned. After making the arrangements, Han Feng took his bow and arrows and the golden-headed spear. He mounted Hui Shan and headed west. Seeing this, Ru Bao immediately ran after them. Following the trail of blood from the blue antelopes on the ground, Hui Shan carried Han Feng at a gallop. Soon they entered the forest ahead. Suddenly a group of people appeared. The ones in the lead dragging golden axes were Da Shu and the others. Han Feng was surprised. What happened? Everyone was here, and moreover no one seemed to be injured. Shoya immediately led the hunting party over to Han Feng and recounted the entire incident. After listening, Han Feng couldn't help but wonder. Why would Baldy attack his tribe? But regardless of the reason, as long as they dared to harm the people of his tribe, they must pay the price. Even if it was just the antelopes that were killed, it was unacceptable. Thinking this, Han Feng raised his spear. He led the men from the logging team towards Baldy's tribe. It was not until around 2 in the afternoon that they finally arrived at Baldy's tribe. But on the open ground in front of the cave entrance, there was not a single person in sight. The cave entrance was also blocked by a large boulder. However, there was still a sizable gap, and several pairs of eyes were secretly peeking out. Baldy was one of them. What he feared most was that the enemy would come for revenge. Unexpectedly, his worst fears came true. The enemy had really come. Moreover, with this formation, the leader held a gleaming golden-headed spear and rode on the back of a giant beast. It was even taller than a normal person. At this moment, Baldy was filled with immense regret. If he had known the enemy was so strong, why the hell did I bother attacking them? Han Feng also noticed the pairs of eyes peeking out. He immediately drew his bow and knocked an arrow. The next second, a pitiful scream was heard. Baldy had been shot through the eye with an arrow. The arrow protruded from the back of his head. Dali Shitu, you two go push the boulder away, Han Feng ordered, pointing at the large boulder in front of the cave. He ordered the 3 of them. They immediately went forward and began to push the boulder. But even with the 3 of them pushing together, they couldn't move it much. In fact, they were slowly being pushed back. Damn it, you think blocking the door is enough? Han Feng walked up to the gap and knocked another arrow. At this moment, behind the large boulder, several adult men were desperately pushing against it. Their faces were red with effort. With a whoosh, Han Feng shot another arrow. This time, 2 men behind the boulder were pierced through. Seeing this, the others fled in terror, no longer daring to stand near the cave entrance. With no more resistance, Dali's group of 3 successfully pushed the boulder away. The 3 bodies behind the boulder, not yet dead, were crushed into a bloody pulp. Soon they fell silent. The cave entrance was wide open. Inside, a flickering firelight revealed a group of trembling women and children. They were hiding in a pile of grass. Of the 5 remaining adult men, 3 held spears shielding the others. The 2 who were injured earlier were groaning in the pile of grass. Han Feng entered holding his spear with Da Shu and the others following closely with their bronze axes. The 3 men holding stone spears saw the menacing group enter. Their legs trembled violently and they stammered incoherently. They seemed to be begging for forgiveness. Damn it, who begs for forgiveness while holding a weapon? Han Feng knocked away all the spears in the 3 men's hands. He knocked down all the spears in the 3 men's hands. One of the injured men in the back stealthily picked up a rock intending to resist. Immediately the spear tip thrust forward. With a thud, it pierced his left chest. All of you kneel, anyone who resists dies. Han Feng glared and shouted. Terrified, everyone immediately prostrated on the ground. Da Shu, you go take all of their food reserves. Then Han Feng looked at the people kneeling on the ground. It was your leader who attacked us first, so you cannot blame me. If it weren't for him, I would not have attacked you. Han Feng's original intention was to absorb this group of people, but to do so without them holding a grudge. He directly put all the blame on their leader. However, Han Feng had clearly overestimated their loyalty to the tribe. They didn't care about the death of their leader. They only cared that he was about to take their food. A group of women watched as Da Shu led his men to take away their reserved dried meat. Their reserves were so worried they were about to cry, hastily begging Han Feng, "Please, sir, don't take our food away. Otherwise, we won't survive this winter?" Han Feng calmly looked at the people before him. As long as you join my tribe, you will have more food than you can eat, and no one will freeze to death this winter. Anyone who agrees to join now can stand behind me. As soon as he finished speaking, one person hurriedly stood up and went behind Han Feng, then a second person. A third, a fourth, and soon only one severely injured man was left lying there. But from his appearance, he probably wouldn't survive. Han Feng didn't intend to bother with him, and led the new members out of the cave. Then he ordered Thu Nha to burn the cave. In an instant, flames erupted inside. Baldy and his tribe were gone from this day forward. Returning to the tribe, the integration of the new members went very smoothly within the tribe. A few people had been traded from Baldy's place before, so they quickly blended in. And Han Feng had not deceived them. The tribe's food reserves were indeed plentiful. Combined with the spoils from this time, 200 people could eat all winter without any problem. It was just that the cave's capacity had reached its limit. Luckily, winter was coming, so being a bit crowded would be warmer. What surprised these people was that the tribe even raised wild beasts, especially Nu Bao and Hoi Sun, two giant monsters. This gave them a new understanding of the tribe's power. Now they were very proud to have become members of the tribe. These past few days, the women were busy twisting ropes. The cave was already filled with 2 large bundles. The men continued to chop down trees. The trunks were kept as building materials, and the branches were used as firewood for the kiln. Han Feng hadn't been idle these past few days either. He made the necessary carpentry tools one by one, then cast 50 bronze shovels. With digging tools available, the first phase of his water diversion project had to begin. Based on the super long ropes the women had woven, Han Feng measured the location for the city wall to the true north of the cave. Then at the 4 corners of the planned construction area, Han Feng buried a round log as a marker. From there he found the best location for the canal. Next was to build the brick kiln. The canal digging project would produce a large amount of mud as soon as it started, so Han Feng planned to make brick molds while digging the canal. Because Han Feng planned to fire blue bricks, and the process of firing blue bricks required a large amount of water. For the convenience of fetching water, the site for the brick kiln was chosen by the river. Lu Tu had already fired many red bricks previously. These bricks could be used to build the kiln. The cylindrical brick kiln mobilized the entire labor force of the tribe. It took 5 days to finish building it, and then some more time to make some brick molds. Only then were the preparations considered complete. At this time, the large plow that Han Feng had spent many days crafting was finally unveiled. A 2-meter-wide wooden frame with 4 large bronze plowshares attached underneath. Just one pull of this thing could plow a 2-meter-wide strip of land to a depth of 40 centimeters. As for the power to operate this contraption, it was of course Nu Bao and Hoi Sun. 2 large plows were placed side by side, pulling forward, directly turning over a 4-meter width of the ditch. In less than an hour, the 2 beasts had finished plowing the 700-meter-long, 40-centimeter-deep ditch. Seeing this, Han Feng was overjoyed. With this speed, perhaps his city-building plan wouldn't take 3 years. At this point, the people's work could also begin. They shoveled the mud from the ditch into the molds, pressed it firmly to form individual bricks, and then let them dry. Han Feng planned to wait until winter to start firing the bricks when everyone would be idle with nothing to do. Moreover, firing the kiln in winter would be very warm, a pleasant job indeed. But right now there was a problem. Because these bricks were all for facing the outer city wall, each brick was very large. As such, transporting the mud and bricks would be very time-consuming. So Han Feng decided to start building a wheelbarrow. A simple new project was starting, and finding helpers was naturally the top priority. Later on, they could also become the tribe's professional carpenters. The person with the most talent for carpentry in the tribe had to be Mok Dong. This guy, while still in the tree tribe, had figured out how to use hot coals to burn out a round log to make a barrel. The other person was Muk Dan, an honest and simple man who didn't usually like to talk to others but worked very hard. Next, based on memories of horse-drawn carriages from his past life, combined with some improvements, the 3 of them took a whole day to make the first wheelbarrow. It was born and immediately put to use by the construction team. Everyone in the tribe was very interested in this newly appeared transportation tool. Compared to carrying things on their shoulders, it was indeed much less strenuous. But Han Feng wasn't very optimistic. He noticed that the wheelbarrow always wobbled when turning. At this rate, it would soon fall apart. Having found the cause, Han Feng immediately began to make improvements. This mainly involved extending the wheelbase. After giving detailed instructions to his 2 assistants, the 3 of them each took on a task. This improvement was much faster than the first build. 2 hours later, the 2nd-generation wheelbarrow was born. This time the wheelbarrow indeed no longer wobbled. Everyone's work efficiency immediately increased, so the 3rd vehicle was chosen as the model for mass production. The first batch would be 30 units. Right now, there were several tens of adult laborers, men and women combined. This type of wheelbarrow was specifically for carrying earth. It would surely be used a lot in the future. In the following period, the 3-person carpentry team at a rate of 3 vehicles every 2 days equipped the construction team. The first phase of the canal project progressed at lightning speed. The brick-making work, which had been stalled, also sped up significantly thanks to the wheelbarrows. Until the 18th day of the project, a 698-meter-long, 4-meter-deep ditch appeared before Han Feng. At this point, Han Feng ordered them to stop digging the canal. The remaining 2 meters would be dug through later when water needed to be diverted. Everyone in the tribe returned to their normal routine. The men continued to cut down trees in preparation for future construction. The women went back to gathering food. They believed that the more food, the better. The construction of the 30 wheelbarrows was also completed, so that they could mine copper ore in large quantities later. Mok Dong and Muk Dan were now under Han Feng's guidance. attempting to build a large cart pulled by blue antelopes. The two of them had gained experience from the previous two builds. Han Feng only needed to tell them the plan for building a four-wheeled cart and let them figure it out themselves. As for Han Feng, he spent his time studying the plow. Everyone was busy with their own work. One morning when Han Feng stepped out of the cave, he was greeted by a vast expanse of white. The long-awaited winter had finally arrived. Snowflakes as large as goose feathers fell ceaselessly. The sky was gloomy and there was no telling when it would stop. The men's tree-cutting work had stopped. Everyone was inside the cave. The women were no longer enthusiastic about gathering food either. They only went out occasionally to feed the herd of blue antelopes some dry grass. Nu Bao and Hoi Sun didn't need to be fed. Han Feng was afraid they would pull down the pen, so he let them out. The two beasts immediately rushed outside, frolicking in the snow. In this kind of weather, they certainly couldn't fire bricks. They could only wait for the snow to stop. So Han Feng began his long-cherished plan popularizing Mandarin and the written script. In fact, the tribespeople had already grasped some vocabulary, especially Kubin. The boy could already speak some simple sentences. This made things much simpler for Han Feng. He just needed to teach everyone some more necessary vocabulary, and then put them together. As for Chinese characters, teaching them simplified characters now was impractical. The clerical script being closer to pictographs would be easier to learn. Whether they could write or not didn't matter. The main thing was to be able to recognize the characters. To boost everyone's learning spirit, Han Feng made a rule. Every day before dinner, there would be a test. Anyone who couldn't read would have their dinner portion reduced by half. There were also rewards for learning well. For example, some sugar-roasted chestnuts. This trick really worked. Everyone in the tribe was enthusiastic about learning, especially the children who would voluntarily gather to practice after class. A few days later, the snow finally stopped falling. The brick firing plan was also officially launched. Han Feng personally demonstrated with 2 kilns and then handed the work over to everyone else. They didn't have to work every day. Basically, it was just loading the kiln, making brick molds, and tending the kiln. The rest was firing and cooling time. And so the days passed. Every day they learned Mandarin and Chinese characters, and every few days they would tend the brick kiln. It was ordinary, but fulfilling. When people weren't busy, they would make some jewelry to adorn themselves. Among them, men was the majority. They wore all sorts of things like bone necklaces and feathers. Han Feng didn't understand why. Then the elder explained to him that to avoid inbreeding, which leads to genetic degradation, many tribes would gather in the spring to hold matchmaking ceremonies. If a woman took a liking to a man, she would follow him back to his tribe. The standard for taking a liking here was to see if he was strong enough, how powerful his tribe was, and whether they had plenty of food. This could be observed through their adornments. The bone ornaments on Nanfang's body. If he carries a very long thigh bone as a weapon, then his tribe must be powerful. Hunting large beasts naturally also means his tribe does not lack food. It sounded reasonable, and gave Han Feng some ideas. It seemed he was also missing something like bone ornaments. Of course, he wouldn't bother with those. After some thought, Han Feng decided to make a circlet. There are many materials for making circlets like gold, silver, jade, or leather. Different materials could be used for different people. Gold has always been a symbol of nobility. The tribe had no gold, so Han Feng's circlet was made of hollow carved bronze. It also had a Han character carved on it. Since he had made one for himself, he couldn't leave the heads of the tribespeople bare. So Han Feng made one for Da Shu from silver-colored tin. It had a tree pattern on it, which Da Shu liked very much. The other adult men under Han Feng's guidance also made some circlets from other materials. Animal hide, wood bone, and even horns. From then on, the tribe had a new rule. Children could only tie their hair or wear circlets, but not hairpins. Adult men could wear circlets. Moreover, they had to wear hairpins to distinguish between adults and non-adults. Women no longer just wore ponytails. Married women had to put their hair in a bun and could use wooden combs or hairpins as ornaments. A young girl who was not yet an adult could wear a ponytail, let her hair down, or braid it. She could also use hairpins as ornaments. Metal was a strategic resource. It couldn't be used to make jewelry for everyone, so Han Feng used metal jewelry as a reward. Anyone who contributed to the tribe had a chance to receive it. After a series of reforms now in the tribe, you just had to look at a person's head to know their status, age, class, or whether they had contributed to the tribe. Kubing's circlet was also made by Han Feng. It was made of snakeskin-wrapped wood, with a cloud-patterned bronze clasp on top, as a reward for the boy for learning Han characters the fastest. The boy was the first among the children to have a metal ornament, so he was very happy, and would often touch the bronze clasp on his head. Actually, Han Feng's efforts in making jewelry were not just to distinguish classes within the tribe. It was mainly for that matchmaking event, which wasn't really for matchmaking, but to meet people from other tribes, to see if any trade was possible. Previously, the tribe's salt was all obtained by trading with the Bald tribe. But now the Bald tribe was gone, so before finding a salt mine, Han Feng wanted to find a new trading partner for salt. You see, the tribe's pottery was very valuable. Han Feng not only wanted to trade pottery for salt, but also wanted to buy more people. Relying only on the current population of less than 200 to reproduce naturally, it would take until their great-grandchildren's generation to fill a city. However, not all other tribes could be like Han Feng's tribe. not having to worry about food and having the leisure to think about plans for the tribe's development. For example, the Black Rat tribe to the east of Han Feng's tribe was a medium-sized tribe with a population of over 150. They had one very big difference from Han Feng's tribe. The Black Rat tribe had its own beliefs. They worshipped the Black Rat and had a shaman king responsible for communicating with the spirits. This winter, the shaman king of the Black Rat tribe claimed to have received guidance from the spirits. He said this winter would be longer than usual, and he was very worried the food reserves wouldn't last until next spring. So he told the chief to lead a hunting party out to find food. Thus, the chief of the Black Rat tribe, whose name was Big Rat, led 19 of his men out to hunt. Very quickly, they discovered something strange to the west of their tribe at the edge of the forest. Every 3 days, thick black smoke would rise. It was definitely from a man-made fire, but since when were there people living in the west? A long time ago, they had been to the western edge of the forest, but the river was 8 to 9 meters wide, and they were unable to cross it. So they hadn't gone that far since. Now looking at the location of the smoke, it was clearly near the river. Big Rat immediately reported the situation to the Shaman King. The Shaman King was not surprised. On the contrary, he was very interested in why these people were making fires. In the Shaman King's view, fire was used for cooking. Frequent fires meant they had a lot of food. If it was for warmth, why wasn't it burning continuously? The Shaman King was very suspicious, so he told Big Rat to take some men and investigate. If possible, they should try to trade with the other party. Perhaps they could even learn something. So Big Rat set out with a team of 5 on this diplomatic mission. Meanwhile, in the tribe, Mu Yong and Liu Zi were guarding the brick kiln, watching the fire in their spare time. Every now and then, they threw in another handful of firewood. The 2 of them had been firing the kiln since last night, and by noon today, the unbaked bricks inside were glowing red. It was time to pour water and seal the kiln. Mu Yong patted Liu Zi's shoulder, telling him to go back to the cave and get people to help. Liu Zi nodded, climbed up the slope to ground level, and headed straight for the cave. But just as Mu Yong was left alone, the ground suddenly shook with Ru Bao's roar, followed by the sound of him running, and then people shouting. Mu Yong hurriedly climbed out of the kiln's opening. As soon as he poked his head out, he saw a dozen or so spears flying towards Ru Bao, scaring it into tucking its tail and running towards the cave. Han Feng was just about to lead people to pour water into the brick kiln. Just as he left the cave, he saw Ru Bao being chased. Big Rat and his men who were about to pursue suddenly saw Han Feng leading. A group of people emerged from the cave and were stunned for a moment. Damn it, who dares to kill our Ru Bao? All of you grab your weapons, hearing their chief's command. The tribespeople immediately shouted, and 70 to 80 of them rushed out. Everyone holding a weapon, they immediately surrounded Big Rat's group. Big Rat's jaw dropped at the aggressive crowd before him, and the cold-faced young man in the lead wearing a golden circlet. With golden greaves and a gleaming golden-headed polearm in hand, he stared at him. The formation behind was even more dazzling. Each person held a gleaming bronze halberd. Right behind Han Feng were Da Li Shitu and Liu Zi, the 3 of them each holding a bronze axe. Even those without bronze weapons were all holding spears. Never mind their combat prowess. This magnificent formation alone was enough to scare Big Rat and his minions into not daring to move a muscle. At this point, Ru Bao realized its master had the situation under control and trotted back to stand imposingly behind Han Feng. Han Feng gently patted its nose, signaling it to be quiet, then turned to Big Rat and said, "This elephant is ours." "Why did you attack it?" Big Rat was a bit stunned, as Han Feng seemed very familiar with this monster. He never expected that this neighboring tribe could actually control the monster. Such a large one at that. But what surprised him even more was that Hui Shan was even bigger. Hearing the commotion, Hui Shan also ran over to stand next to Ru Bao, curiously looking at the surrounded men. This scared Big Rat and his men so much they nearly wet themselves. "Oh my god, there's another one." Han Feng frowned and told the elder to go ask them what tribe they were from, and why they were here. The elder stepped forward and spoke at length to Big Rat, using both words and gestures. He translated Han Feng's words and introduced Han Feng's status as chief. After Big Rat heard the elder, he first apologized profusely. He said he didn't know the beast had an owner and had planned to hunt it for food to get through the winter. Towards the end, he was in tears explaining his reason for coming. Han Feng was surprised. The other party wanted to trade for food. But if they truly had something that interested him, it wasn't out of the question. "So what do you have to trade?" Big Rat hesitated for a moment. Can we trade with a stone basin after all his tribe has several? Besides, stone basins are essential items for every tribe, a truly hot commodity. This time, before Han Feng could even speak, the elder spoke up. Our tribe has plenty of stone basins. If you want some, you can also bring things to trade. Salt and people are both acceptable. Now it was Big Rat's turn to be stunned. The other party actually had so many stone basins. And they could even trade them to him. Seeing that Big Rat was skeptical, the elder called a few kids to bring out a set of pottery. In less than 2 minutes, the kids had brought out a jar, a pot, and several bowls. There were even some curious kids who liked to spectate, holding a bowl of meat soup slurping loudly at the cave entrance. This left Big Rat stunned. He had never smelled such a fragrant meat aroma before. Han Feng had someone ladle a bowl of meat soup and give it to him. After all, if one had never tasted meat soup, they would not know the true function of pottery. Big Rat carefully took the bowl of meat soup and, imitating the kids, took a sip. Instantly, warmth spread from his throat to his stomach, and a moment later his entire body felt comfortable. This pot of meat soup was specially cooked by Han Feng to ward off the cold. There wasn't much meat in it, but it contained pork bones and chili peppers. On an ordinary day, taking 2 sips in one's leisure time was, it must be said, incredibly comforting. At this moment, Big Rat was completely won over by the flavor of the meat soup. He immediately decided he wanted to trade people for an earthenware pot. As for what salt was, he had never even heard of it. Then the elder repeated the previous trading price for the pottery 1 pot. Could be traded for 2 underage youths or 1 adult woman. This was a price Big Rat could still accept. However, he hadn't brought any women or children with him on this trip, and he desperately wanted to take a pot back. So he had to shamelessly ask Han Feng if he could take the pot back first and bring the people to pay for it next time. Upon hearing this, Han Feng was instantly displeased. Debt was impossible, absolutely impossible in this lifetime. What if the other party defaulted on the debt? Wouldn't he become a fool who was cheated? Seeing that Han Feng did not agree, Big Rat immediately took a bulging animal hide pouch from one of his underlings and handed it to Han Feng. Inside is food. It is not much, but I hope. You can let us take 1 stone basin first. We'll bring people to pay for it next time. As if I'm short on this little bit of food you have. Han Feng casually opened the pouch, glancing inside without much care. But the next second, Han Feng's eyes were glued to the contents. Weren't these peanuts? Countless peanut-based dishes immediately flashed through Han Feng's mind. Roasted peanuts, boiled peanuts, salted peanuts, peanut oil, peanut butter. This was good stuff, besides its high nutritional value. Most importantly, it could be pressed for oil. If planted on a large scale, there would be no more shortage of cooking oil. Moreover, with oil, one could make soap and candles, or even explosives. Therefore, it was not an exaggeration to call peanuts a strategic resource. Han Feng suppressed the excitement in his heart, and finally calmed down. Where did you people get this? Big Rat stammered, waving his hands and feet for a while. Han Feng finally understood that what their tribe called a god was the black-furred rat, and the peanuts were dug out from the rat burrows. They knew where to find the rat burrows that contained peanuts, so peanuts were not rare in their tribe. Han Feng nodded to himself and casually took out a large back basket. A back basket full of peanuts like this can be traded for pottery, but they have to be whole, unshelled, and undamaged. But Big Rat simply couldn't believe it. That Han Feng had offered such favorable terms. He delightedly agreed, promising to bring more next time. In the end, Big Rat left with a large back basket, a pot and a bowl along with a ladle gifted by Han Feng. Watching their figures recede into the distance, Han Feng suddenly felt a chill run down his spine. This time, an unfamiliar tribe had infiltrated all the way to their cave entrance. Fortunately, their numbers were small. If they had come specifically to attack the tribe, then even if the tribe could repel them, there would undoubtedly be casualties. Han Feng had planned to build defensive fortifications before, but such a large city wall was not something that could be built overnight. But during this vulnerable period, a defensive structure had to be built. A simple one that could be relied upon for defense. Han Feng told Da Shu to lead some men to douse and seal the brick kiln while he stood before the cave, lost in thought. The brick kiln had been firing for 2 months, and now a large number of bricks had been accumulated. The city wall construction would have to wait until next spring to start. So weren't all these bricks just sitting idle for now? Thinking of this, a simple defensive structure quickly took shape in Han Feng's mind. Early the next morning, Han Feng gathered all the adults and told them he wanted to use a brick wall to enclose 3 sides of the cave, leaving only a 2-meter-wide passage on the east side as an exit, and use a 3-meter-high cheval de frise as the main gate, with 4 layers of spears tied to its front. The simple wall would be built with green bricks, and in this cold weather, they only needed to pour water on the finished brick wall to have it freeze together. Come next spring, when the weather warmed and the ice melted, these bricks could still be used to build the city wall without any problem. In the following days, all the adults in the tribe got to work together, coupled with wheelbarrows and numerous tools. The height of the wall rose at a speed visible to the naked eye. Meanwhile, in the Black Rat tribe, Big Rat was also using the earthenware pot to cook meat soup, describing to his elder what he had seen and gained on his diplomatic mission. The Black Rat Shaman King grew more and more excited as he listened to glint flashing in his eyes. No one knew what he was thinking at that moment. The Black Rat Shaman grew more excited as he listened to glint in his eyes. He decided to personally accompany Big Rat on the next trip. Back at the tribe, the temporary wall was completed. It was 3 meters high and nearly half a meter thick enough to repel any human attack. With the temporary ice wall built, defensive weapons naturally had to be prepared as well. Before, the tribe members had mainly used bronze shovels. While those could serve as weapons, they were only useful for close combat, and close combat would easily result in casualties. Therefore, ranged weapons became the focus of development. After careful consideration, Han Feng decided that javelins were the most suitable choice, as long as one was hit. Death would be almost inevitable. This could reduce the enemy's numbers before they closed in. In the past, the tribe's javelins were all made of wood. They lacked piercing power and durability. But now, Han Feng had several hundred plates of copper and tin. All that was needed was to add metal tips to the wooden javelins. Crafting these spearheads was also very simple. Han Feng personally made one as a model, then handed the rest of the work to Mu Yong and Mu Dui. The other tribe members helped with assembly, and by the 4th day they had produced 260 new-style javelins. Now with the enclosure wall and the javelins, Han Feng finally had some confidence. This time, as long as no more than 20 people came, the tribe's more than 60 adults could wipe out the entire enemy force with a single volley of javelins. Today happened to be the day they were dousing and sealing the brick kiln. Outside the enclosure wall, there was not a soul in sight. Just at this moment, Big Rat led his people across the river, but could not find the tribe's cave. He only saw that the spot that was an empty clearing just days before now suddenly sported a wall of ice white mixed with pale blue. Big Rat rushed to the front of the ice wall. This wall wasn't here a few days ago. Could it have sprouted from the ground? The rat shaman who was walking behind also approached. Looking at the large, identical green bricks on the wall, he could not help but exclaim, "This is truly a divine miracle." Meat Bun, who was playing inside the enclosure, was attracted by the commotion outside. It ran to the gate and poked its head out to look. Seeing that the people who had stabbed at it with spears before had come again, it immediately stuck its snout out and let out a roar. Only then did Big Rat notice that this wall actually had a gate. It was just that the outer wooden frame was covered with sharp wooden stakes. Although he didn't know what it was for, he could still imagine the scene of charging enemies being impaled to death on the spikes, and he couldn't help but feel a sense of admiration. The women and children were thinking, why the tribe didn't eat that 4-legged beast? It had so much meat on it. Just then Han Feng heard Meat Bun's roar, and led more than 10 tribe members out of the cave, each carrying a new-style javelin. Big Rat quickly signaled that he had come this time to trade for pottery, even pulling the women and children forward for Han Feng to see. Han Feng nodded. Only then did he order his men to remove the cheval de frise. The moment Big Rat and his people stepped inside, they were stunned by the scene before them. They saw 30 identical wheelbarrows parked beside the livestock pen, and next to the cave entrance there were 50 bronze shovels. More than 200 javelins with glistening tips were neatly arranged in a row near the cave entrance. The gate of the livestock pen was open, and the herd of greenhorned sheep grazing inside bleated upon seeing the strangers. Big Rat's group was instantly terrified. It turned out that besides those 2 monstrous beasts, the tribe was also raising so many other animals, and they were kept indoors. Upon entering the cave, Big Rat and his people were even more stunned, even more astounded. Everywhere they looked, there were people. It seemed their population was by no means smaller than the Black Rat tribes. The tribe's members were sizing up Big Rat's group. While Big Rat was staring intently at the pile of earthen pots by the fire pit, he wondered how much fire it would take to fire this many. It would probably cost all the people in his tribe to trade for them. The Black Rat tribe's women, on the other hand, caught his attention. All had rosy complexions and did not look hungry. Moreover, each one had animal skins to wear. Only the shaman of the Black Rat tribe was the most observant. He kept staring at the several hundred Chinese characters on the cliff wall, seeing that this old man was interested in the Chinese characters. Han Feng did not disturb him, and told the elder to go trade with Big Rat first this time. Big Rat brought 7 women and 6 children around 11 or 12 years old, as well as 4 baskets of peanuts. He intended to trade them for 10 pots and 4 bowls. After receiving the pottery, Big Rat was very happy. From now on, his tribe's people could also drink hot soup. But what was even more joyous was that the children and young women who were traded were all very happy when they saw the powerful tribe, knowing that in the future, they could be like the people here and no longer have to suffer from hunger. At this moment, the shaman saw that they had finished trading and hurriedly went to Han Feng's side to ask what those Chinese characters were. His intuition told him that those symbols were very advanced, and seeing his interest, Han Feng picked up a small stick and explained it to him in detail. Only then did the shaman understand that those symbols were another way of expressing language. If everyone in the tribe learned this type of symbol, could one write the symbols for others to see, and others would know what one was saying. Han Feng didn't know what the old man was thinking, but seeing him in thought, he didn't disturb him. Don't be fooled by the fact that the tribe's people learn Chinese characters every day. It was all for the sake of some sugar-roasted chestnuts for someone to be able to ponder on their own. There was no one as insightful as this. For a moment, Han Feng felt a fondness for this talent, even though this was just an old man from another tribe. Next, Han Feng took the initiative to invite the shaman and Big Rat to stay the night and return tomorrow. Upon hearing Han Feng's invitation, the shaman happily agreed. He also had many things he wanted to discuss with Han Feng to show his welcome. Han Feng announced a feast for today. They could have an extra meal for dinner, but the cave was a bit crowded. If everyone were to sleep inside, there would definitely not be enough space. So Han Feng planned to move the rabbit hutch to the open ground outside the cave entrance to make more space inside the cave. Han Feng chose a spot and told everyone to start working using bricks to build 4 walls. The ground was also fully paved, and then a thick layer of dry grass was spread on top. And just like that, it was done. The women carried more than 50 rabbits to the new hutch. The shaman took the initiative to ask why Han Feng didn't kill the rabbits. They were all food after all. Before Han Feng could even answer, Big Tree quickly explained, clarifying Han Feng's purpose for raising rabbits. He had witnessed with his own eyes the first time the rabbits reproduced, going from over 30 to over 50. Now raising rabbits was easier than hunting them. Everyone from the Black Rat tribe was very surprised after hearing this. The principle of animal husbandry was very simple. They all understood it, they just never expected such a way to store food as for the shaman. He was silently speculating about the tribe's miraculous things. He quietly pulled Han Feng to a corner and asked in a low voice, "Who told you all these things? Was it the god of your tribe?" Han Feng told him frankly. "My tribe has no god. These are things I naturally knew." After hearing this, the look in the shaman's eyes as he looked at Han Feng changed. "Could it be that you are a god?" Han Feng paid no mind to his unusual gaze, and instead led everyone to see the paddy fields that were about to be developed. He proudly told them that by next year he would have more food than they could eat. Big Rat was a bit skeptical after hearing this. Although Han Feng's tribe had more people than his, this many people still couldn't eat that much food. After walking around for a while, he finally got to the main point. Han Feng smiled and said to him, "I will invite other tribes to join our tribe so that more people become my people." After hearing this, Big Rat looked unconvinced. No tribe would be willing to just join you. Hearing this, Han Feng gave a faint smile and called Big Tree over. He told him to tell their story. Big Tree had personally experienced the scene of the cannibal tribe's invasion. He recounted it so vividly that it made them feel as if they were there themselves. After listening, Big Rat broke out in a cold sweat. He never expected such a tribe to exist. Thankfully, his tribe hadn't encountered them, seeing that the time was ripe. Han Feng dropped another bombshell. That cannibal tribe is just across the river. They have many adult men. Whenever they appear, there are no fewer than 50 of them. And they also have many large, long-nosed beasts like Huishan. They might not be far from your tribe. I hope you will be careful." After saying these words, Han Feng patted Big Rat on the shoulder and turned to walk inside the enclosure wall. But the shaman and Big Rat were both terrified by this news, knowing the cannibal tribe was right near their own. How could they possibly be at ease as guests in the tribe? They immediately went to find Han Feng to bid farewell, saying they had to return to prepare their defenses. Since they wanted to leave, Han Feng didn't try to keep them. He gave them 10 large fish as provisions for their journey. Before they left, Han Feng also told the shaman that if they encountered danger, they could come here for help. Upon hearing this, the shaman and Big Rat were moved to tears. They thanked Han Feng profusely, then hurriedly led their people back to their own tribe after Big Rat's group had left. The tribe returned to its peaceful state on the 3rd day of the first full moon of winter. A heavy snow fell for a whole day and night. The snow on the open ground was more than 30 centimeters deep. The brick-making work had to be halted that day. Han Feng was lying on a pile of grass in the livestock pen. Peeling chestnuts, Meat Bun and Huishan lay on either side, taking the opportunity when he wasn't looking to steal a few nuts. Just then, Huishan suddenly raised its head, perking up its big ears to listen to a distant commotion. Han Feng noticed the abnormality and immediately stopped what he was doing. Less than a minute later, the ground shook violently. Han Feng rushed out of the livestock pen and climbed onto the western enclosure wall. To observe the situation, he saw to the west at the edge of the forest a giant hunting party, formed by many ferocious carnivorous beasts, frantically chasing a herd of herbivores ahead. Not only were there herds of bison that Han Feng had never seen before, but also moose, an animal he had only ever seen in museums. But mixed in the herd, there were even several dozen legendary beasts, also known as llamas. And the predators behind them included not only tall terror birds, but also herds of wild boars. But in this hunting party, they were considered mere cannon fodder. The true main force of this army was a pack of gray wolves numbering over 200. Han Feng, hiding behind the wall, didn't even dare to breathe loudly. Carefully observing the situation outside, Huishan and Meat Bun also lay silently to the side, watching the spectacle before them. At this moment, a large number of pursuers were right behind them. The lead bull led over 100 bison, desperately running towards the northeast. The alpha wolf at the rear suddenly let out a howl. Over 100 hungry wolves from the gray wolf pack quickly rushed out to flank the bison herd. Sensing the impending disaster, the herd of llamas ran the fastest. Taking the lead, they surged ahead of the bison, becoming the trailblazers in this life-or-death escape. The more than 60 moose were not to be outdone either. Swinging their 4 long legs, they followed closely behind the llamas. The lead bull was unwilling to accept this, if not for the protection of the whole herd. Though several dozen llamas would have been eaten long ago now that disaster struck, they were the first to run. At this critical moment, the lead bull suddenly discovered that the herd of llamas ahead had vanished. Then the more than 20 moose running in front also disappeared. The lead bull was still running frantically. Just as it was about to catch up to the moose, the sight before it made the hair on its body stand on end. What the hell is this? Since when was there such a long and deep ditch here? Seeing this, Han Feng was overjoyed. I never expected the artificial ditch, which was originally intended for developing the paddy fields, would have such a miraculous effect. This is truly a gift from the heavens. At this moment, the lead bull was going crazy. The ditch in front was definitely impassable. It could only come to an abrupt halt. They formed a horizontal line, pointing their sharp horns outward. The wolf pack bared its fangs and claws, and slowly closed in, tightening the encirclement. Just at this tense moment, when a great battle was about to erupt, a farting sound broke the atmosphere. Both the bison herd and the wolf pack were stunned. Hundreds of curious eyes turned in unison towards the western wall, only to see a two-legged person wearing a yellow hat, repeatedly smacking the head of a giant elephant-like creature beside him. Damn it, I told you not to be so greedy. Now you've doomed us. The bison, looking in this direction, suddenly had their eyes light up because there was no ditch near that wall. The wolves' eyes also lit up because they discovered prey that was easier to hunt than the bison. Han Feng suddenly noticed their unusual gazes, and immediately turned tail and ran towards the cave, shouting as he ran, "Grab your weapons and defend the cave entrance." Now the enclosure wall was useless. The brick wall, 1/2 meter thick and 3 meters high, which was meant to defend against human attacks. That's no problem, but a herd of mad cattle is another story. The herd basically didn't understand what Han Feng was saying. They led the charge with their main target in this direction. The alpha wolf saw the herd of cattle break through the encirclement. It hurriedly ordered its pack to drive the wild boars forward to launch the first counterattack. The herd of wild boars immediately rushed to the front. They had no other choice. After all, their numbers were smaller, and they still wanted a share of the hunt. They had to act as the vanguard for the wolf pack. The terror birds were different, always lingering on the periphery to seize any advantage. If there was no advantage, they would flee. Right now, with their lives on the line, how could the cattle possibly back down? A collision unprecedented in history, like Mars crashing into Earth, took place. Over 100 cattle, each standing over 6 feet tall and weighing more than a ton, charged forward as one. The normally fierce and mighty wild boars were now like tissue paper before a blade. The cattle's horns, over 1.5 feet long, ripped through the boars' bellies. In the blink of an eye, over 10 wild boars were gored and sent flying, crashing straight into the tribe's interconnected walls. Bonded with a simple mortar, they couldn't withstand the continuous impacts and came crashing down with a loud rumble. Terrified Meatball and Stinky scrambled to the cave entrance, backing up so far, their rumps nearly blocked the opening. The remaining dozen or so wild boars were scared witless. They turned, trampled over the bodies of their own kind, and fled inside the enclosure. In the chaos, more than 10 wild cattle followed them in. The two sides immediately clashed in a frenzied battle. In an instant, the livestock pen was demolished. 2 blue antelopes, trembling in fear inside, were caught in the chaos and gored by the cattle's horns. They died instantly, while Han Feng could only watch helplessly as the home he had worked so hard to build was destroyed in a flash. This chaotic battle of prehistoric beasts was not something mere mortals could intervene in. He could only struggle to preserve his own life and those of his tribespeople. During the chaos, the livestock pen collapsed, and the more than 10 tethered blue antelopes were crushed beneath the wreckage, then trampled by panicked wild boars and crazed cattle. It was unknown how many survived. This broke Han Feng's heart, as he had worked so hard to bring every one of those animals back. Meanwhile, outside the enclosure, the herd of over 100 wild cattle had now broken through the encirclement. They followed the man-made river running towards the northeast behind the tribe's mountain. The earlier spectacle of the wild boars being sent flying was still fresh in their minds. The wolf pack dared not confront them directly and could only hover on the outskirts. They picked off stray cattle, managing to kill over 20 of them. At this point, the alpha wolf ordered the pack to stop the chase. They began to prepare to enjoy their grand feast. But Han Feng inside the enclosure was burning with anxiety. His blue antelopes were all lost. If he didn't take this chance to recoup some of his losses, it would be a total disaster. Han Feng immediately summoned all the adults in the tribe, telling them to ready their spears. They would kill all the wild cattle and boars inside the enclosure. This was meat delivered to their door, and there was no reason not to take it. The next moment, 70 to 80 people formed a line before the cave entrance. In an instant, a rain of spears showered the wild boars and cattle that were still rampaging inside the enclosure. The thudding sound of bronze spearheads piercing flesh echoed out. More than 20 wild beasts fell right where they stood, each struck by multiple spears. Then Han Feng instructed the elder to take the children and defend the cave entrance. The rest followed him to the collapsed section of the enclosure wall. Several dozen wild boars were there, gored and half dead. When they arrived, the men formed the front line for defense. The women in the back finished off all the wild boars and dragged them inside the enclosure. Han Feng stepped forward, holding his golden spear at the ready. He warily watched the wolf pack ahead. The dozen or so men of the tribe stood on either side of Han Feng, forming a defensive line with raised spears. The women behind them, armed with bronze axes, finished off the boars on the ground with heavy thuds. The thuds, the agonizing squeals of the boars, and the women's rallying cries echoed relentlessly. This commotion quickly attracted the wolf pack's attention. Right after the alpha wolf let out a roar, the wolves feasting on the cattle carcasses all around stopped simultaneously. With mouths full of fresh blood, they stared toward Han Feng. A new battle was imminent. Hunting the wild boars had attracted the wolf pack's attention. The wolves that were dividing the cattle meat all around stopped simultaneously. With blood-soaked maws, they fixed their eyes on Han Feng. Han Feng quickly gave an order to his tribespeople. Tighten the formation. Anyone who kills a wolf will be rewarded with a wolf pelt and a bow and arrows. Initially, seeing several hundred wolves had made the tribe members a bit fearful, but now their eyes were filled with nothing but zeal. They looked at the ferocious wolf pack before them, as if seeing a pile of walking pelts heading their way. The next second, the alpha wolf let out a roar, and the entire pack assembled into a charge formation. They charged swiftly toward the collapsed wall. Han Feng immediately took the lead, raising his spear and thrusting it directly into an approaching hungry wolf. With a wet thud, fresh blood sprayed out. The ferocious wolf instantly collapsed. The men on either side also completed their first attack wave. In front of the spear wall, more than a dozen gray wolf carcasses lay strewn about. Inside the enclosure, with the help of Meatball and Stinky, all 50-plus wild boars had been completely wiped out. The newly freed women quickly joined the battle formation, filling in the gaps in the front line. The other women stood in the second rank with spears ready for any surprises. The clash lasted only a moment, but no less than 40 wolf carcasses were already piled up before the spear wall, especially now that the front line was reinforced. The pressure on the tribe's front line lessened, but how could the cunning gray wolves admit defeat so easily? Out of sight, it commanded another group of wolves to silently circle behind the wall, preparing to strike a fatal blow. But this did not escape Han Feng's notice, as he had been watching the alpha wolf's every move and sensed something was amiss. Han Feng quickly climbed the wall to get a full view of the battle on the front line. Where the wall had collapsed, over 50 gray wolf carcasses were piled high, forming a low barrier in front of the alpha wolf. Seeing Han Feng suddenly climb the wall, the alpha, worried its pincer attack would be exposed, let out a roar. It ordered the frontal assault team to change tactics. One by one, large elite gray wolves stepped on the bodies of their comrades. They leaped up, trying to clear the first spear wall and directly attack the second rank behind. This sudden development immediately caught Han Feng's attention. He hurriedly ordered the first rank to step forward and the second rank to defend from above. Just then, from the southern part of the wall, the pained yelp of a gray wolf suddenly echoed. Han Feng turned his head, his eyes widening. He saw that on the southern side of the wall, Meatball was using its huge trunk to repeatedly smack the gray wolves trying to climb over the wall. Seeing this, Stinky quickly copied him, fighting alongside Meatball. The front line was now stable, and the alpha wolf saw its attack was failing. It had to order the pack to halt its charge, hoping the flanking team could achieve a breakthrough. Just then, a strong gray wolf used its packmates as a springboard and leapt high, about to clear the 10-foot wall. But an arrow suddenly shot up from below, hitting the gray wolf in the neck and startling the other climbing wolves behind it. Then several more arrows flew past with a whoosh, putting an end to the wolf pack's stealth attack. Seeing that it couldn't break through on either front, the alpha wolf dared not press the attack further and let out a heaven-shaking howl. It hastily retreated to claim the dead wild cattle outside. But how could Han Feng possibly let them go? After losing so many of his blue antelopes, how could he just swallow his anger? Han Feng immediately issued a series of orders. The men were to remain on guard while the women dragged the gray wolf corpses from the collapsed wall back inside the enclosure. He assigned several women to make torches from firewood and boar fat, then told the elder to bring out all the reserve arrows. 10-odd minutes later, Meatball had on its back all the usable rope in the tribe. Stinky had Han Feng's quiver around its neck and carried him on its back. Alongside them, 30 adults holding torches and spears marched toward the cattle carcasses. Nearing the first cattle carcass, Han Feng fired arrows from over 30 yards away, killing several wolves. The other gray wolves didn't dare to stay and quickly scattered. Han Feng seized the opportunity to lead his people and secure the carcass. He told his people to tie ropes around the cattle's horns and have Meatball and Stinky drag them back. They went back and forth in this manner. Each time they left the enclosure, they also brought a large bundle of firewood. The wolf pack, having experienced the power of the bronze spears and arrows, and with everyone carrying a torch, could only watch in frustration as the humans hauled their prey away. Even the terror birds pecking at carcasses from a distance did not interfere. Were also shot down by Han Feng's bow and arrows. They all became prey for the tribe. The wolf pack had no other choice but to turn their greedy eyes to the living animals trapped in the ditch. But before they could launch an attack, the entire bank of the man-made river erupted in flames. The wolves' last bit of hope also vanished into thin air. They had to resentfully retreat into the forest. Meanwhile, at the man-made river, Han Feng and the tribespeople raised their torches to take stock of the spoils. In the 700-meter-long ditch, there were 36 llamas, 28 moose, 47 bison of various sizes, and 71 gray wolves trampled to death, and one terror bird with a broken leg. Now they had to figure out how to get them up. Getting all these living animals up would take a lot of time, but Han Feng was still worried that the wolves hiding in the forest would launch a sneak attack. So he led Ru Bao and Hui Shan to drag 2 bison carcasses to the edge of the forest. After more than an hour, all the wild animal carcasses outside were dragged inside the enclosure wall. It was now midnight. Everyone in the tribe was exhausted. To give them the strength to continue working, Han Feng told a few women to butcher a bison to make a late-night meal for everyone. Each person got a large piece of roasted meat with unlimited meat stew. This was the first fresh roasted meat everyone had eaten since winter began 3 months ago. Everyone was happy and excited. The men proudly boasted about how many gray wolves they had killed and how many rewards they could exchange them for. After eating, it was nearly dawn. The more than 70 adults were divided into 4 teams by Han Feng. One team of 10 people took turns standing on the enclosure wall, responsible for guard duty and patrols. Another team of 20 people was in charge of repairing the enclosure wall and livestock pens. The remaining 40-plus people took their tools and followed Han Feng outside the enclosure wall. First, he assigned 6 people with bronze shovels to dig a gentle slope on the north side of the man-made river. This slope was just wide enough for one animal to pass through. Once an animal went up this slope, it couldn't turn back. The remaining 30-plus people, under Han Feng's command, built a wooden fence. As soon as the livestock came up from below, they would enter this narrow path. Han Feng also brought out a temporary furnace burning charcoal inside to heat 2 iron hooks until they were red hot. After all the preparations were done, Han Feng told someone to hold a bundle of hay to lure the animals in the ditch up the slope. These herbivores were cold and hungry. As soon as they saw the bundle of hay, they immediately got up and followed the slope to climb onto the ground. Once on the ground, they were easy to handle. Several people threw out ropes and led them directly inside the enclosure wall. The last bison to come up had just poked its head over the slope when it was blocked in front and behind by several people with wooden clubs. Han Feng immediately took the red-hot bronze hook and pierced its nose. The fierce bison instantly became docile, allowing the tribespeople to lead it into the enclosure wall. This work lasted until the afternoon. All the animals in the ditch, both living and dead, were brought up. Tallying all the spoils again, they had a total of 97 living animals of 3 types. The number of dead bison was 45. 52 wild boars, 17 moose, and 113 gray wolves. There were also 14 terror birds shot dead with bows and arrows. In addition, the blue antelopes trampled to death in their pen had all perished. Fortunately, the rabbit hutch was miraculously preserved after this chaotic battle. After a busy day, evening came. All the damaged areas had been repaired. The 3 sides of the enclosure wall were built 5 layers of green bricks higher to prevent the gray wolves from jumping in from the outside. In the open ground inside the enclosure wall, the crackling of fire and the cheerful laughter of the tribespeople could be heard. More than 100 people gathered around the fire working hard. A woman boasted to others that she had skinned a wolf before. She would teach everyone how to skin them. Mu Yang, holding a handsaw, was sawing the horns off the dead bison, signaling to a few kids from the Black Rat tribe to come and learn. He would let them try later. The children held large pieces of roasted meat, singing songs that Han Feng couldn't understand. They were very happy because today the food was unlimited. Meanwhile, Han Feng stood in the middle of the open ground, watching the tribespeople who had been busy for a whole day and night, yet still seemed tireless. He couldn't help but feel a little worried. There was only a little over a month of winter left. When the weather warmed up, what would they do with all this uneaten meat? It was basically impossible to preserve. The work of skinning and butchering continued until midnight, but the tribespeople, their eyes red from staying up late, still didn't know how to rest. They were truly very happy. They had never seen so much meat in their entire lives. In the end, Han Feng had to force them to go rest. Early the next morning, the tribespeople, having rested for only half the night, woke up full of energy. Han Feng had to rearrange their tasks. First, he had Liu Zi lead Da Ji and Hu Zi to make 42 bullnose rings. Then he told the men to dig 2 small pits, fill them with water, and use them to process the more than 200 animal hides. The remaining people continued to butcher meat. Da Shu led 8 people to process the bison horns and sinews. Meanwhile, Han Feng called over 3 adult men from the former Baldhead tribe. The salt rocks you used to trade with us before, where did you get them from? Chief, we get the salt rocks from a small hole inside our cave. Each time we have to let a 3 or 4-year-old child crawl in. Adults like us have never seen it. You answered very well. Next time we go, you will lead the way, Han Feng said, considering that the wolf pack was still hiding in the western forest. He planned to wait a while before going to get more. Now that he knew where a salt source was, he no longer had to worry about a salt shortage. Han Feng then ordered all the reserve salt to be brought out and began teaching them how to make cured meat and sausages. At the same time, Big Rat and the Rat Shaman and their people had hurried back to their tribe. They both took Han Feng's warning very seriously. The 2 of them discussed it for a while. In the end, they decided that Big Rat would lead a 20-person hunting party to the west to investigate, to see if what Han Feng said was true. Meanwhile, the shaman himself stayed in the tribe to command the women to build an enclosure wall for defense. He even learned from Han Feng's tribe using wooden stakes and stone spears to make a gate. The tribespeople used the pottery they had bought to cook meat stew. While eating, they whispered among themselves, "A tribe that can make such high-quality earthenware pots must be very powerful. If only we could be traded to that tribe." These words reached the Rat Shaman's ears. He wasn't angry at all. He just closed his eyes, Han Feng's words echoing endlessly in his mind. "Just join the tribe and you will have endless food to eat, endless animal hides to wear, and a safe place to live." This voice resounded in the shaman's heart, making his head spin. Suddenly, he opened his eyes wide and said excitedly, "Our tribe is no smaller than Han Feng's tribe. Why should we join them? Didn't the chief of Han Feng's tribe say he could make the land grow endless food? Let's wait and see. What if he's not telling the truth? Just then, Big Rat returned with the hunting party. He returned holding the necklace made of human bones. Shaman sir, look, we found these and many frozen corpses in the forest. After hearing this, the rat shaman nodded repeatedly. It seems they were telling the truth. For a moment, both men were silent, not knowing what to do. After a while, the rat shaman said to Big Rat, "For the past 2 days, I've had our people build an enclosure wall. If those cannibals really come to attack, do you think we can hold them off?" "No way. Even children can climb over those fences." The rat shaman sighed helplessly. "Then post more guards. Also tell the women and children to make more weapons, if that day really comes. And we can't hold them off, we'll figure it out then. If only we had more people." And Big Rat nodded. He was about to get up to arrange the work, but suddenly, as if he had an idea, he said, "I have a way for us to get more people." Hearing this, the rat shaman's eyes lit up. "Quick, what is it?" "Sir, do you remember the Mu Li tribe that guards the chestnut forest? They definitely need this pottery too. We can use this pottery to trade for people with them. Han Feng's tribe uses 1 pot to trade for 2 children who are not yet adults. Or 1 adult woman, so we'll double the price. We'll use 1 pot to trade for 2 women or 4 children from the Mu Li tribe. Then we'll use the people we get to trade with Han Feng's tribe. We'll keep the extra people for ourselves." The rat shaman was overjoyed when he heard this. "So we can trade like that. You boy, you're a real talent. Even Han Feng, far away on the west bank of the river, would never have guessed that the first middleman who profits from arbitrage in primitive society. I had just been born. Let's do it this way. You take some men and go to the Mu Li tribe immediately. First use the pots we traded for to deal with them," the shaman urged hastily. Big Rat acknowledged and hurried out to start preparing. Meanwhile, in Han Feng's tribe, he was thinking of a way to eliminate that wolf pack. Right now, that wolf pack is still hiding in the forest and won't come out, and the tribe's salt supply is only enough for 200 people for 1 month. This stalemate is not a solution, Han Feng thought endlessly. Going out to fight is impossible, and taking too few people would just be feeding them to the wolves. At that moment, Ku Bing's voice echoed from outside the cave, telling someone to listen and behave, not to cause trouble. Liu Zi and Da Li were piercing the noses of the wild bison, which were a bit unruly due to the pain, while Ku Bing stood behind with a thorny stick. Borrowing the tiger's might, he whipped the bison's rear. Han Feng's eyes lit up as an idea suddenly sparked in his mind. He laughed loudly and went outside to gather 10 vines. These vines were as thick as a finger, their stems covered in sharp, hard thorns. They were perfect for making deadly traps. First, Han Feng used an axe to chop them into thumb-length pieces. Then he soaked them in cold water to let them freeze solid, waiting until a shell of ice formed on the outside, covering all the sharp thorns. Finally, he coated this outside with a thick layer of lard. As soon as a wolf swallowed this, the outer ice shell would melt in its stomach. At that point, these thorny vines would puncture their internal organs and they would surely die. At noon that day, Han Feng rode Hui Shan to the edge of the forest and threw down some animal entrails. First, he gave them a little treat to lull the wolf pack's vigilance. By nightfall, the truly deadly gift would be thrown out. The thorny vines, coated in a shell of ice and lard, filled several large baskets and were scattered all along the western edge of the forest. Now all he had to do was wait for the wolf pack to fall into the trap. Thinking of the soft wolf pelts, Han Feng couldn't help but feel even more expectant. At this time, Han Feng had dumped several large baskets of thorny vines at the western edge of the forest. Next, he dared not be careless. He hurriedly instructed the guards on the city wall to pay close attention to any movement at the forest's edge, not to miss even the slightest rustle of grass in the wind. Then he dragged his exhausted body back to the cave to rest for a while. A day was about to end, but the tribe's work was endless. Spring planting and salt mining had become the 2 most important tasks for the tribe's survival and development at this time. Previously, the tribe's livestock numbers were very small, with only 16 blue antelopes, of which only 2 were males. They could be used for plowing, but compared to the wild bison now, their stature was much smaller. The small plow from before was clearly no longer suitable. A new type of wooden plow with 2 plowshares gradually took shape in his mind, just as he was concentrating on researching the new type of bronze plow. Big Rat, who always wanted to play both good cop and bad cop, had begun his trading journey. The Li tribe had over 230 people. Within the tribe's territory, there was a vast and magnificent chestnut forest. Although chestnuts couldn't serve as a staple food to keep the whole tribe full every day, during lean hunting seasons, it could still fill their stomachs, preventing widespread starvation. The tribe lived quite peacefully. Their settlement was located south of the Black Rat tribe, not too far and not too close, taking exactly a day's walk. This distance between the primitive tribes was considered normal. After all, in an era without transportation, everyone had to travel on their own 2 feet and return to their dwellings before sunset. At night, wild beasts roamed outside and the danger was immeasurable. Big Rat led 10 strong men and walked aggressively for a whole day. When they arrived, it was just in time for the Li tribe to prepare dinner. The chieftain Mao Li and the tribe's shaman saw them and suddenly felt annoyed. The winter had just passed, and all tribes were short on food, struggling to get by. Their own homes were about to run out of rice to cook. Coming to visit at this time, wasn't it just to freeload? Mao Li's face darkened his attitude, harsh, showing no courtesy. Big Rat understood the situation. Knowing he wasn't welcome, he quickly smiled and explained that he hadn't come to freeload. He also told his subordinates to quickly take out their food. Only then did Mao Li's expression soften a little, leading them into the tribe's residential area. It was a dozen or so semi-subterranean earthen houses, looking like the Han tribe's brick kilns. The lower half was underground. The upper half used tree branches to form a dome, which was then plastered with a thick layer of mud, leaving a smoke hole at the top. As soon as Big Rat entered a house, his eyes were drawn to the fire pit in the middle. He saw the people of the Li tribe roasting chestnuts and dried meat, and a plan formed in his mind. He turned his head about to introduce his clay pots, but was met with Mao Li's cold face. Mao Li was annoyed. He felt that this man had been staring at the food since he walked in, surely with ill intentions. Big Rat wasn't angry at all. He calmly told his men to take out the clay pots and dried meat, gather around the fire pit, and cook their own dinner. Mao Li saw that they had indeed brought their own food, and even had exquisite pottery. His expression finally relaxed, and his attention shifted entirely to the clay pot, especially when he heard that using this pot to cook meat could both ward off the cold and save food. He was immediately interested. Although Big Rat was full of hot air, Mao Li didn't pay much attention, but the tribe was indeed short of food. Saving food was very important, but when it came to the price, the two sides immediately had a dispute. Big Rat had only brought clay pots. Without any vats or bowls for reference, Mao Li couldn't estimate the value of the clay pots, and felt that Big Rat was asking for an exorbitant price. After a round of haggling, the two sides agreed that one clay pot could be exchanged for 3 young boys, or 1 woman and 1 young boy. Big Rat had calculated, carefully determined to expand his tribe's fighting force. He only wanted to trade for young boys. He looked down on women for their weakness, believing they would be a drag on the team. Although these boys were only 10 or 11 years old according to the tribe's calculations, in just 1 or 2 years, they would reach adulthood. With a little training, they could go into battle and kill enemies. Mao Li was not satisfied. Giving away so many young, strong laborers at once, even though the tribe was populous, it couldn't bear this loss. So the two sides agreed that this was a one-time deal. In the future, they could not only trade for boys. Big Rat nodded repeatedly in agreement. Early the next morning, Big Rat left 5 clay pots and led 15 young boys and his subordinates back to the Black Rat tribe satisfied. Winter was about to end, and he still remembered the trade with the Han tribe, so he anxiously planned his next move. At the same time, in the Han tribe, everyone was exhilarated. After the arduous battle to defend the tribe, everyone had performed heroic deeds. The rewards that Han Feng had promised before the battle now had to be fulfilled. The thick, warm wolf pelts were given to all the men and women of the tribe. Although the number of bronze items was not large, Han Feng was not stingy. All the men were rewarded with a bronze buckle. It was specially made in the shape of a fierce wolf's head. Though not large, its meaning was very special, symbolizing meritorious service like a medal. Everyone loved it and wouldn't part with it. The women who participated in the battle received a bronze comb. It was exquisite, and everyone smiled like a blooming flower. What excited the tribe members the most was that each person received a longbow. Everyone had long witnessed the power of the longbow. Hunting at close range resulted in heavy casualties, but with a longbow, attacking from a distance was much safer. The number of arrows they could carry was also greater than spears, and the enemy killing efficiency was significantly improved. Although the rule before the battle was to kill 5 wolves, or more to receive a bow, the actual number of gray wolves killed was just over 70, with many people and few wolves. There simply weren't enough to go around. Han Feng took this opportunity to fully equip the tribe members with longbows. The new style of longbow was made from fir wood, a sturdy material with excellent elasticity. The bowstring was made from sisal fibers, which were incredibly tough. It had excellent tensile strength, a total length of 1.75 meters, suitable for the height of most tribe members, and its power was not to be underestimated. The tribe had readily available wood and a set of carpentry tools. Initially, Han Feng thought that mass production would be simple. But when he started, he found it was full of difficulties. The first was sawing the wood. The selection of wood for making bows was very strict, requiring straight fir trees. A heartwood to sapwood ratio of 1 to 2 was best. The pith in the center was very weak. If used for the bow's body, the bow would be easily damaged and have a short lifespan. But the tribe currently only had 1 large cumbersome wood saw that required 2 people to pull. It was simply impossible to do detailed work with it. The small hand saw was only for trimming branches, and sawing round logs was very exhausting. Han Feng racked his brain. He finally remembered seeing a type of frame saw, also known as a coping saw, in his childhood. It used the saw frame to tension the blade, and was very convenient for sawing wooden planks. With an idea in his mind, Han Feng quickly made a plan. He assigned Liu Zi to make saw blades with 2 holes at each end, while Mu Yang made the U-shaped saw frame. Both of them had experience. Making these small tools was no problem for them. Han Feng himself buried his head in researching another difficult problem: how to draw a straight line on a round log. The method of snapping an ink line immediately came to his mind. This was the wisdom of the ancestors: 2 points make a straight line. Although the tribe had hemp rope, it had no ink. Normally, without paper teaching, literacy didn't require pens and ink. Now there was an urgent need for ink. Han Feng racked his brain to remember how the ancients made it, recalling that pine soot ink was made from the soot of pine wood. Although there's incompletely burned oil, it's not necessary to go through the trouble of building a kiln and chimney to collect the soot. But building a small stove with green bricks was still doable. Han Feng immediately got to work burning pine branches, and soon black smoke was billowing thickly. The green bricks quickly became blackened. He carefully scraped off the soot layer and mixed it with water, and just like that he had a bowl of thick ink. Next, he soaked a hemp string in the bowl of ink, waited for it to be fully saturated, then pulled it out. And there it was, a simple ink line. Although there was no ink box, snapping the line directly by hand was acceptable for now. Han Feng and Mudong, their hands smeared with ink, were concentrating on marking lines when Liu Tu and Mudong ran over breathlessly holding the newly finished frame saw. With an expectant look, they asked him to see if it was any good. Han Feng casually picked up a handful of snow, rubbed his hands clean, and took the saw that was nearly 70 centimeters long. He saw the bronze blade was firmly attached to 2 bronze pins on the saw's frame. Tightening the hemp cord made the blade taut. He placed the saw on the ink line marked on the round log and gave it a light pull. Sawdust flew everywhere along the ink line. In the blink of an eye, the blade cut a small groove. The saw moved forward smoothly, its efficiency far exceeding his expectations. Han Feng immediately ordered, "Make 20 more exactly like this one. Do we have enough bronze?" Liu Tu did a quick calculation and nodded firmly. "Yes, enough. The saw blades don't use much bronze." Han Feng waved his hand. "Then go ahead and make them freely. Don't skimp on materials. The tribe's development needs bronze everywhere for tools, weapons, and daily utensils. We can't lack any of these things. Right now, we don't even have a single bronze pot, and spring is approaching. Farming and salt mining are urgent tasks, and we must also start mining the copper ore." Thinking about mining? The mine, Han Feng had a new idea: a boat. Or to be precise, a raft. To get to the mine, one had to go upstream. It would take more than half a day on foot. Using pack animals was not only inefficient, but also very strenuous. Moreover, there were places the animals couldn't cross, so the speed wasn't much faster. If we loaded goods onto a boat from the tree tribe's location and went downstream, it would only take over an hour to get there, and it could carry much more cargo. This raft was designed with 2 slightly curved ends and a flat bottom. It was specialized for inland rivers, where the water level varies between shallow and deep. A flat-bottomed boat has a shallow draft. No matter how shallow the water, it could move safely, and would absolutely not run aground. Its safety and river crossing capabilities were number 1. Considering the width of the river, Han Feng designed the boat to be 3 meters wide and 8 meters long, a reasonable length-to-width ratio. This ensured both speed and stability, allowing even the novices in the tribe to control it easily. First, the hull was reinforced with 2 Chinese and 7 U-shaped ribs made from pine wood. The planks were made from fir wood core. The outer layer of the wood was used for making bows, thus making full use of the materials. Paddles also didn't need to be made separately. The bronze spear was a ready-made multi-purpose item, serving as a paddle, a weapon, and a tool. Everyone saw Han Feng busy creating new things all day. Everyone was curious. Only the people from the tree tribe had a vague idea, as they had seen Han Feng use tree branches before, to make a simple wooden raft. The principle was the same as this wooden boat. This flat-bottom boat was simply made with logs and planks instead. One afternoon, while Han Feng was directing everyone's work, Wu Mao, who was on watch, suddenly shouted, "Chieftain, east of the river more than 20 people are approaching. They look like people from the Black Rat tribe. They're heading our way." Han Feng's heart tightened, feeling a bit puzzled. He quickly climbed the stockade wall to observe. He saw Big Rat leading 10 adults and 10 young boys, all hurrying over. Han Feng wondered to himself, the Black Rat tribe only has a little over 150 people. Where did they get so many boys nearing adulthood? The people who had been traded from the Black Rat tribe before heard the shout and thought another trade was happening, and excitedly ran out to watch, hoping to see their relatives. Meanwhile, the boys from the Lat tribe following Big Rat looked bewildered. They only knew that their chieftain had traded them for 5 stone pots. Although they didn't understand what was going on, they didn't complain, and obediently followed Big Rat's group. Arriving at the gate, they looked up at the high wall. Then they looked inside and saw hundreds of livestock and countless pieces of drying salted meat. There were also 100 animal hides. He almost couldn't believe his eyes. If he hadn't seen Han Feng wearing his yellow hat, he would have thought he'd come to the wrong place. He swallowed hard and said in a low voice, Is this the Han tribe?" "I am Big Rat. I've come to trade for pottery." Han Feng looked at Big Rat and his followers and didn't fuss much. Following the old custom, he told them to hand over their weapons before allowing them inside the stockade. Big Rat pointed to the young boys and said, "Chieftain of the Han tribe, I've come to trade for pottery. These are the people I've brought this time. We still only want to trade for clay pots." While sending someone to get the clay pots, Han Feng sized them up suspiciously. Although Big Rat didn't understand what Han Feng was saying, he acted evasively, pretending not to know anything and just looking around. In truth, Han Feng was very much hoping he would bring more people. Children could be raised to work, so trading them for clay pots was a great bargain. Thu Nha and Hao Tu quickly brought 5 clay pots. The trade was simple: 10 boys for 5 clay pots. It was getting dark and a wolf pack was prowling outside. Han Feng proactively invited Big Rat and the others to stay for the night and go back in the morning. Saying this, he pulled him into the cave and told everyone to cook a meat soup to treat their guests. The 10 boys from the Lat tribe, who didn't understand how they had been traded away, saw that the Han tribe was powerful and wealthy, with lots of livestock and more meat than they could eat. They also had bison, elk, and giant mammoths that were larger than a person. The boys were both amazed and secretly happy. They hoped they could stay here from now on. Han Feng told the elder to arrange lodging for them, have them clean up, change their animal skins, and be taught to recognize written characters. After arranging their quarters, their first task was to learn the Han language and characters, and to get acquainted with the tribe. Finally, he told them to eat and drink to their heart's content. The tribe had more than enough food. The boys felt incredibly happy. In the Lat tribe, they had often been hungry. Children had to fight for food, and the weaker ones could only go hungry. But now here, all the food was unlimited. There was fragrant meat soup, and even large chunks of stewed meat. They ate bowl after bowl until they were so full they couldn't stop burping. Han Feng really couldn't bear to see this, and quickly spoke up to stop them, thinking to himself, "Don't let them die from overeating right after I traded for them." Although the Han tribe had a lot of food, it couldn't be wasted. There would be plenty for them to eat in the future. After they finished eating, the sky had already turned dark. The cave was a bit crowded, so the people on night watch would sleep in the huts made of green bricks. Inside the stockade, Big Rat and the others were also given a place to stay. Big Rat did not sleep and stood guard on the stockade wall with Han Feng. He curiously looked at the pile of wolfskins inside the stockade, silently comparing it to his own tribe. He knew the gap between them was enormous. A tribe that could kill so many gray wolves. Their combat strength was truly not something his own tribe could compare with. His own tribe had to struggle just to trade for a few more people, while this tribe had people coming to them asking to join. And they even got to eat hot meat soup. The more he thought about it, the more he sighed. Finally, he went back to sleep. At midnight, it was Big Tree and Thuna's watch shift. Han Feng asked about the wolf pack. Big Tree said that the night before last, there was still a large pack of wolves at the edge of the forest. He had seen many pairs of green eyes. Thu added, "Last night there were far fewer. I only saw about 10 or so." Han Feng smiled and nodded. He had been awake for half the night and hadn't seen the wolf pack appear. The edge of the forest was unusually quiet. "It seems the wolves have fallen for the trap. When morning comes, we'll go out and check. We might be able to harvest a good amount of wolf skins and meat." Early the next morning, after seeing off Big Rat and his group, Han Feng gathered 30 adults. After finishing breakfast, they headed towards the western forest. Meat Bun and Gray Mountain followed along. These two animals hadn't been outside for a long time. They were excitedly twisting and wagging their tails, sniffing and looking around as they walked. When Han Feng reached the edge of the forest, he first checked the thorny vines that had disappeared in the snow. There were many signs of searching and gray wolf tracks. He breathed a sigh of relief. The wolves had indeed fallen for the trap, he just didn't know the result. He waved his hand. Everyone gripped their weapons tightly and silently formed up behind him as they entered the forest. The path was very quiet. There was only the sound of their footsteps on the snow. Gray Mountain and Meat Bun also followed, obediently imitating him by observing the ground. Soon under a tree, they discovered the carcasses of 2 gray wolves. There were many bite marks on their heads. The flesh on their bodies was gone, and their hides were torn to shreds. It looked like the wolves had fought among themselves, or had resorted to cannibalism out of extreme hunger. After walking for another 3 hours, they reached the valley where Han Feng had once harvested sword hemp. The gray wolf tracks on the ground became very chaotic. The tracks ultimately led to the mountain that was once the territory of the Baldhead tribe. Han Feng thought to himself, could they have run into the Baldhead's cave wolves like to occupy the caves of others? Nearby, a place that could hold so many gray wolves could only be that cave. As expected, when they climbed to the mountain peak, they indeed found several frozen wolf carcasses with bloated stomachs and a lot of blood around their mouths and anuses. It was clear it had suffered immense pain before dying. Han Feng told everyone to place the wolf's body in one spot, mark it, and continue heading west. They occasionally found gray wolf carcasses along the path. By late morning, they reached an area about 1 kilometer from the cave entrance. The wolf tracks on the ground here were extremely dense. The wolf pack is probably hiding nearby. Han Feng cautiously led his people to encircle the area, but it was unusually quiet. Seeing this, Dali whispered, "Maybe they're all dead." Han Feng quickly warned in a low voice, "You must remain vigilant and never let your guard down. Wolves are very cunning creatures." A few minutes later, everyone arrived at the cave entrance and could finally see the situation inside clearly. Inside the cave, most of the gray wolves were dead. The survivors were only barely breathing, whimpering incessantly, but lacking the strength to move. Seeing this, Han Feng immediately gave the order for everyone to split into groups of 2 and kill them all. The tribe members obeyed the command and divided into groups to collect the spoils. The wolf meat was edible, and since the tribespeople never wasted food, they were naturally happy to gather it all. Meanwhile, Han Feng took 3 men from the tribe, of the former Bald tribe, and went straight to the small cave entrance at the far end. He wondered to himself, could the salt rock be down here? At this point, Han Feng led the men back into the Bald tribe's cave, hurrying to the spot where the salt rock was sourced. The entrance was sealed shut by a large boulder. The texture and color of the boulder blended almost seamlessly with the surrounding cliff face, so he hadn't noticed it on his last visit. He called the men over and told them to move the boulder. The others quickly got to work, heaving away the rock that was as large as a millstone. A grating sound echoed as the boulder scraped against the ground, slowly revealing a small hole that sloped downward. The hole was a flattened oval shape. It was so small that likely only a child under 5 years old could fit through. Han Feng frowned in a dilemma, lying flat on the ground and raising his torch to look inside the hole. "This is quartz and granite. Widening this entrance will not be an easy task," he muttered. Suddenly, a dazzling gleam of light from the cave's ceiling caught his attention. He saw that the ceiling was covered with dangling inverted cone-shaped rocks of a shimmering yellowish-white color. Han Feng drew a feathered arrow to try and shoot one down, but after 2 tries with no effect, he had to turn and call for Dali. "Dali, go get a rock and knock one of those down for me." Hearing this, Dali excitedly picked up a large stone, ran over, aimed at the ceiling, and threw it with all his might. With a loud thud, the targeted rock formation fell to the ground and shattered. He thought it was salt. Han Feng immediately bent down, picked up a fragment, and put it in his mouth to taste it. A second later, he spat it out with a grimace. This wasn't salt at all, but natural soda. Realizing it wasn't salt, Han Feng was a little disappointed. He turned to ask the 3 men from the Bald tribe, "How did you know there was salt rock down here before? And how did you mine it?" The 3 men glanced at each other, and after a moment, one replied, "A long time ago, a child accidentally fell into the hole. We used a rope to pull him up and found he was carrying some of this. Ever since then, we have come in here to collect it every year, once before the water in the pit freezes over and again after the ice melts." After hearing their explanation, Han Feng began to calculate silently. He had to find a way to widen this entrance to mine salt in large quantities. Just then, Mu Yang came running up frantically. "Chief, the gray wolves have all been dealt with. There were 78 in total, but there are still 8 live pups. What should we do with them?" Hearing there were wolf pups, Han Feng's eyes lit up. Without another word, he walked over to see them. He saw 8 pups huddled beside their dead mother, whining with hunger. A wave of compassion washed over him. He told everyone to take the litter of pups back and care for them. Afterwards, Han Feng thought for a moment and felt something was not right. At least 100 wolves should have escaped. "But we only found 78 here. So where did the other dozens of them run off to?" as he was wondering. Suddenly, a tragic roar from a beast echoed from the west. The sound was enough to make a person's hair stand on end. Han Feng was immediately on alert. He gestured with his hand for everyone to guard the cave entrance, while he grabbed his bow arrows and spear. He moved forward in the direction of the sound. He ran for more than 1 kilometer, until he reached a sunny hillside where the sight before him made him break out in a cold sweat. He saw 27 gray wolves surrounding a giant thunderbeast, attacking it ferociously. This thunderbeast resembled a prehistoric rhinoceros. Its entire body was covered in a thick armor-like hide, and its build was frighteningly massive. It was estimated to weigh several tons. At this moment, it was covered in wounds from the wolfpack's bites, especially in vulnerable areas like the back of its legs. And its belly were torn open with fresh blood pouring out. As soon as its ash-colored eyes saw Han Feng, they lit up, filled with a pleading look as if begging him to save it. 2 sharp-eyed wolves in the pack immediately lunged forward, baring their teeth and growling as if to warn him not to meddle. Han Feng paid them no mind. He drew his bow and let 2 arrows fly. The 2 gray wolves convulsed and collapsed to the ground. Moments later, they were dead. Seeing this, the wolf pack became enraged, roaring as they charged at Han Feng in unison. Their charge was like the flash flood. Startled, Han Feng threw his bow at an oncoming wolf. He then rolled across the ground and hurriedly picked up his golden spear. With the golden spear in hand, Han Feng felt more secure. After all, he had some martial arts training from his past life. He wielded the golden spear, skillfully fighting as he backed away toward the thunderbeast. Although heavily wounded, the thunderbeast knew to repay a debt of gratitude. It moved its enormous body, using its back to shield Han Feng from sneak attacks. After a period of fierce fighting, Han Feng had several new wounds on his body. Fresh blood was streaming from them, but luckily they were all just flesh wounds. At this point, only 6 wolves were left. He had killed all the others. The remaining ones were terrified and began to flee. Han Feng was now in a furious rage. How could he possibly let them escape? He raised the golden spear and hurled it with all his strength. With a sickening thud, the spear impaled one of the gray wolves, pinning it firmly to the snow-covered ground. He picked up his bow, and 2 more arrows swiftly ended the lives of 2 more fleeing wolves. Han Feng was about to pursue them, when the thunderbeast behind him suddenly let out a faint cry. It sounded like it was calling to him. Han Feng quickly turned around and saw the thunderbeast trying to struggle to its feet. Its 4 legs were trembling, but its belly was completely unharmed. The thunderbeast raised its head and let out a single roar, as if using the last of its strength. The next second, with a soft whoosh, its swollen abdomen collapsed. Looking closely, he saw it was a newborn thunderbeast calf. The mother thunderbeast, ignoring her own wounds, looked at it with eyes full of love. She gently licked the amniotic membrane clean and wiped the grime from the calf's body. After she finished, the mother thunderbeast raised her head to look at Han Feng. Tears welled up in her eyes. She used the large horn on her snout to gently nudge the calf toward him. Then she bent her 2 front legs and knelt before him. Her intention was crystal clear. She knew she would not live for much longer. She wanted to ask him to take care of her calf. Han Feng's eyes teared up. "Don't worry, I will absolutely raise it well." After saying this, he took off his tattered animal hide shirt and carefully wrapped up the baby thunderbeast. He then dragged his exhausted, wounded body and staggered back toward the cave. After he had gone some distance, he heard the mother thunderbeast fall behind him. She had closed her eyes for the last time. When he returned to the cave entrance, the tribespeople were all standing guard, weapons in hand. Seeing Han Feng return covered in injuries, everyone gathered around him chattering with concerned questions. Han Feng wearily waved his hand. "I ran into the remaining gray wolves and had a fight with them. Unfortunately, a few managed to escape." Then he pointed to the baby thunderbeast in his arms. "2 of you take good care of this little creature. The tribe will raise it from now on." At that moment, Hosey ran over, pointing toward 3 gray wolf carcasses not far away. "Chief, those wolves didn't escape. They ran back this way and we killed them." Only then did Han Feng let out a sigh of relief. So the wolf pack has been completely annihilated, he thought. From now on, the tribe's people won't have to live in constant fear anymore. After resting for a short while, Han Feng told everyone the whole story about the gray wolves and the thunderbeast. Upon hearing the story, the women's eyes welled up with tears. Although the men showed no emotion, they all felt a deep sorrow in their hearts. Han Feng decided to bury the mother thunderbeast on that hillside. From now on, he declared the place would be called the Hill of Trust. Everyone nodded in agreement. The next task was much simpler. The location of the salt mine had been identified. Han Feng collected a small pouch of the natural soda. Then he instructed everyone to seal the cave entrance with stones to prevent other beasts from taking it over. After that, he led 10 men to the Hill of Trust. They dragged the wolf carcasses back from the field and gathered branches and rocks to make a temporary grave for the mother thunderbeast, planning to bring bronze shovels to dig a proper hole tomorrow for a proper burial. Once everyone was gathered back at the cave entrance, they cut down more tree branches. They fashioned 2 simple drags and began the arduous task of hauling the more than 100 gray wolf carcasses back to the tribe. The story of the thunderbeast entrusting her calf was passed down through the tribe. Women retold it to the children who would gather around to see the little thunderbeast, their eyes filled with empathy. Most herbivores have incredible vitality. Not long after it was born, the young calf could already stand on its own. To nurse for 1 to 2 months before they could graze on grass and rhinos were much the same. But this baby thunderbeast was born nearly a month premature. Half a day after its birth, its eyes were still shut, and that night it was very cold. The baby thunderbeast and the wolf pups were all brought into the cave. Han Feng even specially found 2 nursing cows, intending for them to act as wet nurses for the young ones. But neither side cooperated. The wolf pups were too small to reach the cows' teats. The baby thunderbeast did nothing but sleep, and the mother cows refused to nurse it. Han Feng had no choice but to gather more than 10 men. Together they milked the cows. The mother cows in pain mooed loudly for half the night. Fortunately, all the effort was not in vain. The young animals all survived after drinking the fresh milk, especially the baby thunderbeast, whose mouth Han Feng had to pry open, so that Ku Bing could feed it spoonful by spoonful. After drinking the milk, the baby thunderbeast went from lying perfectly still to snoring loudly. This delighted Ku Bing immensely, and he even hugged it to sleep that night. The next day, as planned, Han Feng led 20 people to Entrustment Hill to dig a large pit and bury the mother thunderbeast. They also piled stones on the grave, and from then on, this place became known as Entrustment Hill. During the last month of winter, although the tribe seemed peaceful, everyone was busy with their own tasks. A week passed, and the wolf pups opened their eyes. 2 weeks passed, and the 8 wolf pups could already eat meat broth and cooked food, spending their days scampering around in the open field. They were no different from 1-month-old puppies. The baby thunderbeast also gradually turned a milky white color, and a small bump had appeared on its nose where its horn would grow. By now it could stand up on its own and stagger towards the mother cow to nurse. At first, the mother cow was unwilling, but remembering the scene of being milked, she had to obediently let the baby thunderbeast nurse from her. By the 3rd week, Ku Bing led the baby thunderbeast to the open field within the enclosure and shouted loudly, "Run, run faster, go chase those dogs!" Han Feng, standing nearby, couldn't help but say, "That name Run Run doesn't sound very good." Hearing this, Ku Bing quickly pulled the baby thunderbeast back and asked, "Then what should we call it?" Han Feng thought for a moment and said, "Let's call it Bon Bon from now on. It sounds better than Run Run." Ku Bing happily called out to the bewildered baby thunderbeast, "Bon Bon, quick, go chase those dogs." By the 4th week, the carpentry team had completed 70 new-style longbows. Each bow was personally inspected by Han Feng, and their quality was beyond question. In fact, thanks to the new tools, the bows they made were even better than the one he was currently using. The women were not idle either. They were busy making arrows. Although they had only finished the shafts and hadn't attached the arrowheads yet, the fletching had already been glued on. Han Feng planned to craft bronze arrowheads after the next mining expedition. For now, the arrows the tribespeople used for practice were still the more than 200 arrows he had prepared earlier. One morning this week, All the adults in that tribe gathered each with a longbow and formed 3 rows to practice archery. Han Feng stood at the front and shouted, "First row target is the haystack 100 meters away. Thwip!" In an instant, thwip, 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 thwip. The arrows flew through the air. But since this was their first practice session, the scene was a bit chaotic. Some arrows hit the target, some flew into the sky and disappeared, and one person's arrow fell at their feet before they could even shoot. Han Feng didn't know whether to laugh or cry. He had to guide them one by one. As winter was about to end, Big Lord came to the tribe to trade again. This time he brought 3 women and 6 boys, all from the Fan tribe. The boys who were traded last time were both happy and sad to see their fellow tribespeople. Han Feng, however, understood that there probably wouldn't be many more of these trades in the future. Earthen pots were not consumables. Eventually, everyone would have enough. It seemed that if the tribe wanted to continue to grow stronger, they had to find another way. In the following period, the boat-building project also reached its final stage. Seeing the finished product, a giant wooden boat, everyone in the tribe was overjoyed. Although they hadn't seen it launched yet, everyone who had participated in its construction was filled with pride. At this moment, Dali tried to lift the side of the boat with both hands. He strained to lift it, but the wooden boat didn't budge an inch. He scratched his head and asked, "Chieftain, the boat is so big. How are we going to get it to the river?" Han Feng smiled, pointed to the nearby man-made river and said, "We can just bring the boat there directly." Dali's eyes widened in confusion. "There's no water there, how can we move it?" Han Feng, being deliberately mysterious, leisurely clapped his hands, signaling for everyone to grab shovels, push a few wheelbarrows, and bring baskets to follow him. Now that winter was ending and the weather was getting warmer, it was the perfect time to divert the water. Han Feng led more than 30 people energetically to the end of the man-made river. Such a big commotion attracted the attention of the tribespeople who hadn't left the enclosure in a long time. They gathered around to watch as if it were a play. A group of children was even more excited, leading the 8 one-month-old wolf pups as they scampered ahead. Kubing, not to be outdone, ran with Bonbon, who was full and feeling lazy. Rubao and Huishan had also run off somewhere. Only the distant trumpeting of elephants could be heard. It seemed the 2 animals were also taking advantage of the early spring to run around outside. At the end of the man-made river, only a 2-meter-wide stretch of land separated it from the small river. They just needed to dig through this part, and the river water would flow in. No sooner said than done, everyone was assigned a task. A few people jumped into the ditch and started shoveling dirt. A few people on the bank were in charge of filling the baskets, while the rest transported the full baskets away. Everyone worked with great enthusiasm, and soon, the layer of earth was only about 30 centimeters thick. At this point, water began to seep through at the bottom of the ditch. Han Feng quickly called the people in the ditch to come up. After everyone was on the bank, Han Feng quickly tied a rope around his waist, told everyone to hold on tight, and then jumped into the ditch with a shovel. For safety, he had to do this final part himself. Han Feng held the shovel firmly and dug continuously. After more than 10 shovelfuls, more and more water seeped out. The next second, a powerful torrent of water, as if in a rage, burst out with a whoosh from the spot he had just dug, throwing Han Feng far back. Seeing this, the tribespeople all shouted in unison and pulled with all their might to get him up. Soon they had pulled him to the bank. The gushing water grew stronger and stronger, and in no time, it had widened the opening into a hole 1 meter in diameter. Everyone stood on the bank, mouths agape in astonishment, watching the surging water flow. The swift current swirled, carrying along many frolicking fish. The wolf pups had never seen such a sight before. They yelped in fear and scattered in all directions. Kubing and Bonbon were also frightened and quickly ran to hide behind Han Feng. After a while, the water flow gradually stabilized. The small river and the man-made river were now connected. The sharp-eyed women had already brought their baskets and were waiting. They started catching fish. The people who had just been wondering how to get the boat to the river now all stared with wide-eyed amazement. Han Feng smiled and said to everyone, "Well, the water is very close to you now, isn't it? From now on, you won't have to go far to get water." Everyone marveled in admiration. Only now did they understand why Han Feng had initially told them to stop stockpiling food and switch to digging the river and building a brick kiln. At first, they didn't understand. Then the man-made river accidentally trapped a fierce beast. Some guessed it was a trap, but it wasn't until now, seeing the man-made river opened up, that they fully understood the true purpose of digging the river. But this was only the first step. Digging irrigation channels and farming along both banks to ensure the tribe had enough food was his ultimate goal. No sooner said than done. Spring had arrived. The farming plan could not be delayed. Now that the irrigation river was complete and spring had come, Han Feng realized the urgency of spring planting could not be postponed. The atmosphere in the tribe was bustling and festive. Everyone gathered to celebrate the completion of the irrigation river project. After eating and drinking their fill, Han Feng took a small coil of rope and led the tribesmen to the planned open area to start laying out the paddy fields. For the tribe, growing paddy rice was a technical task. They had to ensure the fields were always flooded with sufficient irrigation. At the same time, they had to calculate meticulously to make the most of the land area, which led to an important question. How much paddy rice should the tribe plant? How much farmland needed to be planned? The wild paddy rice grains were quite large. They were almost twice the size of the rice grains he had seen in his previous life. In his past life, one caddy of rice had about 26,000 grains, but this rice had only about 12,000 grains per caddy. Thinking of the limited number of seeds, Han Feng hesitated a little. In his previous life, he had only grown vegetables for a few days. He knew nothing about growing paddy rice. How could he risk sowing all the seeds? It would be foolish to end up with no harvest. After thinking it over, Han Feng gritted his teeth and decided to use only half of the seeds, about 264,000 grains. But how many rice plants could be grown on 1 mu of land? Based on the size of the wild paddy rice from the marsh, Han Feng made a simple calculation. He decided to plant 64 mu. While this area couldn't be described as vast and boundless, it was by no means small. If this plot of land is 400 meters long, then the width must be about 107 meters, nearly the size of 6 football fields after the planting is complete. The cultivated fields were arranged along the south bank of the irrigation river, with the head of the fields near the enclosure wall 300 meters from the small riverbank. Next, the horizontal and vertical irrigation channels had to be calculated and dug. Horizontally, 20 channels were dug, each less than 1 meter wide. They were about half a meter deep, extending straight south for 110 meters. The manpower for digging was also arranged, mobilizing 50 adults each time. The tribe happened to have 50 shovels, so each person was responsible for a little over 2 meters, and it took less than half an hour to finish one channel. With everyone working together, the 20 irrigation channels were finished in just one day. On the first day of the new year, as if on cue, a light drizzle began to fall, and everyone in the tribe breathed a sigh of relief. Winter was finally over. At the same time, the other tribes were not idle, taking this opportunity to assess their winter losses. They wouldn't have known without checking, but the moment they did, a chill ran down their spines. The situation in every tribe was grim. Small tribes with fewer than 100 people commonly lost more than 10 members, mostly children and adult men. This winter was truly too long. Many tribes ran out of food and couldn't last until spring, forcing them to heartlessly abandon some of their children. They watched them starve to death. Men would brave the wind and snow to go hunting. With luck, they would find a stray wild animal or gather a few chestnuts. If unlucky, they would either return empty-handed or freeze to death outside, or encounter a pack of beasts and be completely wiped out. Even those who survived and returned were mostly injured or frostbitten, losing ears and fingers. Losing toes was common, and quite a few were left crippled. But compared to them, the Han tribe was truly fortunate. Not only did they avoid starvation, but they also developed tremendously. The tribe had an abundance of food. The elders discussed that such a joyous occasion called for a spring ritual to pray for a smooth and prosperous new year for the tribe. Han Feng didn't object to the ritual. He had his own ideas. First, his tribe would not worship gods but their ancestors. In addition, the ritual needed a proper ceremony. He drew a diagram and personally guided Mu Yang and Mu Dun in making a large drum. He also had the women of the tribe use animal hides to sew a flag on which a large Han character was embroidered. Once everything was prepared, Han Feng gathered all the tribespeople. The Han tribe began the first ritual in its history as Dali sounded the great drum. All the tribespeople instinctively began to dance, expressing their joy for their current happy life and their hopeful expectations for the future. At this moment, they firmly believed that under Han Feng's leadership, the tribe would surely grow stronger and stronger. When the ceremony ended, everyone got busy according to Han Feng's arrangements. At present, the tribe's resources were limited. There were only 2 double-bladed plows. Han Feng selected 2 bulls that had been tamed during this period. He personally fitted them with the double-bladed plows to prepare for plowing, but these wild cattle were still untamed. They simply refused to walk straight, so there was no choice but to have one person walk in front, patiently leading the bull by its nose. Another person followed behind, holding the plow handle firmly to control the depth. This way, the 2 bronze plows could turn over a half-meter wide strip of land with each pass, to a depth of 30 centimeters. The efficiency was quite impressive. At this rate, it would take at most 3 days to finish plowing the rice fields. Afterwards, the soil would be harrowed, irrigated, and then it would be ready for sowing. The furrows of earth left by the plow were completely transformed. The slightly greenish ground turned into dark brown, loose and crumbly soil. A group of teenagers who had joined the tribe during the winter carried wicker baskets, stood in a straight line, and meticulously picked out grass roots and debris from the soil. As for fertilization, Han Feng thought long and hard about it. He decided to postpone it. Firstly, the fertilizer wasn't ready. Secondly, this was the first time this land had ever been tilled. Its fertility was more than enough for one rice crop. It took a full 3 days to complete the plowing and harrowing. But Han Feng observed the weather in the early mornings and late evenings. It was still cold, and he thought to himself that if they sowed the seeds now, they would likely all freeze overnight. However, there were other tasks to be done. The grass seeds they had brought back before, namely ryegrass and lemongrass seeds, were ready to be sown. This would become the main food source for the tribe's livestock. The area west of the Han tribe's settlement had been planned as a pasture. Everyone carried bags filled with grass seeds and spread out along the edge of the pasture, sowing as they walked. There was no need to worry about their survival. The ground was still moist from the spring rain, so the seeds would quickly take root as soon as they fell. They would sprout in a few days. Although the rice couldn't be planted yet, The tribe had no fear of food shortages. So what to do with this free time? Han Feng slapped his forehead and made a decision. First, they needed to improve everyone's footwear by making grass sandals. He gathered the women of the tribe and personally showed them how. The task was actually not difficult. You just had to weave grass horizontally and vertically into the shape of a sole, then use a few smaller strands to tie it to the foot. Once the first grass sandal was made, the other tribe members began to imitate the process. They also took the opportunity to do a big cleanup. In the spring, people flocked to the riverbank to bathe and wash their sandals in animal skins. The men who weren't afraid of the cold even wove grass directly into skirts to wear. In the original body's memory, wearing grass skirts in spring and summer was a common practice. Some even went bare-chested. Han Feng found it curious and wove a grass skirt to try on as well. But as soon as he put it on, Ru Bao and Hui Shan, as if they'd found a new toy, ran over and started nudging and pulling his grass skirt with their snouts, tearing it to shreds and eating it with relish. This left him both annoyed and amused, and he had to sheepishly change back into his animal skin clothes. Just then, the elder came running over in a panic. "Chief, we're almost out of salt." This made Han Feng's heart sink, and his recently relaxed nerves tensed up again. Salt was an essential supply for the tribe's survival. A solution had to be found quickly. After thinking it over, Han Feng had no choice but to tell everyone to eat cured meat for the time being, as it contained a lot of salt, and could temporarily supplement their intake. But the elder frowned and asked, "So we're not going to get salt? I heard there's salt rock in a cave on the western mountain." Hearing this, Han Feng shook his head. "The salt rock is in a small cave that only a child could crawl into, but I can't let them take that risk. But don't you worry. I have a way to make tools to break through the mountain. It's just that we lack the raw materials right now. We need to go to Baoshan Mountain and mine some ore." So the tribe temporarily lived on cured meat, and everyone worked together, putting all their effort into plowing the 20 paddy fields by the irrigation river. After a period of hard work, all 64 mu of paddy fields were plowed. Finally, it was time to go mining. A strong team of 26 people was formed, all of them healthy and able-bodied. They were fully equipped and ready to depart. The wooden boat was carried to the head of the irrigation river and placed in the water. All the tribe members stood on the bank watching the wooden boat float, exclaiming in amazement, "Can this boat really carry people? Won't it just sink the moment we board it?" Hearing this, Han Feng wasted no words and stepped onto the boat. The wooden boat rocked a few times in the water before stabilizing and floating steadily. He then turned back and said to the others, "Who else is getting on? Anyone who doesn't will have to pull the boat from the shore later." Seeing this, the others grew bolder and several people jumped aboard. With all preparations complete, the team of 26 set off valiantly. These men were all strong and well-equipped, each carrying a long spear, a longbow, and a bronze shovel, and a quiver. Each man also carried 50 feathered arrows, while Dashu and 3 others also brought along a short-handled bronze axe. The farewell scene was incredibly lively. All the tribe members gathered at the riverbank, and the women were busy loading dried meat in clay pots onto the boat. The children led the 8 wolf cubs, running and jumping playfully along the riverbank to watch the excitement. Qibing, with a reluctant look on his face, tugged on Han Feng's hem and handed him a snakeskin water pouch. Han Feng smiled, patted the boy's head, and said gently, "We're just going to dig up some rocks this time. We will be back very soon. Everyone on the boat." They traveled upstream along the irrigation river. Although going against the current was a bit slower, it was still much faster than walking. Before long, they reached the place where the chief first met Dashu. They went ashore at the edge of the dark forest, and the chief quickly gave orders. "Everyone's tired from the morning's journey. Cook a meal and rest first. After we eat, we'll load all the tools and supplies onto the bulls' backs. We will all pull the boat into the forest together, leaving Mu Dun and 4 teenagers from the Black Rat tribe, who know the area well, to stay behind. To stand guard, the remaining 20 people will each lead a bull and follow me to mine ore." He turned and gave Mu Dun detailed instructions. "Mu Dun, is that all right with you? I will leave some food for the 5 of you in a moment. You will stand guard here for about 7 sunsets. If you encounter an enemy you can't fight, abandon the boat and run towards Baoshan Mountain. Absolutely do not lead them back to the tribe. Your women and children are there." After eating, everyone pulled the wooden boat into the forest. The mining team continued on their journey, but who could have known that in the middle of the night, while they were fast asleep, a disaster would strike. A series of rustling sounds was heard, as if some enormous creature was moving through the forest. Immediately after, an enraged roar echoed, making everyone's ears ring. They all jumped up, startled. Looking up, they saw a primate with long reddish-gold fur and rippling muscles. It was the giant ape man, now baring its fangs and brandishing its claws, charging straight for the Han tribe's campsite. Hoi Sun and Nook Bao, the 2 mammoths, were the first to roar and charge towards the ape man. The ape man was formidable as well, leaping down from a tree. It swung its 2 arms and easily sent Hoi Sun flying. Seeing this, Han Feng's heart leapt into his throat, and he urgently told everyone to grab their weapons. He himself was trembling as he fumbled on the ground, but he found his golden spear and felt a little more at ease. The others also gripped their bronze spears, but they were so terrified their legs trembled uncontrollably, and they could barely stand. The ape man did not stop. After landing, it turned to the crowd and opened its wide, drooling mouth. It let out a roar that made everyone's head spin. Han Feng fought to suppress the splitting headache. He ordered everyone to raise their wooden spears and attack. As he spoke, he thrust his golden spear toward the ape-man's chest. But the ape-man's strength was incredible. It grabbed the spear shaft and with a single swing sent both Han Feng and Da Li flying. Slamming them hard against a tree trunk, the ape-man instantly turned. It grabbed a youth from the Black Rat tribe and with a sharp snap broke his neck. It then used his body as a weapon, hurling it at the crowd. The crowd scattered in chaos, moving farther away. Use javelins and bows. Han Feng scrambled up, screaming himself hoarse. The people finally came to their senses and scattered in all four directions. Du-Er seized the opportunity, gripped his bronze spear and thrust it straight into the ape-man's chest. But the spearhead only went in halfway before the ape-man grabbed the shaft and broke it. Just then, Hoi Sun had recovered. It roared again and charged, ramming the ape-man from behind and sending it flying. In pain, the ape-man became even more ferocious. It turned and snapped off one of Hoi Sun's tusks, spraying fresh blood everywhere. Just as the situation turned critical, Han Feng seized the chance. The injured ape-man was struggling to move. He threw his spear with all his might and yelled, "Everyone throw your javelins!" Encouraged, everyone acted at once. 7 javelins flew from all directions, piercing the ape-man's chest. The ape-man struggled for a moment, coughed up a mouthful of blood, and then crashed to the ground motionless. This fierce battle left the Han tribe with heavy losses. 2 people were dead. Du-Er had a large gash on his chest and Da Li suffered a concussion and lost 3 molars. Many others also suffered minor injuries. Before they could even compose themselves, they heard a wave of chaotic noises echoing from the distance. Han Feng's heart sank. This is bad, he thought. There are more enemies. Everyone prepare to fight. That ape-man might have been a war beast from the cannibal tribe. Then he spoke to Da Shu. Da Shu, take 5 youths, all the cattle, the wounded, and the dead, and flee to Bao Sun Mountain immediately. When you get to Bao Sun Mountain, find a place to set up camp. If you can't find any food, slaughter the cattle. Da Shu looked unwilling. With red-rimmed eyes, he asked, Chief, what about you? Where will you go? Han Feng stamped his foot impatiently. We're staying here to draw the enemy's attention, buying you time to escape. Da Shu looked like he wanted to say more. But seeing Han Feng's glare, he had to lead his group away in a hurry. Then Han Feng turned to look at the tribesmen who remained. He lowered his voice to give instructions. Grab your bows and arrows and follow me. Each of you take a torch from the fire and throw it ahead. When the enemy comes, it will be easier for us to aim. Everyone did as he said, throwing torches to illuminate a small area. They hid in the darkness, waiting tensely. Don't make a sound. Wait for the enemy to get close, then fire on my command. After you fire 1 arrow, run immediately whether it hits or not. Our purpose is to lead them away. The enemy got closer. In the faint torchlight they could be seen. They were bare-chested. Their bodies were painted with bizarre patterns, and they wore necklaces of human bone looking incredibly fierce and frightening. The hunting leader of the cannibal tribe saw the ape-man's corpse, and his face turned deathly pale. Everyone get over here! Our master has been killed. Although Han Feng didn't understand their language, he could guess the situation was dire. At that moment he yelled, fire. 11 arrows flew in an instant, striking their targets. The enemy instantly fell into a panic. Then he shouted again, everyone run, deliberately leading the enemy south. They ran without stopping until they were near the Black Rat tribe's village. At that moment, the Black Rat tribe was peacefully preparing breakfast. A woman went to the river to get water, and was startled to see a group of strange armed men sneaking towards them. She was so frightened she nearly dropped her clay pot. Forgetting the water, she turned and ran back to the village, screaming as she went, "Enemies!" Hearing her shouts, Big Rat immediately commanded the men to grab stone spears and prepare for battle, while the women gathered stones and stood in the back. But the cannibals paid no heed. As soon as they arrived, they unleashed a volley of stone axes. The Black Rat tribe had no shields. Everyone panicked and ran their formation, breaking into chaos. Right after the cannibals threw bone spears at the Black Rat tribe, several people fell instantly. Anxious Big Rat urgently called for his tribe to fight back. Throw your javelins! Throw your javelins! Don't let them get over the fence. But their stone fence was poorly made and their range was too short. Their volley of javelins had little effect. Some cannibals seized the chance to rush the fence, pushing it down together. The two sides clashed in close combat. A bloody battle ensued. Just as the Black Rat tribe was in grave danger, Han Feng arrived leading the people of the Han tribe. Appearing as if from nowhere, they charged at the enemy's rear. They started by unleashing a shower of arrows from a distance. A feathered arrow hit an enemy in the back as he was pushing the wall, and he collapsed instantly. The Black Rat tribe's people were stunned. The sharp-eyed Chuot Fu spotted the Han tribe's chief and shouted excitedly, "It's the chief of the Han tribe! He's here to save us." The Han tribesmen then used the terrain to their advantage, letting their arrows fly like rain. The cannibals were caught completely by surprise and suffered heavy casualties. After several volleys, Han Feng yelled, "Hold your fire! Everyone grab your bronze spears and charge with me!" In an instant, they descended like tigers, crashing into the enemy's ranks. The tide of battle turned instantly. Before long, the cannibal tribe was routed and completely annihilated. Seeing the battle was over, a grateful Big Rat took Han Feng by the hand and asked the chief of the Han tribe, "Thank you for helping our tribe defeat the enemy. How did you know we were in danger?" Han Feng's heart pounded in his chest, but he remained calm on the outside and concocted a story. We had traveled far to gather provisions. On our way through the dark forest to your north, we ran into the cannibal tribe. They sent a red-furred ape man to attack us, but we killed it. Afterwards, those cannibals continued heading in this direction. We intended to come and warn you, but the enemy arrived here before we could. That is why we appeared here. When Chuot Fu heard about a man-eating ape, his face turned deathly white. He stammered, "That's the demon from the Black Mountain. Our ancestors saw it before. It brings disaster to our tribe." After speaking, he pulled Han Feng inside a tent, pointed to a rock painting, and recounted an ancient legend. It turned out the giant ape man would capture tribespeople, and then domesticate them into a tribe of cannibals that specialized in capturing humans for food. Hearing this, the Black Rat tribespeople trembled in fear. Big Rat quickly pleaded with the Han tribe's chief. "Please, you must help us. Teach us how to defeat the ape man." Hearing this, Han Feng smiled bitterly and shook his head. "I don't know how to defeat that monster either. We can only rely on strong brick walls to defend ourselves. We only defeated the ape man this time thanks to Hoi-san's help." Chuot Fu and Big Rat looked at each other, their faces filled with anxiety. Then Chuot Fu cautiously asked the chief of the Han tribe, "Can we build a wall just like that one?" Hearing this, Han Feng seized the chance to invite them. "It's not possible, even for the Han tribe. For us to build such a tall and sturdy wall requires a great deal of time, manpower, and also a large supply of food. But if you join my tribe, we can build the wall together. There will be enough room for all of us to live inside. We can all work together, and then we will have more food than we can eat, and the best weapons." Chuot Fu and Big Rat immediately began to confer. Joining the Han tribe was indeed the best choice, offering both safety and powerful weapons. And so the two of them went to find Han Feng and said solemnly, "Chief of the Han tribe, we agreed to join your tribe. We hope that you will treat our people well." Hearing this, Han Feng was overjoyed. "Of course. Welcome to the Han tribe. From this day forward, you are all my people. I will treat everyone equally." Next, after properly arranging the relocation of the Black Rat tribe, Han Feng led people to mine for ore. After regrouping with Da Shu, he saw that all the wounded were gradually recovering. No one rested. They immediately began mining as Baosun Mountain was rich in mineral resources. Everyone worked enthusiastically, mining a good amount of copper, iron, and orpiment, and they also specifically gathered extra limestone and sulfur. The plan was to use the sulfur to create sulfuric acid, which could then be used to blast open the entrance to the salt mine cave. After they finished mining the ore, the journey back was uneventful. They met up with Mu Dun and the others who were guarding the wooden boats by the riverbank. The boats were so heavily loaded with minerals that they sat very low in the water. They barely managed to squeeze a few more people on board and paddled downstream. The boat moved as fast as if it were flying, and in no time at all, they saw their tribespeople waiting on the shore, including the new members from the Black Rat tribe. Everyone saw Han Feng returning laden with spoils. They all cheered joyfully. The men immediately swarmed around to help unload the minerals, but Han Feng frowned. Now that the tribe had so many people, arranging accommodation had become a major problem. The original cave was cramped and crowded. It was simply not enough space for so many people. With no other choice, everyone had to erect temporary tents on the open ground inside the enclosure wall. Fortunately, the people of the Black Rat tribe were not too particular, as they were already used to living in tents. Moreover, upon arriving at the Han tribe, seeing the mountains of animal meat and hides and the livestock running all over the place, they were overjoyed beyond words. Without a second word, they quickly got to work setting up their tents. Next, Han Feng instructed everyone that from now on they must use a designated area as a latrine. That was all natural fertilizer that absolutely could not be wasted. After settling the matter of the tents, Han Feng turned to give instructions to Lu Tu. "For the next few days, you are to fire more pottery for the new tribe members to use. In addition, fire more water vats, I need them." Hearing this, Lu Tu felt a bit displeased. "Chieftain, we brought back so much copper ore. Aren't we going to smelt the copper now?" Han Feng, as if coaxing a child, praised him with a few words. "Just let Da Zi and his group handle the smelting. Wait until the final refining stage, then you can take over. For now, go and fire the pottery first. You're the best in the tribe when it comes to pottery. I wouldn't feel at ease if anyone else did it." After Lu Tu heard this, the grievance in his heart instantly disappeared. He happily guaranteed that he would do an excellent job firing the pottery. Everyone worked together with one heart, busy until evening. A row of simple grass tents was erected as if by magic. That night, the old and new tribe members gathered together for their first dinner together. During the meal, everyone ate and chatted happily, and the bonds between the tribe members grew stronger. After the meal, the men gathered together, eagerly examining the sharp weapons and sophisticated tools of the Han tribe. The women weren't idle either. They gathered together, sharing techniques for weaving grass shoes and baskets. The newcomers humbly learned, taking the opportunity to pick up more Han vocabulary while everyone was busy with their own work. Han Feng, on the other hand, was working quietly by himself next to the livestock pen in the latrine. This scene happened to be witnessed by the elder. He curiously approached and asked, "Chieftain, why are you digging by the latrine pit? Don't tell me the stuff inside has some other use." Han Feng heard this and said with annoyance, "I'm not digging for manure. I'm digging up the soil next to the latrine pit." The elder became even more confused. "What does the chieftain need that soil for? It's not needed for making pottery. You should hurry and think of a way to get salt." Don't we have many new tribe members now? Our salt reserves are about to run out. Han Fong said angrily. Can't you see I'm already preparing for it? Digging this soil is for mining salt, all right? Just stop worrying about it. I know what to do. The elder stood there watching Han Fong's busy back, his heart filled with suspicion. How can digging soil help mine salt? The chieftain must be making an excuse. In fact, Han Fong knew exactly what he was doing. The soil near the livestock pen and the latrine contained saltpeter, which could be extracted to create explosives. Only with explosives could he blast open the salt mine's entrance. He guided a few women on how to refine the saltpeter, a process very similar to refining salt. The next day, pure white saltpeter crystals had been produced. But having saltpeter wasn't enough. He still had to figure out how to produce nitric acid and glycerin. Then he could synthesize them into nitroglycerin, which possessed incredible destructive power. Glycerin had to be extracted from animal fat. Fortunately, the tribe had harvested a lot of animal fat after the winter wolfpack attack, so there was no shortage of this raw material. As for nitric acid, it had to be produced from the reaction between saltpeter and sulfuric acid. But right now, he didn't have any sulfuric acid on hand. Han Fong shifted his attention to the iron pyrite ore. Without delay, Han Fong selected a flat area where they normally made charcoal. He got to work. First, he stacked a pile of firewood, then arranged pieces of iron pyrite ore in a grid-like pattern around it. Finally, he built it into a small mound that completely enclosed the firewood, leaving only a few small holes at the bottom for lighting. The next step was to cover the pile of ore with a layer of dry grass. Lastly, he plastered a layer of wet mud over the entire thing, but he made sure to leave a few air vents at the bottom and on top. With that, everything was prepared. Han Fong used a small stick to hold a glowing ember and carefully lit the firewood through a lower vent. The iron pyrite ore itself contained carbon and sulfur. In an instant, the ore pile caught fire, burning intensely within its mud casing. This roasting process would need to continue for about half a month. During this waiting period, Han Fong began to construct distillation equipment in preparation for refining sulfuric acid, nitric acid, and soda ash. Han Fong entrusted the meticulous work of drying and firing the distillation equipment to Lu Tu. Meanwhile, he took that opportunity to check on the state of the livestock. As the weather grew warmer, the animals in the tribe, as if by agreement, all began to shed their winter coats. Seeing this, Han Fong slapped his thigh in excitement. The time was right. He rushed to prepare for sowing seeds. The storage contained seeds for wild rice peanuts, chili peppers, sword hemp, and man-eating plants. First, the peanuts needed to be shelled and soaked in water. Han Fong led several nimble girls to an open patch of ground where they all sat down and began to work. Elder Rat passing by saw the scene and curiously approached to ask, "Chieftain, what are you all doing? Why don't you eat these nuts?" Han Fong continued working as he smiled and explained, "Right now we have to plant these nuts, and remember they're called peanuts." Elder Rat mumbled the word a few times, still not understanding what planting was. Han Fong patiently explained, "Planting means that in the spring, we bury these peanuts in the ground, add a little water, and they will sprout and grow into plants. Then come autumn, from one single planted peanut we can surely harvest dozens or even hundreds of new peanuts. If we plant these 4 baskets, we can harvest at least 400 baskets, maybe even several thousand." Elder Rat was so shocked his jaw nearly hit the ground. His eyes went wide with disbelief. Han Fong gave an affirmative nod. "As long as we tend to them well, it will only be more, never less. Furthermore, we are not just planting peanuts, we are also going to plant rice. Rice is even better. You sow 1 grain in the spring, and by autumn you can harvest at least 10,000 grains. This is the way I was talking about. Of feeding 6,000 people with this very land." Big Rat, standing nearby and listening intently, immediately spoke up. "Chieftain, I think we have to do this farming right. It sounds even more important than hunting." Han Fong nodded in praise. Big Rat was after all a former chieftain and was very sharp. Just then, Elder Rat seemed to recall something and said excitedly, "Chieftain, I remember now. When we migrated, we brought along a few bags of peanuts. Can those be planted as well? We have no shortage of food right now." "I think we should plant those." Han Fong was overjoyed to hear this. "That's fantastic," he said. "Quickly tell someone to bring those peanuts over. Remember to pick out the ones that are whole and not damaged." Elder Rat nodded continuously, leaning on his walking stick, and hurried off to find his former tribe members to organize the task. Big Rat anxiously watched Elder Rat depart and then asked, "So what about me? What's my job?" Han Fong laughed and said, "You can gather some more men and follow me to plow the fields." Upon hearing this, Big Rat excitedly ran off to gather more men. That afternoon, Han Fong marked out 100 mu of land for planting. Peanuts and 36 mu for chili peppers to the south of the rice paddies. The total area for all 3 crops was 200 mu. Early the next morning, Big Rat learned from the others how to fit a 2-bladed plow onto an ox. An experienced woman from the Han tribe walked ahead leading the ox, while Big Rat followed behind guiding the plow. Seeing the ground being churned up like waves with every pass of the bronze plowshare, Big Rat was both astonished and thrilled. With 2 oxen and 4 plowshares working simultaneously, progress was extremely fast. Meanwhile, Han Fong was not idle either. Early in the morning, he had soaked 22 caddies of rice seeds in a large jar. These seeds had to soak for over 24 hours. While the seeds were soaking, Han Feng chose a plot of land to the west of the main paddy fields, dug an irrigation ditch, and started to flood it. He was preparing it to be a seedbed. After being sorted, the peanuts were also put to soak. Peanuts were a crop that could be planted directly, and could be sown directly into the large fields provided that the fields were plowed thoroughly. This way, the rice, peanuts, and chili peppers could all be planted simultaneously. Big Rat led his people to plow the 136 mu of land with all their strength. They worked from dawn till dusk until their backs ached, and their legs grew weary, but their spirits remained high. When a man grew tired, another would take his place. When an ox tired, it was swapped out. The two bronze plows worked in shifts, turning the soil ceaselessly. In total, it took less than 2 days to plow the entire area once over. The soil became loose, soft, and aerated. The weeds were also cleared away properly. After soaking, the seeds were taken out completely covered with lemongrass and watered. They were placed near a charcoal stove to incubate for germination. On the third day, everyone began to sow the evenly sprouted rice seeds throughout the seedling field. After that, they were lightly covered with a thin layer of soil. Finally, the ditch was opened to flood the field with water. Sowing peanuts also had its rules. Each row was half a meter apart, and each plant was 15 centimeters apart. The sower held a bowl of peanuts in their left hand. In their right hand, they held a sharp wooden stick, 15 centimeters long. First, they used the stick to measure the distance, dug a small hole, dropped 2 peanuts in, and then covered it with soil. Then they planted the next seeds, repeating the process over and over. Finally, they watered everything all at once. Sowing chili seeds was similar to peanuts, with rows half a meter apart, and each plant 30 centimeters apart. Digging the hole, sowing the seed, covering with soil, and watering were all done in one fluid motion. During the entire sowing process, nearly 200 members of the Han tribe worked in the fields. Even Han Feng was no exception. With so many people, their strength was great, and 140 acres of land were finished in just half a day. No one even felt tired. The day after the sowing was finished, the tribe returned to its normal rhythm of life. Liu Zi continued to fire pottery, and Han Feng also chose a few sturdy children to become his apprentices. The fired pottery was not only to meet the needs of the new tribe members, but also had to be set aside for reserves. Later, it would also be used for trading with other tribes. Haozida, Shui Mao, and Mao, the 4 of them focused on smelting bronze. Han Feng saw they were becoming more and more skilled and planned to add more manpower. He had been selecting people for the past few days. After their equipment was upgraded, the hunting team found hunting incredibly easy, bringing back more prey than they could possibly eat. But as the weather grew warmer, food was difficult to preserve, so the hunting team had to temporarily stop hunting and stay in the tribe. How could Han Feng let them be idle? One group was assigned to go to the back mountain to cut down all the saplings of the man-eating trees to make spears. These thorns could also be used to make arrowheads. They were also strategic materials that had to be stockpiled in large quantities. While they were at it, they also planted more man-eating trees. Another group was in charge of cutting down trees. The trunks were kept for building houses and crafting items, while the branches were dried for firewood. Yet another group went into the forest to catch chickens. Han Feng was determined to expand the scale of their poultry farming. Poultry feathers were the most suitable for fletching arrows, and they could not always have to go out and catch wild chickens every time they needed to make them. Therefore, they needed to establish sustainable farming. Near the tribe, there were quite a few species of birds that could be domesticated, such as quail, partridges, guinea fowl, and also the red-tailed chicken, which was Han Feng's favorite. Afterwards, he also marked out a plot of land next to the rabbit hutch. He used bricks, wooden sticks, and lemongrass to build a chicken coop surrounded by a fence as tall as a person for the captured chickens. Once their wing and tail feathers were plucked, they would not be able to fly away. For food, they could gather wild vegetables from the nearby meadow where alfalfa and rye grew very well. It was enough to feed the chickens and rabbits. On the third day after sowing early in the morning, Shu Fu and the elder, the 2 old men, gathered together excitedly. They were whispering to each other, and Han Feng saw them as soon as he stepped out of the enclosure. Then the elder called out, "Chief, come quickly and see. The rice you spoke of has sprouted." Han Feng, who was initially a bit drowsy, immediately perked up upon hearing this. He rushed out to the rice field. When he arrived, he saw that the seedling field was densely covered with green shoots. The seeds had germinated and sprouted. Han Feng's eyes welled up with tears, his voice choked with emotion. "This is great, they have really sprouted. I can eat rice again." The elder saw his reaction and asked puzzledly, "Chief, what is wrong?" Han Feng composed himself, turned his head, and said, "It is nothing, I am just overjoyed." "Oh, right. You two go tell all the tribe members not to walk in the fields. Anyone who tramples the seedlings will be punished with no food for 1 day. Tell the children to watch the livestock and the wolf pups and not let them into the fields. Any child who makes a mistake will be punished with no food for 1 day. Anyone who dares to damage the food source, I will punish by cutting their rations." Shu Fu, who was standing nearby, suggested, "Chief, how about we use branches to build a fence around it?" Han Feng waved his hand. "No need, that would take too much manpower. Just state the prohibition clearly to everyone and that will be enough." Sure enough, when they heard the prohibition, not a single person objected. They all knew these seedlings were the entire tribe's future food source. By the 7th day, the peanuts and chilies had also sprouted and emerged from the ground. The rice had grown its first leaves, and the field was a vibrant, lively green. The number of red-tailed chickens in the coop had also increased to more than 30, and the rabbits were about to give birth. Han Feng looked at the livestock in their pens and thought about the four-wheeled cart that was not yet finished. Metal production was the key factor, limiting the tribe's development. Previously, with few copper reserves, many plans had been shelved. Now that mineral resources were abundant, plans for things like wooden barrels could be restarted. Making saddles was not difficult and was very suitable for use on deer. After Han Feng finished a saddle, he eagerly led out a strong adult deer, put the saddle on, and climbed onto its back. He rode it in circles around the meadow west of the tribe. This scene was chanced upon by new tribe members who were returning from catching chickens. Seeing this, they said admiringly, "The chief is amazing. I want to ride that deer too. It must be very fast." His companion whispered, "Of course the chief is incredible. He invented many of the things in our tribe. Firing pottery, smelting bronze, raising livestock, planting peanuts. I heard the chief even wants to start mining." Mining what? Can you even mine a mountain?" "I heard it is to mine for salt, that salty stuff we eat." "I do not know if it is true or not. You must not tell anyone else. Don't worry, I just want to see how he mines." "Look at the bows and arrows the elders are using. They are incredible. They can hit targets from very far away, and the chief invented them. I want one too. I heard the carpenter is making them." Han Feng rode the deer for a while before dismounting and leading it back to its pen. After that, he resumed making wooden barrels. The tribe lacked convenient containers for carrying water and transporting goods. Pottery was fragile and not well sealed, so they had to make wooden barrels. Making wooden barrels also had its rules. You could not just rely on fitting wooden planks tightly together. Han Feng planned the dimensions and selected the wood. Using the fir wood left over from boat building, he had Mu Dun and his team follow his instructed method. Just like that, wooden barrels of various sizes were created one after another in the Han tribe, some for transportation and some for daily use, including ones with handles no type was missing. The elder looked at the pile of barrels and could not help but ask, "Chief, why are we making so many of these?" Han Feng smiled and explained, "Naturally, they are for us to use. If we cannot use them all, we can trade them with other tribes. Wooden barrels are much more convenient for carrying water than pottery, so people will surely like them. But I will not agree to a trade for less than 10 strong men." With the matter of the wooden barrels settled, Han Feng focused all his attention on building the large cart. The most important part of the cart was the wheels. The manufacturing process was complex and required a high load capacity, so using the method for making wheelbarrows was definitely not an option. After thinking for a moment, Han Feng gave Mu Dun 2 sets of precise measurements and solemnly instructed, "Make 4 wheels according to these dimensions. 2 large and 2 small. The wood must be a very sturdy type." Mu Dun took the wooden plank, which was covered in figures. He took out a bronze ruler, carefully compared the figures, and nodded repeatedly. "No problem, Chief. You can rest assured." Making the large wheels was time-consuming, and Han Feng did not have time to wait. He turned to attend to other important matters. In the blink of an eye, the mud shell covering the pyrite iron ore had been roasting for 11 days, and the time was nearly up. Next, because he needed to prepare nitric acid and wanted to avoid any unnecessary danger, he decided to separate himself from the other tribe members. He would complete the remaining steps alone. Han Feng worked meticulously with all his might, and after 2 days he finally succeeded. He obtained 2 large jars of sulfuric acid and over 10 kilograms of iron oxide crystals. These crystals were the iron powder that would be used for crafting ironware from now on. Now that he had sulfuric acid, preparing nitric acid was much simpler. Han Feng took out a brand new set of distillation equipment. He poured saltpeter and the refined sulfuric acid into the distillation pot. After distilling for a while, he obtained nitric acid. Seeing that he had enough concentrated nitric acid and glycerin, Han Feng still did not dare to be careless. This nitroglycerin was extremely explosive. Just a light touch or even a slight increase in temperature could cause it to explode instantly. To ensure safety, it was best to mix these 2 substances right before use to avoid any risks. Now everything was ready, lacking only the final crucial element. Han Feng turned and told Liu Zi to cast a batch of bronze arrowheads with a 5-to-2 copper-tin ratio. He specifically instructed him to make 1 round-headed arrowhead, which would be used later to safely and reliably detonate the charge from a distance with a bow. Early the next morning, Han Feng stood in the middle of the tribe and announced loudly, "Today the women will stay home and look after everything. The men, bring your tools and follow me. We are going to get salt." As soon as he finished speaking, everyone became excited and rolled up their sleeves. Shufu heard this and hurried over, his eyes sparkling as he asked, "Chief, can I go too? I also want to see it with my own eyes." Kubing, that quick-witted kid, also ran up, hugged Han Feng's leg, and shook it back and forth coaxingly. "Leader, I want to go too. I promise I'll be obedient." Han Feng looked down at Kubin. He thought for a moment, then nodded in agreement. "Okay, you 2 go with them. The elder stays behind to watch the home." The elder readily and cheerfully agreed without a word, although he was very curious in his heart. After all, the tribe needed someone to watch over it. After hearing this, Kubin jumped for joy and hurriedly ran off. He was very restless. Soon, a mighty team of over 50 people majestically set out. At this moment, a team of over 50 people was advancing towards the cave. The cave of the Bald tribe. Nuke Bao and Hoi Sun led majestically at the front. Everyone carried bronze shovels and wore bows and arrows. They led oxen whose backs were laden with baskets and wooden barrels. Ku Bin rode Bon Bon, his small head looking around with a curious expression. Han Fong carefully carried 2 jars with both hands inside, which were nitric acid and glycerin. The team walked until about 1 or 2 in the afternoon. Finally, they reached the mysterious cave of the former bald tribe. Han Fong waved his hand, telling everyone to rest and eat a little. Everyone successively removed their gear and ate hastily to replenish their strength. Half an hour later, Han Fong stood up and clapped his hands. He signaled for everyone to start working. Several brawny men immediately gathered at the cave entrance. Heave ho, they pushed away the large boulders blocking the entrance. Dailuk scratched his head and asked in confusion, "This salt cave is so small, how can we widen it? This rock is very hard. In the past, we didn't even dare to use this type of rock to grind stone pots." Han Fong narrowed his eyes to observe the cave entrance. He said in a low voice, "Use these 2 jars of mine. Everyone go outside first. Bring the bronze shovels and get ready to dig a pit later." Then he handed a torch to Dai Thu and pointed at the salt cave entrance. "You take this torch and stand right at the salt cave entrance. I'll go outside to find a position." Dai Thu took the torch and without a word, quickly went to the cave entrance to wait. Han Fong exited the cave, his eyes scanning the surroundings. With eyes as sharp as an eagle's, he found an ideal small mound about 80 meters from the cave entrance. From here he could clearly see the torch in Dai Thu's hand, meaning there was a direct line of sight to the salt cave entrance, very convenient for shooting an arrow. Han Fong broke a branch and stuck it firmly into the ground to mark the spot. He called out loudly, "Everyone come here. A few of you dig a pit here. Make it deep enough so that when you stand in it, it comes up to your waist. Pile the excavated earth towards the side closer to the cave and pat it down firmly with a shovel." Hearing the order, everyone immediately started digging. When the pit was almost finished, Han Fong instructed everyone to take all the oxen. "Go to the mountainside and leave them 1 kilometer away. In a little while, there will be a loud explosion here and the ground will shake. Wait until there's no more movement, then come back to this pit to find me." Everyone nodded seriously, then led the oxen into the distance. Han Fong also hurriedly carried the 2 jars into the cave. Inside the cave, the firelight flickered, and the air was tense enough to be suffocating. Han Fong took a deep breath, slowly opened the lid of the jar containing concentrated glycerin, and carefully poured in the nitric acid little by little. Then he used a wooden stick to stir it gently and carefully. This process took more than 10 minutes. Every movement had to be extremely cautious. He was afraid that the slightest mistake would cause an explosion. Finally, he had a full jar of nitroglycerin. Han Fong carefully placed the jar right at the entrance of the salt cave. Then he used stones to secure it all around, ensuring absolute safety. Next, he bent down and went deeper into the cave. He lit a bonfire to provide light, making it convenient to observe the target from outside the cave. After finishing everything, Han Fong quickly went to the marked position. His heart pounded, and his forehead was beaded with sweat, although he was extremely tense inside. But his gaze remained steady. He stared intently at the earthenware jar placed in front of the firelight inside the cave. The pit was 80 meters from the cave entrance, and the salt cave entrance was 35 meters from the cave entrance. Thus, the blast point was only 15 meters away from him. Normally, shooting an arrow over this distance would not be a problem, but today this arrow would decide success or failure. Han Fong tried to calm himself. Seeing that everyone had almost completely retreated, he slowly drew his bow, knocked an arrow aimed at the target, and with a whoosh the bowstring snapped taut. The arrow shot forward like a flash of lightning. Han Fong didn't dare to hesitate, tossing the bow aside and quickly squatting down. At the same time, he opened his mouth wide and covered his 2 ears tightly with his hands. A second later, an earth-shattering explosion rang out, shaking everything. The entire ground shook. The shockwave from the explosion spread out like a ferocious wave, creating an extremely strong gust of wind. Granite boulders as hard as steel shattered in an instant. The salt cave entrance was directly blown into a bottomless pit. Large salt blocks that were originally deep inside the cave were now exposed under the sun. The cave roof was blown open. Debris shot up like rain, falling several hundred meters away. Dust flew everywhere, obscuring the view. A blast of air spewed from the cave, carrying earth and rocks. Like a roaring demon, it blew away the layer of earth piled in front of the pit. Han Fong couldn't avoid it in time and was buried under the earth and rocks. The shockwave continued to sweep through a radius of 500 meters. Birds dropped dead from the sky in droves, and trees were broken and toppled. The wild animals in the forest panicked, screaming and fleeing madly, but many were still caught by the shockwave, which concussed them to death. At Bolai Mountain, 1 kilometer away, everyone from the Han tribe was waiting anxiously. Suddenly, a strong tremor hit. Lu Tu, who was leaning on a staff, staggered and almost fell. Immediately after, a terrifying explosion echoed. Everyone looked up in astonishment, only to see countless large and small rocks flying into the air like fireworks. Some rocks as large as millstones flew 400 to 500 meters away. Smaller stones even fell as far as Bolai Mountain. The herd of oxen panicked, struggling wildly, but they were tied tightly to the trees. Unable to escape, Bon Bon knelt in fear and lay flat on the ground. Nuke Bao and Hoi Sun also panicked and ran down the mountainside, covering their faces with their hands to find a hidden corner to hide. Dai Thu shouted loudly, Everyone get down quickly, avoid the falling rocks. Everyone came to their senses and quickly lay flat on the ground. Chuotlan stood stunned like a statue, unable to believe his eyes. The shockwave kicked up sand and dirt, creating a blinding dust storm that obscured the entire sky. A few minutes later, back at the Han tribe, the elder and everyone else also heard the loud explosion and saw birds flying in disarray in the distance. Then the elder excitedly waved his staff and shouted, "It's the leader, he has opened the mountain." The women and children who stayed behind heard this, and all cheered with joy. "That's great. We have salt to eat again." At the same time, on the east side of the river, Chief Mao Lat of the Lat tribe was leading a hunting party when suddenly the loud explosion sounded. Everyone turned their heads in shock to look. They only saw the sky to the west filled with dust. Mao Lat muttered doubtfully, "What happened over there? Are the gods angry?" A member of the hunting party said tremblingly, "It seems to be on the other side of the river." Mao Lat composed himself. "We should still go back and ask the shaman. The shaman can communicate with the gods. Perhaps he knows what happened." After saying this, he shouldered their prey and led the team to hurry back. The Du tribe in the forest south of the cave, more than 10 kilometers away. A team of over 50 people was on the move. This was the Du tribe. They were nomadic, moving between tribes, responsible for relaying messages and organizing gatherings. The leader was a strong young man, about 20 years old, named Du, holding a simple map in his hand. On it were marked the courses of rivers and the terrain of mountains. Suddenly, a loud explosion like rolling thunder rang out, startling everyone to a halt. Du's expression changed. He raised his hand to signal the team to stop, listen, and be vigilant. At the same time, his sharp eyes scanned all 4 directions. A member of the team asked worriedly, "Do this sound isn't normal? Could it be some monster appearing?" Du frowned and said in a low voice, "Don't panic. Listening to the sound, it seems to be coming from the northwest. With such a loud sound, it's definitely not something ordinary." After speaking, he quickly spread the map on the ground. His finger traced the mountain terrain, a glint of speculation in his eyes. The northwest is the western mountain range, which is normally, besides fierce beasts, there's nothing unusual. For it to be so noisy today, could it have been caused by some tribe? Everyone in the team whispered among themselves, all of them worried and suspicious. Du stood up, brushing the dust off himself. "Stop guessing. Let's go over there and take a look, but everyone must hold your weapons tightly." Everyone nodded hastily. They drew their stone axes and wooden clubs and cautiously advanced towards the source of the explosion. At this time, at the western cave, which had been half collapsed by the explosion, dust swirled like a thick fog that wouldn't dissipate. Han Fong was buried in the pit. He felt as if he was being crushed by earth and rocks, his chest tight and painful. Every breath was difficult. He tried to twist his body, his 2 hands digging frantically. There was only one thought in his mind: he had to get out quickly. A moment later, anxious calls were heard from outside. "Leader, leader, where are you?" It was the voice of Chuotlan and the others. Han Fong felt a surge of strength. He used all his might to push upwards with his head, his 2 hands digging furiously, tossing dirt to the sides. Huff, huff! Han Fong's head finally broke through the surface of the ground. He greedily breathed in the fresh air. "I'm here," he shouted, his voice hoarse from inhaling dust. Chuotlan and the others heard his voice and rushed over. Seeing Han Fong's miserable state, everyone's eyes turned red. Without a word, they threw down their bronze shovels and used their bare hands to frantically dig Han Fong out their mouths, murmuring nonstop. "Leader, we finally found you. You scared us to death. That explosion just now nearly scared the life out of us." With the help of the others, Han Fong came to his senses, stood up, brushed the dust off himself, and said with a smile that he was okay, then quickly led everyone to check the salt mine. Everyone walked towards the cave together, and Han Fong saw that the once small and narrow entrance had now become a pit as large as several houses. On the walls of the pit, layer upon layer of pure white rock salt was exposed, sparkling in the sunlight like a silver mountain. Everyone stood there, dumbfounded and speechless. Without hesitation, Han Fong quickly signaled for everyone to start mining the salt. Only then did the people snap out of their daze and eagerly get to work. Some led oxen to the edge of the pit, bringing wooden barrels and large baskets. Some people used bronze shovels to carefully knock large blocks of salt from the pit wall, then gently place them into the barrels. A few nimble people also wove simple ropes from vines to make transporting the salt easier. While everyone was busy, Han Fong glanced into the cave and saw several figures huddled on the ground. Startled, he approached for a closer look, and his expression immediately grew heavy. They were the desiccated corpses of several children. They were skin and bones, dressed in ragged clothes, huddled in a corner. It looked as though they had died in utter pain and despair. Han Fong's eyes stung and his heart twisted. He turned and said softly, "Go find some dry firewood. We will cremate these children to give them a proper send-off." Several tribesmen nodded silently. They turned to find firewood. A short while later, a pyre was built in the cave, its flickering flames illuminating the solemn faces of everyone. Han Fong led the way, gently placing the desiccated bodies onto the pyre, murmuring something under his breath. He prayed for the unfortunate children he had never met as the fire roared to life. The dried corpses gradually turned to ash, and white smoke drifted upwards, as if carrying the aggrieved souls of the children. When it was done and the smoke had slowly dissipated, Han Fong took a deep breath to compose himself and said loudly, "Everyone, let's push on. After we finish mining the salt, we'll head back to the tribe." Everyone cheered in agreement. Their movements grew swifter as they worked with fervor, and soon the wooden barrels and large baskets were all filled with salt. Seeing it was late afternoon, Han Fong waved his hand and said, "All right, let's pack up. We had a great harvest today. Let's return to the tribe and celebrate." Hearing this, everyone cheered happily, leading the salt-laden oxen back in a procession. But they had only gone a short way when from the south, a rustling sound suddenly echoed from the forest, growing louder. Han Fong was instantly on guard, raising a hand to signal everyone to halt. He quickly drew his bow and arrow and hissed, "Silence, everyone on your guard." Hearing this, the people all tightened their grip on their weapons. They formed a defensive posture, their eyes fixed on the forest. In the blink of an eye, a group of strangers wearing animal skins and carrying crude weapons emerged from the forest in single file. The one in the lead was Chief Du of the Du tribe. He raised both his hands, signaling that he meant no harm. "We are people of the Du tribe just passing through." We heard a loud noise from this direction and wanted to see what was going on. Han Fong, however, remained vigilant. With an arrow still knocked on his bow, he asked coldly, "The Du tribe, I've never heard of you. What is your purpose for coming here?" Du hurriedly explained, "Our Du tribe is nomadic. We specialize in traveling between tribes to facilitate communication. We deliver news and organize gatherings. We just happened to be in the area today and got curious. Besides, I can see your people are finely equipped. You must be from a great tribe, so we wished to make friends." Han Fong narrowed his eyes as he studied Du, thinking to himself that their arrival was quite a coincidence. Although he claimed to have no ill will, Han Fong knew he couldn't let his guard down. He asked casually, "So you say you want to establish relations. What token of sincerity do you bring?" Du scratched his head, chuckling. "Sincerity? Well, we know a lot of interesting stories about the other tribes, and we also have news about where to find resources. We can share all of this with you. In addition, if you ever need someone to run errands for you in the future, we will definitely do our utmost to help." Han Fong snorted coldly. Words are cheap, who would believe them? Du's eyes shifted as if he just remembered something. "All right. A few days ago, we heard news about a very large spring festival. This festival is the annual gathering for all the tribes. All the surrounding tribes will gather there to trade supplies and compete in various skills. This information must be very useful to your tribe." Han Fong's interest was piqued upon hearing this. He knew that for the tribe to have long-term growth, it needed to have contact with the outside world. This spring festival was a wonderful opportunity to acquire more resources, but he maintained a calm expression. "It's just news about a spring festival. Who knows if it's true or not? And even if it is, you didn't just stop to tell us. I fear you have another purpose." Du gave an awkward laugh, rubbing his hands together. "To be honest with you, Chief, we wander everywhere. Our food has run out and now we're starving. If you could spare us some food, then about the spring festival, I promise I'll tell you everything, holding nothing back." Han Fong frowned, looking at his own party heavily laden with salt. He feigned a difficult expression. "We don't really have much food to spare right now. As you can see, we've just finished mining salt. Everyone is exhausted, and we're relying on this food to have enough energy to get back to our tribe." Du looked on covetously and pleaded without giving up. "Just a little bit would be fine. Even a few pieces of dried meat or a handful of wild vegetables would be enough to stave off our hunger for now. When we return to our tribe, I promise we will repay your kindness many times over." Han Fong thought for a moment, but ultimately shook his head. "It's truly inconvenient right now. How about this? You can come with us back to our tribe, and when we arrive, we'll treat you to good food and wine. Then you can tell us all about the spring festival." Hearing this, Du's eyes lit up. "That's wonderful, thank you for your generosity, Chief. We will follow you." And so the two groups set off together toward the Han tribe. The sky grew progressively darker as night fell like a vast black silk cloth. The people of the Han tribe lit torches, making the entire convoy look like a fiery dragon shining in the dark night. The Du tribe's people looked at the bright torches with curiosity and admiration. Du couldn't resist approaching Han Fong to ask, "Chief, your torches are incredibly bright. How are they made? We normally have a miserable time traveling in the dark." Han Fong smiled, held up a torch, and began to explain. "It's not hard to make a torch. You find a thick stick, wrap one end with cloth or dried grass, then dip it in grease or fat and light it up." Du nodded along as he listened. "That's a clever method. I'll have my people try it when we return." Everyone continued walking and talking. Before long, they reached the Han tribe. The moment the people from the Du tribe entered, they were stunned by the sight before them. They saw a tall, sturdy wall encircling the settlement with flags fluttering atop it. Inside houses stood close together, teeming with people and livestock. The entire place was filled with life. He couldn't help but click his tongue in amazement. "Your tribe is so large in scale, and it's so well appointed. This is truly the most impressive tribe I have ever seen." Han Fong smiled. He signaled for his people to arrange a place for the Du tribe to rest, and then had someone bring out hot food. Everyone gathered to eat and drink their fill in a lively and warm atmosphere. When he was tipsy, Du put down his bowl. He cleared his throat and said, "Chief, thank you for your hospitality. I should now keep my promise. The spring festival will be held in half a month. The location is at the Three River Fork to the east. When the time comes, 20 to 30 of the surrounding tribes will gather there. It gets very lively. Han Fong nodded, taking note of the information about the Spring Festival. So does this festival have any rules? What about for trading and the competitions? Tell me in detail. Du wiped his mouth and said carefully, there aren't too many regulations. To attend the Spring Festival, you must bring a characteristic item from your tribe, which serves as an entry ticket. Without it, you cannot enter the venue. Trading is mostly done by bartering with the two sides, negotiating a fair exchange value. The competitions include hunting and archery, as well as a handicraft exhibition. The winning tribe receives handsome rewards. Their reputation will also spread far and wide. Han Fong listened attentively, mentally calculating what his tribe needed to prepare. At this moment, Du seemed to gather his courage and asked tentatively, Chief, your tribe is so prosperous. Look at that large herd of livestock. I wonder if you could give us one ox. We will certainly repay you for it later. We'll serve your tribe with absolute loyalty. Hearing this, Han Fong's expression darkened. An ox is not possible. The tribe is still growing. We cannot be without draft power. We need both people and livestock right now. If you lack food, I can give you some of that. We can also negotiate if you want to trade for other things, but oxen are off the table. Du's disappointment was obvious, but he quickly composed himself. Then, Chief, what do you suggest we could trade for? Han Fong thought for a moment and said, Our tribe has a lot of pottery bows and arrows. If you need those, you can bring supplies of equal value to trade. Or if you have any rare items, we would also be willing to make an exchange. Du nodded repeatedly. I understand. After the meal, everyone went to rest. Du lay in bed, tossing and turning, unable to fall asleep. The more he thought, the more he realized the immense potential of the Han tribe. The issue with the ox still gnawed at him. Du mulled it over again and again. He got up, went to Han Fong's door, and knocked gently. Chief, are you asleep? There's something I wish to discuss with you further. Han Fong opened the door and frowned when he saw it was Du. It's this late, what else could there be? Du spoke imploringly. Chieftain, I've thought it over. My Yu tribe may not have much wealth, but we are very skilled at delivering messages and finding resources. We can contact other tribes and do all sorts of odd jobs. Anything is possible. Sir, could you perhaps reconsider the matter of the cow? Just state your conditions. As long as it's within our power, we will certainly give it our all. Han Feng crossed his arms in front of his chest. He sized up Yu, thinking to himself that this Yu tribe travels everywhere and must have a wide network. If he could win them over, it would be very beneficial. Han Feng pondered for a moment, then slowly said, Since you are so sincere, I will be direct. Right now, what the tribe lacks most is clothing. The weather is gradually getting warmer, and the tribe's population has increased, so the current supply of clothes is not enough. If you can help find enough animal hides and materials for making clothes, or know a place where we can acquire 10, or trade for these materials, then I can consider giving you a cow. Yu's eyes lit up and he pounded his chest in assurance. Chieftain, rest assured. Leave this to us. We travel between tribes daily, so we are very familiar with the places that have animal hides and materials. In 3 days at most, I will definitely find enough materials for you. Han Feng's lips curled into a slight smile. Good. I hope you don't go back on your word. If you succeed, you can take the cow immediately. If you fail, don't ever mention this matter again. Yu nodded repeatedly and left joyfully. Watching his departing figure, Han Feng was filled with hope. He knew this could be an opportunity for the Han tribe to reach a new level. On the third day, Yu returned with his people, just as promised, bringing many animal hides and clothing materials, but the place was very far from here. Even for someone with swift feet like him, it took a full day's journey to get there. But Han Feng just smiled without saying anything. He turned and led out an elk. Yu had seen this type of deer before, but he had never thought it could be so docile. It was obedient enough for people to ride. Seeing this, Han Feng patiently showed him how to control the elk to run and stop. Yu only needed one test ride to fall in love with this magical mode of transportation, and then asked Han Feng, Can this elk be added to our original deal? Hearing this, Han Feng refused outright. You can only choose one, the cow or the elk. The reward he offered was already very generous. Yu didn't press the matter further, but his heart was filled with even more anticipation for their next cooperation. Early on the morning of the third day, Han Feng and Yu each led 2 elks and set off. Before leaving, he instructed the tribespeople at home to clear the wasteland along the north bank of the man-made river so they could directly plant the harvested hemp when he returned. The 2 rode their elks all the way to the northwest. A journey that would have taken a full day on foot was completed by the time the sun reached its zenith. They had arrived at the place Yu mentioned. It was a mountainside covered in the green of lush trees, and on the slope were many hemp plants. At a glance, it had to be over 2,000 acres wide, but there was no sign of any other type of plant. Han Feng frowned. This guy isn't a double-crosser, is he? This entire vast area was clearly planted by someone. If we get caught, I'm afraid we'll be beaten to a pulp. Chieftain Han, aren't you looking for this type of grass? You pointed towards the vast expanse of hemp plants on the mountainside. It is the grass I need. But this patch of grass already has an owner, doesn't it? Is there any tribe nearby? There is a Bian tribe here, but they don't welcome outsiders, so we rarely came here before. Damn you, you did this on purpose, didn't you? Isn't this just tricking me? But since we're already here, we obviously can't return empty-handed. We can only secretly harvest a little and then flee quickly. Thinking this, Han Feng took from the back of his elk a large basket and began to harvest frantically. Seeing this, Yu also took up his bone knife and started to help. But just as the two were engrossed in harvesting, suddenly the sound of gongs echoed all around. Han Feng was startled. Damn it, we've been exposed. We've been caught in the act. Before he could even react, they were surrounded by many people from all directions. At a glance, there were at least 30 to 40 people, and they were all adult men. Without a second thought, Han Feng and Yu mounted their elks, intending to break through the encirclement and escape. But the crowd suddenly threw out several ropes, blocking the two's escape route. Immediately after, the two were caught under two large nets woven from hemp rope like catching pigs. They were carried away towards the mountainside. The four elks were also led along, following closely behind. Han Feng's heart sank. Getting caught red-handed while stealing is so humiliating. He glanced ahead. He saw that the leader was a young woman. She wore a triumphant smile, her long black hair flowing down her back. A piece of hemp cloth was wrapped around her waist as a skirt. The girl was very beautiful, but Han Feng was in no mood to notice. He turned his head and glared at Yu, who was also being carried. Damn it, this is all your fault. Before long, the two were carried back to the tribe's residential area. The chieftain of the Bian tribe had also come before them. What surprised Han Feng was that their chieftain was a woman. She wore a cloak also made of hemp cloth, the same type as the leading girl's skirt, but with an added hood. The girl from before also ran up to Han Feng. She excitedly said to the female chieftain mother, "I was the first one to spot him when he arrived at the hemp field. You have to reward him to me." It was the first time the girl had seen someone riding on the back of a large beast, galloping so fast. Moreover, Han Feng was also very handsome. So when she discovered him, her first thought was to keep him as her husband. The Bian tribe was a matriarchal tribe. Throughout the entire tribe, women held the highest power. Their chieftain was a woman over 30 years old named Chang, and the girl in front of him was Chang's daughter named Xiaodie. Xiaodie was 12 years old this year and had just come of age. For the past few days, they had received news about the Spring Festival and were thinking about what kind of man she should find. They never expected someone to deliver himself to their doorstep. Chang walked up to Han Feng, observing him from head to toe, then said to Xiaodie, "This young man is indeed very special. You said he rode this horned beast to get here." "That's right, both of them rode elks here. Mother, you have to reward him to me as my husband. I don't want to go to the Spring Festival anymore, but I don't think he's an ordinary person." Chang's gaze swept over Han Feng, especially the bronze helmet on his head. She had never seen such a shiny golden object before. Such a luxurious piece of adornment could absolutely not be worn by an ordinary person. It seemed he was either a tribal chieftain or the son of a chieftain. Forcibly keeping such a person here would be very troublesome and could even start a war between the two tribes. At this moment, a man from the tribe handed Chang Han Feng's bow, arrow, and spear. "Chieftain, these are also theirs." Chang took the bronze spear from the tribesman's hand. The spear was golden and its tip was sharp. She thought to herself, "If their tribe is entirely equipped with weapons like this, then we definitely can't keep him." Then she picked up the bow and examined it for a while, but she didn't know what it was used for. So Xiaodie snatched the bow from her mother's hand and plucked the bowstring repeatedly as if she were playing an instrument. It seemed she thought it was some kind of musical instrument. Seeing this, Han Feng gritted his teeth in anger. He knew that dry firing a bow without an arrow is very harmful to the bow's body. Meanwhile, Chang took an arrow out of the quiver, looking at the feathers attached to the tail and the equally sharp bronze arrowhead. She could confirm this was also a weapon, but she didn't know how this small spear was used. Although Han Feng couldn't understand what she was muttering, seeing the mother and daughter pair fumbling with it for half a day without figuring it out, he didn't need to think to know what she was talking about. He hurriedly shouted, "Let me go and I'll tell you how to use it." Chang didn't understand what Han Feng said either, but she knew he wanted to get out. She turned and took a handful of hemp from the large basket and said to Han Feng, "Why did you steal our tribe's hemp? Just then you spoke up from the other net. We didn't know this was your property, but you'd better release us. We are both tribal chieftains." The people of the Bian tribe were all stunned when they heard this. "How can you speak our tribe's language?" Looking at the guy next to him who got him captured yet was able to converse with their captors, Han Feng wanted to both punch him and admire him. How could this guy know so many tribal languages? "I am the chieftain of the Du tribe, and we often trade with other tribes, so we have to learn the languages of the tribes." Thuong thought for a moment and remembered that a Du tribe had indeed visited before. So she confirmed Du's identity, but she was still suspicious about Han Feng. "What about him? Why do you say he is also a chieftain?" "His tribe is even more formidable. Their population is no smaller than yours, and they also have many powerful weapons. It would be best if you don't keep him, otherwise your tribe will be in big trouble." After hearing this, Thuong was inclined to release Han Feng. Two tribes with similar populations fighting would most likely result in mutual destruction, which was not something she wanted. But upon hearing this, Xiao Deep refused. We're not afraid of him. Could there be a weapon more powerful than a spear? That short spear can't even be thrown far. You're lying to me, I must keep him. Du looked at Xiao Deep's stubborn expression. He just smiled without saying anything. Actually, he didn't know how to use that weapon either, only that it was very powerful. Seeing Du's dismissive smile, Xiao Deep got angry. You're lying to me. You're lying, I must keep him. Unlike Xiao Deep, Thuong did not act so recklessly. Although she didn't know what a bow and arrow was, just looking at the sharp bronze arrowhead, she could tell how deadly it was. Good weapons meant no shortage of food, and no shortage of food meant the population would surely be large. Moreover, the bronze helmet on Han Feng's head made her certain that he was the chieftain of a large tribe. Thuong pulled Xiao Deep back and said, You may go, but you have damaged much of our tribe's hemp grass. How do you intend to compensate us for this? Hearing that her mother was going to let them go, Xiao Deep panicked. Mother, you can't let them go. I want to keep him as my husband. But Thuong, as the chieftain, naturally understood the situation and refused immediately. He is the chieftain of another tribe. We cannot keep him. At this point, Du couldn't hold back any longer. What exactly do you want for compensation? Just take it and let us go, Thuong thought for a moment. She pointed to Han Feng's bow arrows and his golden spear, then pointed to the deer. We want these weapons. And those moose as well. Du refused without a second thought. Impossible, those are not my things. And he won't give them to you either. Seeing Thuong point at his weapons and deer, Han Feng confusedly asked Du. What does she want? Du explained. She says we have ruined their hemp field. She wants to keep the weapons and the deer as compensation. Hearing this, Han Feng's face turned purple with rage. Isn't this just blatant extortion? I only cut the stalks, I didn't uproot them. How can she say they're ruined? And even if compensation is due, it shouldn't be this much. But suddenly he felt something was off. She said we ruined their hemp field. Could it be they only harvest it once a year? Du didn't understand what Han Feng was saying, but translated anyway. Chieftain Han asks, do you only harvest the hemp grass once a year? Hearing this question, Thuong was also stunned. Isn't hemp grass supposed to be harvested only once a year? Just by looking at Thuong's expression? Han Feng knew at once they knew nothing about the growth characteristics of the hemp plant. So he calmly told Du to tell her. He won't give away the weapons and the deer, and he will continue to harvest the hemp grass. However, he can teach them how to harvest it 5 times a year. After Du translated, the people of the border tribe were all stunned. Harvest hemp grass 5 times a year. Doesn't that mean the yield would increase 5-fold? This method was truly valuable. You see, the border tribe cultivated these hemp plants, not only for their own use, but they also used the hemp cloth and ropes, woven from the hemp plants to trade with other tribes, sometimes in exchange for food. Therefore, the yield of the hemp grass could be said to determine the development of the border tribe. If what Han Feng said was true, the border tribe would never be short of hemp grass again. This was an incredibly tempting offer for them. Thuong's eyes lit up and she hastily waved for her tribesmen to release the 2 men. Hearing the command, the men quickly untied the 2 of them. Han Feng stood up and adjusted his animal hide skirt. He extended his hand toward Thuong, then pointed to his weapons, gesturing for her to return them. Although Thuong hesitated for a moment, seeing the determined and cold look in Han Feng's eyes that exuded a royal aura, she quickly told Xiao Deep to return his weapons. But Xiao Deep, who hadn't wanted to let Han Feng go and was now sulking, wouldn't return them so easily and turned away abruptly. With a huff, she said, Fine, I'll give them back, but you have to teach me how to use them first. Hearing this, Han Feng nodded and picked up the bow. He then drew an arrow and looked around for a suitable target. Suddenly, he saw a small wild boar still alive, caught in a net about 30 meters away. He immediately drew his bow, nocked an arrow, and released it almost without aiming. With a whoosh, the sharp bronze arrowhead easily pierced the hide on the wild boar's flank, flying straight through its body, embedding itself with a thud into the wooden post behind it. The wild boar let out a piercing squeal as 2 small streams of blood spurted from its sides. Its body thrashed wildly before quickly going limp. The people of the border tribe were all too stunned to speak. A chill ran down their spines. They never imagined the weapon could be so powerful. It was a good thing their chieftain had agreed to let them go. Otherwise, if they fought the Han tribe, they would probably be wiped out in an instant. But Xiao Deep, seeing the dead boar, showed no fear at all. On the contrary, she cheered at the weapon's incredible power. So that's how you use it. It's amazing. Thuong was also deeply astonished. She never imagined the weapon was so powerful. If that wild boar had been a person, she dared not think about it any further. Moreover, that was the power of just 1 arrow. Han Feng still had dozens more in his quiver. That seemed to be more arrows than there were men in her tribe. Thuong began to feel a sense of dread. Just how terrifying was this weapon? She must not make an enemy of the Han tribe. Han Feng secretly glanced at the group, seeing their shocked and frightened expressions. He was inwardly delighted. Let's see if you dare to treat me like a pig to be captured now. Then he retrieved the arrow and put it back in his quiver. Then he turned, took his deer, and led everyone toward the hemp field. Once there, he calmly pointed at the hemp plants on the ground and taught them the proper harvesting method. 1, you don't pull the whole plant out. You just need to cut across the stalk right where I'm pointing. The plant will grow back soon after. Before the snow falls, you can harvest like this at least 5 or 6 times. Du stood by and dutifully translated for everyone. The people of the border tribe were amazed. They had always pulled out the entire plant before. They had no idea it could be done this way. Zhao Deep asked in amazement, "How do you know all this? Have you grown hemp grass before Han Feng casually fabricated a reason?" "I used to grow it when I was a child." "Then why did you come to cut our hemp grass? To take it back to plant and weave into cloth?" Zhao Deep was a little surprised by what Han Feng said. "You know how to weave cloth too? Of course. I can weave cloth that is much better, wider and thicker than yours." As he spoke, he glanced at the hemp cloth on their bodies, which was as sparse as a sieve and barely covered anything. Thuong didn't doubt Han Feng's words. His weapons were proof enough that his tribe possessed more advanced production skills. Although he had just been released, Han Feng didn't miss the chance to be shrewd. "I can't. I only teach my own tribespeople. Unless you join my tribe." Joining another tribe, especially a patriarchal one, was something Thuong had never even considered. So she refused outright. Han Feng hadn't expected her to agree immediately. He just wanted to plant a seed of an idea. A seed of curiosity in her mind. He then acted nonchalantly and told Du to get back to harvesting the hemp grass. Thuong remained silent. After all, this had already been agreed upon. But she had another idea, hoping to trade with the Han tribe in the future. Han Feng turned to look at her, then at the border tribespeople behind her, and told her that a trade was possible. But he only wanted children and men. Thuong nodded, having no objection. Han Feng said no more. He and Du continued to harvest the hemp grass. 30 minutes later, 4 large baskets were full. He tied them to the deer's back and prepared to leave. Just then, Zhao Deep, who was standing nearby, suddenly grabbed the reins. "Can you please not go?" After Du translated, Han Feng blushed but still shook his head firmly. "I have my own people. I cannot stay here." With tears welling in her eyes, Zhao Deep pouted pitifully and asked, "Then can you at least tell me your name?" Han Feng didn't answer. He squeezed the deer with his 2 legs, then drew an arrow and shot it into a spot 2 meters away from Zhao Deep. Zhao Deep ran over and pulled out the arrow. She looked at it twice, and finally noticed 2 neat characters at the end of the shaft. On one side was Han, and on the other was Feng. "Mother, this symbol is exactly the same as the one on his helmet." The girl held up the arrow for her to see. "Keep it safe and don't damage it. Let's see if we can create a weapon just like it." Du and Han Feng rode their deer as if flying, only returning to the Han tribe as dusk fell. At that moment, on the north bank of the man-made river, the people of the 2 tribes, Han and Du, had cleared a small plot of land about 5 mu in size. Han Feng used a shovel to draw a boundary on the ground, telling everyone to plant these hemp stalks in the earth and then water them. Chuot Vu and the elder approached Han Feng. "Chief, what are we planting this for?" "It's for making clothes, the very things we wear on our bodies." "Clothes made from this plant are very thin and will be very cool to wear in the summer." Everyone nodded. After hearing this, they had learned a new word. Clothes are the things worn on the body. Now that Du's task was complete, he came to find Han Feng to claim his reward. Although there had been some trouble along the way, Han Feng did not go back on his word. As requested, he gave him the moose. In addition, he also gave him a clay pot and 10 bowls. As for the matter of the 2 of them being captured by the Bien tribe, they both tactfully avoided mentioning it. After all, they were both tribal chiefs. It was truly too embarrassing. Early the next morning, Du led his tribespeople to bid farewell to Han Feng, promising to meet again at the spring gathering valley. Han Feng watched as the Du tribe's procession gradually disappeared in the distance. His gaze was a bit distant. He himself also really wanted to go exploring like the Du tribe. Just then, the elder came up behind him and called out, "Chief, what should we do next?" Han Feng turned his head to look at the elder. Thinking that the rice seeds had been soaking for a day, it was time to transplant the seedlings. No sooner said than done. He immediately told the elder to gather all the strong young men of the tribe. First, he told the men to open all the irrigation ditches to clear the water flow. Although the elder didn't understand what transplanting seedlings was, he still followed the orders. He knew that listening to the chief was never wrong. Before long, the men carrying bronze shovels went to each ditch and dug out the blockages. River water surged into the rice paddies. Meanwhile, Han Feng led the women to start pulling up the seedlings, dividing them into small bundles and setting them aside. He also told Lu Tu to cut small wooden sticks 40 centimeters long. These would be used to measure the distance when transplanting. When all the preparatory work was done, everyone gathered to learn how to transplant the seedlings from Han Feng. Use 2 fingers to hold the base of the seedling and plant it straight into the mud, then use the wooden stick to measure the distance for the next plant. Everyone seemed to understand, but a man from the Black Rat tribe asked doubtfully, "Chief, can this grass really be eaten?" As soon as he finished speaking, all eyes turned to Han Feng. Clearly, this was a common question that no one else had dared to ask. Everyone had seen the animal husbandry and peanut farming with their own eyes, but as for the crop Han Feng was talking about, they had never seen it before and felt it was a waste of time to plant paddy rice. Han Feng wasn't angry. He patiently explained, "This grass indeed cannot be eaten directly. We eat its seeds." Saying that, he told Thatch Dao to bring out the remaining 22 caddies of rice seeds for everyone to see. "Here, these are the seeds of the rice plant called paddy. Peeling off this husk reveals the rice that we will eat. This rice is very hard and must be cooked in a pot to be edible." Everyone still seemed to be confused. Han Fong decided to cook a pot of rice from the remaining seeds for everyone to try. The elder and Chu Fu were old and weak and couldn't bend over to transplant seedlings, so they also followed to watch him cook. First, Han Fong found a thick urn. He used a stick to pound the patty in the urn. Soon the husks came off and the patty inside turned into brown rice. Then he put the brown rice into a clay pot, washed it clean, and added water according to a rice-to-water ratio of 1 to 1.2. He put it on the stove to cook. Chu Fu looked at the amount of rice, which barely covered the bottom of the pot, and wondered, "Chief, how can such a small amount of rice be enough to eat?" Han Fong smiled and explained, "When cooked with water, the rice will expand. By then, the water in the pot will have been completely absorbed. Only the soft, expanded rice will be left." "Rice can expand," the elder and Chu Fu exclaimed in unison, astonished. They had never heard of any food that could expand when cooked. The children of the tribe also crowded around the pot. Before long, the fragrant aroma of cooked rice spread, making the children gulp down their saliva. Han Fong himself was also very moved. What a familiar smell. It had been a long time since he had eaten rice. While he was cooking the rice, the several hundred tribespeople had finished transplanting the seedlings. Now they all stood around the pot, inhaling the fragrant aroma of the rice. Very quickly, a pot of fragrant, soft white rice was cooked. Han Fong told each tribesperson to get their bowl and chopsticks in lineup, because the amount was limited. Each person would only get a small bite to taste. The first few tribespeople in line who received the rice eagerly put it in their mouths. While chewing, they clicked their tongues in appreciation. "This rice is so delicious, it's soft and fragrant, and if you chew it well, it even has a sweet taste. It's so good." Hearing this, those who hadn't eaten yet became even more impatient, urging the people in front of them to hurry up. Soon the entire tribe was filled with the sound of slurping. They were used to eating meat, so eating this soft, fragrant rice was both a novelty and a delight to their palate. Now no one in the tribe doubted Han Fong anymore. On the contrary, because he had discovered patty rice, his prestige in everyone's hearts grew even higher. After the busy period, Han Fong began to arrange work for everyone again. The men would chop trees, catch chickens, hunt animals, smelt bronze, make pottery, and do woodwork. The women would fire bricks, catch fish, and raise livestock. They also refined rock salt. The method for refining rock salt was similar to making saltpeter. First, impurities were removed from the rock salt. Then it was boiled with clean water, and finally the water was evaporated to crystallize the salt. The white salt produced was not only for their own tribe's use, but also for trading with others. With the spring gathering approaching, they had to prepare a lot of salt and pottery. These were all essential items for other tribes. There was no worry about not being able to sell them. In addition, he also had to prepare a large cart to transport so many goods. Getting to a distant place would depend on it. He then called Mukdan over to ask about the progress of making the wooden cart. Mukdan didn't say much. He directly led a team of more than 10 carpenters pushing a four-wheeled cart in front of Han Fong. Upon seeing it, Han Fong couldn't help but be astonished. He never expected Mukdan to be so resourceful. Previously, he had only told him to make a simple two-wheeled pushcart. Yet now the thing before his eyes already had the shape of a horse-drawn carriage. At the back was a very large cargo bed. Although it had no canopy in the future, they could just set up a tent made of animal hide on top. It would certainly be no worse than a carriage. Furthermore, at the front of the cart there was a flat plank that could seat 2 people. In the future, they would just need to hitch 2 oxen to pull it, and the person sitting on the seat could drive the cart. Han Fong praised Mukdan profusely. Then he offered some suggestions for modifications. Mukdan was very happy, and led his team of carpenters to get to work right away. This time, with Han Fong's guidance and everyone's cooperation, the first ox cart in human history was born in just 3 days. Now this cart was exactly as Han Fong had envisioned. It was not only beautiful and elegant, but also very practical and highly efficient. In the blink of an eye, the first month of spring was almost over. For nearly a month now, the harvests had been very plentiful. The Han tribe plowed fields, planted crops, mined salt, and even went through a battle to subdue the Black Rat tribe. They also successfully lured the Bien tribe into planting hemp. The lives of the tribespeople were getting better and better. The only shortcoming was the city that Han Fong had designed. It still hadn't gotten anywhere. Building a city required a lot of manpower, and the Han tribe currently had just over 350 people in total. Now was the time to use pottery and white salt to poach people at the spring gathering. To facilitate transportation, Han Fong told Lu Tu to urgently make a batch of flat-bottomed flared-rim clay pots with wooden lids. They could be stacked on top of each other to save space. The salt was packed directly into large wooden barrels, with the lids tied down securely with ropes. Han Fong continuously directed the tribespeople to load the goods onto the cart. Today was the 6th day before the spring gathering began. To avoid being rushed, he planned to set off early. Then he called Dai Thu over to give instructions. During the days he was away, Dai Thu would manage the tribe in his place. He had to protect the tribespeople and the young seedlings well. Dai Thu felt Han Fong's trust and beat his chest resoundingly, guaranteeing that he would protect every single member of the tribe. Next, he turned to look at Chhuot Lan standing beside him and placed a pre-prepared tin helmet on his head. In the days I'm absent, you must be responsible for leading the hunting party to hunt. You must also lead the newly joined tribespeople in daily practice with bows, arrows, and spears. The great rat was initially resentful that the great tree was given such a great responsibility, but then he saw that Han Fong had prepared a helmet for him identical to Dai Thu's. That little bit of resentment immediately vanished. He cherished the tin helmet in his hands. Finally, Han Fong instructed the elder and Chuot Vu to go to the rice paddies every day to check on them. The fields must always have water. It must be submerged at least a hand's depth. Although the two old men were advanced in age, they also wanted to contribute to the tribe. Now that they too had been given a task, they happily accepted. After arranging everything, Han Fong immediately called for the team to prepare for departure. This time for the trip to the spring gathering, he only brought a few adult men including Dai Luk Dok, Nai Thu Nha, Thach Dao Vu Mao, and Thu Tru. A total of 6 people. In addition, there were 20 newly adult youths led by Hao Tu Dai, Tui Dai Mao, and Nai Mao. Thu Tru was in charge of driving the ox cart. Han Fong and the 5 other veteran warriors rode moose. The remaining 20 youths rode on 10 moose. A formidable cavalry of 27 people began to head towards the spring gathering valley in the southwest. The path was mainly sparse forests, grasslands, and hills, so the group traveled with ease. By evening, everyone found a clearing to set up camp. They lit several large bonfires. Han Feng arranged for everyone to take turns on watch and then prepared to rest. But just as he lay down, he heard Thu Nha calling him, "Chief, wake up quickly. Another group of people is approaching from behind, and it seems they're also heading to the spring festival." Hearing this, Han Feng rubbed his eyes and sat up looking towards the specks of fire that were slowly approaching. He waited until the other party drew near. He then discovered that the leader of this group was Tuong, a person wrapped in burlap. It turned out to be the Bian tribe. Tuong led more people than Han Feng with 10 adult men and 20 young women. With 20 young men plus herself, they totaled 51 people. They also brought their goods, including thorn ropes, thorn nets, burlap, and even large bone clubs. At this moment, Zhao Deep was sulking. "Mother, I'm so thirsty. There was no water to drink on the way, and I don't want to go to the Spring Festival Valley to find a man anymore." As the girl's mother, how could Thuong not understand her daughter's thoughts? She immediately exposed Zhao Deep's true intentions. "Don't think I don't know what you're thinking. That man is the chief of another tribe, and he won't be coming to our tribe. Give it up." At that moment, an adult man hurried over to the two of them. "Chief, there's a group from another tribe camped up ahead. Should we go over there?" As soon as Zhao Deep heard there were people ahead, she immediately tugged on Thuong's arm and whined, "Mother, let's go over and see. I'm so thirsty." Thuong turned her head to look at her tribespeople who had also gone half a day without water. Everyone's throat was parched, so she nodded in agreement. Zhao Deep went ahead and soon recognized the distinctive hairstyle of the Han tribe. She joyfully exclaimed, "Mother, look, it's the people from the Han tribe. Let's hurry over and ask them for some water." Thuong glanced at the girl and muttered under her breath, "Their tribe is even farther away than ours. Who knows if they have any water left?" At that moment, Han Feng walked over, recognizing the newcomers as Thuong and Zhao Deep. "Chief Han, do you have any drinking water? We've run out of water. Can we trade for some water?" Thuong gestured to ask Han Feng. Han Feng frowned. "Forget about trading for water." Among their pile of miscellaneous items, he saw nothing of value besides the people. He waved his hand, gesturing that a trade wasn't necessary, and told them to follow him. He led them to the back of the ox cart, climbed on, and took out a large porcelain bowl, leaving the people of the Bian tribe completely stunned. "What in the world is this? When did they start bringing their whole house along? And that bowl the chief is holding, could it be the legendary stone basin? They have a whole cart full of stone basins, but where's the water basins alone are useless." Then they saw Han Feng walk to the back of the ox cart. He lifted a wooden plank, revealing a large wooden barrel underneath. He twisted the wooden plug on the barrel and water flowed out. A young man gaped in astonishment. Is this a water barrel? It's so big it could probably fit a whole person inside." Han Feng paid him no mind and directly handed the full bowl of water to Thuong. "Drink up. No trade needed." Thuong placed her right hand on her chest and bowed towards Han Feng to show her gratitude. Then she and Zhao Deep took turns drinking the entire bowl of water. Seeing the people behind them still waiting for water, Han Feng gave the bowl to Dai Zi and told him to fetch water for everyone. "Chief Han, you're also going to the spring festival, aren't you? How about our two tribes travel together?" Seeing that Han Feng didn't object, Thuong boldly made the suggestion. After all, traveling with Han Feng meant there would at least be no shortage of drinking water. Afterwards, the people of the Bian tribe set up their campfire right next to them, and some fell fast asleep. Others curiously watched the people of his tribe and all their various belongings whispering quietly amongst themselves. Early the next morning, a fragrant smell of roasted meat wafted through the campsite. The Han tribe's breakfast was ready, consisting of wild rabbit and field mice. They were what the night watch had shot with bows and arrows the previous evening. The people of the Bian tribe were also awakened by this aroma. They took out their dried meat to roast over the fire. Han Feng was also sitting by a bonfire, skewering a rabbit liver and sprinkling it with both salt and chili as it roasted. A moment later, the unique fragrant aroma attracted Zhao Deep. She stared intently at the roasted skewer in Han Feng's hand, constantly swallowing her saliva. When the rabbit liver was cooked, Han Feng used a small knife to cut it in half and gave one half to Zhao Deep. After all, she was practically drooling over it. Zhao Deep smiled brightly as she accepted the piece of liver. She took a bite, and after just a few chews, her face turned bright red. She opened her mouth, fanning it continuously with her hand, but she couldn't bear to spit out the food. Han Feng burst out laughing when he saw this. But he didn't want to tease the girl any longer, so he handed her a bowl of cool water. She took 2 large gulps and started to feel a bit better. What is this flavor? It's so intense, but I really like it. Han Feng told her, that's chili. The flavor is called spicy. Then Xiao Deep pointed to a nearby pouch of white grains and asked, and what is this white stuff? Han Feng pinched a little salt and gave it to her. This is white salt. It has a salty taste. Eating it will give you the strength to travel farther and do more work without getting tired. Xiao Deep tasted a little, and her eyes immediately lit up. She ran to give her mother a taste, knowing it was something her tribe desperately needed. Just as Thuong was about to ask what it was, Xiao Deep put a little white salt into her mouth. The salty taste made her frown, but she managed to swallow it. She hurriedly asked Xiao Deep, where did you get this? The chief of the Han tribe gave it to me. He has a lot more, Xiao Deep said as she pulled Thuong over to Han Feng. At this moment, no one noticed the cunning smile playing on Han Feng's lips. The fish had taken the bait. He thought to himself, then generously handed the snakeskin pouch of white salt to Thuong. Thuong accepted the pouch of salt. She dipped her finger in to taste a little, smacking her lips with great delight at the pure salty flavor. Then she excitedly asked Han Feng, Chief Han, where does this white salt come from? Can we trade for some? Our tribe makes this ourselves. We can trade. 1 bowl of white salt for 1 man, Thuong thought. After all, those children were meant to be traded anyway, so she agreed immediately. She just wanted to trade all 20 children at once. She hoped Han Feng might give them more salt. Han Feng pretended to hesitate, but finally nodded and led her to the back of the ox cart. When Han Feng lifted the animal hide, the people of the Bian tribe were stunned. They saw that on the cart, besides being filled with clay pots, there were also several very large wooden barrels. With so many containers, just taking any one of them could likely be traded for at least 1 person. The Han tribe is so wealthy, but when Han Feng deliberately opened the lids of a few wooden barrels, they could no longer remain calm. These large wooden barrels were completely full of white salt. Thuong suddenly felt that this couldn't be real. One had to understand that salt was a priceless and scarce commodity, let alone this kind of pure white salt. Yet the Han tribe possessed so much of it. At this moment, her resolve not to join any other tribe began to waver. If it was a tribe as wealthy as the Han tribe, it was actually worth considering. At that moment, Thuong saw that the large wooden barrels on the ox cart were all filled with white salt. Her resolve not to join other tribes began to waver. If it was a tribe as wealthy as the Han tribe, it was actually something to consider. He measured out a bowl of salt that seemed to weigh about 3 caddies. To use so much for just 1 person? I can't give any more than this. You'll have to find your own bags to carry it. Thuong, having come back to her senses, hurriedly told Xiao Deep to get some animal hide bags from their tribespeople. In the end, they filled 2 large bags which were to be carried by the 2 strongest men of the Bian tribe. The 20 youths from the Bian tribe now belonged to the Han tribe. The group, which started with 27 people, had now grown to 47. This made him very happy. He had made a great deal before even reaching the spring festival, which was truly a good omen for the year. Very quickly, the group set off again, but this time their pace was a bit slower, mainly because of the Bian tribe's members. Except for Thuong and Xiao Deep, who rode on the ox cart, everyone else had to walk. As for the 20 newly joined youths, they took turns riding the deer with Han Feng's 20 youths. After traveling southwest like this for another 2 days, they encountered other groups. Among them was Du, also riding a moose and holding his 2 sons, who were about 3 to 4 years old. His tribespeople followed alongside him. Traveling with them was another tribe, the Snake tribe. Their group consisted of 31 people, including 10 seasoned warriors. The remainder consisted of 10 young men and 10 young women. Their leader was an old man with white hair and a white beard, who was also the most peculiar person he had ever met, since he had transmigrated into this world. This was because the old man was sitting on a litter carried by 4 people. He had a relaxed expression on his face and was playing with a large green snake. Du was very happy to see Han Feng. He took the initiative to greet him. Chief Han, I didn't expect you to arrive so early. Let me introduce you. This is the Serpent King of the Snake tribe. The snake on him is their tribe's serpent god. Their serpent god is very miraculous no matter what kind of venomous snake bites you. You just need to let the serpent god bite you once to be cured. When I was a child, I was bitten by a venomous snake, and it was my father who brought me to the serpent god for treatment. Du boasted proudly to Han Feng. It seemed he had a very good relationship with the snake tribe. However, as for this so-called serpent god, he certainly wouldn't believe in it. But the ability to cure snake bites was probably real. In his past life, he had heard that. In ancient times, there were wandering healers who raised snakes for medicinal purposes, most of which were highly venomous snakes. Trained since childhood to treat venomous snake bites, facing a primitive medicine man like this required the necessary respect. Han Feng placed his right hand on his chest and nodded slightly at the snake shaman. The snake shaman nodded back in return, but the old man's eyes were fixed on his ox cart. He had never seen such a sophisticated mode of transport before. Compared to his own litter, it was truly a world of difference. And so the party set off again. The total number of people had grown to nearly 160. Du saw the more than 10 cavalrymen in the rear. Du was incredibly envious. How wonderful it would be if his Du tribe could also ride deer like that. So he asked Han Feng again, Chief Han, do you have any more tasks for us to do? I still want to get more moose. To be honest, he really didn't want to trade with livestock anymore. After all, his tribe didn't have that many to spare. He then told him that for the time being, moose would not be used for trade for future tasks. Only other things to be used for payment. After hearing this, although Du was very disappointed, his clever mind quickly came up with an idea. What I want is just a mode of transportation. Why must it be a moose? An ox cart would be fine too. Chief Han, can you give me an ox cart like that? I'll do anything for you. This guy was truly daydreaming. An ox cart was so difficult and time-consuming to build, how could it possibly be used for trade? However, a handcart was possible, but it would have to be exchanged for 50 adults. If he wanted an ox, it would be another 10 people. He told him his thoughts directly. I'm guessing your tribe probably doesn't have that many people. But I'm sure you have a way to find people. Hearing this, Du looked very confident. That's right, I can find you at least 100 people. But I want that big 4-wheeled cart, and it must have 2 oxen to pull it. He didn't immediately refuse, but on the contrary was very curious. Where did he get such a confidence? The chief of a tribe with fewer than 50 people dared to say he could find over 100 people. Adults! If it's by kidnapping, then I don't want them. No, of course I wouldn't do that. The people I find are all wildlings. Wildlings. Hearing this word, he was stunned. Damn it, in your eyes, we are the wildlings. Could there really be people even more savage? Seeing that he seemed skeptical, Du explained who these people he called wildlings were. In reality, they were solitary wanderers. Most were disabled people abandoned by their tribes, and some had committed misdeeds and were exiled. He thought for a moment and then agreed. His tribe had plenty of work, so there was no shortage of a place for them. The disabled could go with Liu Zi, and the stubborn ones could be put to work. He wasn't afraid they wouldn't obey. However, he set a time limit. He wanted him to bring the people to the Han tribe before the second full moon. Du happily agreed. After that, he decided not to go to the spring gathering and immediately led his tribesmen back. After all, he had to visit many places. Team 5 now, with over 100 people, continued their journey heading southwest toward Wan Station. While passing a gentle hillside, he and Du were scouting ahead when they suddenly discovered 3 terror birds. They were adults, and their nest was nearby. He immediately told Du to return and call for more people, while he himself stayed behind to keep watch. The 3 terror birds were pecking at food beside their nest, seeming to enjoy their meal and paying him no attention. A while later, the main party arrived. In addition to the Han tribe members, there were also 6 warriors from the Snake and Bian tribes. This made him frown. There were only 3 prey in total. Why did so many people come? Chief, I told them, but the other 2 tribes insisted on joining. They said we've hunted all the prey on our path, and they're running out of food. Tell them we'll give them one of these 3 terror birds. But the feathers must belong to us. Tell them to gather firewood. From our people, we only need 16 men. The rest will guard the ox carts. Du then relayed the message to the 2 tribes, and they all went to the hilltop to observe. Next, he let out a loud shout. He led the charge straight forward. The remaining 15 cavalrymen split into 2 columns and followed closely behind. The 3 eating terror birds were stunned for a moment. They had never witnessed such a scene before, and hastily craned their necks, letting out bizarre cries in an attempt to drive away the people in front of them. But he was aiming for them. How could he return empty-handed? He immediately ordered his tribesmen to use their spears to block the terror birds' retreat. The terror birds saw that these people were not only unafraid, but were charging fiercely at them. With no escape route left, they had no choice but to charge desperately towards him. As the distance closed, he crouched down slightly. His spear thrust straight forward. In the moment of impact with the terror bird, the spear pierced its chest. The powerful momentum drove the spearhead straight through its body. He lightly pulled the reins, steering his deer past the terror bird. In an instant, he violently pulled out the spear protruding from the terror bird's back. With just a single attack, the terror bird collapsed on the spot. The other 2 were also taken down in succession. One was struck in the neck and back by Mao and Da Shui, working together, dying on the spot. The fiercest one, while clashing with Shoya, even opened its beak intending to peck him. As a result, Shoya simply had to raise the tip of his spear slightly to pierce its throat, killing it instantly. Xiao Deep, seeing this from the ox cart, jumped up and shouted, "Mother, the Han tribe's chief is so incredible." Chang also couldn't help but marvel to herself. The Han tribe not only has a strong chief, they are not only wealthy, but also possess mighty warriors. A tribe like this is one we must forge a good relationship with. After thinking for a moment, she asked her daughter, "Diep, what do you think of the Han tribe's chief? If I let you go with him, would you be willing?" Hearing this, Xiao Deep was stunned for a moment, then hastily nodded. "But the women in our tribe have always only accepted husbands, never married our daughters away." Although the girl liked him, she had never considered marrying into the Han tribe. She couldn't bear to leave her mother. Chang also felt helpless. The other party was a chief. He couldn't possibly join their tribe. They could only go home and think about it then. As everyone dragged the 3 terror birds back, they decided to set up camp and stay the night. All the feathers from the 3 birds belonged to the Han tribe, while the meat was shared with everyone. They all gathered to eat and drink around a campfire. Zhao Deep occasionally stole several glances at him, which made Han Feng, a man of steel, feel a little unnatural. He had to go to the edge of the campsite for some fresh air. The night breeze was gentle and the clear night sky, sparkling with stars, was extremely pleasant. He turned his head to look southwest in the direction of the Dream Valley. Not far off, a low mountain was faintly visible. It looked as if there were many fireflies on the other side of the slope. Just then, the snake shaman came to his side, looked in the direction he was gazing, and mumbled, "Dream Valley is a very beautiful place. There are glowing insects there and even plants that light up at night. Even the lake water glows. It's an ideal place for young couples to confide in each other." He mumbled on, but he couldn't understand a single word. But he could clearly hear the hissing of the man's sacred snake. He knew he had to get away from this peculiar old man quickly. One must know that it was an extremely poisonous snake. The next morning, Team 5 set off again under the guidance of the snake shaman. Everyone took a winding path and finally reached Dream Valley at around 2 in the afternoon. Dream Valley was a valley with a freshwater lake of 3,000 to 4,000 acres in its center, whose water could spout upwards. Fresh flowers grew all around, and swarms of hand-sized butterflies fluttered about. The most abundant tree in the valley was a type of willow that he had never seen before. Its branches were white and its leaves were a light pink. Countless willow branches swayed in the wind, like the long dancing hair of a maiden teasing the hearts of many young men. Seeing such a beautiful sight, the young women couldn't resist playing in the sea of flowers, chasing colorful butterflies and weaving beautiful wreaths. The vigorous young men were staring so intently they looked like dazed geese. He went up and slapped their rears. "What are you looking at? Have you never seen women before? Hurry up and unload the goods. With such fine things, are you afraid you won't be able to find a partner?" The youths laughed awkwardly, scratching their heads, and started to clear the campsite, tying all the livestock to the nearby willow trees. There was lush green grass here, allowing them to eat their fill. More than 10 people worked together to carry a large stone slab. They arranged various pottery and white salt on it. The Bian tribe also set up their camp beside the Han tribe. They hung hammocks between 2 trees and displayed various jute cloths, and grass ropes, creating a small stall. The snake tribe also set up camp on the other side of the Han tribe. Their merchandise consisted mainly of snakeskins and some types of herbs. It seemed the snake tribe was very skilled at healing. In just one afternoon, many other tribes had arrived in succession. This was a real eye-opener for him, as he had never seen so many people together in this world. The people from the Vine tribe wore outfits made of leaves. They had strong limbs and were excellent climbers, especially at swinging on vines. They could spend an entire day without touching the ground. The Jade tribe brought raisins and brown sugar. They had learned how to dry grapes and how to use grape juice to cook brown sugar. The Turtle Shell tribe consisted of people who wore giant turtle shells on their backs. They looked like turtle warriors. There was also the Trident tribe, where everyone carried a 3-pronged spear. They were experts at using these tridents to fish. And the Coon tribe, whose people were covered in junglefowl feathers, but they were not skilled at singing and dancing, but at catching junglefowl. Many other tribes also gradually arrived, and by the time the sun set, there were a total of about 20 tribes with nearly 1,000 people. As soon as the last ray of twilight disappeared, all the young people in the valley were stunned and then cheered in unison. At this moment, the entire valley suddenly lit up, making people feel as if they had entered a mesmerizing and captivating dreamscape, the lake surface in the valley shimmering with a pale blue light, making the lake water become crystal clear and bright, and countless flowers also bloomed in full splendor, emitting a shimmering mystical light. The tall white willow trees became even more brilliant than during the day, like luminous ribbons swaying in the wind. Even the butterflies that looked colorful during the day now resembled fireflies twinkling with a brilliant light. Beautiful, yet also a bit strange and enchanting. All the young men and women standing on the shore of the lake were dumbfounded. Stunned by this dreamlike scenery, the calmest were the elders who had been here many times. They called out to their tribesmen to start preparing for the activities of this year's spring festival, which was actually like a market or a temple fair. Everyone displayed their tribe's specialty products for sale, and while strolling, if they saw something their tribe needed, they could propose a trade. If a girl saw a young man she liked, she could use a lock of her hair to tie it to the young man's weapon. If the young man agreed, he would bring betrothal gifts to the leader of the girl's tribe to propose marriage. Then he could take the girl home. If a young man noticed a beautiful girl, he had to catch a glowing butterfly in the valley to give to the girl if the girl accepted the young man. He also had to bring betrothal gifts to the leader of the girl's tribe to propose if 2 young men were interested in the same girl. They had to use a duel to win the right to choose a mate. Neither side could use weapons as long as no casualties were caused. The final winner could take the girl home. These rules were told to him by Chang from the Bian tribe. This made him the chieftain a little embarrassed. He feigned a few dry coughs to hide his awkwardness, and then said to his tribesmen, "What are you still standing there for? Hurry up and catch some butterflies!" Immediately, 40 young men shouted and rushed towards the butterflies. The other tribes were not idle either. Some started to stroll around. Some went to flirt with the girls and some began to trade. As for him, he was cooking. The large beast meat from yesterday was not yet finished. He cut the meat into small pieces. skewered them on bamboo sticks, and grilled them over the fire. While turning the meat skewers over the fire, he sprinkled salt and chili powder. Shitu even placed a flat stone next to the lake, on which he fried fish. The fresh and delicious fish were cleaned and then fried to a golden brown on the stone slab. Shuya also used stones to build 2 stoves, placed pots on them, and cooked fish soup soon. The aroma of the grilled meat attracted the surrounding girls. They gathered around to see the Han tribe's novel way of cooking. They were also curious about the Han tribe's special attire. The men all had their hair tied up with sparkling ornaments in their hair. Everyone looked clean and dapper. Some people were also curiously looking at the Han tribe's belongings. They had never seen so many stone pots before. The young men who were catching butterflies suddenly realized something was wrong. It seemed there was no need to catch butterflies anymore. The girls had already taken the initiative to approach their tribe's stall. So the group of young men shouted again and rushed back. In fact, the thing that attracted the girls here was not just the Han tribe's delicious food, but the ox cart alone, which looked like a small house, was attractive enough. Moreover, on the surrounding willow trees, there were more than 10 deer and cattle tied up. One must know that for people to be able to raise so many live animals without eating them, this proved that their tribe was certainly very powerful. They basically had no shortage of food. Who wouldn't want to marry into such a tribe? The girls stood in groups looking at the young men of the Han tribe, who had just returned from catching butterflies, assessing their appearance, physique, and weapons. A young woman from the Yi tribe, after observing for a while, stopped next to Da Shui and cut a lock of her hair, tying it to his bronze spear. Da Shui froze and then grinned foolishly. His friends who were with him gave him a push, and he staggered and embraced the girl. His face flushed red with embarrassment, unable to speak a word. The girl was not shy at all. She gave Da Shui a light kiss on the cheek and then quickly ran back to her tribe's stall. Da Shui stood there dumbfounded like a statue, not knowing what to do. Mao anxiously urged him, "What are you standing there for? Go and propose." Only then did Da Shui come to his senses. But he was worried because he hadn't prepared a proposal gift. Mao, being quick-witted, immediately offered a plan, telling him to go ask the chieftain. And asked the chieftain to think of a way. After hearing this, Da Shui thought it made sense, and immediately ran to him to ask for his opinion. He looked at his anxious expression and teased, "Take this small bowl, add half a bowl of white salt, I guarantee you'll bring her home." After hearing this, Da Shui was overjoyed and excitedly carried half a bowl of white salt and ran to the Yi tribe's stall. First, he very politely placed his hand on his chest, bowed to the chieftain of the Yi tribe, and then presented the half bowl of white salt before him. The Yi chieftain first looked at the bowl, thinking to himself that although it was a bit small, it was a sincere enough gesture. But when he saw the white powder in the bowl, he was stunned because he didn't know what it was. He took the bowl and first smelled it with his nose. But he couldn't smell anything. Then he pointed into the bowl and asked, "What is this? What is it used for?" Although Da Shui didn't understand, he could sense the Yi chieftain's suspicion. He pointed into the bowl, said white salt, and then used his hand to dip a little and put it in his mouth. The Yi chieftain also followed suit, pinching a little and putting it in his mouth. Immediately, the characteristic salty taste of salt spread throughout his mouth. The Yi chieftain almost choked, his eyes widening. But he still managed to swallow that bit of salt. Then he hurriedly asked, "Does your tribe have a lot of this? Are you willing to trade?" Da Shui was bewildered upon hearing this, not understanding what was happening. Looking at the Yi chieftain's tense and anxious expression, he thought he was dissatisfied. So he tried pointing at the girl. The Yi chieftain paused, only then remembering Da Shui's purpose. Then he nodded his head repeatedly and led the girl to Da Shui's side. Da Shui took the girl's hand, smiled foolishly, and then led the girl back with his friends. The Yi chieftain turned around and gave the half bowl of white salt to a warrior of the tribe, instructing him to store it carefully. And then he also followed Da Shui to the Han tribe's stall, only to see that on the Han tribe's stall there were many pottery items displayed, and there was also a pot of white salt. The Yi chieftain said nothing, stood in the crowd, and observed the Han tribe closely, thinking to himself, "It seems this tribe has never come before. Why did they appear here?" But when he glanced around, he saw 2 familiar figures. One was Du-er, who had a scar on his face. The other was Shu-ya, who wore 2 tiger fangs. These 2 people had very distinctive appearances and were very easy to recognize. It's just, why is their chieftain so young in the crowd? There were also a few chieftains from other tribes who had stopped, observing, such as the Dan tribe, a tribe that could use animal sinew to make slingshots, and the Jew tribe, a tribe specializing in brewing wine. Their tribe normally also made soup, but not with clay pots, but with animal skins. They would fold an animal skin into a bag, put water and food inside, and then drop heated stones into the bag. The water and food inside would be cooked a very primitive method, and the chieftain of the Dan tribe was precisely attracted by the pot of soup. The fish soup had captivated him. He had noticed that clay pot that could be used to cook soup directly. Besides them, there was also the Yu tribe, which specialized in using grape juice to make brown sugar. They also needed items that could be heated directly. In addition, there was the Xiong tribe, which specialized in distinguishing types of mushrooms, and the Mai tribe, who wore turtle shells and liked to use large turtle shells as shields. The Kang tribe, skilled at digging pits. The Ya tribe, all of whose warriors wore earrings made of animal teeth. The Fei Shi tribe, very skilled with slings and throwing stones. The chieftains of these tribes were purely attracted by the Han tribe's cattle, deer, and ox cart. The rest, like the chieftains of the Xiang Hu Wen, Lian Huo Teng, and Ci tribes, did not come over. They were still watching over their own stalls. but some of their tribesmen were gathered around here. A group of people watched the few people who were cooking and even sprinkled some white sand on the food. They couldn't help but be curious because that white sand, when sprinkled on the fried fish and grilled meat, quickly dissolved. This made them even more curious. They chattered amongst themselves, wondering what it was everyone watched for a while. Finally, someone couldn't hold back anymore. It was the chieftain of the Ya tribe. The man wearing 2 animal teeth pointed to the pot of white salt and asked, "What is this? Is it edible?" He smiled, took a skewer of cooked grilled meat, handed it to him, and then pointed to the clay pot and said 2 words, "white salt." The Ya chieftain took the skewer of grilled meat, and while repeating the 2 words, "white salt," in the common tongue, he took a bite of the meat. The spicy, salty, and savory taste of the grilled meat immediately conquered his taste buds. He couldn't help but exclaim, "Oh, this meat is so delicious." But he felt that something was strange, so he took another bite, chewing it carefully to savor the taste. He pinched a little white salt and gave it to him, gesturing for him to taste it, and then took a handful, and shared it with the few chieftains around to taste as well. The Ya chieftain put the pinch of salt in his mouth, frowning as he felt the saltiness. The surrounding chieftains, seeing the Fang chieftain eat the white salt without any issue, also followed suit. As soon as they put the white salt in their mouths, an explosion of pure salty flavor made the chieftains gasp in unison. They had all eaten salty things before, but this was the first time they had ever tasted white salt so pure. The chieftains couldn't help but swallow and asked in unison, "How do we trade for this white salt?" Seeing his goal was achieved, he stopped being coy, picked up a small bowl, measured out 1 bowl full of white salt, and gestured that this much was for 1 young boy. The chieftains were all shocked, finding the price a bit steep, but then they reconsidered. Who knew how the Han tribe managed to produce such fine white salt? If it was that difficult to produce, then trading a man for it was understandable, yet the Fang chieftain still wanted to haggle. He picked up a larger bowl, filled it to the brim with white salt, and gestured that this much should be enough for 1 young boy. He took the large bowl and poured its contents into his small one, until it was piled high like a little mountain, indicating only this amount would trade for 1 young boy. "No more," he said, having already added a bit more than his original offer, which made the Fang chieftain feel he had saved face. He glanced at the pot, which had little salt left, and thought he must buy a lot as his tribe had over 200 people. He had brought 17 young boys this time, so he gritted his teeth, held up both hands, and said, "I want to trade 10 men for white salt." He nodded and told the chieftain to bring his own bag as he had no container to offer him. The Fang chieftain turned to signal a nearby warrior, who quickly ran off and returned a short while later. He led 10 teenagers wearing beast tooth earrings and carried 2 snakeskin bags, and he personally measured out each bowl of white salt, pouring it into the bags. The 10 teenagers lined up behind him one by one, and seeing the salt pot was nearly empty, the other tribal chieftains became anxious. They all clamored to trade next, with some offering 20 people, others 10, and even the smaller tribes offering 5. The sight before him made him secretly rejoice. "Ha ha, I've struck it rich, but he kept a calm exterior. He turned to whisper a few words to Thu Nha, who nodded, and then turned to instruct several veteran warriors. Then he had 2 men bring over 2 large wooden barrels of salt, while Dai Luke led 10 youths from the Han tribe armed with bronze spears to guard him and the stall. Doc Nai led another 10 men to guard the ox carts and livestock, while Vu Mao, Thach Dao, and Thu Tru were responsible for receiving the new tribespeople. They tied their hair with hemp ropes to distinguish them from other tribespeople. The other chieftains, seeing the salt pot was nearly empty, anxiously urged their people to hurry, but just then, they saw men carrying 2 enormous wooden barrels approach, and the number of guards also increased as he poured the remaining half-barrel of salt into the pot. He used a wooden mallet to smash open the lid of another barrel, showing them the salt inside, and the surrounding chieftains stared at the smooth round barrel. They were stunned, having never seen such a large, beautiful, and perfectly round barrel before, which even had a lid that could be sealed. This was too sophisticated. Only when they saw him pour another full pot of white salt from the barrel did they finally feel at ease. As boy after boy with tied hair lined up behind him, his half-barrel of salt was quickly used up, so he opened another full barrel and poured more salt into the pot for them to measure. The crowd surrounding the Han tribe's stall grew ever larger, including chieftains from various tribes. The Han tribe's stall had become the focal point of the entire spring gathering, drawing in even those who hadn't approached before. Even the young women originally searching for potential partners crowded around because the Han tribe had the most men, but soon an incident occurred. A large brawny man with a flame tattooed on his chest, the chieftain of the Fire tribe, approached him. He first sized up the members of the Han tribe, then looked over their goods, and finally, he directly offered 30 young men to trade for white salt, which was all the youths the Fire tribe had brought with them. The remaining 10 men in his tribe were all powerful warriors. He thought to himself, "You people are numerous and certainly willing to spend," he thought, "but since you've come to me, I won't refuse," and he promptly measured out the white salt for him. It was considered equivalent to the others, and then traded for a person, and so it went on until nobody had anyone left to trade. The trading finally concluded. In total, 18 tribes had participated in the spring gathering, and 17 of them had traded with the Han tribe. On average, each tribe traded over 10 people, and adding the 20 from the border tribe earlier, the Han tribe's population grew by a staggering 215 people, and the cost was merely a few £100 of salt, a massive profit for this trip. However, due to the Han tribe's frenzied acquisition of men, many young women from other tribes were unable to find partners. In the end, they had no choice but to come to the Han tribe to select husbands, especially since some young men and women had already fancied each other before the trading began. When those young men were sold to the Han tribe, the women who had already found their partners had no choice but to follow their loves and join the Han tribe as well. At this point, some chieftains protested, feeling the Han tribe was profiting too much, as one bowl of white salt didn't just get them a young boy. It sometimes came with one or two of their women as well, which was a great loss, so they clamored for compensation, and he wasn't stingy. Depending on their requests, he used the bowl to measure out more salt for them. The Jade tribe was even gifted a large wooden salt barrel ostensibly for storing grape juice, and he accepted 10 of their women in return. He just didn't know if they would actually use the wooden barrel to ferment grape wine or not. After a period of exchange, the goods brought by the Han tribe were almost gone, and their population had increased at a dizzying rate. The number of young women who married directly into the Han tribe reached 343, meaning on average each young man got one or two wives, mostly because the Han tribe was perceived as being extremely wealthy. Many young women wanted to marry into the Han tribe, and the total number of new members reached 558, even more than the Han tribe's original population. Of course, not every woman was pleased with this arrangement. One must understand that the young men the tribes traded to the Han tribe were their weakest. The strongest and most elite youths were kept by their own chieftains, and to put it bluntly, whoever appeared weakest was the first to be sold off to the Han tribe. Therefore, some women chose to marry into other tribes, wedding men they deemed to be strong, and this time the tribe that suffered the most was the border tribe. They had come to the spring gathering, hoping to find sons-in-law, but because the Han tribe went on a buying spree for men, they ended up with none. Their chieftainess Thuong wanted to trade hemp nets and cloth for men, but unfortunately other tribes were not interested. Compared to hemp cloth, white salt was clearly more important, and if they had any more young men to spare, they would naturally trade them for salt. Therefore, the border tribe was ultimately left out, and their chieftainess Thuong felt utterly powerless. Compared to the Han tribe's white salt, their hemp nets and cloth had no appeal at all. Helpless Thuong turned to her daughter. Diep, what are your thoughts? Do you want to join the Han tribe and take their chieftain as your husband? Diep deflected. Mother, so many women have married into the Han tribe today. Why didn't their chieftain choose anyone for himself? Does he not like women? I also feel like he isn't interested in me. In reality, many women had noticed him that day as the Han tribe was incredibly wealthy, and besides, he was handsome, and the chieftain of a tribe with hundreds of people. He was the ideal match for many women, and one bold girl even took a lock of her own hair intending to tie it to his weapon. But she discovered that he, a dignified chieftain, carried no weapon at all, which left the women baffled, wondering to themselves, did he really have to be so careful? Could he perhaps prefer men? In reality, his orientation was perfectly normal. It was simply that none of those women had caught his fancy while he was busy measuring salt for people. A maiden from the bear tribe approached him with a lock of hair, startling him so much that his hand trembled and he spilled some salt. The chieftain who was buying the salt nearly exploded with anger, demanding, "Did you do that on purpose? Why did you spill my salt?" How could he know what he saw? The girl from the bear tribe was as brawny and unrefined as a troll, yet she was trying to act alluringly. When she flexed an arm to show off her bulging muscles, he was so horrified he just wanted to smash the bowl of salt in her face. At this moment, Thuong was also uncertain. Perhaps he hasn't reached adulthood yet, so he's not looking for a mate so soon. Or perhaps he just hasn't met the right person, Diep asked uncertainly. So do you think he might like me? He paid no mind to any of the other women today. Thuong said gently, "Why don't you try and see?" After a moment's thought, as if having made a decision, Diep whispered, "Okay, I will try." Diep then took a lock of her own hair, wove it into a small braid, and cut it off with a stone knife. Hiding it in her hand behind her back, she walked toward him as he sat in front of his stall eating roasted meat, and she suddenly approached from his side. She took out her small braid and tied it directly onto his wrist, making a tight knot which startled Han Feng. He turned to look at the young woman who wanted to claim him as a husband, and asked, "What are you doing?" Diep declared proudly, "You are your own weapon." After saying this, she waited expectantly for his reaction, but unfortunately neither of them understood a word the other said. Han Feng looked at Diep with a serious expression. He thought back to the monstrous women from earlier, and compared her to them. It seemed this girl was actually quite pleasant to look at. But according to Han Feng's aesthetic taste, Xiaodi should at least score 70 points, although of course she currently has a bare face. Unlike the beauties from his previous life who couldn't even unlock their phones after removing their makeup, this was a primitive society after all. There was no need for such high standards, but acceptance was one thing, and there was one point he still couldn't agree with. He shook his head, signaling to the girl that he would not follow her back to her tribe unless she joined his. Only then would he agree, but Xiaodi understood his meaning and immediately nodded her head like a chicken pecking at grain. Then she returned to the Bian tribe to report the situation to her mother, carrying a clay pot full of white salt that he had given her. At midnight, the tribes gradually returned to their camps to rest, as everyone who had arrived early to start all sorts of trades was now exhausted. Only some young men and women full of energy with no other outlet hid in the flower bushes to fool around. The next morning after breakfast, Han Feng also took Xiaodi for a stroll around the other stalls. Since arriving, he had been busy selling things, and hadn't had time to see what specialties the other tribes had brought. At the snake tribe's stall, there were only snakeskins and various herbs according to the snake shaman. He mentioned a type that specialized in treating external wounds, stopping bleeding and reducing inflammation, which was a plant with a rhizome resembling ginger. It had all been dried now and needed to be pounded or ground into a powder before being applied to a wound. As soon as Han Feng heard this, he knew it was good stuff, a natural medicine for stopping bleeding and treating external injuries, so he bought all of it. All. He also chose a very beautiful golden snakeskin, ultimately trading 3 clay pots for it at the Dan tribe's stall. They displayed only wooden forks and animal sinews, and he wasn't interested in the wooden forks, but the animal sinews were an excellent material for making composite bows, so he immediately used 2 clay pots and 4 large bowls to trade for all of the sinew. At the Niao tribe's stall, they were selling small, exquisite-looking turtle shells, which he bought with 1 large bowl. Next, he strolled around the other stalls in Dream Valley, going on a wild shopping spree. Some things were very important, like medicine, while others were just nice to have. For example, animal hides and food, while Zhao Di held his hand and trotted along behind as the two of them spent money like water. They had used up almost all the clay pots they brought, and naturally his goal was also achieved, as the chieftains watched him lavishly buy their goods. They were all very pleased in their hearts, for although most tribes had already traded people for white salt, they also really liked pottery. It was just that they had no more people to trade, and seeing that the Han tribe had so much pottery, countless people were secretly green with envy. Now that he personally brought pottery to their doorsteps, although it wasn't much, each tribe got a few pieces, and their initial envy was greatly reduced. Their goodwill towards this generous young chieftain also increased, and at this point, the purpose of the spring gathering had been fulfilled. Some tribes began to leave one after another, and it was also time for the Han tribe to return, so he told everyone to pack up their things. Preparing to go home, the Snake tribe and the Bian tribe were on the same route as the Han tribe, so they would travel together on the way back. The 558 young men and women were temporarily organized into 20 teams, each led by a youth from the Han tribe with Du Er and Yu Mao riding moose up front to clear the way. Shuju drove the ox cart in the middle of the formation with the snake shaman and Thuong sitting on it, while the people of the Bian and Snake tribes traveled in the middle of the formation. Dali and Shitu rode deer at the very back on guard, and when Zhao Di saw that he wasn't taking her with him, she stood in front of him and pulled on his reins. Seeing this, he bent down and extended his hand towards Zhao Die, saying, "What are you standing there for? Get up here and come home with me." Hearing that, Zhao Die joyfully took his hand and was pulled up by him to sit in front the two of them, riding a single deer at the rear. A spring breeze carrying the scent of flowers blew past, causing Zhao Di's long waist-length hair to flutter against his face. Coupled with the sight of her fair bare back visible behind her bodice, he, a man who had lived 2 lives, felt a little stirred. To distract himself, he began to teach Zhao Di to speak the common tongue, pointing to everything he saw along the way. He would say their names in the common tongue, and have Zhao Di repeat after him until they set up camp in the evening. Dali and Thu Nha brought a leg of wild boar, while Zhao Di went to pull grass to feed the deer, and Han Feng had already started a bonfire. Seeing Dali and Thu Nha arrive, he immediately asked, "So I told you to keep an eye on that group. Were there any movements?" Thu Nha reported his observations, "Chieftain, among the 30 people from the Fire Tribe, 6 of them are leaving signs along the way." Everything was within Han Feng's expectations that Fire Chieftain was indeed no good. The very act of them trading away all their youths showed they had bad intentions, but he wasn't afraid. If he wanted to play, then he would teach him a lesson he'd never forget. But Dali asked impatiently, "Chieftain, so what do we do now? Destroy all those signs and then kill all those youths from the Fire Tribe?" Han Feng broke into a sinister smile. "Why kill them when we've suddenly got free hard labor? Why would I be stupid enough not to use it since they don't want to live a decent life with us? Then they can all go dig rivers and carry bricks for me." But she too asked again, "So what about those signs? Are we just going to leave them there? What if they follow us?" Han Feng calmly explained that them leaving signs proves they won't attack immediately. It's just to guide those who come later. They definitely have to return to their tribe to gather forces before following the signs in pursuit. But according to their calculations by then, they will coordinate from the inside and out, hoping to deal us a fatal blow. For now, we'll just ignore those signs and leave them there. But we cannot go directly back to the tribe. We have to take a detour to ancient Waterfall Mountain. But when Dali wondered why we had to take a detour, Han Feng didn't answer. He turned to instruct Thu Nha to relay his orders to Duer, while Dali would be in charge of watching the 30 youths from the Fire Tribe. And when we get to ancient Waterfall Mountain, we will separate them into their own team. She too will travel with everyone for 2 more days. And after 2 days, you will ride a deer straight back to the tribe to report, telling Da Shu to lead the hunting party to ancient Waterfall Mountain. They are to set up camp first and wait for us. And when we arrive at ancient Waterfall Mountain, we must immediately restrain the 30 guys from the Fire Tribe and set up an ambush all around, waiting for the Fire Tribe to walk right into the trap. Then we'll catch them all in one go." But Dali was still confused and asked, "Chieftain, how do you know the Fire Tribe will come to ancient Waterfall Mountain? What if they don't go there and attack our tribe directly instead?" Thuna, who had already understood Han Feng's plan, turned to explain to Dali, "You're really dense. Aren't there people leaving signs for them? If we take the ones leaving the signs to ancient Waterfall Mountain, then the ones following the signs will surely go there too." Only then did Dali have a sudden realization. Oh, so that's how it is. The chieftain's plan is truly brilliant. Han Feng continued to instruct them that from now on they must keep it a secret. Absolutely no careless talk, and instruct the team leaders that at night they must be vigilant, and all teams must assign people to take turns on watch. Everyone answered, understood in unison, and after speaking he turned back to grill meat with Zhao Di, and the next day the group continued on their journey. They traveled peacefully like that for 2 days, and then the Snake Tribe's party had to separate from the Han tribe, so the Snake Shaman led his tribesmen to say goodbye to Han Feng. Chieftain of Han, we must part ways here. I hope we can meet again in the future, although Han Feng didn't understand what he was saying. He could guess the general meaning, so he placed a hand on his chest and bowed in return, and after the Snake Tribe left, Shu Tu rode his moose over to Han Feng's side, and he told him to return to the tribe ahead of them and tell Da Shu to organize the tribespeople. They needed to build houses for the newcomers, and then he was to join Da Shu in leading the hunting party to camp at Ancient Waterfall Mountain, remembering to bring plenty of arrows and several jars of fat. Shi Tu received his orders and set off immediately, and at the same time the Fire Tribe had also returned to their home and were now preparing their manpower and resources to attack the Han tribe. For the Fire Tribe was a large tribe of nearly 2,000 people, but their demographic structure was very unbalanced. There were only about 300 adult men, a little over 500 adult women, and only 100 or 200 older children. There were more than 700 children under the age of 5, and furthermore there wasn't a single baby girl among them, and the reason for this imbalance was due to the current chieftain of the Fire Tribe, whose name was Li Yan, and who was only 19 years old this year. 6 years ago, the Fire Tribe actually had fewer than 300 people, and at that time Li Yan was not yet the chieftain, but since he was a child he had loved to play with fire. He even had a large burn scar on his chest, and that year when Li Yan was 11 years old on one summer day, when his parents were not home, he was playing with fire inside their thatched hut, as this child was extremely fascinated by flames. He especially loved to watch the flickering orange flames and listen to the crackling of the burning wood, feeling it was a great pleasure. As a result, while this child was enjoying himself, an ember flew out and caught onto the thatched hut, causing the entire hut to go up in flames. The dry thatched hut burned very quickly, the fire erupting fiercely, and Li Yan stared at the flames as if mesmerized. It was as if he saw a deity within them, and the tribe's shaman who was staying behind to watch over the tribe saw the fire. He rushed over and despite the fierce flames charged in to pull the dazed Li Yan out. This child had a large burn on his chest, but didn't cry out in pain, still staring blankly at the fire. The shaman had just pulled Le Diem out of the fire, and before he could scold him heard a tragic scream from inside the thatched hut. It was the cry of Le Diem's little sister, who was not yet 3 years old, and the shaman was about to rush in to save her. But how could a thatched hut made of wood and grass withstand the flames? Before the shaman could even take a step, he heard a loud crash. The thatched hut had collapsed. When Le Diem's parents returned in the afternoon, they saw the hut they lived in every day. It had turned into a pile of ashes. Their daughter, not yet 3 years old, had also become a pile of black charcoal. Le Diem's mother hugged the pile of black charcoal and cried until she fainted, while his father took a rattan cane and beat him half to death. From then on, Le Diem was bullied by his friends every day, who cursed him for burning his own sister to death. His parents also treated him coldly, giving him very little food, but Le Diem never changed his ways and remained fascinated by fire. Every time he was beaten by his friends, he would sneak off somewhere else to continue playing with fire. It seemed only the flames could warm his heart. Due to the lack of food and clothing, Le Diem started hunting to feed himself, but he was young and couldn't catch any prey. Then one time, he accidentally caught a large long-haired brown rat. This rat was slow, nearly blind, and quite fat. It ran very slowly. Le Diem tied it up and threw it directly into the fire, burning it alive. The rat writhed madly in the flames, screeching horribly. Le Diem sat beside it, watching with fascination, waiting for the rat to be cooked, but he waited and waited, and the rat was still burning. After many cruel experiments, he finally discovered the reason: the fur of the large rat was very durable. A large rat could burn for a very long time, so Le Diem named this large rat species the fire rat. The discovery of the fire rat made Le Diem even more crazed. He even built a stone tank himself to raise fire rats in it, just so he could burn 2 of them to death each day, both to fill his stomach and to satisfy his morbid pleasure. As Le Diem grew up, he directly killed the previous chief and took the position of leader. Those who did not submit were killed by him one by one. Because Le Diem had endured much bullying and neglect since childhood, his personality became extremely brutal and cruel. He began to lead his forces to attack other tribes, killing all resisting men and children under 6 years old. He seized all the women to use as breeding tools. The next time he attacked other tribes, Le Diem forced the captured male prisoners to charge ahead. Anyone who disobeyed, he would use their women to threaten them, or he would burn their older children alive as a warning. The prisoners gradually broke down mentally and were forced to join the attacking army. As they conquered one tribe after another, after experiencing bloodbaths and seeing many spoils of war and women, these prisoners also gradually became crazed, losing all humanity and willingly becoming henchmen for Le Diem. And those who stubbornly refused to submit were all burned alive by him. Just like that, under Le Diem's leadership, the Fire Tribe rapidly expanded. The number of warriors grew, and the number of captured women at one point exceeded 1,000. They were all imprisoned in a damp, dark cave within the Fire Tribe's living area. The captured women were all forced to bear children. If they gave birth to a boy, they could be released from the cave. If a girl was born, the baby girl would be killed immediately because daughters could not produce children for the tribe. Raising them was just a waste of food. Many captured women taken at a young age could not endure the cruel torture and died right away. There were also those who, due to the terrible living conditions in the cave, lost both mother and child during pregnancy. And then there were those who became numb, losing all emotion. They ceaselessly bore children for the fire tribe, only to eventually die from exhaustion and illness due to constant childbirth. Furthermore, in this era there was no medical technology, so people often died from difficult births and hemorrhages. Therefore, the mortality rate of the captured women was very high. From a peak of over 1,000 people, only a little over 500 remained. Among these more than 500 people, more than half were currently pregnant. The women, given no rest to recover, would all eventually die from excessive childbirth, or for one reason or another. There were also women who had borne children for the fire tribe and tried to escape, but if caught, the consequences were horrific. Lidiem would burn the escaped women alive in front of everyone. This terrified the other women. They no longer dared to think about escaping, and could only resign themselves to their fate, becoming childbearing slaves for the fire tribe. It was precisely for this reason that the fire tribe had such a severely imbalanced population structure. Over 700 children under the age of 5 were all born in recent years. That's not even counting the several hundred baby girls who, as soon as they were born, were killed. After the spring festival ended, Lidiem led 10 warriors back to the fire tribe. He had to gather more warriors and prepare more supplies to attack the Han tribe. This year's spring festival had opened Lidiem's eyes. He and Han Fong were both fanatics when it came to seizing population. Han Fong used white salt and pottery to make people willingly join the Han tribe, while he used brutality and bloodshed to force prisoners to become warriors and to force women to bear their children. Comparing these two methods, Han Fong's method had opened a new door for Lidiem. It turned out that capturing people could be done this way. In the fire tribe, someone questioned Lidiem. Since they were about to attack the Han tribe, and the Han tribe was so populous, could they really win? Lidiem responded with contempt, saying that although the Han tribe had many people this time, they had brought back mostly women and children. These people had basically no fighting strength. Moreover, the chief of the Han tribe was nothing more than a wet-behind-the-ears kid. He planned to send about 200 men first to set the Han tribe's settlement on fire. Wait for the fire to grow large, then take advantage of the chaos to rush in and seize all the women's stone pots, white salt and moose of the Han tribe. Someone worried that the Han tribe's settlement was large, and the fire might not burn it all. Lidiem said, "I have already made arrangements. I have sent 30 men ahead. As soon as I give the signal, they will set fires everywhere in the tribe. At that time, the Han tribe will naturally fall into chaos, ripe for us to slaughter," Lidiem added smugly. He recounted the trade with Han Pong at the Spring Festival, mocking his reaction at the time, as if in his eyes Han Pong was just a fool. Seeing this, his underlings scrambled to flatter Lidiem. Lidiem then told them to quickly prepare their things, especially to bring many fire rat skins, because this stuff is the best for setting fires. Lidiem didn't forget to promise his underlings, saying that this time they would capture many young women. "Once they are captured, I will let you all have your fun with them." Following this, everyone in the fire tribe busied themselves preparing for war. They crafted a mace-like weapon by tying a stone to one end of a stick, and then wrapping it in a layer of long-haired fire rat skin. In battle, they just needed to light it and throw it at the enemy. This way it could both cause injury and start fires. At this moment, 2 men were carrying a corpse of a woman towards the burial ground. As they passed through the residential area, the pregnant women could only stare at the corpse lifelessly, their faces showing no expression like the living dead, while the men crafting weapons laughed and talked cheerfully, paying no mind. But just as these 2 men threw the corpse down at the burial ground, disaster struck. From the tall grass by the roadside, a dark figure suddenly lunged out. One of the 2 men was instantly stunned. Immediately after, he heard a whistling sound behind his neck. The 2 men quickly turned their heads to see what was happening. However, just as one of them turned, he heard a whoosh by his ear and saw a club as thick as a forearm smashing straight into his head. His head immediately burst open, blood and brains splattering everywhere. The other man, terrified, turned and fled. He ran screaming for help, but before he had taken 2 steps, the whooshing sound echoed behind his ear again. The next second, he too collapsed to the ground. The dark figure retrieved the 2-meter-long straight wooden staff, plunging it into the grass with a thud, then calmly cut off the heads of the 2 men. He used his large staff to string the 2 heads together, slung them over his back, and then bent down again. He lifted the woman's corpse from the ground onto his shoulder and moved swiftly towards the deep forest. Back in the fire tribe's residential area, some men were gathered making flint tools. One suddenly asked, "Did you guys hear something?" Another was a bit uncertain. "I think I did," he said. "It sounded like someone crying for help." Then someone else noticed that the 2 who went to dump the corpse had not yet returned. They were all stunned, looked at each other, and went to check. When the men cautiously reached the burial ground, what they saw were only 2 headless bodies. The woman's corpse that had just been thrown there had also vanished without a trace. Everyone was startled. "Quick, go back and report to the chief." By the time they carried the 2 headless bodies before him, Lidiem angrily smashed the bowl in his hand, gritting his teeth and saying, "Damn it, it's that guy again." When I catch him, I'll definitely carve every piece of flesh from his body and eat it raw in front of him. On the 4th day after the spring festival ended, Chief Chang of the Bian tribe led his people to bid farewell to Han Feng as the Bian tribe's settlement was nearby. Therefore, they could no longer travel with the Han tribe's 5th team. Han Feng, leading the moose, stood there quietly watching Xiao Di and Chang embrace in farewell. Finally, Chang bowed to Han Feng again, then led the Bian tribe's people away. Xiao Di stood beside Han Feng, holding his hand, watching the departing figures of the Bian tribe and silently shedding tears. Han Feng gently squeezed Xiao Di's hand and said to her, "In the future, if you miss your mother, I can take you back to the Bian tribe to visit her." Hearing this, Xiao Di threw her arms around his neck and kissed him on the cheek. "You're so good to me." Afterward, the 5th team continued on their journey, traveling straight until dusk. They finally reached the slope of Waterfall Mountain. At this moment, Dali and Big Mouse also rode their moose up beside Han Feng. He nodded to both of them and said, "Start from the back." The 2 men nodded and turned to leave. Xiao Di sat in front of Han Feng. Seeing this, she felt confused and asked, "Where are those 2 going? What are they going to do?" Han Feng didn't answer. He just led the moose towards the grave of the Thunderbeast and stopped there. Confused, Xiao Di turned her head to look at him, then looked forward again. At that moment, Dali and Big Mouse, along with the hunting party, approached in formation. They called the youths of the Fire tribe out of the formation, confiscated their weapons, and told them to help carry the pre-sawn round logs on the roadside. The other young men and women in the formation were secretly relieved they weren't called out to work. But they had no idea what was about to happen to those dozens of people. Groups of youths carried the round logs to a place out of sight. Then they saw nearly 100 people, both men and women, holding spears, bows and arrows and ropes, waiting and looking at them coldly. The youths of the Fire tribe carrying the logs immediately felt that something was wrong. They threw down the logs and tried to run, but they were surrounded by the hunting party, which had already been prepared. Using spear shafts and clubs, they gave them a vicious beating. The youths of the Fire tribe tried to fight back, but their weapons had been confiscated, and after carrying heavy logs for a long distance, they were too out of breath to have any strength left to resist. After the brutal beating, they were all forced to the ground and tied up. In the chaos, one very large youth from the Fire tribe, who was strong and healthy, almost escaped, but Big Mouse punched him in the face, knocking out 3 of his front teeth. Bloodied and battered, he was pushed to the ground and given another beating before finally being tied up. Xiao Di covered, her mouth in shock, staring at the scene. She was stunned for a moment and in disbelief turned to ask him, "Why are you capturing them?" Han Feng said nothing, just pulled the reins, turning the moose's head, and went back a short distance along the path the 5th team had just traveled. He pointed out to her several places on the roadside trees and in the bushes where there were symbols. These things all had one point in common. They all pointed in the direction of the Han tribe's movement. Xiao Di's jaw dropped in astonishment. She had also realized the purpose of these symbols. They were to mark the trail. Han Feng explained to Xiao Di, "They want to lead their tribe's people here to kill our people and to steal our women pottery and white salt." But Xiao Di was clearly frightened by Han Feng's words. She had never experienced anything like this, nor had she ever heard of another tribe coming to kill people, to steal things, and even wanting to steal her away. A little scared, Xiao Di asked him, "So what should we do? Should we go to the Bian tribe? Mother will surely have a way." Han Feng shook his head and told her, "There's no need. You go back to the tribe. I'll stay here and kill them." Xiao Di immediately shook her head and said resolutely, "I'm not going. Wherever you are, I'll be there. I want to be with you." Xiao Di's words couldn't help but move Han Feng. Although she wasn't as beautiful as the women he had met in his past life, this unwavering loyalty was all the more precious. Seeing the Fire tribe was about to attack, Xiao Di refused to go back to the Han tribe first, insisting on staying here with him to fight the enemy. Han Feng was touched by her determined gaze. He couldn't help but see her in a new light, so he reluctantly nodded, thinking it would be fine to let her witness it this time as long as she didn't join the fight. Just then, Da Shu also walked over, followed by 2 women. They spread out an animal hide on which lay a pile of small black stones. "Chief, this is what we found on them. It's flint." Han Feng picked one up to examine it. "Good work. Now bring all of them here, then light a few more fires, bring a bucket of water and some white salt, and grab a piece of meat too." "Yes, sir, I'll get on it right away." He planned to interrogate the dozens of youths on the other side. The Han tribe's main force didn't stop at Thatko Mountain, but continued eastward, marching through the night toward the settlement where the young men and women in the group were exhausted. They had been walking for over 5 days and still hadn't reached the Han tribe, and now they were being forced to march at night. Everyone was complaining that all they did was walk. So they all asked their team leaders how much farther they had to go. The leaders told them they were almost there at most, just half a day's journey left, which is why the chief decided to march through the night and even promised them the tribe had food ready, and they'd even get a late-night meal when they arrived. To calm them down, the leaders also hyped up the Han tribe, saying the Han tribe raised tons of fierce beasts, had more food than they could eat, and went fishing every day. Everyone had their own pottery, and salt was endless. You could eat as much as you wanted. Hearing this, the young men and women all laughed out loud, full of anticipation for the Han tribe their leaders had just described, and the fatigue from the journey seemed to fade a little. At the camp on Thatko Mountain, 3 youths from the fire tribe were tied up with their hands behind their backs, kneeling in a row before Han Feng, with a member of the hunting party standing guard behind each one hand on their shoulder, and the other gripping their hair to control them, forcing them to look at him. Dali had already prepared everything he needed. Several fires were lit, and beside them was a small wooden bucket filled with clean water, mixed with a bowl of white salt, with several thorny branches stuck inside, and next to the fire was a bronze shovel used for digging. Han Feng told Xiao Di to step aside, then signaled to begin the interrogation of the youths kneeling in a row. There are 30 of you, in total 6 of whom left markers along the way. You must be in 5-man teams. Which one of you is the team leader? The youths, forced to look at him by the grip on their hair, either didn't understand what he was saying or understood, but didn't want to talk. Their faces pointed toward him, but their eyes darted around, not daring to look him straight in the eye. Chief, I know who the 6 are. Shoya, standing beside him, spoke up. Good, separate those 6. Shoya immediately went over and pointed out several guys, and the warriors behind them immediately dragged the 6 away. When the youths who left the markers saw they were being pointed out, they knew they'd been discovered and had been watched all along. All hope was lost, and each one of them hung their head and collapsed to their knees. They didn't know what Han Feng would do to them, but it was very likely he would kill them. Han Feng looked at these 6 among them, was the guy who had tried to run earlier and got a beatdown from Da Shu. Right now, that guy was kneeling, his mouth full of blood, his eyes staring at the ground. You brought all this flint to start a fire, didn't you? Tell me, what did your chief tell you? Talk and you live, stay silent, and you die. But to his surprise, no one spoke up. It seemed no one wanted to be the first to talk. After all, the fear their chief Li Yan had instilled in them was too great. Betraying Li Yan meant being burned alive. They had witnessed Li Yan's fire punishments many times. The excruciating pain of being burned alive was a fate worse than death. Getting killed by Han Feng would be a mercy in comparison. Seeing this, Han Feng didn't waste any more words. He told Shoya to drag out the guy with the bruised face, had 2 men hold him tight, and then held the red-hot bronze shovel up to his chest, the heat blasting his face. Made the youth's eyes go wide, sweat pouring off him like a waterfall. Talk and I'll let you live. Don't and I'll cook you well done, but I won't let you die, Han Feng said as he moved the bronze shovel in front of his chest. A few strands of his hair touched the shovel and immediately sizzled and smoked. The youth struggled for his life, trying to back away from the red-hot object, but he was held fast, and the more he struggled, the more it looked like he was just trembling. Han Feng glared at him and pushed the shovel closer. A sizzle sound rang out like grilling squid, and the fragrant smell of barbecue filled the air. The youth squeezed his eyes shut and screamed, I'll talk, don't cook me. Han Feng pulled the bronze shovel back, cursing, Damn it, you should have just talked from the start. Why'd you have to make me do this? The remaining 29 youths who witnessed this were scared pale, breaking out in a cold sweat, and as the night wind blew, a chill ran down their spines, making every one of them shudder. The Han tribe warriors watching were also stunned, but after a moment they burst out laughing. Han Feng shot them a look and they immediately shut up, but their bodies were still shaking uncontrollably. The youth who had just been released immediately collapsed to the ground, drenched in sweat, as if he'd just been pulled out of the water. He looked down at his chest. How am I not hurt? Then he looked at Han Feng sitting by the fire, who was sprinkling salt and spices on a golden brown piece of grilled meat. What's still not talking? Want to go for round 2? He said while waving the grilled meat in front of the youth's face. The youth looked at the grilled meat in Han Feng's hand, his feelings a complicated mess. After 2 seconds of silence, he gestured and said, The chief told us to leave markers. When he leads his men to attack the tribe, he'll light a signal fire from a distance. When we see the smoke, we're supposed to set fire to the houses, and when everyone scatters in panic, he'll lead his men to charge into your settlement. How many days did it take you to get here? It takes 2 days to get to Dream Valley, but I don't know about getting here. The kid thought for a sec, but he still couldn't figure it out since it's not a straight shot. Whatever, take 'em away. Tie their hands and hang 'em from a tree, feet off the ground. Give 'em a bowl of salt water every day and feed 'em once every 3 days. Set up a guard rotation. Thu Nha and the others grunted in agreement and dragged the kids into the forest. Han Feng turned around and took the grilled meat to find Xiao Di for dinner. As he walked, he analyzed the intel he'd just gathered. It takes the fire tribe 2 days on foot to reach Dream Valley. Although he didn't know which direction they were in from Dream Valley, the fire tribe didn't know the way, so they couldn't take a direct path to Thatko Mountain. So if they want to attack Thatko Mountain, they'd have to walk 2 days back to their tribe to gather men and supplies, then walk another 2 days to Dream Valley, and only then could they follow the markers to Thatko Mountain. That whole process would take 5 days at the minimum. All in all, it would take them at least 9 days to get here. It's already the 5th night after the Spring Festival, which means the earliest the fire tribe could attack Thatko Mountain is late in the afternoon, 4 days from now. When the time comes, they'll light a signal fire from a distance. The moment this side goes up in flames, they'll charge in. Now that I know the enemy's plan, I'd have to be a real idiot to lose. When they light their signal fire, I'll start my own fire and set up an ambush on the mountainside and wait for them. Having figured everything out, his mood lightened up a lot. He happily brought the grilled meat over to Zhao Die. After everyone finished dinner, Big Rat led him to the thatched hut they had already set up. Looking at his and Zhao Di's backs, Big Rat snickered. Hey, Chief, you know how to make babies? If you don't, I can teach you. I've got 5 kids already. Get the hell out of here! Your punishment is guard duty tonight. No sleeping. The second Han Feng heard Big Rat offer to teach him, he blew up, damn it. I've lived 2 whole lifetimes. You really think I need you to teach me? Yes, Chief. I guarantee nobody will get near this place, Big Rat replied with a straight face. Seeing that sly look on Big Rat's face as he ran off, Han Feng was so pissed he almost grabbed a rock to chuck at his head. He turned and stepped into the hut. The inside was pretty clean. A layer of dry grass was spread on the ground, and on top of the grass were 2 short-haired antelope hides. Zhao Di was lying there, her face flushed, but with no fire or lamp in the hut, it was pitch black, and he couldn't see her clearly. He lay down next to Xiao Dia. After a bit of wrestling, she pulled his arm over, rested her head on it, and snuggled up against him. In the pitch-black thatched hut, Han Feng held Zhao Di close, staring wide-eyed at the roof, his mind wandering. Suddenly, he felt something was off. Why wasn't she wearing any clothes? Mom said, this is the only way I can have your baby. Zhao Di stammered, her voice barely a whisper. A small hand rested on his chest, stroking it. Han Feng was shocked, speechless. Man, this mother-in-law of mine is way too helpful. Whoa, hold on, don't move, I'm still just a kid. Chief, don't you like me? Hearing him tell her not to move, and then grabbing her hand, Zhao Di suddenly felt hurt and started sobbing. In the dark, Han Feng could feel the girl in his arms trembling as hot tears fell onto his arm. He quickly pulled Zhao Di into a tight hug to comfort her. No, it's not that I don't like you, it's just that we're still too young. I don't want you to have a baby this early. It wouldn't be good for your health. But Zhao Di still didn't seem to get it, so he had to explain some of the basics about having kids, and how having a baby when you're too young can lead to a difficult birth. About half an hour later, Zhao Di finally stopped crying, lifted her small face and asked him, Chief, so when can I have your baby? At least 3 more winters. No 2 winters tops. All right, 2 winters it is. Zhao Di huffed, then lay on top of him without saying another word. A moment later, she mumbled again. Mom said, I'm going to be the chief's wife someday, and she told me I have to be a good helper to you. When we get back to the Han tribe, I'm going to plant tons of hemp and weave lots of linen for you, for our children, and for the whole tribe. I'm really good at weaving, my mom taught me everything. Zhao Di chattered on, falling asleep on top of him. Han Feng, however, was still thinking about his plans for developing the tribe. The Han tribe now had an additional 550 people, and at the end of this month, the Dukhan tribe would bring him at least another 100. The Han tribe's total population was about to break 1,000. If he kept using the same old loose management style, it was definitely not going to work. The Han tribe needed reform. Before, the Han tribe only had a little over 300 people from just 4 clans. Now it had suddenly jumped to over 1,000 people, and the members' origins were more complicated, coming from over a dozen tribes. The most important thing for the Han tribe to do now was to establish a system for inter-clan marriage, a household registry, and a division of labor based on skills. On top of that, there had to be a clear class structure to make management easier. Most importantly, he had to form a powerful army. All this stuff was giving him a headache. In the end, he just shook his head. Whatever the reforms will have to wait till I get back to the tribe. For now, I just gotta focus on winning this fight. Han Feng cracked his stiff neck, pulled an animal hide over himself and Zhao Di, and finally drifted off to sleep. Early the next morning, just as the sky was lighting up, Zhao Di was sleeping soundly on top of him, when she suddenly felt someone playing with her hair, and a wet sensation on the back of her neck like someone was kissing her. But he was clearly lying right next to her, so who was kissing the back of her neck? She slowly turned her head and suddenly saw a long, wet trunk waving back and forth over her. Ah, Chief, there's a monster! Zhao Di shrieked in fear, shaking him awake and scrambling to hide behind him. Han Feng rubbed his eyes and saw the beast Ruby standing at the hut's entrance looking all innocent while licking its trunk. He turned to Zhao Di and said, That's the Han tribe's giant elephant. It's a plant eater, it won't bite ya. When the sun came up, Teodiep was sprawled out on top of him, sleeping like a log, when all of a sudden she felt someone messing with her hair and a wet sensation on the back of her neck like she was being kissed, but he was obviously lying. Right beside her, so who the hell was kissing her neck? The girl slowly turned her head only to see some long, slimy trunk waving all over her. Ah, Chief. Behind him, Han Feng rubbed his eyes, looking at the creature Nuke B standing at the tent entrance, innocently licking its trunk. He turned to Teodiep and said, That's a Kung Tuong from the Han tribe. It only eats grass, it won't bite people. Zhao Di, hiding behind him, nodded, still spooked, but a second later he felt something moving behind him. He whipped his head around and saw a giant hole ripped in the back of the hut. Another long snout was poking through, ripping off thatch and shoving it in its mouth. He turned back and facepalmed. Damn it, they see grass, they eat it. You punks already ate my grass skirt, now you're eating my damn hut too, just you wait. When Zhao Di and he got out of the hut, Ru Bao and Hui Shan were already chowing down on breakfast. The bigger these two got, the more they ate, giving him a massive headache. Seeing that the two creatures really only ate grass, Xiaodeep wasn't as scared as before. She ran around them, curiously checking out his two pets. Meanwhile, he went to find Dali, who was taking his turn on watch. Dali, tell the tribesmen to build a bunch more thatched huts on the peak opposite Mount Thakko to make it look like a residential area. Just make a lot of them, it doesn't matter if they're actually livable. When the time comes light fires, we need to make sure the people at the foot of the mountain get a clear view of a whole sea of fire. Dali scratched his head, grunted in agreement, and ran off to find people for the job. And so under Han Feng's command, everyone laid out the battle plan, getting ready to corner the enemy. Meanwhile, to the northeast of the Fire Tribe, over a dozen kilometers away, Yu Fu was leading nearly 100 people on the move. Out of those, almost 100 people, more than 50 were from the Yu tribe, while the other 30 were all wildlings rounded up from all over. They had just picked up 6 more people, an old woman and 5 kids, all of them outcasts from their tribes. A man named Yu Ye suddenly piped up, "Big bro, are we heading to the Tu tribe? Didn't the Fire Tribe already wipe them out? They're not all dead. I've seen signs of people living there before. Everyone keep moving. It's just over an hour to go." They finally arrived at the foot of a cliff. The area was scorched, and the ground was a mess of craters. There had to be 40, maybe 50 graves at first glance, and right in the middle of them was a freshly made grave. In front, with 2 branches stuck in it, from which hung 2 fresh human heads. The other graves had similar branches also decorated with human heads. Looking closer, there were a total of 9 heads, but one of them was all dried up. Who knows how long it had been hanging there. "See, told you there were still survivors," Yu Fu said to his brother, pointing at the gravesite. Then he turned to an empty clearing with not a single soul in sight and shouted, "Xuetu, come on out, I know you're still alive." The words had barely left his mouth when a rustling came from a nearby tree, and a burly man nearly 6'1" suddenly leapt down. The man wore a tiger skin loincloth with a scar more than a foot long across his chest, his long hair hiding his face, making him look like a total maniac. Only the 2-meter-long wooden staff in his hand and his former image didn't match at all. That was the weapon passed down through generations of the 2 tribes' chiefs. "What do you want with me? I'm alone now, I've got nothing to trade with you," the man named Xuetu said in a raspy voice. "But you've still got yourself. There's a tribe looking for people. You're young, living out here on your own. Why not just join a tribe?" "And no, I'm not going anywhere. My wife and child, my people, they're all here. I have to slaughter everyone from the Fire Tribe to get revenge for them." Yu Fu didn't back down. He kept trying to persuade Xuetu. "But you're just one man. No matter how skilled you are, you can only take out a few of them. The tribe I'm talking about has hundreds of people, plus their weapons are insane. You could join them first, and if you can convince them to help you get revenge, that's the only way you'll be able to destroy the Fire Tribe." Xuetu was taken aback. What Yu Fu said actually made sense. He was just one killer after all, and you need an army to annihilate an entire tribe. He then asked, "Yu Fu, where is this tribe of several hundred people? How good are their weapons? Can they defeat the Fire Tribe's fire axes?" "I'm not going to tell you where it is. If you want to go, you'll have to come with me. I have to take you people there to trade for supplies." Yu Fu said it straight up, no beating around the bush. Xuetu didn't even flinch. He knew Yu Fu wouldn't just show up for no reason. The Yu tribe never did anything unless there was something in it for them. Then Yu Fu started hyping up the Han tribe, talking up everything from their bows and arrows, to their spears, from their pottery to their white salt. Xuetu was floored by what he heard. After thinking for a bit, his attitude started to soften. "Even if I want to go, I have to wait until I bring my tribesmen back. I can't just abandon them." Yu Fu looked at Xuetu's stubborn expression, so pissed he gritted his teeth, and thought, then what was the point of this whole conversation? He shot back a comment and turned to walk away. "This offer has an expiration date. If you want to go, you'd better be quick about it." After a few steps, he looked back with a grin and added, "But when you get your people back, you could always just join my Yu tribe, find another woman, start a new life. It's better than living like a savage out here." Watching the Yu tribe walk away, Xuetu stood there in silence, clenching his fists. A part of him desperately wanted to join the tribe Yu Fu talked about, but he just couldn't turn his back on his people. He glanced at the 2 fresh heads, quietly lifted his staff, and started a new hunt. Soon enough, he was back at the burial ground, where the Fire Tribe dumped the corpses. He found a tree to climb, and watched the Fire Tribe from high above. It didn't take long for him to spot something off. The Fire Tribe was mustering its warriors. He estimated over 260 of them, and each one was carrying bundles of stone clubs wrapped in fire rat skin. All the captured women and children were being herded into the cave. The entrance was guarded by almost 50 grown men. Xuetu knew exactly what the Fire Tribe was planning. Some other tribe was about to get seriously screwed. After a moment's thought, Xuetu decided to follow the Fire Tribe, both to find a chance to pick off a few guys for revenge and to see who their target was. Once they got close, he planned to take a shortcut to get ahead of the Fire Tribe and warn the target tribe. With the Fire Tribe's plan about to be wrecked, Le Diem led his massive army forward aggressively, completely clueless that an assassin who hated his guts was silently tailing him from behind, plotting to make him suffer a crushing defeat. And so, seething with hatred, Hoyot-do tailed the fire tribe for days on end, finally losing his patience when they were just one day away from Thatko Mountain. Damn it. Who the hell is the fire tribe trying to attack, going this far out? Whatever, I'll get my revenge first. At midnight, Hoyot-do, hiding in the forest, finally found his targets. It was the same old simple and brutal method. Two guys taking a piss in the forest didn't even have time to scream before a wooden club caved their skulls in. After doing the deed, Hoyot-do made a swift escape as usual. Before long, the guards arrived, only to find two more headless corpses. Lydiam was absolutely livid that bastard dared to follow him all the way here. What utter disrespect. He immediately woke everyone up in the middle of the night to hunt down the assassin with torches, but Hoyot-do was long gone, so how could they possibly find him? The warriors returning empty-handed made Lydiam even more furious. The guard who delivered the news got unlucky. He took out all his anger on him, beating him within an inch of his life and then burning him alive. Truthfully, Lydiam wouldn't normally fly off the handle like this. It's just that he didn't expect their target to be so far away. They'd been marching for days and still weren't there. He had already lost all his patience and roared, "How much damn farther is it?" A subordinate stammered fearfully. Chief, we're almost there. It's only one more day's journey away. There's a mountainside there. I didn't dare get close for fear of being spotted. Hearing this, Lydiam repeated through clenched teeth, "Just one more day. Just one more day." Meanwhile, on the other side, Han Fong wasn't just sitting around. At that moment, he was leading his clansmen on Thatko Mountain to test the range of their bows, standing at the designated spot for the archers. He drew his bow and shot an arrow toward the mountainside. The arrow landed 350 meters away. Teodip watched from the side with curiosity, not knowing what he was doing. Han Fong explained to her, "Once the enemy charges past the line marking our arrow range, we can start attacking." Then he fired several more arrows, forming a straight line, which became the next range marker. Thu Nha led his men with bronze shovels and straw dummies painted with white lime, planting them in the ground where the arrows had landed. An ordinary person would just think it was some strange custom and wouldn't suspect that these were markers. By noon, everyone on Thatko Mountain was ready. Han Fong didn't deploy any cavalry, instead having all those who could shoot a bow dismount and fight as infantry. If only they had the right kind of bows for horseback archery, like composite bows or crossbows, then he wouldn't have to worry about a shortage of archers. Just then, Hoyot-do, who was still tailing the fire tribe, noticed something was off. The fire tribe usually only ate 2 meals morning and evening, but today they had stopped for lunch. Hoyot-do realized they must have arrived. The fire tribe was about to attack. He immediately detoured, circling around to the front of the fire tribe to warn the tribe about to be attacked. He followed the markers running for 4 straight hours and finally saw the row of white straw dummies while on the peak of Thatko Mountain. Han Fong and his people were enjoying a leisurely lunch. Suddenly a sentry reported that someone had come to deliver a warning. Han Fong was very surprised. This was outside of his calculations, but he still led some men to the edge of the mountain to meet Hoyot-do. After a thorough questioning, Han Fong agreed to let him up the mountain, but also secretly warned his clansmen to be on guard. Hoyot-do urged him to flee, saying the fire tribe's numbers were 3 times his tribe's. He didn't want to see their tribe get wiped out like his was, but Han Fong was firm that he wouldn't run, telling Hoyot-do to just stay and watch the show. Although Han Fong was only a kid, his commanding presence completely convinced Hoyot-do. He obediently decided to stay. Over an hour later, as the sun began to set, the fire tribe piled up firewood at the foot of the mountain, preparing to light a signal. Fire. Seeing this, Han Fong wasn't afraid at all. In fact, he was thrilled the moment had finally arrived. Right then, the fire tribe was piling up firewood at the base of the mountain, getting ready to light a signal fire. But seeing this, Han Feng wasn't even scared. He calmly ordered his tribesmen to light the fires, and a dozen or so of them with torches quickly set ablaze 100 thatched huts. In a flash, the flames roared to life. Li Yan saw the massive fire on the mountaintop and thought they'd succeeded. So he got hyped and roared orders for his tribesmen to charge and attack, yelling that the white salt pottery and women were all theirs. Right after that, every man in the fire tribe grabbed a torch and 2 long spears and charged, and it wasn't long before they were 50 meters from the straw dummies. Li Yan even screamed for his men to burn the Han tribe's totem poles, which were actually just those straw dummies. The dummies were quickly torched by the burning stone axes, becoming an even clearer line for targeting, but they had no idea they were just walking into a death trap. Han Feng saw the fire tribe charge to within 10 meters of the straw dummies, and immediately ordered his tribesmen to draw their bows and fire. Before the first volley of arrows even hit the ground, he ordered them to fire 3 more consecutive volleys. From a distance of 350 meters, the arrows flew as thick as a swarm of locusts, straight towards the fire tribe. Many of the tribe's men were shirtless and had no shields. The first volley alone with its 115 arrows caused over 50 casualties. Some were hit with 2 or 3 arrows and died on the spot, while others were hit in the arm or leg, instantly losing their ability to fight. They immediately started to panic, some thinking they were being punished by the gods for burning the Han tribe's straw dummies. Li Yan wanted to order his tribesmen to keep attacking, but the 115 arrows of the second volley had already arrived. The warriors who had just helped each other up were hit again, and those who were already wounded in the arms and legs were struck by arrows once more. This time they couldn't get back up. There were also a few lucky ones who dodged the first volley, but they got hit too when they ran over to help the wounded. When the third volley came, the fire tribe fell into even greater chaos. They wanted to run, but how could Han Feng let them escape? He immediately ordered his tribesmen to fire 5 more consecutive volleys. Hearing this, his men got hyped and fired with all their might. After several rains of arrows, the fire tribe's army of 260 men was left with fewer than 50 uninjured warriors and less than 30 wounded. They scrambled to get away from the straw dummies. Li Yan, who was hit in the main artery of his leg, also ran with the remnants of his army. The arrow stuck in his thigh kept him from running fast. Li Yan was a cold-blooded dude, though he gritted his teeth and yanked the arrow out. But the barb on the arrow severed the artery. He ran a few more steps, then collapsed and dropped dead. Meanwhile, Han Feng led his tribesmen chasing and shooting until they had killed almost all of the fleeing enemies before stopping. Xue Tu, who was following Han Feng, looked at the bodies littering the ground and the arrows sticking out everywhere. He was shocked that these short arrows were so damn deadly. Han Feng ordered his tribesmen to clean up the battlefield, retrieve the arrows, pile the corpses in one place, and that they would be buried tomorrow. Xue Tu picked up a few arrows and told Han Feng that he wanted to join the Han tribe, but Han Feng didn't give him a straight answer. He still didn't fully trust the story Xue Tu told him about the fire tribe. He had to wait and confirm it with those youths from the fire tribe before he could decide. When Xue Tu heard that Han Feng had kept some fire tribe members alive, he was thrilled. His hope of joining the Han tribe was rekindled. Soon after, Xiao Ya came to Han Feng's side to report the results of the battlefield cleanup. There was a total of 248 bodies with a few dozen arrows still missing. It was too dark to find them. Han Feng waved his hand and ordered everyone to fall back. They'd deal with the rest tomorrow. At that moment, Xiao Di was waiting anxiously for him on the mountaintop. He hadn't let her follow when everyone was chasing the enemy. She could only relax after she saw him lead the men back safely. After going through an intense battle and then cleaning up the battlefield, the tribesmen were all exhausted. After receiving Han Feng's order, everyone went back to rest. He also called Xiao Ya over and told him to get some food for those 3 youths to feed them until they were full, and tomorrow he would make them dig the graves to bury their own tribesmen with their own hands. Early the next morning, the youths, having had their first full meal in days, started working. Seeing that all the attackers of the Han tribe had died here, they were both shocked and full of regret. If only they hadn't listened to Li Yan and become spies. When the pits were dug, Han Feng walked up to them and said, "You are all people that the Han tribe traded white salt for, plus you all got wives at the spring festival. You could have lived peacefully in the Han tribe. Now the fire tribe has been wiped out. Do you want to die with your tribesmen in these pits or join the Han tribe, have kids with your wives, and live a peaceful life? The choice is yours." Hearing that the youths didn't even have to think, they immediately started crying and begging to join the Han tribe. "Since you want to live, then I'll ask you a few questions. How many people are in the fire tribe? Where is the settlement, and how many women and children are there?" The youths immediately scrambled to tell him everything. They knew, afraid they'd be killed if they were too slow. Only then did Han Feng learn that the fire tribe still had about 50 men. The rest were all women and children, totaling over 1,000 people. He decided he would bring those women and children back, even though it would be a burden. He couldn't just stand by and watch those kids starve to death. After that, everyone spent the whole morning packing up, walked for half a day, and finally arrived back at the Han tribe's settlement by late afternoon. The Han tribe had changed a lot. The new tribesmen lived in pointed roof thatched huts outside the main wall, and there was also a simple fence outside of that. In the evening, all the tribesmen ate together. Da Shu reported the situation to Han Feng, saying that during this time, everyone was living normally, and the newly arrived tribesmen were also looking for jobs they could do. The skilled members of the Mushroom and Cloud tribes joined the gathering team, finding some new edible plants in a deep red dye. Han Feng named the plant Crimson Beauty Herb. He made a mental note to use it for dyeing cloth later. The teens from the Trident and Mastiff tribes joined the fishing team, catching a ton of fish every day. Meanwhile, the kids from the Herd and Thorn tribes were all about woodworking, and when they learned Han Feng invented the wheelbarrows, they immediately became his biggest fans. The Cave and Tooth tribes also found work they were into. The Cave tribe joined the pottery crew, the Tooth tribe took up metallurgy, and the Pearl tribe discovered a new source for sugar. It turned out the roots of a man-eating plant could be processed into brown sugar. The teens from the other tribes joined the hunting party, but Han Feng figured they couldn't just rely on hunting forever. The Han tribe was so big that they'd eventually wipe out all the nearby wildlife. They needed to start catching live herbivores to domesticate them. Plus, the rabbits they were farming were breeding like crazy, and they already had over 500. The rabbit population was set to explode this year, and by then they wouldn't have to worry about the shortage of livestock. After hearing Big Tree's report, Han Feng called a meeting with the Han tribe leaders to plan their next steps. Shaman Rat spoke first. He said the number of the newcomers was overwhelming and the caves were too crowded. They couldn't even light fires in the thatched huts. He was worried a lot of people wouldn't make it through the winter. The elder agreed, adding that food and hides for the winter needed to be stockpiled fast. Bloodsaber then piped up, saying he could bring all 1,000 plus people from the fire tribe over. Everyone scowled at the idea. They were already packed. Adding another 1,000+ people would mean fighting for every bite of food. But Han Feng just laughed it off, saying most of them were kids. Although they couldn't contribute much, they also didn't eat a whole lot. As long as everyone pulled their weight, they could feed them. He then laid out his detailed plan. First, they needed to build more animal pens and scale up their livestock farming and assign more people to fishing. The hunting party would be downsized, focusing mainly on trapping. Only a few people would need to check the traps each day. The rest of the crew would be felling trees, digging canals, and firing bricks to get ready for house construction. Later on, they needed to dig more irrigation canals for the rice paddies and plant more crops. The carpentry and metallurgy teams would now focus on tool production, cranking out more iron axes and bronze shovels. The next morning, Han Feng assembled 100 people to raid the fire tribe. To keep the kids from putting up too much of a fight, he specially assigned 10 female archers to the team. These warriors were led by Big Rat with Beast Fang as his second-in-command and Bloodhead as the guide. He also threw in 10 moose so they could ride back for help in an emergency. The whole crew had to be back before the next full moon. The guys got ready right away and were soon off on their moose. Meanwhile, Han Feng kept dishing out jobs to the others. The gathering team was told to collect more vines to weave baskets, prepping for the canal digging and wall construction. The teens from the cave tribe were tasked with digging a fish pond by the river, so any leftover fresh fish could be tossed in there to be saved for later. Having only one brick kiln was way too slow, so they needed to build 2 more. He put Big Hammer and Wooden Barrel in charge of the metallurgy and carpentry teams. The 2 of them were to coordinate, to first produce tools, then build more wheelbarrows. Seeing everyone with a task, Little Deep ran over and asked Han Feng what she should do next. He thought for a second, then told her to go plant hemp. Once it started growing, she was to take cuttings and try to expand the cultivation area within the year. Little Deep's heart was set on weaving, but since the hemp wasn't ready, she had no choice but to follow his orders. With all the jobs assigned, he moved on to the most critical task. Han Feng pulled the elder and shaman rat aside to discuss registering households and giving out names. The 2 old men just stared at him, completely clueless about what he was saying. Han Feng had to patiently break it down for them. He explained that registering households meant every adult male would have his own family unit complete with a wife and kids. From now on, everyone needed a family name and a given name, with the family name representing their tribe or clan. People with the same family name couldn't get hitched for at least 6 generations. Since most of the members were from different tribes, they could easily find a husband or wife right here as long as they had different last names. He also made it clear this wasn't about forcing people to live apart, but about every man having his own house for his wife and kids. That was the only way to guarantee the purity of their bloodlines and clans. When a son grew up, he had to move out, find a wife, and start his own family. He'd also be responsible for supporting his parents just like they raised him. On top of that, he laid down the law that once married, no man or woman was allowed to cheat. Anyone who broke this rule would be busted down to a slave for life. The men would be sent to the mines, and the women would be put on baby-making duty. That night, the 3 of them announced the new rules to the entire tribe. Even though most of them didn't really get it, they trusted that Han Feng knew what he was doing. The job of registering households was given to the elder to handle, while Han Feng took charge of the naming process. He'd come up with the family names, and people would just tack them onto their existing names. Afterwards, he and Big Tree began prepping for the city's construction, surveying the land and planting stakes. He explained the building plans to Big Tree as they worked. Each house would be 10 meters by 10 meters, split into 3 rooms. 1 room for the adults, 1 for the kids, and the one in the middle would be for cooking and heating. They could also add a small shed for firewood, hay, and tools. Plus, they needed to dig a dry latrine for each house. Building with bricks meant they had to dig foundations, pack the earth down real tight, and then lay the bricks with mortar. Mixing mortar for the walls, doing the roofing, plastering, and laying tiles. During the lunch break, Xiao Di brought over a white string, excitedly saying it was made from rabbit fur. Hearing this, Han Feng was super surprised and asked where she got the rabbit fur from. Xiao Di said the rabbit plucked the fur from its own belly. Han Feng quickly explained, that's the fur a mother rabbit uses to make a nest for her babies, but luckily it's gotten warm, so the kits should be okay. Xiao Di then mumbled that she tried to pluck a camel's fur to weave with, but it just spat all over her. Han Feng cracked up laughing and promised that once he made some shears, he'd clip the camel's fur for her. After that, it took him 3 days to meticulously craft a pair of shears. They were made from 2 triangular blades, one side flat and the other convex with a round hole in the middle for a pivot. The handles were 2 long bronze bars, and after casting and filing them down, he used a pin made of bronze to rivet the 2 blades together, then sharpened the edges. Xiao Di grabbed the shears, jumped for joy, and ran off to clip the camel's fur. Han Feng smiled and turned to check on the 2 newly built brick kilns. This was the foundation for all the work to come. You can't build houses without bricks, and the clay from digging the river was the essential ingredient for making them. Therefore, to speed up construction, he had no choice but to push the pace on both these projects. Thankfully, after several days of everyone busting their butts, the 2 new brick kilns were finished, and the river digging was also proceeding smoothly. The newcomers had been living with the Han tribe for nearly half a month now. They watched the tribe transform day by day, and all these changes were thanks to their chief. They couldn't help but start seeing him as a god, and at the same time they were damn proud to be part of the Han tribe. You gotta understand, no matter what tribe they were from before, they never had their own pottery to eat their fill from every meal. The most important thing was that here they had white salt, and it was unlimited. This was something they couldn't even have dreamed of before. Meanwhile, Han Feng, trying to free himself up from the grunt work, was teaching a few of the sharpest people in the tribe how to build houses. As long as they got the hang of it, he would have more time for other business. At that exact moment, Big Rat was leading 100 men from the expedition force, silently creeping up to the boneyard to scope out the situation with the Fire Tribe. By this time, it was pitch dark. The 50 men from the Fire Tribe were still clueless that their main army had been totally annihilated. The few guys who got away had also disappeared completely. The Fire Tribe's women and children were locked up in a natural cave. The mouth of the cave was narrow, just wide enough for 2 people to pass through at once. Only 5 dudes were guarding the entrance, completely letting their guard down. They had a bonfire going right in front of the cave, chilling around the flames and roasting some fire rat meat for a midnight snack. The other 45 guys were busy getting it on inside the tents and caves, with all kinds of noises coming from in there. After scoping things out, Big Rat and his people made their move. Big Rat thought it was way too dark to use bows and arrows, so he ordered Beast Fang to take 10 men and 10 women, each armed with a bow, and sneak to the foot of the mountain to waste the dudes guarding the cave entrance. He figured there were fewer than 10 of them, so 20 bows firing 3 volleys should do the trick, then they'd rush in. Beast Fang nodded, and Blood Fiend went with Big Rat, leading the remaining people. They broke into teams of 2 to go into the tents and caves for the slaughter. It was pitch black inside anyway, and the other guys were deep in their activities, so bows and arrows were no good, so it was better to just rush in and kill them. Big Rat silently slipped into one of the tents. A guy from the Fire Tribe was on top of a woman. Big Rat gently pulled the bronze dagger from his belt and got behind the guy. The woman saw Big Rat and froze in terror, not even daring to breathe. The man felt something was wrong, and just as he turned his head, Big Rat brought his axe down, shattering the guy's skull, splattering blood and brains all over the woman. But the man wasn't quite dead. His head was stuck on the axe blade. Big Rat yanked hard, pulling the body along with it, then planted his foot on the man's face to wrench the axe free and turned to check on the others. Blood Fiend in another hut was even more efficient. He charged in and smashed the man's skull with one swing of his club. From the second he walked in to when the guy died, it took less than 3 seconds. The woman trapped under the corpse didn't even realize what had happened before Blood Fiend was already gone. In another hut, though, a teenager from the Han tribe had just crept in when the man inside dodged him and the kid got pinned down and choked. Luckily, the woman there helped him out, kicking the guy off. The teen's partner also got there in the nick of time. A spear ran the man straight through the chest and fresh blood sprayed everywhere. In the chaos, some woman screamed in terror, and a Fire Tribe man heard it, grabbed his weapon, and came out to fight. Both sides suffered casualties. One kid couldn't use his long spear in the tight space of a grass hut, so he got clocked by a stone axe and went down badly injured. Fortunately, Big Rat got there just in time to save the kid. The guards halfway up the mountain heard the noise and were still talking about it when Beast Fang led 2 archers to a position about 100 yards away. He gave a hand signal for everyone to form an arc, draw their bows, and then he yelled, "Fire!" The twang of bowstrings and the whoosh of arrows cut through the night as 21 arrows flew right at the 5 men standing by the cave mouth. In the glow of the fire, the 5 of them were totally exposed. In the blink of an eye, 3 of them were struck and died instantly. 1 was hit in the arm, and 1 lucky bastard was shielded by his friend's corpse. The guy who was hit in the arm had just cried out when the second volley hit, turning the last 2 men into human pincushions. Beast Fang, leaving nothing to chance, ordered 2 more volleys, riddling the corpses with arrows before leading the charge up the mountain. At this point, there was no resistance left up top. Beast Fang easily secured the cave entrance. He then raised a torch to signal the forces below. The battle at the foot of the mountain wrapped up quickly, and Big Rat ordered everyone to start dragging out the corpses. After the dust settled, all 45 members of the Fire Tribe were dead. On Big Mouse's side, 1 was dead, 1 severely injured, and 2 had minor wounds. The seriously injured guy was a former prisoner of the Fire Tribe. His collarbone was shattered and his flesh torn open. He definitely wasn't gonna make it. In this battle, they lost 2 men to kill 50 enemies and captured over 1,000 women and children. Just then, the women from the cave came out and gathered around as a teenager who had been a prisoner of the Fire Tribe told them, "I was captured by the Fire Tribe, and now I've brought people to save all of you. The Fire Chief who went to attack the Han Tribe was defeated, and all his men are dead. Everyone can come with us to the Han Tribe." Hearing this, a sharp-eyed woman recognized the teen and asked if it was for real. The teenager replied, "It's true, the Fire Tribe has no men left, and the cave is ours now. You can all bring your children outside." Hearing they could bring their kids, the women immediately rushed back into the cave. The Han Tribe members followed, leaving only the wounded and Big Mouse behind. Big Mouse told the injured man's buddy to go on into the cave, while he knelt down next to the wounded guy and asked if he had any last words. The injured man cried that he didn't want to die, saying his tribe had been wiped out by the Fire Tribe. He was lucky to survive, joined the Han tribe, even got a wife, and just wanted to live in peace. Big Mouse sighed and patted his shoulder, telling him he'd look after his wife, then snapped the guy's neck to give him a quick, painless end. Then he turned and walked towards the cave. Inside a cave halfway up the mountain, some women who were still awake heard the commotion. They thought about making a run for it, but the moment they peeked out, they saw the guards shot dead with arrows. Then 2 more volleys of arrows scared them so bad they just collapsed to the ground. One pregnant woman tried to flee, but another woman holding her child and also showing a small baby bump said, "It's useless to run. We're pregnant and have little kids. We could never survive on our own out in the wild." The other women were stunned by her words and just sat down on the ground and started crying. They knew they needed men. Pregnant women were too vulnerable to protect themselves. Just then, female archers sent by Han Feng started climbing up from the base of the mountain, heading for the cave entrance. They started pulling their arrows from the corpses to collect them. The ones that were still good went back into their quivers, and the broken ones were gathered to be fixed later. The women inside the cave saw that the attackers were women who had just won a battle, and their eyes widened in shock. The women cleaning up the battlefield smiled at those inside the cave. That smile made the pregnant women feel like they meant no harm. One woman holding her child stood up, her voice trembling as she asked the female archers, "What tribe are you from? Can you take me with you? I know how to make rope and skin beasts. I'm pregnant now, so I can't forage. But after I give birth, I can do any kind of work. Please, can you take me with you?" She figured a tribe with female warriors had to be incredibly strong enough to fight off other tribes. Plus, women must have a high status in a tribe like that, where they could be warriors and hunters. A tribe like that could protect her, which is why she wanted to join. The women collecting arrows didn't understand her, so they just stepped aside to let them out. The woman with the child quickly thanked them, then cradled her belly and walked outside. The other women followed her, and soon dozens of women from the foot of the mountain ran up with the Han tribe warriors right behind them. One woman shouted excitedly, "Sisters, we're free! Those teenagers brought people to rescue us! The fire chief was killed by the Han tribe, and all the men down the mountain have been wiped out. The fire tribe is finished. We can join the Han tribe." Big Mouse then spoke to one of the teens who had been a prisoner of the fire tribe. "Go tell those women that we're taking them to the Han tribe. We won't imprison them, and we'll give them food. They'll work and live just like our own women, and we won't harm their children. Tell them to be ready to leave with us tomorrow." The teen nodded and went off to find his family. The other teenagers were also looking for their own families, and once they found them, they had tearful reunions, then went through the crowd spreading the word, telling all the women to join the Han tribe. The women bombarded them with questions about the Han tribe, asking how many men there were, if they had enough food, what the daily work was like, and whether they bullied women. When they found out the Han tribe could make tons of water containers, had more white salt than they could ever eat, knew how to raise animals, and even used beasts for labor, and that women weren't just locked up to pop out babies and everyone had their own jobs, they all agreed to join on the spot. Even knowing it was a 7-day journey, they were determined to go. Beast Tusk went over to Big Mouse and asked Captain, "With this many people, how are we going to take all of them?" Big Mouse looked at the crowd of pregnant women and kids and scowled. "First, let's just loot this place and see what's useful. Find any animal skins, food baskets, or anything else that can carry things. If push comes to shove, we'll carry the baskets and the kids ourselves. Man, I wish we had some ox carts right now." Beast Tusk nodded, seeing there was no other choice. Everyone tore through the settlement, grabbing all the usable animal hides and dried meat they could find, and even roasted all the fire tribe's fire rats for rations. Early the next morning, Big Mouse used the demolished thatched huts to cremate the 2 fallen teenagers, then led the group of over 1,200 women and children and set off. Among the more than 1,200 people, 470 were adult women, nearly 300 were pregnant, and the rest were all kids. They wrapped the children in animal skins using ropes and vines to secure them to their backs, or simply carried them in their arms. The Han tribe warriors pitched in, carrying kids on their backs too. The moose were loaded down with baskets of dried meat and hides, easing everyone's burden. The massive group began their journey back to the Han tribe. Behind them, the fire tribe's settlement was engulfed in flames. Meanwhile, back at the Han tribe camp, just as the sun was rising, Big Tree set out with 20 men assigned to him by Han Feng. 10 dudes paddled canoes upstream, while Big Tree led the other 10 on mooseback, guiding ox carts across the bridge on the land route, the carts loaded up with mining tools, stone rollers for paving roads, and wooden water barrels. The small 3-meter-wide bridge was surprisingly sturdy, easily holding the weight of the fully loaded ox carts. Big Tree led the crew to find a flat, wide path marking the route, so the oxen could drag the stone rollers over it, packing it down again and again, filling any potholes with rocks and dirt, before rolling over them some more. But damn, these dirt roads were a nightmare to maintain one good downpour, and they'd turn into a total mud pit. They stuck to the east bank of the river, heading north and steering clear of the Black Rat tribe's old turf since it was deserted now. But what a coincidence, the Chestnut tribe, the Black Rat's old neighbors, were actually on their way to visit the Black Rat tribe that very day. Last year, the tribe had traded for some clay pots from the Black Rat tribe, and after learning how to cook with them, they got totally addicted to the new grub. Problem was, they didn't have enough pots. So their chief Mao Li rounded up his hunting party and a few of the younger girls to go trade for more. They hoofed it all day and finally reached the Black Rat tribe's old camp by late afternoon, but the scene in front of them made their blood run cold. What the hell went down here? Right then, Mao Lat, the chief of the Lat tribe, was leading a hunting party, and some young women to the Black Rat tribe's old territory planning to trade for some more clay pots, but the scene before him made his scalp crawl. What the hell happened here, he wondered. The place was covered in black soot, and there were charred human bones everywhere. Mao Lat picked up a piece of human bone, staring blankly for a long time. Even if they were attacked by an enemy, there's no way they'd all be dead. Otherwise, who would have cremated the bodies? They must have been attacked and then moved somewhere else. Thinking this, Mao Lat led his tribesmen to find the Black Rat tribe's new home. After a ton of effort, they finally found traces of the tribe on a small mountainside to the north. That evening, the sunset painted the entire sky red. To the west of the Black Rat tribe's settlement, there were 3 very noticeable columns of smoke. It was the smoke rising from 3 brick kilns the Han tribe had built by the river. Mao Lat remembered the previous chief once saying that from the Black Rat tribe heading towards the sunset for a day's journey would lead to a small river. The Black Rat tribe probably wouldn't have moved too far, so they were likely right by the river. He decided to camp there for the night. The next morning, he sent a warrior back to their tribe with a message saying the Black Rat tribe had moved and they'd be back in 2 days. He then led the others west to find the Black Rat tribe. At the same time, Big Tree hid the small boats by the riverbank and led his people into the dark forest, while Big Rat led an army of over 1,000 men marching menacingly towards the Han tribe. Back in the Han tribe, Han Pong was busy building houses. Just as he was showing his tribesmen how to build walls, Mao Lat's group arrived at the riverbank. As soon as they got there, they saw the Han tribe's fishing team pulling in their nets on the other side. Seeing them, the women thought they were enemies, immediately grabbing their bronze spears to block the bridgehead, shouting non-stop, "Enemies!" Hearing the screams, the people digging the river nearby immediately grabbed their bronze shovels and ran towards the bridgehead. In less than 2 minutes, over 500 people had gathered at the bridge. Seeing such a huge crowd, Mao Lat got so scared he turned to run. Saving his own skin was way more important than some pottery. But just then, someone from the Han tribe recognized Mao Lat and quickly called out to him in the Lat tribe's native tongue. Mao Lat heard him and stopped, realizing it was the guy he had sold to Big Rat a few months ago. But he was super confused. Could this be the Black Rat tribe? How did they suddenly get so many people? The young man ran over to Mao Lat and explained how Big Rat had sold him to the Han tribe, also revealing that those clay pots were actually made by the Han tribe. Earlier this year, the Black Rat tribe was attacked by enemies and joined the Han tribe. There was no more Black Rat tribe now. After hearing this, Mao Lat realized he'd been totally ripped off. That Big Rat was a real, sly fox. But this time, he was here to trade for clay pots. Now that he knew the stuff belonged to the Han tribe, he could trade directly with them. So he asked the young man to lead the way to meet the Han tribe's chief. When they got to the bridge, they happened to meet Han Pong, who had heard the news and come over. The young man introduced him, saying this was the chief of his old tribe here to trade for pottery. Hearing this, Han Pong's spirits lifted instantly. His 50-meter blade was already sharpened and itching for some action. He immediately led them into the tribe. Mao Lat followed with his people. When he saw the beautiful pots and pans lined up around the grass huts, he was immediately dazzled. There are this many. Han Pong waved his hand, telling his tribesmen to bring out the pottery and white salt, asking him what he wanted to trade for. Mao Lat saw a container of white salt and curiously asked, "What's this you can trade? People for this stuff?" Hearing that, he scooped up a pinch of salt and gave it to him. This is called white salt. Eating it gives you more energy for work. Hearing this, Mao Lat popped the whole pinch of salt into his mouth. The next second, his face scrunched up like a monkey biting a chili. But it was a taste he'd never experienced before. After a moment, he got used to the salty flavor and hurriedly asked, "What's the trade for this white salt?" He then took a small bowl and filled it with a heaping mound of white salt. "This much for one young man, a little less for a young woman." Mao Lat was stunned, thinking to himself what a ripoff. But this white salt was really good stuff. He was in a tough spot for a moment. He wanted both the white salt and the pottery, but he didn't have many people to trade. So he cautiously asked, "Chief Han, can I use other things to trade as long as I can get it? I'll definitely figure out a way." He thought for a moment. It wasn't impossible. For example, live herbivores or tasty fruits or the roots and seeds of various plants. When Mao Lat heard this, he immediately lit up. "What about chestnuts?" "That stuff is not only delicious, but it can also be stored for a long time." Before he could even answer, the young man quickly chimed in for him. "Chief, our Han tribe has chestnuts too, and now we make them even tastier than the Lat tribe ever did." Hearing that, Mao Lat immediately felt like a deflated balloon. They have chestnuts too. Does that mean I can only trade with people? Seeing this, he furrowed his brow and observed the people of the Lat tribe. Very quickly, the weapons in their hands caught his attention. Each of them held 2 short javelins with bone spearheads, and the shafts were made of very straight wood. He picked one up to examine it closely. The whole javelin felt very light, and it was also very smooth to the touch. It had no bark, but the surface was a dark brown color. Startled, he quickly asked Maulat to confirm if this wood originally had a light-colored bark, grew lots of green fruits with a few round seeds inside, and if its leaves were the large three-lobed kind. After hearing this, Maulat was instantly astonished. How did you know it's exactly as you described? It's just that the fruit of this tree is poisonous enough to kill someone. One of our tribesmen ate that fruit before and died. Now he could be certain. This was definitely the tongue tree. He said to Maulat that he needed this type of tree. One tree for a large bowl of white salt. Maulat was shocked. What does he need this poisonous tree for? Could this thing actually be valuable? More valuable than people. If my tribe could harness it, could we become as rich as the Han tribe? He saw right through his thoughts and told him, in this entire world, I'm the only one who knows how to use it, and what this plant is for. If this plant falls into the hands of someone who doesn't know any better, it's only good for firewood. Having been exposed, Maulat could only give a sheepish grin. So how are we supposed to bring them here? Just chop them down. No, I want the saplings alive. You guys dig them up from the roots. You have to keep some soil, then use animal hides to wrap the roots and bring them here to me. Also the poisonous fruits on the tree, I need those too. I'll take as many as you can bring. What, you want those poisonous fruits too? So you need the trees to get the poison fruits. What the hell are they for, haha? You don't need to try and pry. What I want are the poisonous fruits from that tree. You can choose not to bring them to me. If you do, I'll lead my people to wipe out your tribe, then go pick the fruits myself. It's best. You think carefully about whether you want to face my tribe, or use those poison fruits to trade for these fine goods. After hearing this, Maulat quickly backed down. Of course, we'll bring the fruits to trade. But that tree is really hard to transport. Besides, I brought 8 women with me this time. I have to trade for something first. This was indeed a problem, but he quickly called someone to bring over 2 bronze axes and 2 bronze shovels, and also gave him a bowl of white salt. Maulat had never seen tools like these before, and frowned, asking Chieftain Han, "What are you giving me these for? Can't you give me some pottery?" He picked up a bronze shovel and an axe and showed him how to use them. Look, with these 2 things, you can quickly dig up a lot of saplings. When that time comes, will you still be short on pottery and white salt, Mao? Lat watched, inwardly shocked. He never expected the Han tribe's tools to be so damn well made, but he didn't hesitate. After leaving the 8 girls behind, he took the bronze shovels and axes and led his warriors away. After Maulat had gone, the one-eyed shaman finally asked the question on his mind. Chieftain, what do you need that tree and its poison fruits for? He smiled and replied, That's a tongue tree, also known as a tongue oil tree. Its fruit, although not edible, can be pressed for oil. Tongue oil can be used as a varnish to coat wooden surfaces. This makes them waterproof, moisture-proof, and slows down the rotting process. All the wooden items in the tribe can use it. Later on, every house must varnish their furniture. Moreover, the tongue tree is very beautiful. We can plant them on both sides of the main road in the tribe as greenery. Besides that, tongue oil is flammable and can also be used as kerosene. For sieging or defending a city, it's a very important strategic resource. At that moment, on the east bank of the river, in a small forest, Maulat and his men didn't head straight back, but found a place to rest. Everyone lit a campfire and roasted the dried meat they brought with them. Maulat held the shiny bronze axe, admiring it endlessly, his mind already scheming. The Han tribe has such amazing things, that's how they can trade, for so many people. Although the Lat tribe can't make stuff this good, we can use those unwanted trees and fruits to trade. Then we'll just copy what Big Rat did. Using the good stuff, we get to trade for people from other tribes. Soon we'll be as powerful as the Han tribe. The warriors around him said nothing, just nodding silently. The chieftain was right. It made sense, but they didn't know Maulat was holding back the last part of his plan. First they'd work for the Han tribe. But once the Lat tribe was strong enough to match them, he would lead his people to destroy the Han tribe. At that point, all of the Han tribe's production techniques for their amazing goods would belong to him. His Lat tribe would grow stronger and stronger. Early the next morning, Daithu led his team out of Thakko Mountain, preparing to return to the Han tribe. The 4 men assigned by Daithu to watch the wooden boats weren't slacking off either. They were all near the small river catching wild rabbits, because the Han tribe needed to add some new genes to its rabbit farm. Meanwhile, the group of over 1,000 people led by Big Rat was still struggling onward. After a long, hard journey, they finally passed through the Dream Valley area. The children under 5 years old all had to be held or carried by adults. Most of the women in the group didn't even have straw sandals. Some had feet that were torn to shreds. A few people who were already in poor health died along the way. But everyone kept going, because they wanted a roof over their heads, a place where they could rest without fear. At the same time, back in the Han tribe, he was directing the construction team building houses for everyone. After a day of laying bricks, the 14 masons had gotten much better. It only took 2 days to build the walls up to about 8 feet high. They estimated that in just 1 more day, they could lay the beams and finish the roof. But the construction of the interior fixtures was progressing slowly because the stove's structure was complex, especially since building the round hearth was very difficult. Another day passed. In the middle of the night, while he was sound asleep in his tent holding Zhao Di, a warrior standing guard outside, called him, "Chieftain, wake up. A group of over 200 people is approaching. The leader is riding a deer with antlers. He immediately realized it was Dupuk, bringing his people, so he quickly got up and went outside. When he reached the open ground in the area, hundreds of torches were already lit. Rubao and Huishan were also trotting along behind him. These two animals hadn't been able to play with him for a long time since he was busy with construction, and they were busy digging the river. On the open ground in front of the gate, Thach Dao and Dupuk were standing there. Next to Dupuk were two kids holding his own children. Behind them was a crowd that looked to be over 200 people, more than 50 of whom were from the Du tribe. Dupuk respectfully bowed to him. "Chieftain Han, I have brought the people as promised." He observed the newcomers in the dark. "Why bring people here in the middle of the night like this?" Dupuk smiled and replied. "We started in the afternoon, and it was just getting dark when we arrived. Everyone was eager to get here." "You got here so early you missed dinner, huh?" The MC knew this dude was just trying to score a free meal, but he couldn't just call him out. So he told his people to take them to the caves to rest and sent Stonehead to go get some food ready. As the group entered the settlement, they were hit with the sight of campfires everywhere, along with tons of cattle deer and even some four-legged beasts with long snouts they'd never seen before. There were also countless stone basins and clay pots. The newcomers whispered among themselves, but didn't seem too surprised, since Dupuk had already given them the rundown on the Han tribe. By the fire, warriors brought out clay pots, scooping water and starting fires to cook some salted meat. Among them were a few women Dupuk had brought from near Nai Mountain. An older girl excitedly told a blind woman, "Hey Grandma, they're giving us meat to eat. They're probably not going to kick us out." The woman quickly hushed her. "We found a good place. Tell the little ones to be on their best behavior and not piss off the chief." The little girl obediently nodded, her eyes glued to the clay pot, practically drooling. In another corner, the MC and Dupuk were sitting by a fire chowing down on some chili-dusted grilled meat. Dupuk looked around and suddenly asked Chief Han, "Where's the ox cart? I had my guys bring it to haul some gear. We've only got one and we can't just let it sit around when you guys aren't here. If you need it bad, it'll be back in 3 or 4 days. If not, I'll have my guys whip one up for you. It'll definitely be done before the next full moon." Dupuk thought for a second, then said, "In that case, I want a new one just like the last one." The MC nodded in agreement. "So for the next few days, you plan on sticking around or heading out?" Dupuk had planned on staying to rest, but with dozens of people in his tribe, he couldn't just be a freeloader. He quickly said, "We'll take care of our own food." Night fell and a new day began. With the effort of hundreds of people and livestock, the digging crew finished a trench nearly 2,500 feet long and about 3 feet deep. The house construction was also going smoothly, and they expected to have the walls up to the roof line by day's end, ready to set the rafters and put on the roof. Once this crew got the hang of it, the construction team could be expanded. Early in the morning, Dupuk came to find the MC. "Chief Han, while I'm waiting for that cart for the next few days, I want to find some work to do, in exchange for some of your tribe's pottery and white salt." The MC thought for a moment, then told him to continue his old job helping Teodeep plant thorngrass. "First, let's go check on those savages you brought in last night, and then someone will take you to clear land inside the stockade in front of the cave." 153 savages stood there unsteadily, all of them with messy, disheveled hair. Han Fong's sharp gaze swept over everyone. None of the savages dared to meet his eyes. A few kids were even hiding behind the adults in fear. Only one teenager with a slightly swollen red arm caught his attention. He was staring right at him, his gaze not at all fearful but holding a hint of fanaticism. He pointed at the kid and asked Dupuk, "Who's this guy? What's wrong with his arm?" Dupuk sighed. "This one's a hardhead. His name is Unga. His arm got injured when he fought his own chief back in the spring." Hearing this, Han Fong smiled. This kid's got some spine. Nge was also curious about Han Fong. He couldn't understand why the chief of such a massive tribe was just a kid. If his arm wasn't messed up, he would have definitely challenged him. Han Fong walked over and touched his injured shoulder. "Looks like it's dislocated. Still fixable." Nge felt a sharp jolt of pain and quickly backed away. "If you want this fixed, stay put. Don't move," he said with a cold glare. This stunned Nge. Could this chief actually know the shaman's healing arts? But after that, he didn't dare move an inch. His arm was already this screwed up. If there was a chance to fix it, he was willing to try. Han Fong grabbed his wrist with his left hand, pulling hard, while his right hand gripped his elbow. He suddenly used force to shove the arm upward. Nge's eyes bulged in pain, but he clamped his jaw shut, not making a sound. Then with a loud pop, the joint slid back into place. He suddenly felt the pain in his shoulder ease up a lot. He then tried to move his right arm. Though it still hurt like hell, the arm that he couldn't move at all was now functional again. He immediately supported his arm with his left hand and hurriedly bowed to the MC, his attitude completely respectful. Han Fong patted his shoulder lightly and advised, "For the next few days, it's best not to move that arm." He then used a vine to make a sling for it. When everyone saw he knew how to heal those with old ailments, immediately started clamoring, Chief, please look at my grandma's eyes. She can't see anything." A little girl with an innocent face was raising her hand and calling out non-stop. The woman she called Grandma quickly covered the girl's mouth. Stop yelling. If the chief gets mad, he'll kick us out. Han Fong was surprised by this and slowly walked over to the woman. The woman's milky white eyes were wide open, staring straight ahead. Eyes like these he didn't even need to check to know they were cataracts, and it looked like she'd had them for a long time. This disease was something he really couldn't fix. The little medical knowledge he had was limited to what he'd learned in the special forces in his past life. The little girl whose mouth was covered by the woman still had her wide, innocent eyes fixed on him, her gaze full of pleading. Han Fong ruffled the girl's hair and turned to Dupuk. Tell her it's been too long, it can't be fixed, but I'm not going to kick them out. When the woman heard this, she thanked him over and over. The little girl couldn't hold back her tears. Seeing this, Han Fong's heart softened, and he decided to check on everyone. Among the more than 150 people, over 100 were men. The rest were elders abandoned by their tribe women, who were past childbearing age, and a few young girls. Among the men, over 70 had old wounds and disabilities. The rest were able-bodied young guys. Next, his arrangements were simple. All the women would go help expand the jute fields. The kids would stay behind to look after the tribe. The men with disabilities or limited mobility would be put to work making bricks with the presses. That job was stationary, so as long as your hands weren't messed up, you could do it. The guys with arm injuries who couldn't handle heavy lifting were put on ox cart duty hauling bricks between the kiln and the residential area. The able-bodied folks were used to expand the construction team. After a bit of organizing, everyone had a proper gig. Even the little girls pitched in cutting grass to feed the rabbits. The woman with cataracts went to help Zhao Di watch the sheep flock and look after the little girls near the livestock pen. After getting the savages all sorted out, Du Fu got ready to take some of his Du tribesmen out on a hunt, but they didn't dare step into the Han tribe's hunting grounds to fight over prey. Left with no other choice, Du Fu came looking for him. Our guy was busy getting the carpentry crew to build more four-wheeled ox carts. When he heard what Du Fu wanted, he told him to check out the other side of the river. That area wasn't Han tribe territory, so they could go nuts. Truth be told, he had his own angle on this. In his eyes, the Du tribe was like a bunch of explorers daring to venture into any unknown territory. He wanted Du Fu to scout out the situation on the other side of the river anyway. Sure enough, Du Fu got hyped hearing this and immediately led a few of his men out. Meanwhile, the other Du tribe women and children stayed behind in the Han tribe, helping clear the hemp fields in exchange for salt. All the Han tribe's people were busy with their own tasks. Today was the day. They'd finish the walls and tackle the most critical part, putting up the roofs. Under his direct command, everyone finished building 4 roofs right around noon, since the new roofs had to dry out. Before they could lay the rafters, he split the original 20-man construction team into 4 groups. Each group got an extra 7 of the new savages. The veterans showed the newbies the ropes, starting with tamping down the foundation while also building 4 houses. The rest of the guys who didn't have a task kept digging foundations. They also needed to prep grass for the thatched roofs, so he called over a dozen or so women from the gathering team to teach them how to bundle the thatch and left the whole job to them. By the time they were done, it was already afternoon. He took the opportunity to run out to the rice paddies to check on their progress. It had been almost 50 days since planting, and the entire field was a lush green color. Before long, this place would turn a brilliant gold. When that happened, they'd have more rice than they could eat. The thought made him get all emotional. Just then, a voice called out from the settlement. It was Zhao Di's voice. He rushed over to her side. What's up? Zhao Di excitedly told him the camel wool I've been shearing is finally enough to weave a piece of cloth I want to start right now. He remembered how he'd seen the Bian tribe's weaving method before. Not only was it super inefficient, but the cloth they made was full of holes looking more like a fishing net. The Han tribe was huge now. If they stuck with that old method, it would take forever to get enough clothes for everyone. So he told Zhao Di to take a few people and wash the camel wool, telling her he'd teach her a new weaving method in a few days. That didn't even require using your hands. Zhao Di had never heard of such a magical way to weave. She gave him a skeptical look, then turned around to prepare for her grand weaving career. Meanwhile, he started racking, his brain trying to remember the design of a spinning wheel and a loom. He'd seen them in a history museum in his past life. Before long, night fell completely. Bonfires crackled throughout the tribe, and from every pot came the fragrant smell of fish soup. Du Fu and his hunting party had also returned. They brought back a muntjac. It was a deer-like beast with 2 long fangs, not too big, but it was enough to feed the whole tribe for a meal. A happy Du Fu came and sat next to him. Han Chief, that bridge you guys built is seriously awesome. I'd like to cross it regularly from now on. You cool with that? Of course it is. From now on, you guys can cross to the East Bank whenever you want. If you run into any strange tribes, you can trade for some good stuff. Bring it to me when you get back and we'll trade. That's awesome. Once we finish this ox cart, we'll head over to the East Bank and check it out. After saying that, he happily got up and left. The night grew deeper. Many of the tribesmen were fast asleep, but our guy was still up racking his brain about the spinning method, thinking and sketching on an animal hide with a piece of charcoal. The next morning, he handed the hide to the carpentry crew and gave them a detailed breakdown of how to build the parts. The blueprints were all there, they just had to follow them. Normally, the usually quiet Mudun couldn't help but ask, "Chief, what's this thing for? Is it another cart?" "Haha, this isn't a cart. It's a tool for spinning yarn. It can be used to process wool and hemp fibers. Once we have this, we won't have to spin by hand anymore." The craftsmen were all stunned when they heard this. "It spins by itself without using your hands. Isn't that some kind of divine tool?" The carpenters started buzzing excitedly among themselves, and their respect for their chief grew even more. The carpentry team worked their butts off all morning. Since it was their first time building one, they weren't exactly fast. By noon, they had only finished the main frame. During their lunch break, everyone only rested. For a little bit. Because the Han tribe's population had exploded, they weren't eating lunch anymore. They'd probably have to wait until fall after the second rice harvest for things to get better. But whether that second harvest could even happen depended on the progress of their irrigation project. The team of hundreds digging the river had been working non-stop for over a week. The riverbed was now more than 8 feet deeper than when they started. Digging the canal was going way faster now, mainly thanks to the few hundred extra hands and a few dozen wild oxen helping out. After a short break, the carpentry team got back to work. Just as he was doing a final check on the gear assembly, a tribesman from the pottery crew came running over out of breath. "Chief, our wooden boat is back." They returned with a boatload of limestone and over a dozen rabbits. "What should we do with them?" He shot up and headed straight for the riverbank, giving orders as he walked. "Take the rabbits to the rabbit pen and pull the wooden boat over to the canal." "Yes, sir. I'll go find someone right away." The tribesman immediately took the order and ran off. 2 minutes later, he was at the riverbank to divert the water. At the same time, the wooden boat had just docked. The 4 teenagers in charge of steering the boat jumped ashore and greeted him. He patted their shoulders in praise. "You guys worked hard. After the goods are unloaded, whatever you want, just go find the elder and get it." "Thanks, Chief. We'll go get our stuff then." He nodded. Then sent another tribesman to call Liu Zi over, telling him to bring a few people to help unload the goods. "Chief, what's this limestone for?" Liu Zi asked as he ran up. "It's for building houses. Mixing lime with mud to build walls will be stronger than using clay, plus it's waterproof. You go find 2 3-wheeled carts and a wheelbarrow. Take all this limestone to the area near the cliff. After it's all unloaded, I'll teach you guys how to build a new kiln." Yes, Chief Liu Zi accepted the order and got to work. The tribesman got busy again. As for him, he returned to the carpentry group to continue assembling the carting machine. Once all the rollers and the transmission mechanism were assembled, he sat down and tried the pedals. Other than being a bit noisy, there were no problems. A little grease would fix that. The carting machine was complete. By now it was almost 5 p.m. Taking advantage of the remaining daylight, he gave the 2 of them a new task: make another chair. After a simple explanation, the carpentry group got to work. He told them to make this one a bit bigger, calling it a table. From now on, every house must have tables and chairs. Mudun was a bit surprised. "Do we need to make that many chairs?" "That's right. Every person in the Han tribe must have at least 1 chair. Every house must have at least 1 dining table and 2 low tables for use on the heated bed stove. In the cold winter, you can sit directly on the bed stove to eat or write. Women can also sit on the bed to sew. Basically, they have a lot of uses. Once the city walls are built, you guys can take your time making them." After speaking, Han Feng picked up the chair and called 2 tribesmen to carry the carting machine with him to the entrance of his and Xiaodi's grass hut. The machine was temporarily placed outdoors. Tomorrow, they'd build a shed and find a proper place for it. Xiaodi, who had been washing camel wool all day, saw him bring back a strange contraption and curiously ran over to see. "What is this?" He placed the chair down in front of the machine, pulled Xiaodi over, and had her sit on it. He told her to put her feet on the 2 pedals and push them back and forth. Xiaodi exclaimed in amazement, "Wow, this thing spins." It spins so fast, he quickly ran to the drying area, grabbed a large basket of dried camel wool, and brought it to Xiaodi. At this moment, he was even more excited than she was. This was the first real test. If it succeeded, he would have underwear to wear soon. He then patiently stood behind her, guiding her step by step on how to operate it. When Xiaodi saw the initially tangled clumps of wool, with just a few petals turn into finger-thick yarn, she was stunned. She knew that to produce this much yarn back in the Bian tribe, it would take several people working non-stop for over half a month. She couldn't help herself and gave him a quick peck on the cheek. Now she completely believed his words about being able to weave cloth without using hands. But he knew this wasn't enough. Tomorrow, he still had to make a spinning machine. The next morning, as soon as the sky brightened, Xiaodi woke up ready to work. Ever since the first test of the carting machine last night, she had been eagerly waiting for morning. When he woke up, Xiaodi was already pedaling the carting machine, which was whirring away. Below the yarn outlet, there was a small basket woven from vines already half full of yarn. Seeing her so enthusiastic about weaving, he shook his head and headed towards the carpentry group. For the next few days, he would have to be a carpenter. Besides the spinning machine, he also had to make a loom. The spinning machine wasn't hard to make. In his past life, many old folks in the countryside knew how to make one. You could just grab an old bicycle wheel rim and modify it. Based on the experience of building the carting machine yesterday, This time he designed a single spindle spinning machine that also used a pedal-driven mechanism. He also drew the structural diagram on animal hide and gave it to Mudun. He would guide them from the side, and in the end he would assemble it with them. Just as everyone was busy, a woman, who specialized in fishing by the river, ran over with news. Chief, the Lee tribe is here again. They're carrying 2 trees, and there's a group of women with baskets. Should we let them cross the bridge? Let them cross. Get a squad of warriors to lead them. Straight to the central area. Yes, Chief. The woman from the fishing team immediately took the order and left. He also put down his work and headed towards the central area. The trading still had to be handled by him personally. On the way, he told a tribesman to get several large wooden barrels to hold the tallow tree seeds. He had previously agreed with the Lee tribe that 1 full barrel of tallow tree seeds could be exchanged for 1 large bowl of white salt. Mao Li waited in the central area for a while. Seeing him approach, he quickly greeted him. He returned the greeting while walking up to the Lee tribesmen to inspect the goods they brought. They had 2 saplings as thick as a wrist and about 4 to 5 meters tall. The trunks were straight and covered in a smooth, grayish-white bark. The egg-shaped canopies hadn't been trimmed at all, and the branches were full of large, 3-lobed leaves. He recognized them at a glance as tallow trees. The women put their baskets on the ground filled with peeled black tallow tree seeds. Each seed was about the size of 2 soybeans. Everything was as requested. We can trade now. Hearing him say that, Mao Li immediately ordered his tribesmen to pour the tallow seeds into the large wooden barrels. By the time they finished pouring, the seeds brought by 20 people had only filled 7.5 barrels. The 8th barrel was only a little over half full. He glanced over, having already done the math in his head. You brought 2 trees and less than 8 barrels of seeds. That can be exchanged for 9.5 bowls of white salt. Do you want to trade it all for white salt, or trade a portion for pottery? If you trade for pottery, 1 barrel of these seeds can get you 1 clay pot or 2 bowls. Mao Li scratched his head, trying to calculate. He frowned, mumbling, "We'll trade for 4 bowls of salt. 5 clay pots and 2 more small bowls. How's that for a trade?" After speaking, he untied a very long snakeskin bag from his waist and handed it over. Clearly, he'd come prepared. Our guy just nodded to seal the deal. No problem. He then told his tribesmen to measure out the termites right there. Maul asked the Han leader, "Hey, you guys still gonna need these seeds and plants later on?" "Of course. Seeds or plants will take as many as you can get." Hearing this, Maul breathed a sigh of relief. "That's great. I'll bring you another batch in a few days." With that, he and his tribesmen quickly took off. Meanwhile, our guy immediately looked for 2 spots to plant the trees on the main road into the planned central district, and had his people dig holes to plant them. Those 7 or 8 barrels of tung seeds were put into storage for now. He didn't have time to mess with making tung oil yet. It was better to finish the spinning machine he was already working on. Just as he got back to the carpenters to finish the final assembly of the spinning machine, a tribesman suddenly ran up to report some news. Some great news. Big Rat was only half a day's journey from the Han tribe. A warrior had ridden ahead to bring the news. Soon that warrior was brought before our MC. He dropped to 1 knee. On the ground, cupped his fists in a salute, and reported the entire battle with the Fire tribe. However, on the way back, out of the more than 1,200 women and children they'd taken in, 40 to 50 people had died. Most of them were pregnant women. Hearing this, our MC frowned and thought for a moment. He then told the warrior to go back and tell the group not to hurry. They just had to make it back to the tribe before sunset. Once the warrior was gone, he summoned the elder and the rat shaman. He ordered the gathering team to build 120 thatched huts around the grass house complex, with each hut housing 10 people. The women assigned to the job immediately got right to work. When they ran short on materials, they just substituted with whatever else they could find. The whole place was busy as hell. Meanwhile, our guy continued to perfect the spinning machine. Now it was just missing a few components, and he needed to get them done fast. Once the spinning machine was completely assembled, he ordered a team to make more stools and as many bobbins as possible. After that, he carried the spinning machine over to Xiao Di's spot. Xiao Di was still hard at work processing the pile of wool. Her eyes lit up when she saw him coming with the spinning machine. He smiled, put it down, and expertly threaded a starter yarn, then patiently demonstrated and taught Xiao Di how to thread and connect the yarn. Xiao Di was super smart and got it on the first try. Seeing the spinning machine start to work, the little girl jumped for joy. She was already itching to weave woolen cloth. She just didn't know when he would finish the weaving loom. He patted her head and said the loom would take a few more days, but he guaranteed it would be done before those dozens of camels got sheared bald. Just then, Big Rat led his people back to the tribe. Big Rat Thu, NHA, and Huyat Do came before our MC to report. Looking pleased, he stepped forward, helped them to their feet, and told them to go get some rest. After that, he called 2 NHA over and told him to prepare food for that night. Tonight, they were going to have a huge celebration. That evening in the Han tribe's settlement, bonfires were lit everywhere, with old and new tribe members gathering around, eating and chatting while sharing a lavish dinner. There was fish and a fragrant meat soup. Seeing this scene, the newcomers to the Han tribe all shed tears. These were tears of relief for surviving the disaster. They knew that this time, they had chosen the right civilization. Just then, Dupuk returned from a hunt and noticed the tribe was much livelier than usual. It seemed like there were a lot more people than normal. He thought it was strange, so he grabbed a tribesman to ask what was up. He found out that the people from the fire tribe had joined them. While he was still surprised, he suddenly spotted Hoyet-do, and his eyes went wide. "You're here too. Didn't you say you weren't coming?" Hoyet-do put his bowl down, wiped his mouth, and laughed. "Haha, I ran into them while I was following the fire tribe people. The leader of the Han tribe helped me get my revenge, and now I've joined them. I had no idea at first that the tribe you mentioned was the Han tribe. If I'd known earlier, I would have taken you up on your offer." Dupuk was so shocked after hearing this that he was speechless for a long time. It took him a moment to snap out of it, and approached our MC. "Seriously, congratulations to you guys. The tribe's population has grown again." Our MC smiled, nodded, and then started chatting with Dupuk about the ox carts. "The ox carts are all finished, but the roof. On top, you guys will have to figure out how to cover it yourselves. You can use animal hides or thatch grass, either is fine." Dupuk quickly waved his hand. "No problem. As long as the ox carts are the same as before, that's all that matters. A roof or not is not important." Our MC then switched gears and gave Dupuk a mission. "I know that east of the river there are a lot of horned herbivores. If you can find their location, come back and tell me. Also, if you can get them, I want to buy ox horns, sinew, and hides. In addition, look for edible plants, fruits that grow on vines or large-leafed plants on the ground, and also edible roots that grow underground. It would be best to bring back the live plants dug up with the roots, or bringing back their seeds is also fine." After hearing this, Dupuk looked troubled. "Those plants are easy, but as for those horned beasts, even if I find them, I can't bring them back. It looks like I can only find their location and report back to you." Our MC patted his shoulder reassuringly. "Not necessarily. What if you run into a tribe that raises wild animals? You could think about trading with them. Isn't that what your Du tribe is best at?" Hearing this, Dupuk looked as if he'd been enlightened. "That's right, but I'm just worried they won't want the stuff we have." Our MC smiled. "You don't need to worry about that. When you leave, I'll give you a barrel of white termites. Consider it payment for helping us with the planting. You can use the rest for trading. But remember, if you dare take the salt and run, I will definitely send all my warriors to deal with your Du tribe. You know I have the strength to do it." Hearing this, Dupuk shivered. How could he possibly dare? "Don't worry about it. Our two tribes are friends forever, and you can rest easy. With this much white salt, I'll definitely trade for some good stuff for you. We'll head out tomorrow morning." He was satisfied. He nodded. Early the next morning, just as the sky was brightening, Dupuk led his tribesmen on the road east of the river. Dupuk rode an elk at the head of the group, followed by a bullock cart piled high with clay pots and bowls. There were also 2 large wooden barrels filled with water and white salt. At noon, the blazing sun scorched the earth. By now, the rice plants had entered the tillering stage. From tender green shoots, they had grown strong. Day by day, from about a foot tall, they were now thigh-high. In another 2 or 3 weeks, they would be taller than a person. After all, this wild rice variety grows to about 6.5 feet tall. Meanwhile, he was using a charcoal pencil to sketch the structure and components of a weaving loom onto animal hide. He planned to equip every household with a loom later on, so the size couldn't be too large. In the end, he decided to build a type of high-frame loom. After finishing the drawing, he handed the blueprint to the carpentry team. As always, they would make the components, and he would guide the final assembly. Teodeep was still in the hut, starting her daily work of spinning yarn. In this hut dedicated to spinning, the 2 pregnant women brought from the fire tribe had been taken in by Teodeep as apprentices, and were now learning the trade from her. It's just that the more than 30 alpacas in the pen were having a rough time. Every single one of them had been sheared completely bare. In their place were smooth, coffee brown rolls of wool. But today, there was even bigger news. After the relentless efforts of hundreds of people, the man-made river was complete. Today was the day to open the channel and let the water flow into the river. This time, he didn't lift a finger. The job of opening the river was entirely handled by the young men of the Nyao and Sai tribes, with dozens of them working in shifts. The barrier between the canal and the smaller river was gradually thinned down. When only about 16 inches of soft topsoil was left, it couldn't withstand the river's pressure and collapsed. "The canal has water now." He immediately issued an order. From now on, all bathing and washing must be done in the canal. The northern water channel is only for providing daily drinking water. Anyone who violates this will be punished by skipping a meal for 1 day. The tribe members didn't understand, but no one dared to question him, because they believed their chief had a good reason for it. Now that the canal was finished, the brick-making work was still not done. The excavated clay had all been formed into green bricks and green tiles, stacked neatly under a shed, waiting to be fired in the kiln. But firing bricks didn't require that many people. The hundreds of men who had been digging the canal were now all idle. They were all waiting for him to assign new work. He thought for a moment, realizing the most pressing matter was still building houses. They needed to build at least 3 residential zones, which meant nearly 300 houses, to meet the demand. for the more than 2,000 people in the tribe. Thinking this, a preliminary plan formed in his mind. It was the plan to build the central district. He had always thought about building the central area into a plaza, but paving the entire thing would be a bit of a waste. An area 110 meters long and wide, nearly the size of 2 football fields, could easily have a portion set aside for public facilities. For example, a school and his own house. Han Fong planned to build his house inside the school for convenience. Space was limited, so they needed to save a little. Speaking of saving space, modern high-rise buildings had given him some ideas. His house had to be at least 3 stories tall. That's what would befit his status as chief. The plan was simple. The central area would be a square, 110 meters on each side, divided north-south. The northern part would be the school, the southern part the plaza, right in the middle, where they met. They would place a flagpole. For now, it would be the tribal flag. But later, it would be the national flag. Han Fong's house would be in the center of the northern section of the district, planned to be 3 stories or more, at least as tall as the school buildings. On either side of his house would be the academic buildings, 2 on each side for a total of 4. They were expected to accommodate 3,600 students. The maximum capacity of the entire central district was about 5,000 people. These 4 buildings could absolutely ensure that all children could attend school at the same time. Furthermore, in the near future, these 4 buildings might not even be full. They could even leave some floors empty to serve as a library, to preserve the knowledge he would leave behind for them. After finishing the planning, he started to arrange work for the tribesmen who had just finished digging the canal. All of them were merged into the house construction team. The original 20 members of the construction team, whom he had personally trained before, had been divided into 4 groups of 5 people each, with the addition of some of the wild men Dupuk had brought. Each group had over a dozen people, allowing them to build 4 houses simultaneously. Now, these 4 groups were further split into 20 groups. The original builders were promoted to team leaders. The core of each group was the team leader, and those who had previously participated in building houses. The men who had just finished digging the canal were added to the groups. But because they had no construction experience, they had to start with simple tasks like digging foundations and building walls. The newly allocated construction force reached a scale of 20 teams, with each team having no fewer than 20 people, from masons to assistants mixing mortar and lead masons specializing in laying corner bricks. No one was left out, although some were still not skilled. They learned very quickly. After all, you have to get hands-on to gain experience. From that day on, the Han tribe entered a phase of large-scale construction. The residential area sprang up quickly, at a rate of 20 houses per building cycle. The entire tribe was bustling and busy, with everyone striving for their collective development. In the blink of an eye, a week had passed. The rice paddy was now chest-high. From a distance, it looked like a vast blue sea, adjacent to the rice paddy. The peanut plants were also growing vigorously, although you couldn't see the situation underground. The leaves and branches above were incredibly lush. The chili plants were covered in small, pure white flowers. It wouldn't be long now before they could eat fresh chili peppers. At the same time, the great tree. Over at Mount Bao Bao, he wasn't just chilling for the past week either. He hauled back 2 boatloads of limestone and even brought along a few dozen rabbits. The limestone kiln had also spit out its first batch of quicklime, and seeing it made him super happy. He knew that just by adding water to this quicklime, it would turn into the slaked lime needed for building houses. Later plastering it into the gaps between the bricks would create a solid waterproof protective layer for the house. Once they stockpiled enough lime, they could also use it to whitewash the interior walls to make them sparkling white, which would definitely make the inside of the house way brighter during these few days the Lat tribe from the east bank of the river had come to trade 2 times to make transportation easier. He had told them last time to trim the tops of the tung trees. This time the number of young tung trees the Lat tribe brought over had clearly increased. They were bringing 4 or 5 trees each time, but this time they weren't trading for as much white salt as before. Instead, they shifted their focus to more practical stuff like clay pots, pans, and even larger capacity water jars. On top of that, after Malut got a taste of how damn convenient the bronze axe was, his craving for bronze tools got way more intense, so he eagerly hit him up with a proposal. He wanted to trade for bronze tools, but he was flat out refused. You gotta understand, the Han tribe was only able to stay ahead of the other tribes precisely because of these tools for the Han tribe. These things were their lifeblood. Seeing this, Malut had to give up on his pipe dream and led his dejected tribesmen away. As for processing the tung oil, it was also running into some problems. He knew damn well that the oil was super important because it could provide excellent protection for wooden tools. And even in the future, for some special processes, it could play a key role, but to extract the tung oil it had to go through a high-temperature roasting process. The problem the Han tribe was facing was that they didn't have a pan big enough to roast large quantities. He sighed helplessly and had to temporarily shelve the tung oil processing plan, thinking he'd have to wait a bit longer. He would definitely have to forge a series of suitable bronze pots first. Just then a tribesman ran up excitedly to report that the loom was finished. Now they were just waiting for him to come assemble it. He was Extremely excited and rushed over to the carpenters following the prepared blueprints, it took less than 2 hours to finish assembling the first loom in human history. After that, he called over a few strong tribesmen to carefully carry the loom to the gazebo where Xiao Deep usually worked. This move couldn't be hidden from everyone, and it immediately caught the attention of the kids and women nearby. Xiao Deep was also drawn in by the commotion and couldn't sit still anymore. It had been 7 days already. Could it be that he had really created that magical weaving machine? He was also eager to test it out himself and teach Xiao Deep how to use it at the same time. After everything was set up, he placed a stool in front of the loom and sat down. He put both feet on the pedals and gave them a gentle push, only to see the hemp cords pull the heddle frames, which made the 2 sets of warp threads instantly separate. This sudden change immediately caught Xiao Deep's attention. Whoa, so you don't have to separate the threads by hand anymore. He didn't say anything. His entire attention was focused on the loom as his feet alternated pressing the 2 pedals. The heddle frames carrying the 2 sets of warp threads moved like graceful dancers, smoothly separating and coming together in a rhythm as if they were performing an ancient melody. At the same time, he rhythmically pushed the beater forward and back. He picked up the wooden shuttle, which was about 1 foot long and 2 fingers wide, and had been waxed, and passed it through the opening between the 2 layers of warp threads. With a push to the left, the shuttle glided swiftly through the warp threads with almost no resistance. His left hand gently caught the shuttle, pulling it to the left. Then his right hand pulled the beater back, and the weft thread was immediately pressed tight and straight, woven tightly with the warp. Then he lifted his left foot and pressed his right. The 2 layers of warp threads quickly switched places, and his left hand again passed the shuttle to the right. His right hand quickly caught it, and his left hand pulled the beater. 1 complete weaving cycle was finished smoothly. The women standing around could only stare dumbfounded at the strange machine, their eyes filled with curiosity and amazement. But it was just surface-level curiosity. But Xiao Deep, who had woven by hand herself, was completely shaken by the scene in front of her. She knew perfectly well how difficult and time-consuming weaving used to be. Like the 2 steps he just did back in the Bian tribe, just separating the warp threads up and down would take several hundred breaths of time, which worked out to several minutes, but he did it in less than 3 seconds. The difference in speed was just insane. Plus, that wasn't even the most important part, like he had said before. This machine, this loom, wasn't just fast. It could also weave wider pieces of cloth. It could even weave continuously, creating super long bolts of fabric. Xiao Deep looked at the loom over 3 feet wide in front of her, and then looked at the warp beam that held over 130 feet of thread. At this moment, Xiao Deep just stared at the loom, which was over 3 feet wide, her heart feeling like it was on fire, completely stunned. If her mother could see this machine, she couldn't imagine how she would react. As for the other tribe members standing around, they were all in awe of the chief who could create such a machine. Their respect and gratitude for him grew even deeper. Suddenly, Xiao Deep looked at him and softly called out, "Chief, when I finish weaving the woolen cloth, can you take me back to the Bian tribe to visit my mother for a bit?" Without a moment's hesitation, he said, "Of course, just tell me whenever you want to go, so I want to bring a piece of woolen cloth to give to my mom." Han Feng smiled and replied, "No problem from now on. All the wool we make will be woven by you. Besides, our herd of camels will keep producing wool, so you can weave as much as you want." Xiao Deep hesitated a bit, her voice even softer. "Then could we give my mom one of our spinning wheels? We have 2 of them now." Hearing this, a glint flashed in Han Feng's eyes. He said slowly, finding it hard to explain, "We can't just give it away. Our Han tribe barely has enough for ourselves, but they can come to our tribe to use it." Xiao Di tilted her head, innocently calculating, "But it takes my mom a whole day just to get here. She'd spend a day using the spinning machine, then another whole day just to go back. The road is just too damn far." Han Feng gently coaxed her. "Your mom can just stay here, you know. Our tribe has plenty of space." Xiao Di's face showed a troubled expression. "My mom's the chief of her tribe. She can't just be away from her people for that long." Hearing that, Han Feng waved his hand helplessly. Fine. Just focus on weaving for now. When you want to go visit your mom, we'll talk about it then." Not long after, the elder and Chu Vu came rushing to find Han Feng. "Chief, the wind this afternoon is picking up, and there's no moon in the east. I'm afraid a massive storm is coming tonight," Chu Vu added. "Plus, that day there was fire in the sky. Maybe the moon got spooked and is too scared to come out." Hearing this, Han Feng immediately started giving orders. "Get the pregnant women and small children into the caves fast. Everyone else can stay in their tents for the time being. Pass out animal hides to everyone, kids and women first. Tie down the livestock. Make sure they don't break loose. Gather up all the metal tools and put them somewhere safe. And get rid of any wood or dry grass lying around. Everyone needs to stay away from it too, because metal can attract lightning. Bring the cooking gear into the caves tonight. The wind's too strong outside, the fire could get blown out. If it catches a spark on the thatch huts, we're in deep trouble. We'll get on it right away." The 2 old men quickly agreed and rushed off. When Xiao Di heard Han Feng say that metal could attract lightning, she quickly took off the bronze hairpin and crown from his head. Han Feng froze. Then he saw the stuff in Xiao Di's hands and internally panicked. "Oh crap, I almost forgot about that." Thinking about it, Han Feng couldn't help but worry about Da Shu and the guys at 8 Treasures Mountain. That whole place is nothing but metal ore. Han Feng rushed to find Shou Ya and told him to head to 8 Treasures Mountain tomorrow and warned Da Shu to take precautions. The tribe was now a hive of activity, with everyone busy moving supplies and preparing food. Soon dark clouds rolled in, completely covering the sky. The wind howled, reaching gale force speeds of level 7 or 8. The black clouds churned overhead, looking like they were about to unleash a thunderstorm. The moment the rain started, a blinding flash of lightning tore the sky apart, followed by a deafening clap of thunder. Some of the little kids screamed in terror. Even the adults grabbed animal hides to cover their heads, shivering in the corners of their tents. They were completely terrified by the raw power of nature. As night fell, the rain was still, pouring down relentlessly. Zhao Di was curled up in Han Feng's arms, fast asleep, murmuring something in her dreams. It sounded like she was calling for her mom. She was homesick, or maybe just remembering the old days, how on stormy nights like this she used to snuggle up in her mother's arms. That feeling of being protected, of having someone to lean on. And now he was the one she leaned on. The next morning the rain had stopped and a beautiful rainbow stretched across the sky. Han Feng immediately ran out to check on the crops. Thankfully they hadn't taken any damage. He let out a sigh of relief. Meanwhile, on the eastern bank of the river, the Yu tribe had just emerged from their shelter and were chasing some wild chickens through the forest when they suddenly ran into another tribe, the Sparrow tribe. And they were immediately surrounded. The leader of the Sparrow tribe was around the same age as Yu Fu, both of them not even 20 yet. 40 men, all armed with bows and arrows, though they looked pretty crude. The bows and arrows were basic as hell, but there were just too many of them. The Yu tribesmen were all frozen in shock. Luckily, Yu Fu kept his cool. Seeing that the other side was just surrounding them and not attacking, he figured that he could still negotiate. He bowed and thumped his chest in a gesture of greeting, then waited quietly for them to make the first move. Hand over all the birds you caught yesterday and get the hell out of here. Otherwise, don't blame me for what happens next. For being merciless, the Sparrow tribe's chief yelled. As he spoke, he drew his bow and fired an arrow into the ground right in front of Yu Fu. It stuck in the dirt with a soft thud. Whoa, hold your fire. This is all a misunderstanding. We'll hand them over. Yu Fu didn't want any trouble, so he immediately pulled out all the wild chickens they caught yesterday. The Sparrow chief was surprised they would give up their loot so easily, and for a second, he was a bit thrown off. He quickly snapped out of it and gestured for his men to take the chickens, then waved for them to get lost. But Yu Fu wasn't going anywhere. He wasn't about to miss a chance to make a deal. Chief, we can leave, but we really need some food. We've got things we can trade for it. Trade with what? The Sparrow chief asked, his curiosity piqued. White salt, it's a type of food, Yu Fu said while pulling a small snakeskin pouch from his waist. He opened it for the Sparrow chief to see, then took a pinch and offered him a taste. The chief didn't dare to try it at first, but he looked really interested in the white powder. So Yu Fu tasted some himself to prove it wasn't poison. Only then did the Sparrow chief make a face and try a little. The result was just as expected. The Han tribe's white salt was top-notch quality. The Sparrow chief tasted it and immediately agreed to a trade. Unfortunately, Yu Fu only managed to trade for a little bit of food, not any of the special goods Han Feng was looking for. However, Yu Fu made a deal with them to come back if he found anything good, to trade again in the future. After saying goodbye to the Sparrow tribe, the Yu tribe continued heading southeast. Going this way, they'd probably run into more tribes, and might find what Chief Han Feng needed sooner. Meanwhile, back at the Han tribe, Shou Ya had returned from 8 Treasures Mountain with news from Da Shu. He said Da Shu and the others were all safe, and had even built a house there. The area was teeming with animals, so there was no shortage of food. Hearing this, Han Feng was confused. Weren't they supposed to be mining ore? How the hell did they have time to build a house? Turns out the dozen or so guys could mine 2 or 3 cartloads of ore every day, but the ox cart took 2 days for a single round trip. The transport speed just couldn't keep up with how fast they were mining, which gave them the downtime to upgrade their living situation. Da Shu also sent a message saying that if Han Feng thought they weren't sending back enough limestone, he could just have the woodworking team build a few more ox carts. Their mining output could definitely keep up. So the woodworking team, which had been all in on building looms, switched gears to making ox carts. This time he'd build a 4-wheeled ox cart. The goal was to haul a lot while saving effort, so the wheels had to be wider and the cart bed taller, making it a deep container. Over the past few days, the woodworking team also made some major progress. With over 20 people giving it their all to build the machinery, and another group of skilled guys guiding them, the pace was insane. In just 6 days, they built 12 spinning machines and 2 wool carters. The vertical loom that Han Feng designed was also making headway. One was already assembled and calibrated, while another's frame was complete. Zhao Di looked on. At the growing number of looms, her heart filled with pure joy. She got more and more skilled with the loom, going from weaving just 1 yard of cloth a day to 2 yards, 3 yards, and even 10 yards, and she could still increase her output. Back in the border tribe, it would have taken 2 to 3 months to weave the same amount she made in a single day, and the quality was nowhere near as good. But Han Feng still wasn't satisfied. Deep down, he was still obsessed with building a flying shuttle loom. If they had a flying shuttle loom manual, weaving speed could increase by at least 3 times because you wouldn't need 2 hands to pass the shuttle back and forth. The shuttle would be spring-loaded on both ends. You'd just have to pull a cord to complete a pass. The problem was where to find springs. Another 2 weeks flew by. After 10 days of hard work weaving at a rate of 10 yards every 3 days, Xiaodi had finished her first 50-yard roll of cloth. The alpacas in the pen had also been sheared. The piles of wool, after being washed, carded, and spun, were stacked high enough to weave a few hundred yards of fabric. But once all this wool was woven, what material would they use next? This made Han Feng think. He couldn't let the looms just sit idle. They had to find a new raw material. That evening, Xiaodi, lying next to Han Feng, asked softly, "Can I go back to the border tribe tomorrow to visit my mom? I want to bring 2 yards of cloth to give her." Since things were pretty quiet lately, Han Feng agreed immediately, and even generously promised to give his mother-in-law 20 yards of cloth. The next morning, after giving instructions to One-Eyed Vu, and the elder Han Feng and Xiaodi set out riding Rubao and Huishan. They took it easy all morning, arriving at the border tribe's hemp fields around noon. At that moment, the women of the border tribe were harvesting the first hemp crop of the year. As soon as Han Feng and Xiaodi appeared near the field, a piercing whistle rang out. The women in the field heard it and all turned to look. They saw 2 giant beasts slowly approaching and their faces filled with terror. They quickly dropped their tools and turned to run back towards the tribe. The whole field was thrown into chaos. Seeing this, an excited Xiaodi stood up and shouted towards the fleeing figure's mom. The running women heard the yell, stopped, and turned back around, to look only to see Xiaodi standing on the back of the giant beast, waving like crazy with a huge grin on her face. Cheng was the first to react. Her eyes lit up with joy and she broke into a run, heading straight for her. Straight towards Xiaodi. Xiaodi quickly slid off Huishan's back and ran towards her mother. Mother and daughter embraced in the middle of the hemp field, too emotional to speak, telling each other how much they'd missed one another. After a while, Xiaodi took the roll of wool fabric from Huishan's back and gave it to Cheng. "Mom, this is cloth I wove from alpaca wool. I'm giving it to you." Cheng took the roll of fabric gently, stroking it, her eyes filled with wonder. "It's so beautiful." Xiaodi smiled and said to her mother, "I wove this using a loom from the Han tribe. They have lots of amazing machines there. Now it only takes me 6 days to weave a piece of cloth this long." The women of the border tribe immediately gathered around to look at the roll of wool, everyone in awe. "Chief Han, is this loom really that incredible?" Chang asked him curiously. He smiled and nodded. "This loom really does improve weaving efficiency a lot. If the border tribe had them, your weaving speed would definitely increase significantly. I also came this time because there's something important I want to discuss with you." Chang looked at him, her heart pounding. "Chief Han, please speak." He took a deep breath and said slowly, "Ma'am, I want to invite the border tribe to join the Han tribe. I can teach your tribe a better way to make pottery. I won't just provide looms but also white salt, so that the people of the border tribe can have a better life." After hearing this, Xiaodi looked at him in shock. She never expected he would make this offer now. The elders of the border tribe looked shocked and hesitant after he finished speaking. The captain of the hunting party, however, was secretly delighted. He had long heard about the power of the Han tribe. If the border tribe joined, he could definitely live a life of ease. Chang was both excited and anxious. She worried that if they joined the Han tribe, the border tribe would lose its independence. After thinking for a moment, she said, "Chief Han, this is a huge decision. I need to discuss it with the elders. I will give you an answer tomorrow." He nodded, showing he understood, and even proactively told her that the Han tribe was currently facing problems with not enough land and food, hoping that they could figure out how to solve these issues together in the future. After he said that, Chang felt even more torn. She looked at Xiaodi and then at the tribespeople around her. "Chief Han, I want to visit the Han tribe and see it for myself before making a decision." He smiled. "Of course, you're more than welcome." The next day, Chang and the elders set out with him for the Han tribe. Along the way, he told them all about his tribe. Chang and the elders were filled with curiosity and anticipation. As they approached the Han tribe, they happened to run into the patrol and hunting party from the Han tribe. A few guys were happily carrying several wild boars back to the tribe. When they saw Han Feng's group, they all greeted him at once. "Chief, we scored big today, caught a few boars." He smiled and nodded. "Take the boars back to the tribe. Everyone eats well tonight." After entering the Han tribe, Chang and the elders of the border tribe were completely stunned by the sight before their eyes. They were floored by the massive plaza and the brick houses under construction, stuff they had never seen or even dared to dream of. He led them to the unfinished brick houses. "Mom, this is where our Han tribe is gonna live. Even though it's not completely finished, once it is, it'll have a kitchen and a heated bed. It'll be super warm in here during the winter." Thuong stepped inside, looking at the spacious layout and unique design, her heart filled with awe. "This house is incredible. It's way better than the homes in our Bian tribe." After that, he led them to the temporary housing area where various looms were on display. An excited Xiaodi ran up to a loom and introduced it to her mom and the elders. "This is the loom I told y'all about. It's super useful." After saying that, the little girl skillfully operated the loom, putting on a demonstration for them. The Bian elder came closer to get a better look at how the loom worked, her eyes filled with pure shock. She couldn't help but reach out and touch it. This loom is a real treasure. If our Bian tribe had this, our weaving efficiency would definitely go through the roof. Xiao Di immediately jumped in after the elder. As long as the Bian tribe joins the Han tribe, we can all use these looms together. Hearing what Xiao Di said, the Bian elder was deeply moved. She turned to look at Thuong, her eyes filled with hope and anticipation. Right then, Elder Bian was stroking the loom next to her as she turned to look at Thuong, her eyes filled with anticipation, but Thuong's mind was still in a total uproar. She couldn't make a decision yet. After all, she was the chief of the entire Bian tribe and needed to think things through, but Elder Bian couldn't wait any longer. She straight up agreed to join the Han tribe, but on the condition that the Bian tribe be equipped with looms exactly like this one. After saying that, Elder Bian threw herself onto the loom and started wailing tragically, saying her whole life had been a complete waste. If she'd had a loom like this back when she was young, she could have woven who knows how much cloth in her lifetime. She cried so hard, it was like her heart was breaking seeing that the elder had spoken up. Thuong obviously couldn't really object, but she still had some unanswered questions in her mind. Han chief, I can also agree to join the Han tribe. It's just that I don't get it. Most tribes have pretty small populations, even if the number of people reaches a few hundred. They usually have to split up into different settlements, otherwise there won't be enough hunting grounds to provide food. But the Han tribe is so massive, if our Bian tribe joins too, can this settlement really support that many people? He didn't answer right away but led them to the livestock pens, planning to let the two of them see it with their own eyes. Instead of just talking about it right now, the cattle pen was empty because it was daytime, and the cattle were all out working, but in a pen next to it. There was still a herd of alpacas, and in the rabbit pens there were thousands of rabbits. It's just that most of them were baby rabbits less than a month old. These four-legged animals are called alpacas. They're very obedient. Plus, they're all herbivores in the winter. They grow a lot of long fur on their bodies. It's just that it's all been shaved off by now. The woolen cloth we're weaving is made from their fur. We raise these alpacas first off. They don't compete with humans for food. Second, they can continuously produce fur. And third, they can also reproduce and make more baby alpacas. And on top of that, when they get old, we can even slaughter the alpacas for meat. Of course, this isn't the main food source here. We raise rabbits, which I'm sure you all know. And you've definitely eaten them before. This is the main source of meat for the Han tribe right now. They grow incredibly fast, and their ability to reproduce is also insane. A pair of 2-month-old rabbits can pop out 5 or 6 kits. At 4 months old, they're already mature and can start breeding again. Last winter, the Han tribe only caught a few dozen rabbits, and now they've multiplied to over 1,000, and they only eat grass every single day. Just assigning a group of kids to cut grass is enough to meet all their food needs. This is way safer and more stable than hunting. Thuong and Elder Bian were completely stunned after hearing this. They had seen the Han tribe raising moose and bison before, but they always thought it was just because the Han tribe had domesticated them for labor. They never imagined that the Han tribe was raising so many types of animals, including ones specifically for meat and for their fur to make cloth. Moreover, the plan he presented of providing food through livestock farming instead of hunting really completely blew their traditional hunting mindset away. So Han chief, does that mean you guys can domesticate and raise any kind of animal? Elder Bian asked curiously. Not at all. We can only raise herbivores, and they have to be species with a gentle temperament that don't actively attack people. They also have to be useful to us. For example, they can help us work, provide meat, or provide fur and hides. Carnivores are a no-go. We barely have enough food for ourselves, plus most predators are super aggressive and will hurt people. So what about those 2 elephants? Don't they eat a ton too? The elder asked again, as if she just remembered something. Those 2 came to us on their own. We didn't catch them. Right now, their main job is helping us dig rivers, and they can also be used for riding, plus they're pretty smart and are great fighters. They're the guardian beasts of our tribe. He started laying it on thick. Thuong and the elder nodded along after hearing him. Guardian beasts sounded pretty badass. Come on, let's go see our rice paddies. That stuff is also extremely important. After saying that, he led them outside the surrounding wall. Both of them had no idea what that was, so they curiously hurried to follow along. To the east of the wall were 2 man-made rivers shimmering with water. On both banks of the rivers were hemp fields and rice paddies. The hemp field is over there. You all definitely know what that is. We just planted it for the first time this year. The first time I came to your tribe, it was actually to plant hemp fields, he said, pointing to the north bank of the irrigation channel. After hearing this, Thuong and Tiu Diep couldn't help but blush. They remembered the first time they met him when they even captured him. And over here is our rice paddy. This is our staple food, something to eat. He led them over to the paddy and pointed to a rice plant to explain. This is the ear of the rice where it flowers and produces grain. When the rice is ripe, we'll harvest the grains. Those grains are what we'll eat. One of these rice plants has enough grain for 1 adult to eat a full meal. Its grain is called paddy. After it's dried, it can be stored for several years. But paddy is very hard. It has to be cooked in a pot before you can eat it. With a lot of water, it becomes porridge. With less water, it becomes rice. People can survive just by eating rice. This is our main staple food. Thuong and Elder Bian were so shocked their jaws dropped. They had always thought that food had to be obtained through hunting and gathering. This was the first time they'd ever heard that food could actually be grown, and on top of that, a single rice plant could provide enough food for a person. Chang asked the Han chieftain, if this paddy rice is so good, why don't we plant more of it? Why are we still raising those animals? Isn't that just a waste of manpower? He asked, his tone unconsciously shifting to we. Paddy rice is great, but we can't survive on just that. Besides, these rice plants aren't just for us humans to eat. They can be used to feed those animals. We eat the grains while the animals can eat the stalks and leaves. Burning them would be a huge waste. Plus, their manure can be used as fertilizer for the fields. It helps the rice grow bigger and more plentiful. Also, you said you want to plant more rice, but it's actually really hard. You can't just plant it anywhere. It has to be grown in water. The fields have to stay flooded. For example, all these rice paddies were created by us digging out rivers and reshaping the land. Those 2 rivers over there, we dug them ourselves. We dug them to get clay for firing bricks to build houses. Hearing this, Chang and the elder's jaws nearly hit the floor. People can dig rivers. If he hadn't told them himself, they would have always thought those 2 rivers were natural. No wonder they thought it was so strange when they first saw how straight the rivers were. That one over there was just finished. I plan to continue expanding the planting area next month, he said, pointing to the man-made river. Can we still plant rice this year? How long does this plant take to produce grain? The elder asked. From sowing the seeds to flowering and bearing grain, it takes more than 3 months. In the spring, when the snow melts, we can plant the first crop. It can be harvested in the summer. Then we plant the second crop. If we're fast, we can harvest again at the end of summer. In theory, in the fall, we could still plant 1 more crop, but I don't know if we can harvest it before winter comes. Trying to get 3 rice harvests this year is probably a long shot. If we could just get a handle on the weather patterns and temperature. And if we replant immediately after every harvest, then theoretically we could get 3 crops. This was the first time Chang and the Bian elder had ever heard about rice plants. After his introduction, they silently did the math. A year has 14 months. 4 of those are cold winter, leaving 10 months for planting rice. 1 rice plant is enough for a meal, so 1 person needs over 800 plants a year based on 2 meals a day. For 3 meals, it's about 1,300 plants. Split into 3 crops, planting 400 to 500 plants each time would be enough. This food source seemed incredibly promising. No wonder it was used as a staple food. But only he knew that getting 3 harvests was damn near impossible. Even though 10 months seemed like enough time in practice, it was. Not gonna happen. Unless you could sow the seeds the second you finished harvesting, which was just too hard and too rushed. Harvesting takes time. Plowing and fertilizing also take time. Just the time. Between crops could take up to 10 days, and that's being optimistic. 2 transitions could waste almost a whole month. So while you could plant a 3rd crop, it definitely wouldn't ripen before. Winter arrived, and that would be a total loss. But hey, you never know. If they studied it carefully and tried to shorten the transition time, maybe it could be done. At this point, the tour for the 2 high-ranking leaders of the Bian tribe came to a successful end. They now had a much clearer picture of the Han tribe. Both sides smoothly agreed that the Bian tribe would merge with the Han tribe. The Bian tribe wouldn't relocate to the Han territory just yet. But from now on, they were officially considered members of the Han tribe. He would provide them with the same tools for production and daily life as the Han tribe. In return, the Bian tribe had to give the Han tribe all of their harvested hemp fiber. The initial plan was for him to send 5 ox carts to the Bian tribe. They were the simple 1 ox pulling kind. They were the same carts the Han tribe used for hauling bricks. These 5 ox carts would transport pottery, white saltwater barrels, bronze axes, shovel spears, and other tools for work and life. There would also be 10 spinning machines, the Han tribe's only 2 carding machines, and 1 loom. Right now, all the wool had been carded, so the machines were just sitting idle. He decided to send them all over for now, to the Bian tribe to process the hemp fiber. Later, there would be a new type of loom specifically for weaving hemp sacks. The rice harvest was coming up, and the Han tribe needed a ton of hemp sacks to store the grain. This was also the first production task he assigned them. After returning, the Bian tribe had to go all out weaving hemp sacks. He would send the specific dimensions, technical specs, manufacturing process, and machinery over later. For now, they just needed to spin hemp fiber like their lives depended on it. This was why he sent the Bian tribe 10 spinning machines at once. With the tour wrapped up, it was nearly evening. The 2 of them then toured with Xiao Dia. They visited the carpentry and pottery workshops, which was a real eye-opener for them. Compared to the Han tribe, they were seriously behind the times. But now they were also members of the Han tribe. In the future, they could also enjoy all these things. Thinking about this, both of them felt an indescribable pride welling up inside. It was a feeling of belonging and connection to the Han tribe. That evening, Chang and the elder were treated to a lavish feast. Salt and chili were used generously. Back in the Bian tribe, they were extremely stingy with their white salt. After all, it was a precious commodity they'd traded lives for, so how could they dare use it wastefully? Each person only dared to take a tiny pinch to taste. Sprinkling it on food was an unimaginable luxury. The next morning, he got busy telling his tribesmen to prepare supplies for the Bian tribe. Chang and the elder also got serious about learning how to use the carding and spinning machines. This was the first task he'd given them, and they were determined to nail it. It took a full day to get the supplies ready, during which Chang and the elder also learned how, using the machines all day. On the morning of the 3rd day, the 2 of them hit the road back home, rolling out with 8 ox carts and 10 tribesmen. 8 of them were on cart duty, while the other 2 were sent by our guy. These 2 women were the first members from the Han tribe, tasked with teaching the Bian tribe how to use the supplies and also teaching them the Han language basically to remind the Bian tribe not to forget their promises to the Han. Thinking they could just take his stuff and dip was not an option. The elk-riding hunting squad also tagged along, responsible for escorting the convoy safely to the entrance of the valley where the Bian tribe lived, after which they would head back to the Han tribe on their own. As for our guy, after seeing the Bian people off, he dove straight into his workshop and started designing a new type of loom. He was dead set on creating a loom with a simpler structure that was easy to assemble and take apart. After all, the tribe had a ton of hemp sacks to weave, and a more convenient loom would seriously boost their efficiency, helping them handle the upcoming harvest. Meanwhile, the Yu tribe was trekking along the east bank of the river. After a while, they ran into the Lu tribe. They saw the Lu women chasing a herd of small spotted pigs back toward their camp. These pigs had short, shiny, multicolored coats and round bellies, looking super healthy. You could tell at a glance they were well cared for. Yu Da from the Yu tribe wasn't paying attention and accidentally fell into a trap set by the Lu tribe, crying out in pain. Yufu rushed over to check on him, then stood up and faced the Lu tribe. He shouted, "We're from the Yu tribe. We're just passing through, not here to cause trouble." Chief Q of the Lu tribe heard the noise and came over with a few of his people. The moment he laid eyes on them, he spotted the ox cart the Yu tribe was hauling, with oxen and deer piled high with a good amount of pottery and white salt, and he was instantly intrigued. Seeing this, Yufu proactively started talking about trading between the tribes. He even pulled out some white salt and gave it to Chief Q. "Hey Chief, have a taste. This white salt is super pure. It's a rare delicacy around here." Q took it and tried it. The savory, salty flavor made his eyes light up. He immediately decided to trade animal hides or other valuable goods for the salt. Hearing this, Yufu was secretly thrilled. He thought for a moment and said, "Chief, I see those spotted pigs your tribe is raising are pretty interesting. I was wondering if we could trade some white salt for a few to take back." Hearing this, Q was surprisingly generous, laughing as he invited them to his camp as guests to hash out the details of the trade. At the Lu tribe's camp, Q enthusiastically told everyone from the Yu tribe about the habits of these spotted pigs. "These pigs love to eat crown daisies and Napa cabbage. We've got tons of that stuff around our camp. Plus, I can even give you guys some seeds and vines. Take them back, plant them, and you can raise your own spotted pigs." Yufu and his crew heard this and thought the deal was a total steal. The two sides sat down and started hammering out the details. After some haggling, the Yu tribe ended up trading a good amount of white salt for 2 boars, 4 sows, and even 50 piglets. On top of that, the Lu tribe also threw in 10 young resourceful maidens to help out, plus some Napa cabbage seeds, flower vines, and a bunch of animal hides. The people of the Yu tribe were ecstatic. They happily herded the pigs and carried all their new loot and headed back to the Han tribe. Back at the Han camp, it was a scene of bustling activity. Everyone was focused on making looms. The Bian tribe on their end was also weaving hemp cloth, just as they had agreed. The Yu tribe carefully herded their pigs back to the Han camp on edge the whole way, worried something unexpected might happen. Meanwhile, the mine wasn't idle either. Ox carts were busy hauling ore back and forth. Overall, everything was going smoothly. It seemed like a bright future was right around the corner, but unexpectedly danger was quietly creeping up on them. That very afternoon, Dai Kubing came rushing back, leading more than 20 strangers back to the tribe. These people were all panicked and exhausted, covered in wounds. After asking, it turned out they were refugees from another tribe. Their tribe had been attacked in a terrifying way. He hurried over to get the specifics. The people, still in shock, recounted, "The ones who attacked us were a bunch of cannibals, and they had a species of massive, ferocious beast with them. That beast looked kind of human but had terrifying strength. A single slap could send a person flying. Many people in our tribe were killed by them, only we were lucky enough to escape." Hearing this, his heart sank. He instantly remembered the brutal battle with the ape men from before. Without hesitating, he immediately summoned the tribe's leaders and seriously laid out the tasks. "Shoya, you get to the Bian tribe right now and tell them to halt the supply runs. Then quickly call back the people mining at Mount Bapao and the ox carts hauling ore from the east. Tell them all to return to the tribe. Also tell the people watching the boats everyone gets back here to beef up our defenses. The logging and gathering teams should stay put for now and continue their work. The fishing team can work as usual, but they must post lookouts to closely monitor everything around them. If anything seems off, they have to return immediately and report." After setting everything up, he had originally planned to have the tribe harvest the rice at night, but on second thought, everyone had worked hard all day and was exhausted. If he forced them to work, he was afraid their performance wouldn't be great, and they'd be more likely to make mistakes, so he decided to let the tribesmen rest first. However, just in case, he still posted 100 warriors to take turns on guard duty. He sat in his tent, racking his brain, trying to come up with a strategy to deal with the enemy. He knew damn well that out of the more than 200 enemies, the most troublesome were the ape men. They had to find a flat, open area to fight. That was the only way they could neutralize their advantage and maximize their own tribe's strength. While he was thinking, the sound of hurried footsteps came from outside. A tribesman rushed in to report, "Chief, we gotta max out our advantages and figure out how to lock down those ape men's movements. Nets or strong ropes will for sure do the trick." "That's right. We can also hit him in the eyes with lime powder. That'll make him temporarily unable to fight." The next morning, he sent out 3 cavalry squads, each heading in a different direction to warn the neighboring friendly tribes to be on their guard. As for the others, who stayed back in the tribe. They all got to work. Some of the women were sent to harvest chili peppers, since that was a crucial resource. The rest went to harvest rice while the men were trained based on their skills. The skilled archers headed to the riverbank to protect the fishing crew and hunt for more food reserves. 100-strong warriors were gathered to train with meteor hammers. Basically, a meteor hammer is just a rock tied to a long rope. If they could use it to tie up the 8 men, it'd be super useful. The rest of the guys practiced throwing short rock-tied ropes. These weren't just any ropes, they were actually for tying on cloth bags filled with lime powder to chuck at the enemy. He wasn't just kicking back either. He was busy testing out cloth bags for the lime powder, constantly tweaking the knots to get the best results. After a bit of tinkering, he finally figured out the perfect knot. He then had the women use his method to whip up 300 bags of lime powder. He also told everyone to make extra straw hats with veils to protect the tribespeople from getting hurt in the fight. The cavalry messengers started trickling back. The squad that went to the Bien tribe brought back 30 large nets, which was a total godsend. The team that headed for the dark forest brought back a boatload of limestone and even snagged a bunch of rabbits on the way, so that was a decent haul. Only the squad heading to the mountains couldn't make it back that day, because it was too far. Seeing all the supplies they'd gathered made him feel a lot better. Next up, he decided they had to go on the offensive and nip this threat in the bud. There was no way he was going to let the enemy get to their doorstep, or else the fallout would be unimaginable. On the morning of the third day, a massive army of 411 people was ready to roll out. The lineup included sharpshooters, a meteor hammer squad specializing in tying up enemies, a capture team for taking prisoners, a long spear unit, and even a highly mobile deer cavalry squad, and so on. They even had some refugees acting as guides, pulling ox carts behind the main force. The mighty army marched northward. After a while, they ran into a pack of wild wolves out of nowhere, but the wolves were no match for these well-trained warriors. Everyone worked together seamlessly, quickly surrounding the pack. After a short fight, they easily wiped out the entire wolf pack and scored some decent loot. This totally pumped everyone up. They were all fired up and super confident about the battles to come. As evening rolled in, the army reached a valley. Tunya took a few guys to scout the area. When he came back, he'd brought some refugees from the tree tribe. Turns out the tree tribe had been attacked by the cannibal tribe. Their whole tribe was scattered to the winds, and these were the only lucky ones who escaped. Hearing their story, he felt for them, and immediately told the women from the tree tribe to help cook for the warriors. As for the men, he handed each of them a weapon so they could join the fight. Among the refugees from the tree tribe, one guy was even wearing a piece of leather armor. This caught Han Feng's eye. He picked it up for a closer look and realized this armor wasn't just tough as nails, it was also super light. He was immediately intrigued by this material called thorngrass. He thought to himself, after this battle is over, I've got to go check out that thorngrass. If they could mass produce it to make armor for the tribe's warriors, their combat strength would get a serious boost. The next day, Han Feng set up his ambush outside the valley bright and early. He ordered his warriors to hide behind the small mounds and handed out the lime powder bags. Everything was set. He led the cavalry squad toward the direction the enemy was likely to come from. Around noon, he finally spotted traces of the enemy at the edge of the forest. There was a bunch of cannibal tribe warriors, all holding their weapons and looking fierce. Next to them were over a dozen huge savage 8 men. On top of that, they were dragging along a ton of prisoners. Seeing this, Han Feng didn't waste a second. He drew his bow, knocked an arrow, and let it fly. Asterisk, whoosh, asterisk. The arrow shot out and nailed one of the cannibal tribe warriors. Next, he fired another arrow at the 8 men. This one really pissed off the 8 men. They roared and charged straight for him. The cannibal tribe warriors raised their shields and started their attack too. Seeing that his plan worked, Han Feng led his cavalry squad back towards the valley, taunting the 8 men the whole way to keep them hot on their tail. They ran like that for the entire afternoon, finally making it near the valley. Han Feng ordered the cavalry to get ready for a fight. He quickly suited up in his own armor and helmet. When the 17 aggressive 8 men finally caught up, he yelled, "Now!" All at once, the warriors hurled their lime powder bags at the 8 men. In a flash, lime powder filled the air, creating a massive white dust cloud. With the powder in their eyes, the 8 men howled in pain, their formation completely breaking down. Right then, the meteor hammer squad seized the moment and charged in. They expertly used the long chains of their weapons to split up the 8 men's formation, isolating them one by one. The captured team and the long spear unit immediately followed up, working together like a well-oiled machine to tie up the 8 men and then finish them off one by one. The tribespeople watching this went wild, shouting, "Payback, we got payback!" But Han Feng didn't get blinded by the victory. He yelled out to remind everyone not to get complacent. "There are still over 200 enemies waiting for us. We have to keep fighting and wipe every single one of them out." Hearing this, everyone, after that, they roared their battle cry, clutching their weapons, ready for the next fight. Their morale was sky high, like they were ready to crush any enemy. It was getting dark, so Han Feng led the warriors back to their camp in the valley. They washed up in the clear stream, scrubbing off the grime, then got to work on dinner. Everyone gathered around the campfire, skillfully prepping food while excitedly discussing the recent battle. Everyone was in awe of their leader's tactics, especially the unexpected use of lime powder. Too bad they didn't bring much of it. Just then, the guide from the tree tribe stood up looking worried. He nervously told Han Feng Chief, "We can't use the same method on the remaining enemies. I saw it clearly. Some captured tribesmen from our tribe are in their ranks. If we keep fighting like this, I'm afraid those tribesmen will die." Han Feng nodded in understanding and said in a low voice, "I know. Besides, the lime powder is all gone, and I never planned on killing them all anyway." The guide looked confused after hearing this. "Not kill them." Han Feng patiently explained, "That's right, we're not killing them. Our tribe has a lot of work to do. Killing them would be letting them off too easy. I plan to capture them alive. Make them work for the tribe." The guide still didn't get it. Why make them work? Can't we just do it ourselves? Plus, we'd have to waste food feeding them. Han Feng sighed and explained further. "There's too much to do. No matter how many people we have, it's not enough. Compared to the labor they'll provide, a little food is nothing. Besides, we're not going to feed them until they're full every day." The guide nodded as he listened to Han Feng finally getting it. He knew the Han tribe had a lot of people, but he still wondered to himself, besides hunting and gathering, what other work was there to do. So he asked again, "Chief, what kind of work does our tribe have to do?" Han Feng slowly said, "Hunting doesn't need that many people. Right now, our most urgent task is to build sturdy houses for everyone. These houses not only need to provide shade from the sun in the summer, but also have to withstand the bone-chilling cold in the winter. We also need to dig canals for irrigation to grow crops, and at the same time send people to the mountains to chop trees and gather enough firewood and lumber. That's right. There's just too much work to be done." The more the guide heard, the more confused he got. He thought to himself, maybe I'll just wait until we get to the Han tribe to figure it out. Anyway, right now he only cared about the safety of his fellow tribesmen. After dinner, Han Feng immediately summoned Big Rat Beast, Fang Bloodhead, and the other leaders. He told them about his decision to capture prisoners of war. Everyone agreed after hearing it, but when they thought about having to capture more than 200 enemies alive, they all frowned. They were wondering where to even start. Seeing this, Han Feng calmly laid out his well-thought-out plan. The cannibal tribe is on foot, so their speed is definitely not fast. Plus, they're dragging along a lot of prisoners. They definitely won't make it to the valley today. They'll have to find a place to camp for the night. We can use that opportunity to launch a surprise attack. A night raid. After agreeing on the battle plan, the team quickly gathered the warriors. They remembered their previous ambush experience. Even though they had to lie in wait all day on the battlefield, aside from the short battle in the afternoon, they were mostly resting. Plus, they had just won a victory, so everyone's morale was high. Hearing their chief say he wanted to proactively attack and capture the enemy alive to make them work got everyone fired up. But the first order Han Feng gave made the tribesmen both surprised and amused, even a bit baffled. He ordered the tribesmen to dig a small pit by the stream, then channel water into it to create a muddy puddle. Next, he ordered everyone to jump into the mud pit one by one and roll around until their entire bodies from head to toe were covered in mud. Even their weapons were no exception. They were all coated in a thick layer of mud. He explained that this was to blend in with the darkness, to make it harder for the enemy to spot them during the night raid. As the sky grew completely dark, hundreds of Han tribe warriors looking like mudmen silently split into several groups. They steadily advanced north. The first group consisted of 30 men. They formed a horizontal line, carefully scouting the path to the north with about 10 to 20 meters between each person. Han Feng specifically instructed them, "If you spot any sign of the enemy, do not act on your own. You must immediately return to report, then regroup and follow the chief's unified command." The second group of 70 men was divided into 7 vertical columns, forming a line and maintaining a distance of about 200 meters from the first group to provide timely support if the first group ran into trouble. The third group of 100 men was divided into 10 vertical columns, also keeping a 200-meter distance from the second group. The remaining 200-plus warriors, along with the cavalry and 2 ox carts, were tasked with bringing up the rear. He arranged them this way because he knew that if everyone gathered in one spot, the noise would be too loud. He was afraid they'd be spotted by the enemy's sentries before they even got close. The army moved swiftly through the night. About 3 or 4 hours later, as dawn was approaching, a sharp-eyed warrior in the first group suddenly spotted a faint flicker of fire in the distance. He didn't hesitate for a second, and immediately bolted back to inform the groups behind him. Han Feng also got the report right away and looked towards the fire. Then, to confirm the information, he personally snuck closer to scout. He finally confirmed that this campsite was indeed the hideout of the cannibal tribe they had been painstakingly searching for. He quickly returned and gathered all the warriors, telling everyone to rest where the enemy couldn't spot them. Next, he picked out over a dozen tribesmen skilled in archery and secretly led them towards the enemy camp. The warriors told everyone to rest where the enemy couldn't spot them. Then he picked out over a dozen skilled archers and secretly led them toward the enemy's camp. However, Han Feng quickly realized this wasn't the best time to strike. He decisively led the first and second squads in a swift retreat to regroup with the main force behind them. After that, he gathered everyone and waited patiently, because he knew damn well the best time to make a move was around 2 or 3 in the morning. That's when it's darkest and the enemy would be deep in sleep. The assembly point of the Han tribe was not too far from the cannibals' camp, at least a kilometer away. This distance was perfect. As long as everyone kept their voices down, the enemy wouldn't hear a thing. As long as they didn't light any campfires, they wouldn't be easily spotted. Knowing this, everyone felt at ease. They drank water from the barrels on the ox carts and gathered around them to rest. However, they kept their weapons in hand at all times. Even while sleeping, they clutched them tightly. Han Feng then arranged for Big Rat to take temporary command, while he, Blood Butcher, and the guide from the tree tribe snuck back to scout the enemy camp. The three of them, covered head to toe in mud, moved like ghosts in the dark, swift and silent. They got low to the ground and slowly crawled forward. It took them over 10 minutes to cover 200 meters. Finally, the enemy camp was right before their eyes. Most of the cannibals were fast asleep, sprawled out on their shields. These shields, made from beast hides stretched over wooden frames, could double as makeshift beds. The cannibals slept soundly on them, still clutching their stone axes. Nearby spears were propped up against each other, and in their hands they still gripped their stone axes, ready for a fight. They were sleeping so soundly, probably thinking that as long as those dozen or so ferocious ape-men charged in first to engage the enemy, their opponents wouldn't stand a chance. They never imagined Han Feng could lead a counterattack, so their defenses were ridiculously lax. They didn't even bother setting up a moving patrol. There were only 5 or 6 stationary guards, and they were yawning their heads off. This camp had over 200 people. However, the captured prisoners weren't kept in the same area as the cannibals. They were locked up in a separate section slightly to the north, less than 10 meters away. A few guards were posted there, looking a bit more alert. They were probably afraid the prisoners might try to escape. The captives included men, women, and children. That morning, Han Feng saw about 60 or 70 of them, but now counting again, there were only a little over 50. He was wondering where the others had gone, when suddenly a whimpering sound came from beside him, followed by a violent struggle. He turned his head and saw Blood Butcher clamping a hand over the guide's mouth, forcefully pinning him to the ground. The guide's eyes were wide with horror, tears streaming down his face as he stared at one of the guards. That guard was holding a bizarre cooked object that looked disturbingly like a human arm. He was gnawing on it with relish, his mouth making sickening chewing sounds. Han Feng fought back a wave of nausea and rage, glaring at the guide and signaling him to absolutely not make a move. After getting a clear picture of the enemy's layout, the three of them silently crawled back without making a single sound. Afterwards, he immediately laid out the mission for his tribesmen. He picked out 50 archers and ordered them to focus their fire to take out the dozen or so guards. They had to be clean kills, leaving no one alive. Furthermore, they couldn't make any loud noises that might wake the sleeping enemy. Next, he assigned 80 strong warriors to secretly infiltrate the camp after the guards were eliminated. Their job was to steal the enemy's spears, disarming them of their most dangerous weapons. The remaining 300+ men would lie in ambush around the perimeter. Once the first 2 tasks were complete, they would all attack at once using 30 large nets to throw over the enemy. The warriors without nets would charge in directly. The first objective was to snatch the enemy's stone axes, completely stripping them of their ability to fight back. After that, it would be simple. They could just go in barehanded. After all, the Han tribe had nearly double the number of warriors, and with control weapons in play, handling the situation wouldn't be a problem. After meticulous scouting and planning, it was now around 2 in the morning. The entire army, geared up, began the dramatic raid. Everyone did as before, running until they were 200 meters away, then starting to crawl. The archers crawled up first. This time, everyone moved slower and more carefully. With so many people, even small frequent noises could easily give them away. Like this, they crawled for over 20 minutes. The hundreds of mud-caked warriors finally reached the closest position, less than 40 meters from the enemy. However, they didn't dare get any closer. Only the archers advanced, getting to about 20 meters away. The archers were all equipped with longbows, which couldn't be fired from a prone position like crossbows, so they had to wait for Han Feng's command. On his signal, they would all rise and attack in unison. They waited another minute or two. The enemy guards remained completely oblivious, and the sleepers didn't stir. Seeing the time was ripe, he gave the order to attack. He mimicked the call of a cuckoo, letting out 2 sharp cuckoo sounds. The standing guards heard the strange noise and looked around, puzzled. They wondered, what kind of bird is that? Why have we never heard it before? However, they wouldn't get a chance to find out. The moment the signal was heard, 59 mud-covered warriors shot up from the ground around them like phantoms. In their hands, longbows were already drawn, arrows knocked on the strings. The next second, arrows whizzed through the dark night, followed immediately by a series of dull thuds, the sound of arrowheads hitting their targets. The dozen or so guards dropped in an instant, each one hit by 3 or 4 arrows, all of them fatal wounds. Seeing that all the guards had been eliminated, Han Feng immediately stood up and waved his hand toward the enemy camp. The 80 warriors moved quickly, hunched. A scout bolted for the enemy camp. He swiftly snatched the spears planted in the ground, then hauled ass back out, ditching them behind the rest of the warriors, who immediately surged forward like a flash flood. But the scene was dead silent. No one screamed a battle cry as they charged. They threw huge nets over the enemies, aiming for the crowded spots like where 5 or 6 guys were gathered. If it was just 3 or 4 dudes, the warriors without nets would handle them. When the first net dropped, the enemy jolted awake. But the second they opened their eyes, they were already completely tangled up. Right after that, a mob of warriors swarmed in, beating the hell out of them until they screamed bloody murder. There was no way to break free from the net, and they couldn't even swing the stone axes in their hands. About 60 or 70 enemies, who weren't netted, scrambled to their feet to fight back on instinct. They went for their spears, but when they turned around, the spears had vanished. With no other choice, they had to use their stone axes to defend themselves. But the Mud Tribe warriors were all rocking long-range weapons. The soldiers of the Flesh-Eater tribe couldn't even get close with their stone axes. They didn't dare throw their axes either, because once they did, they'd be left with nothing. At that point, it was just game over. So in a few spots, they were stuck in a standoff. There were also some enemies who jumped up the second they heard the noise and saw they were suddenly surrounded by so many enemies. They freaked out and ran for their lives. But they didn't get far before our warriors snagged them with meteor hammers. There were also 5 or 6 hotheads who grouped up in one spot, fighting back like madmen with their stone axes. But they got taken down fast, run through with bronze spears on the spot. Some of the enemies chucked their stone axes right from the get-go. And yeah, they caused a few casualties for the Han tribe. But once they were disarmed, they got swarmed by our warriors who outnumbered them big time and were beaten to a pulp. In this whole brawl, the MVP had to be Shue too. This assassin wasn't used to using the Han tribe's bronze spears. He stuck with his trusty long staff. This time, breaking into the enemy lines, he was like a fish back in water. The long staff in his hands would jab straight, then sweep sideways, then slam down vertically or swing up with insane power. Wherever that staff went, enemies dropped like flies. But he pulled his punches, just knocking them out instead of finishing them off. The whole chaotic fight didn't last long. The enemy was quickly overwhelmed, then pinned down and beaten within an inch of their lives. Once everyone was under control, the tribesmen pulled out ropes and started tying up the prisoners. Han Feng told everyone to grab the spears they had just collected and use axes to chop off the pointy ends, leaving just the shafts. Then he had them place those staffs on the prisoners' backs, tie their hands to it, loop the rope around their necks, and finally tie them up in a cross shape. That way they couldn't untie themselves. Plus, if they struggled even a little, they'd start choking themselves. About 20 minutes later, all the prisoners were tied up tight. Then they were flipped face down on the ground. They couldn't get up on their own. They could only lie on their stomachs screaming. However, anytime they started acting up, they'd immediately get a beatdown. Little by little, none of the prisoners dared to make a scene anymore. Finally, they did a head count. A total of 237 enemies were shot or stabbed to death. 29 were killed, and 208 were captured alive. This would be the Han tribe's first batch of slaves. And what's more, it was permanent slavery. They would never get the chance to join the Han tribe. In this battle, not a single Han tribe warrior died. Only 5 or 6 guys got minor injuries. The remaining 57 captives they rescued were tribesmen from the 2 tribes that got hit earlier. After hearing what their own people had to say, they all happily agreed to join the Han tribe. After all, with their own strength, there was no way they could protect themselves. After this battle, the Han tribe's power grew even stronger. But Han Feng figured the biggest score from this northern campaign wasn't just the manpower and expanded territory. More importantly, this was the first time the Han tribe had successfully tested a new tactic, taking down over a dozen ape-men and figuring out an effective strategy to handle any large-scale beef that might pop off later. For the tribe's long-term development, this was a huge strategic win. Plus, scoring 2 victories in a single day was like a massive shot of adrenaline, seriously hyping up the fighting spirit of the whole tribe. In these 2 battles, Han Feng, as the chief, had pulled off some brilliant tactics, making sure his people suffered almost 0 casualties. This obviously made his cred with the warriors skyrocket. Of course, there was another major score that Han Feng kept on his mind. That was the thorngrass from the tree tribe's territory. This plant, which could produce a natural latex, had insane potential for the tribe's construction and development. He absolutely had to find a way to bring it back. The warriors rested right where they were, after midnight. As dawn broke, Han Feng called Big Rat over. He told him to lead the main group out first. On the way, he had to keep a close eye on the prisoners. For now, don't feed them. Just give them salt, water. Starve them for a few days so they won't have any strength to fight back. Once you're back at the tribe, only feed them 1 meal a day. Just enough to make sure they don't starve to death. Don't let your guard down yet. Wait until I get back. And then we'll figure out the next move. Chief, you're not coming back with us, Big Rat asked, totally confused. I gotta take a few guys on a trip to the tree tribe's land. There's a special plant there that's super useful for our tribe. I need to find a way to bring it back and see if we can grow it in our own territory. As for everyone else, you take them all back. All I need is 5 riders plus a guide, that's it. We won't be messing around for long. We might even catch up to you guys before you get back to the tribe. All right, Chief. You better be careful. I'll keep an eye on these slaves. Big Rat stood at attention and gave Han Feng a salute. He just nodded. Then he called 5 cavalrymen. He rode Hoi Sun himself, while the guide rode Nuke Bao, and the 7 of them continued heading north. Soon enough, they arrived at the former territory of the tree tribe, which was a vast Vast flat land with a few scattered bushes and trees. The ground was covered with all sorts of animal tracks, and you could tell at a glance that the place was loaded with resources. There was plenty of dry grass for fuel and tons of different animals that could provide more than enough food. The terrain was flat and wide open, but the only real drawback was that it wasn't very safe. However, if they could build a fortress here, it would be a pretty solid choice. The tree tribe's homes were these unique semi-underground dwellings, and if you didn't get up close to inspect them, you basically wouldn't even spot them. The guide pointed out the thorn grass growing in the bushes, explaining it was a plant that looked a lot like a sunflower. It was completely green, stood about 5 feet tall, and at the top grew a flower about the size of a hand. However, there was a clear difference compared to a sunflower. The center of the flower was riddled with tiny holes, each holding a seed with an estimated 200 seeds per flower head. The seeds were about the size of soybeans, and the head looked a lot like a lotus pod. The thorn grass had a straight stalk about an inch thick, a bit wider than a human finger, and it was covered in a layer of fine fuzz. However, that fuzz was actually a bunch of tiny, super sharp spines. The first time he touched it, he got pricked, and his finger immediately started to swell up. It wasn't from any poison, though. It was just his body reacting to the plant's sap. The tree tribe guide explained that after handling it for a while, his people didn't have that reaction anymore. This left him feeling a bit helpless. It seemed his tribesmen would have to go through some pain when they started harvesting the sap. The thorngrass stalk also grew several large oval dark green leaves, each one about 3 feet long. The undersides of the leaves were covered in rough nodes full of sap. Out of curiosity, Han Fong made a small slice on the stalk with his dagger, and right away a thick white gooey sap began to slowly ooze out. It oozed out pretty slowly, but if you let it accumulate, you could collect a decent amount. Each thorngrass plant could yield about 10.5 ounces of sap, which was already a huge deal, but there was even more good news. The guide excitedly explained that after harvesting the sap, it only took 7 days for the plant to recover and produce the same amount again. So when can we start harvesting each year and how many times? Can we harvest? Han Fong asked, his eyes gleaming with excitement. You can start harvesting as soon as the plant starts to flower. Just look for the nodes on the back of the leaves to swell up, and that means it's ready. The thorngrass starts flowering in early summer and can bloom continuously for 2 months. As long as it's flowering, you can keep harvesting the sap. But by midsummer, the flowers start to fade, and about a month after that, the seeds ripen. That's when the little holes in the flower head open up and the seeds just drop to the ground. They sprout into new thorngrass plants real fast. Then by fall, they ripen a second time. The seeds are edible too, though the taste is a little weird, so my tribe doesn't really eat them. But lots of big birds and rodents love these seeds. We usually use them to bait our traps in the winter. We usually catch a ton of game that way. The guide went on detailing all the properties of the thorngrass. Han Fong was so stoked he was at a loss for words. 2 harvests a year, which meant a total of 4 months for harvesting. You could get 300 grams of sap every 7 days. With 2 seasons a year, that's a total of 120 days to harvest. You could do it 17 times, meaning 2 seasons would yield about 11 pounds of sap per plant. This was just the output from a single thorngrass plant. It was truly amazing. What was even better was that its seeds were edible. Even though they didn't taste great, they could be used as feed for poultry and livestock. You had to know that livestock feed was an essential resource. The Han tribe was already raising a ton of chickens, so using these seeds to feed them was a no-brainer. And in the end, the chickens would still end up in people's stomachs. Oh yeah, do you guys have any of these thorngrass seeds left? He asked eagerly. We do, but not a lot. We stored them in those earthen houses over there. I'm not sure if they're damaged. I'll go check right now, the guide said, and then rushed off to find the seeds. The tree tribe had been attacked by the cannibal tribe before, and some of their earthen houses had collapsed, so Han Fong told everyone to lend a hand and dig through the rubble. Following the guide's directions, everyone pitched in. Eventually, they found a decent stash of round black seeds that looked just like black beans. After a while, they had gathered about 110 to 130 pounds of them. By the time they were done, it was nearly dark, so Han Fong decided they'd camp there for the night. Everyone got busy, with some people going to gather firewood, while others grabbed their bows to hunt nearby. It wasn't long before they'd caught a few wildfowl and rabbits, securing their food for the next 2 days. Come dinner time, Han Fong took out the white salt as usual and sprinkled it on the food. Seeing the white salt, the guide suddenly spoke up, saying he'd seen that stuff before. This caught Han Fong completely by surprise, and he thought to himself, could there be a salt mine nearby? He immediately asked, where did you see it? If you head east from here for about a 5-day journey, you have to cross a river. On the other side, there's a fairy lake, and along its shore there are these rocks that have this stuff on them. However, the salt there isn't as white as yours, and the lake water itself is salty. The guide was meticulously describing a nearby salt lake. So there's a place like that around here. Then why is it called? So it's the fairy lake. Is it really just because it's got salt in it? Han Fong kept pressing for answers, getting even more curious about the strange world around him. Not only that, but the lake was also surrounded by a ton of wild beasts standing guard. There were even horned herbivores. And on top of that, a small flying island on Fairy Lake. Han Feng broke it down, figuring since wild beasts were guarding it, a ton of animals must come there to drink the salt water. After all, animals need their mineral salts. As for the floating island, salt water has a high density, so if there were some light hollow basin-shaped rocks, they could float on the salt lake. This could explain it. But when Han Feng pressed the guide for details about that floating island, the guide just mumbled and couldn't give a straight answer. That small island was just hovering in midair. Right then, seeing that floating island right before his eyes, Han Feng's heart swelled with hope, but just then a pack of hyenas was silently closing in. From the sky, Bachuka let out a sharp cry. At the piercing sound, Han Feng was instantly on guard. He quickly gave the order to prepare for a fight, and the whole crew started circling the salt lake. Everyone followed orders, weapons in hand, ready to throw down. More than 20 hyenas were still casually trailing behind their eyes, locked on the group, ready to pounce at any second. Still, they seemed a bit hesitant, because every time they'd attacked humans before, the eagles from the floating island would swoop in and interfere. Han Feng, keeping a close watch on the hyena pack, asked the guide about the area. "Besides these things, are there any other meat-eaters around here?" "I don't see any," the guide replied. "Besides these hyenas, there's also a pack of long-toothed beasts, about 4 or 5 of them. They're just not around today." Dully curious asked about the beasts. "Long-toothed? You mean like a tiger with massive fangs, a short tail, and yellow fur?" The guide's face turned serious. "Yeah, that's them. They can take a man out with a single swipe. Even the eagles up there aren't a guaranteed match for them." Hearing that, Han Feng made up his mind. First he had to wipe out this hyena pack, then he could properly scout the area. He waited for the perfect moment, aimed, and let an arrow fly towards the distant pack. The gap between them was about 65 yards. His arrow struck a large hyena right in the head. But damn, either the hyena's skull was too thick or the angle was off, because the bronze arrowhead just scraped its skull and got stuck in its scalp. The wounded hyena went ballistic from the pain, bared its fangs, and charged straight for Han Feng on his elephant. Luckily, Bachuka had sharp eyes and even sharper reflexes. Swooping down from the sky, it used its talons to slam the hyena to the ground, tearing deep gashes into its neck. Seeing his chance, Han Feng quickly nocked another arrow. This time he aimed straight for its torso, right where the chest cavity, heart, and lungs are. With a sharp whoosh, the arrow sliced through the air and buried itself deep in the hyena's chest. The beast dropped dead on the spot, not even twitching. He spurred his mount onward, circling counterclockwise around the hyena pack, while keeping a distance of about 110 yards to keep them in range. Right after thwip, 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 4 more arrows rained down on the pack, taking out 2 more hyenas instantly. But what was wild was that the pack turned on the bodies of the 3 dead ones, savagely tearing into them and fighting over the scraps. 5 more arrows flew from about 90 yards out, dropping another 2 hyenas. This just made the pack fight even more savagely over the bodies. Seeing this, Han Feng made a call. "Attack! This is our shot!" Just then, Bachuka dove from the sky, snagged a hyena in its talons, and flew towards the floating island, dropping the carcass right in front of the eagle chief. Jui stared curiously at the hyena corpse, which was bristling with arrows. In the past, people who came for salt were always under Bachuka's protection. They'd quickly grab what they needed and bounce, rarely ever fighting the local wildlife. But these guys were different. They weren't here for salt. They were just circling the lake. On top of that, Jui had never seen weapons like theirs. With that thought, he suddenly called to Bachuka, telling it to fly down for a closer look. Bachuka let out a cry. Jui jumped up, gripping Bachuka's legs tightly with both hands. And just like that, the man and the bird descended from the floating island toward the salt lake. Down below, Han Feng was still leading his crew in circles, loosing an arrow every now and then. Suddenly, a massive shadow swept across the ground. Han Feng looked up, completely stunned. All he saw was a giant eagle carrying a person hovering in midair. Meanwhile, Jui, the guy hanging from the eagle's talons, was equally shocked. He'd only meant for Bachuka to fly down and scout the situation, but he never expected to witness these people riding beasts and using such bizarre weapons to hunt. The hyena pack. After taking constant fire, the hyenas stopped fighting over the bodies and started to scatter. Seeing them run, Han Feng led his crew to give chase. However, since they were riding, deer shooting was tough. They missed a lot of shots and wasted a ton of arrows. Seeing that the hyenas were about to get away, Han Feng decisively called off the chase. He led the team back to the salt lake, making sure to retrieve their missed arrows along the way. They hadn't gone far before they ran into Jui by the lake. He was also picking up one of their arrows. Han Feng gestured, asking, "That giant eagle, is it yours?" Jui, just as curious, held up the arrow in his hand. "These short spears, are they yours?" Han Feng nodded. "Yeah, give 'em back." Jui was hesitant to hand it over. "I've never seen a weapon this good. Can I keep one as a souvenir?" Han Feng glanced at Jui, then looked around, thinking to himself, "There's nobody else around here. This dude's definitely from the floating island." After thinking it over for a second, he said, "All right, fine. You can have one." Jui was ecstatic. He happily handed the rest of the feathered arrows back. Curious, Jui said, "Your weapons fly so fast and far because of the feathers, right? My Bachuka can fly fast and far because he has feathers too. Han Feng heard him repeat the name. Bachuka, Zui explained. This is Bachuka, the best eagle in our tribe. Han Feng was shocked. Wait, you guys actually live on that floating island? Yeah, we do. And you guys, aren't you here for salt? Why are you hunting? That hyena meat is nasty. Han Feng pointed up at the floating island. We're not here to hunt and we're not here for salt. We just heard there was a flying island around here, so we came to see it for ourselves. Hearing that, Zhui immediately got defensive. That island is our territory. You can't. Han Feng quickly cut him off. Whoa, no, you're misunderstanding. We're just looking for a stone that can make that island fly has nothing to do with you guys. Hearing this, Dewey was stunned. The people of the Eagle tribe had lived on the floating island for generations but never knew why. The island could float in the middle of the air. They just saw it as the home of the gods. Now Han Feng was saying he wanted to find the stone that made the island fly. This made Dua incredibly curious about Han Feng. Seeing this, he immediately led everyone to search the area. Daluk and the others also rode their deer, following closely behind. Du, the chief of the Eagle tribe, had Bachuka fly into the sky to scout while he himself stuck to Han Feng like glue. Before long, Han Feng discovered something strange on a large white rock by the lake. He carefully swept away the layer of salt on the rock's surface and a fish skeleton, with a structure similar to a swordfish, appeared. This was definitely a fossil, but why would a deep-sea creature be found on land? He silently calculated that perhaps this land was once at the bottom of the sea and was later uplifted. That's why there's so much salt in the soil here. It could explain the formation of the salt lake, but the iron ore he was looking for was nowhere to be found. Du, standing nearby, saw Han Feng staring intently at the rock and curiously asked, "Is this the rock that makes the island fly?" Han Feng shook his head. "Nope, not this one." He got up again and continued his search. The main component of magnetite ore is iron 2,3 oxide. After being exposed to the elements and air erosion, it turns into iron 3 oxide, also known as rust, which has a dark red color. The ground here had a reddish hue, so he was certain there was iron ore here. But it definitely wasn't magnetite, because after millions of years, even if there was magnetite, the surface layer would have definitely turned into rust. He'd have to dig deeper to find it. Han Feng chose a spot where the ground was dark red. He started digging with his dagger and spear. The ground was super hard, making the work a real pain. He silently cussed, thinking that once he could smell iron, he was definitely going to make a proper shovel right away. The military shovel from his past life was just too damn useful. Daluk saw him starting to dig and immediately grabbed his bronze axe to help out. The two of them grunted and sweated, digging away, and finally managed to dig a hole about 1 meter in diameter. The red topsoil was all cleared away, revealing a layer of yellowish-white rock. It had no veins and no glassy sheen. Han Feng knew that the white rock with a glassy sheen near the salt lake was basically natural soda ash, but this wasn't it. This was saltpeter growing together with iron ore. He picked up a pale yellow stone, dug a small pit by the lake's edge, and scooped in some lake water, then dropped the stone in. The stone dissolved quickly, and a white mist rose from the water's surface. A layer of white frost also appeared around the small pit. This was the cooling principle of saltpeter. Even though he didn't find the magnetite ore, discovering the saltpeter still made Han Feng really happy. This meant that in the future he'd have the raw materials to make gunpowder. The Han tribe would no longer have to worry about running out of ingredients for explosives. He could use explosives to get a lot more done. Daluk stood beside him confused and asked, "Chief, this rock isn't the iron ore you were talking about." "Right, it dissolved as soon as you put it in water and the water got so cold." Han Feng explained, "Yeah, this isn't iron ore. This is saltpeter. You've seen it before, it's that white powder. I had the women boil out of the soil at the beginning of spring. But this stuff is also really useful. Next time we come, we can dig up some more. You remember this spot. Next time we come, I'll have you lead the team." Hearing that he would get to lead the team, Daluk immediately got serious, carefully observing his surroundings, as if trying to burn the location into his mind. After confirming it was saltpeter, the two of them went back to digging the pit. Du watched from the side, curious. He had never seen such a magical rock before. They dug for a while longer, and the hole was now over 1 meter deep, but it was still all saltpeter. The reserves seemed to be massive. Han Feng figured they couldn't keep digging and had to find another spot. The two of them grabbed their weapons and went to a spot a few hundred meters from the salt lake. They found a place with a layer of red soil and sand on the surface and started digging again. The ground here was really tough, much harder to dig than before, but their efforts were finally rewarded. This time, Daluk smashed a rock with his axe. The rock was about the size of a fist and had a dull grayish color. Han Feng quickly brushed off the sand and Dust picked it up and shook it in his hand. It felt heavier than regular granite. The cross-section of the rock had smooth crystalline veins that sparkled with a faint metallic sheen under the sun, almost like it was covered in a layer of gray sand. Han Feng said excitedly, "This is it! This is the rock! This is a lodestone." Daluk was a bit confused. "This is iron ore. I feel like it's not even as hard as our bronze. I broke it with one swing of my axe." "Chief, you're not mistaken." Could it be some other kind of rock?" Due, who was standing nearby, didn't believe it either. "A small stone like that can make the island fly, no way." Han Feng patiently explained, "This is it. You were able to break it because it's a rock, so its hardness isn't that high. The really hard stuff is the iron contained inside it. Can't you see the metallic sheen on the rock's cross-section?" After speaking, he handed the ore to Daluk for a closer look. Daluk observed it intently, and sure enough, just as he said, there was the metallic sheen on the rock's cross-section. Just then, something strange happened. As Daluk was about to hand the two halves of the rock to him, the moment his hand loosened, the two halves of the rock suddenly flipped over and clamped down on Daluk's hand, making both Daluk and Due jump. Han Feng laughed, "Haha, don't be scared, it's not alive. This is the magnetism of the lodestone. Now you flip one of them over and see if the two halves won't fit together." Daluk did as he was told, and discovered that the two halves really couldn't fit together. There was an invisible force between them keeping them apart. Even if he used all his strength to press them together, the moment he relaxed a little, the two halves would immediately spring apart. But if he flipped one half back over, the two pieces would pull themselves together. Du also, curious, took the rock to try it out, and was also amazed by the phenomenon. This weird sight caught Han Feng's eye. He explained that this was the very rock that made the island float. Rui still didn't get it. Han Feng set the two halves of the rock upright, saying, "Suppose this bottom half is the ground and the top half is the floating island. See, that's how it works, right?" Next, he found a small twig, snapped it into 4 pieces, and stuck them into the ground around the bottom half of the rock. After that, he placed the other half on top of the 4 small twigs. That half of the rock wasn't pushed away or pulled in, it just hovered there between the 4 twigs. Dali and Rui were so stunned their jaws hit the floor, unable to believe their own eyes. Rui suddenly felt that this guy was anything but ordinary. He asked suspiciously, "Are you a mage or something? Are you guys looking for this rock to make other stuff fly?" "Nah, I'm just like you. We're both tribe leaders. Our tribe is called the Han tribe, and there are a lot of us. We came here looking for this kind of rock to smelt metal. Once we have metal, we can forge weapons, tools, and jewelry." Hearing this, Rui was secretly thrilled. "Chief Han, so how do you turn this rock into metal?" Han Feng waved his hand dismissively. "I can't tell you that. And even if I did, you wouldn't be able to learn it. Smelting is extremely difficult. I only teach people from my own tribe." Rui was getting antsy, desperate to seize this opportunity for his tribe. An idea suddenly popped into his head. "Chief Han, I can trade you white salt for the knowledge. Just agree to teach us how to smelt, and I'll have my tribe mine salt and get Ba Chua to bring it to you guys." Han Feng waved him off. "Nah, I don't need it. The Han tribe isn't short on salt. We have other places to get it, and it's way better than what you have here." After saying that, he pulled out a small leather pouch of salt and opened it for Rui to see. The salt was pure white with 0 impurities. Rui's face fell when he saw it. "Chief Han, then how about I trade you Bachuka's offspring?" Hearing that, Dali, who was standing nearby, looked up at Bachuka circling in the sky, practically drooling. "Chief, that eagle might not be useful for much, but it looks pretty damn cool." "How about we trade for one?" Dali said to Han Feng. He shot him a side eye. "You yourself just said it's useless, so what the hell do we need it for?" When Rui saw the two of them talking, he quickly jumped in. "We don't just give away our tribe's eagles to anyone, but once we do, it means we're friends, brothers even. Besides, our eagles are seriously skilled. They can help people hunt. A single eagle can live for decades, and it can bring back prey every single day. Do you have any idea how many people one eagle can feed? How can you possibly say it's useless?" Han Feng listened and thought to himself, if these eagles could be trained as carrier pigeons, that would be super useful for the tribe. The only problem is not many people in the Han tribe are literate right now, so I'm afraid it'd be tough to pull off. Besides, other than their eagles, the eagle tribe doesn't have anything else of value. Having them as allies would be nice, but it's not a big deal if we don't. So Han Feng still turned down Rui's offer. "I still can't tell you. And even if I did, it would be pointless. The smelting process is incredibly hard. Look, I'll tell you how it's done. You put that kind of rock into a fire and burn it to separate the metal from the stone. But you need a ton of firewood. Even if you chopped down every single tree on your floating island, you still wouldn't be able to smelt any metal." Rui was a bit disappointed when he heard that. "So that's how it is. Only people living on the mainland can smelt metal." Han Feng nodded. "That's right. Your floating island is pretty big, but its resources are limited. If your eagle tribe wants to grow and become powerful, you'll eventually have to leave the floating island and live on the ground." Rui felt a little conflicted hearing this. He thought about his tribe's water problem. Their daily water supply relied on melted snow in the winter, stored rainwater and condensation from the vapor rising from the salt lake. Their water supply was extremely scarce, which really held back their development. He'd thought about leading his people off the floating island for a while now, but he was worried they wouldn't adapt and couldn't bear to leave their flock of eagles. After hesitating for a moment, Rui said to Han Feng, "Chief Han, could I invite you to our tribe as a guest?" Han Feng tactfully refused. "I can't. I've been away from my tribe for some time now, and my people are waiting for me to get back." Rui was a bit let down but didn't give up. "So when are you guys planning on leaving? Will you come back here again in the future?" Han Feng answered. "Of course we'll be back. In the future, I will send my tribe's people here to mine the rock. They'll be back here soon enough. As for us, we're leaving tomorrow morning. Rui's eyes instantly lit up when he heard that. Tomorrow? Can I go with you all to the Han tribe for a visit? I want to learn how people live on the mainland. Hearing this, Han Feng was secretly ecstatic. Wasn't this the perfect chance to bring the Eagle tribe into the fold? Right then, seeing that floating island right before his eyes, Han Feng's heart swelled with hope, but just then a pack of hyenas was silently closing in. From the sky, Bachuka let out a sharp cry. At the piercing sound, Han Feng was instantly on guard. He quickly gave the order to prepare for a fight, and the whole crew started circling the salt lake. Everyone followed orders, weapons in hand, ready to throw down. More than 20 hyenas were still casually trailing behind their eyes, locked on the group, ready to pounce at any second. Still, they seemed a bit hesitant, because every time they'd attacked humans before, the eagles from the floating island would swoop in and interfere. Han Feng, keeping a close watch on the hyena pack, asked the guide about the area. Besides these things, are there any other meat-eaters around here? I don't see any, the guide replied. Besides these hyenas, there's also a pack of long-toothed beasts, about 4 or 5 of them. They're just not around today. Dully curious asked about the beasts. Long-toothed? You mean like a tiger with massive fangs, a short tail, and yellow fur? The guide's face turned serious. Yeah, that's them. They can take a man out with a single swipe. Even the eagles up there aren't a guaranteed match for them. Hearing that, Han Feng made up his mind. First he had to wipe out this hyena pack, then he could properly scout the area. He waited for the perfect moment, aimed, and let an arrow fly towards the distant pack. The gap between them was about 65 yards. His arrow struck a large hyena right in the head. But damn, either the hyena's skull was too thick or the angle was off, because the bronze arrowhead just scraped its skull and got stuck in its scalp. The wounded hyena went ballistic from the pain, bared its fangs, and charged straight for Han Feng on his elephant. Luckily, Bachuka had sharp eyes and even sharper reflexes. Swooping down from the sky, it used its talons to slam the hyena to the ground, tearing deep gashes into its neck. Seeing his chance, Han Feng quickly knocked another arrow. This time he aimed straight for its torso, right where the chest cavity, heart, and lungs are. With a sharp whoosh, the arrow sliced through the air and buried itself deep in the hyena's chest. The beast dropped dead on the spot, not even twitching. He spurred his mount onward, circling counterclockwise around the hyena pack, while keeping a distance of about 110 yards to keep them in range. Right after thwip, 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 4 more arrows rained down on the pack, taking out 2 more hyenas instantly. But what was wild was that the pack turned on the bodies of the 3 dead ones, savagely tearing into them and fighting over the scraps. 5 more arrows flew from about 90 yards out, dropping another 2 hyenas. This just made the pack fight even more savagely over the bodies. Seeing this, Han Feng made a call. Attack! This is our shot! Just then, Bachuka dove from the sky, snagged a hyena in its talons, and flew towards the floating island, dropping the carcass right in front of the eagle chief. Zhui stared curiously at the hyena corpse, which was bristling with arrows. In the past, people who came for salt were always under Bachuka's protection. They'd quickly grab what they needed and bounce, rarely ever fighting the local wildlife. But these guys were different. They weren't here for salt. They were just circling the lake. On top of that, Zhui had never seen weapons like theirs. With that thought, he suddenly called to Bachuka, telling it to fly down for a closer look. Bachuka let out a cry. Zhui jumped up, gripping Bachuka's legs tightly with both hands. And just like that, the man and the bird descended from the floating island toward the salt lake. Down below, Han Feng was still leading his crew in circles, loosing an arrow every now and then. Suddenly, a massive shadow swept across the ground. Han Feng looked up, completely stunned. All he saw was a giant eagle carrying a person hovering in midair. Meanwhile, Zhui, the guy hanging from the eagle's talons, was equally shocked. He'd only meant for Bachuka to fly down and scout the situation, but he never expected to witness these people riding beasts and using such bizarre weapons to hunt. The hyena pack. After taking constant fire, the hyenas stopped fighting over the bodies and started to scatter. Seeing them run, Han Feng led his crew to give chase. However, since they were riding, deer shooting was tough. They missed a lot of shots and wasted a ton of arrows. Seeing that the hyenas were about to get away, Han Feng decisively called off the chase. He led the team back to the salt lake, making sure to retrieve their missed arrows along the way. They hadn't gone far before they ran into Zhui by the lake. He was also picking up one of their arrows. Han Feng gestured, asking, "That giant eagle, is it yours?" Zhui, just as curious, held up the arrow in his hand. "These short spears, are they yours?" Han Feng nodded. "Yeah, give 'em back." Zhui was hesitant to hand it over. "I've never seen a weapon this good. Can I keep one as a souvenir?" Han Feng glanced at Zhui, then looked around, thinking to himself, "There's nobody else around here. This dude's definitely from the floating island." After thinking it over for a second, he said, "All right, fine. You can have one." Zhui was ecstatic. He happily handed the rest of the feathered arrows back. Curious, Zhui said, "Your weapons fly so fast and far because of the feathers, right? My Bachuka can fly fast and far because he has feathers too." Han Feng heard him repeat the name. "Bachuka," Zhui explained. "This is Bachuka, the best eagle in our tribe." Han Feng was shocked. Wait, you guys actually live on that floating island? Yeah, we do. And you guys, aren't you here for salt? Why are you hunting? That hyena meat is nasty. Han Feng pointed up at the floating island. We're not here to hunt and we're not here for salt. We just heard there was a flying island around here, so we came to see it for ourselves. Hearing that, Zhui immediately got defensive. That island is our territory. You can't. Han Feng quickly cut him off. Whoa, no, you're misunderstanding. We're just looking for a stone that can make that island fly has nothing to do with you guys. Hearing this, Dewey was stunned. The people of the Eagle tribe had lived on the floating island for generations but never knew why. The island could float in the middle of the air. They just saw it as the home of the gods. Now Han Feng was saying he wanted to find the stone that made the island fly. This made Dewey incredibly curious about Han Feng. Seeing this, he immediately led everyone to search the area. Daluk and the others also rode their deer, following closely behind. Du, the chief of the Eagle tribe, had Bachuka fly into the sky to scout while he himself stuck to Han Feng like glue. Before long, Han Feng discovered something strange on a large white rock by the lake. He carefully swept away the layer of salt on the rock's surface and a fish skeleton, with a structure similar to a swordfish, appeared. This was definitely a fossil, but why would a deep-sea creature be found on land? He silently calculated that perhaps this land was once at the bottom of the sea and was later uplifted. That's why there's so much salt in the soil here. It could explain the formation of the salt lake, but the iron ore he was looking for was nowhere to be found. Du, standing nearby, saw Han Feng staring intently at the rock and curiously asked, "Is this the rock that makes the island fly?" Han Feng shook his head. "Nope, not this one." He got up again and continued his search. The main component of magnetite ore is iron 2,3 oxide. After being exposed to the elements and air erosion, it turns into iron 3 oxide, also known as rust, which has a dark red color. The ground here had a reddish hue, so he was certain there was iron ore here. But it definitely wasn't magnetite, because after millions of years, even if there was magnetite, the surface layer would have definitely turned into rust. He'd have to dig deeper to find it. Han Feng chose a spot where the ground was dark red. He started digging with his dagger and spear. The ground was super hard, making the work a real pain. He silently cussed, thinking that once he could smell iron, he was definitely going to make a proper shovel right away. The military shovel from his past life was just too damn useful. Daluk saw him starting to dig and immediately grabbed his bronze axe to help out. The two of them grunted and sweated, digging away, and finally managed to dig a hole about 1 meter in diameter. The red topsoil was all cleared away, revealing a layer of yellowish-white rock. It had no veins and no glassy sheen. Han Feng knew that the white rock with a glassy sheen near the salt lake was basically natural soda ash, but this wasn't it. This was saltpeter growing together with iron ore. He picked up a pale yellow stone, dug a small pit by the lake's edge, and scooped in some lake water, then dropped the stone in. The stone dissolved quickly, and a white mist rose from the water's surface. A layer of white frost also appeared around the small pit. This was the cooling principle of saltpeter. Even though he didn't find the magnetite ore, discovering the saltpeter still made Han Feng really happy. This meant that in the future he'd have the raw materials to make gunpowder. The Han tribe would no longer have to worry about running out of ingredients for explosives. He could use explosives to get a lot more done. Daluk stood beside him confused and asked, "Chief, this rock isn't the iron ore you were talking about." "Right, it dissolved as soon as you put it in water and the water got so cold." Han Feng explained, "Yeah, this isn't iron ore. This is saltpeter. You've seen it before, it's that white powder. I had the women boil out of the soil at the beginning of spring. But this stuff is also really useful. Next time we come, we can dig up some more. You remember this spot. Next time we come, I'll have you lead the team." Hearing that he would get to lead the team, Daluk immediately got serious, carefully observing his surroundings, as if trying to burn the location into his mind. After confirming it was saltpeter, the two of them went back to digging the pit. Du watched from the side, curious. He had never seen such a magical rock before. They dug for a while longer, and the hole was now over 1 meter deep, but it was still all saltpeter. The reserves seemed to be massive. Han Feng figured they couldn't keep digging and had to find another spot. The two of them grabbed their weapons and went to a spot a few hundred meters from the salt lake. They found a place with a layer of red soil and sand on the surface and started digging again. The ground here was really tough, much harder to dig than before, but their efforts were finally rewarded. This time, Daluk smashed a rock with his axe. The rock was about the size of a fist and had a dull grayish color. Han Feng quickly brushed off the sand and dust, picked it up and shook it in his hand. It felt heavier than regular granite. The cross-section of the rock had smooth crystalline veins that sparkled with a faint metallic sheen under the sun, almost like it was covered in a layer of gray sand. Han Feng said excitedly, "This is it. This is the rock." "This is a lodestone." Daluk was a bit confused. "This is iron ore. I feel like it's not even as hard as our bronze. I broke it with one swing of my axe." "Chief, you're not mistaken." Could it be some other kind of rock?" Due, who was standing nearby, didn't believe it either. "A small stone like that can make the island fly, no way." Han Feng patiently explained, "This is it. You were able to break it because it's a rock, so its hardness isn't that high. The really hard stuff is the iron contained inside it. Can't you see the metallic sheen on the rock's cross-section? After speaking, he handed the oar to Daluk for a closer look. Daluk observed it intently, and sure enough, just as he said, there was a metallic sheen on the rock's cross-section. Just then, something strange happened. As Daluk was about to hand the two halves of the rock to him, the moment his hand loosened, the two halves of the rock suddenly flipped over and clamped down on Daluk's hand, making both Daluk and Due jump. Han Feng laughed. Haha, don't be scared, it's not alive. This is the magnetism of the lodestone. Now you flip one of them over and see if the two halves won't fit together. Daluk did as he was told, and discovered that the two halves really couldn't fit together. There was an invisible force between them keeping them apart. Even if he used all his strength to press them together, the moment he relaxed a little, the two halves would immediately spring apart. But if he flipped one half back over, the two pieces would pull themselves together. Due also, curious, took the rock to try it out, and was also amazed by the phenomenon. This weird sight caught Han Feng's eye. He explained that this was the very rock that made the island float. Rui still didn't get it. Han Feng set the two halves of the rock upright, saying, suppose this bottom half is the ground and the top half is the floating island. See, that's how it works, right? Next, he found a small twig, snapped it into 4 pieces, and stuck them into the ground around the bottom half of the rock. After that, he placed the other half on top of the 4 small twigs. That half of the rock wasn't pushed away or pulled in, it just hovered there between the 4 twigs. Dali and Rui were so stunned their jaws hit the floor, unable to believe their own eyes. Rui suddenly felt that this guy was anything but ordinary. He asked suspiciously, are you a mage or something? Are you guys looking for this rock to make other stuff fly? Nah, I'm just like you, we're both tribe leaders. Our tribe is called the Han tribe, and there are a lot of us. We came here looking for this kind of rock to smelt metal. Once we have metal, we can forge weapons, tools, and jewelry. Hearing this, Rui was secretly thrilled. Chief Han, so how do you turn this rock into metal? Han Feng waved his hand dismissively. I can't tell you that. And even if I did, you wouldn't be able to learn it. Smelting is extremely difficult. I only teach people from my own tribe. Rui was getting antsy, desperate to seize this opportunity for his tribe. An idea suddenly popped into his head. Chief Han, I can trade you white salt for the knowledge. Just agree to teach us how to smelt, and I'll have my tribe mine salt and get Ba Chua to bring it to you guys. Han Feng waved him off. Nah, I don't need it. The Han tribe isn't short on salt. We have other places to get it, and it's way better than what you have here. After saying that, he pulled out a small leather pouch of salt and opened it for Rui to see. The salt was pure white with 0 impurities. Rui's face fell when he saw it. Chief Han, then how about I trade you Ba Chuka's offspring? Hearing that, Dali, who was standing nearby, looked up at Ba Chuka circling in the sky, practically drooling. Chief, that eagle might not be useful for much, but it looks pretty damn cool. How about we trade for one, Dali said to Han Feng. He shot him a side eye. You yourself just said it's useless, so what the hell do we need it for? When Rui saw the two of them talking, he quickly jumped in. We don't just give away our tribe's eagles to anyone, but once we do, it means we're friends, brothers even. Besides, our eagles are seriously skilled. They can help people hunt. A single eagle can live for decades, and it can bring back prey every single day. Do you have any idea how many people one eagle can feed? How can you possibly say it's useless? Han Feng listened and thought to himself, if these eagles could be trained as carrier pigeons, that would be super useful for the tribe. The only problem is not many people in the Han tribe are literate right now, so I'm afraid it'd be tough to pull off. Besides, other than their eagles, the eagle tribe doesn't have anything else of value. Having them as allies would be nice, but it's not a big deal if we don't. So Han Feng still turned down Rui's offer. I still can't tell you. And even if I did, it would be pointless. The smelting process is incredibly hard. Look, I'll tell you how it's done. You put that kind of rock into a fire and burn it to separate the metal from the stone. But you need a ton of firewood. Even if you chopped down every single tree on your floating island, you still wouldn't be able to smelt any metal. Rui was a bit disappointed when he heard that. So that's how it is. Only people living on the mainland can smelt metal. Han Feng nodded. That's right. Your floating island is pretty big, but its resources are limited. If your eagle tribe wants to grow and become powerful, you'll eventually have to leave the floating island and live on the ground. Rui felt a little conflicted hearing this. He thought about his tribe's water problem. Their daily water supply relied on melted snow in the winter, stored rainwater and condensation from the vapor rising from the salt lake. Their water supply was extremely scarce, which really held back their development. He'd thought about leading his people off the floating island for a while now, but he was worried they wouldn't adapt and couldn't bear to leave their flock of eagles. After hesitating for a moment, Rui said to Han Feng, Chief Han, could I invite you to our tribe as a guest? Han Feng tactfully refused. I can't. I've been away from my tribe for some time now, and my people are waiting for me to get back. Rui was a bit let down but didn't give up. So when are you guys planning on leaving? Will you come back here again in the future? Han Feng answered. Of course we'll be back. In the future, I will send my tribe's people here to mine the rock. They'll be back here soon enough. As for us, we're leaving tomorrow morning. Rui's eyes instantly lit up when he heard that. Tomorrow? Can I go with you all to the Han tribe for a visit? I want to learn how people live on the mainland. Hearing this, Han Feng was secretly ecstatic. Wasn't this the perfect chance to bring the Eagle tribe into the fold? Right then, Duyen told him that tomorrow he wanted to go with him to the Han tribe to check things out and learn how they live on the ground. Hearing this, Han Feng was secretly hyped, thinking this might be the perfect chance to win over the tribe of eagles. So he agreed without hesitation. Getting his approval, Duyen was thrilled and called for Ba Chu Ka, telling it to take him up to the floating island. He had to go back and prep his tribespeople, arranging their work for the few days he'd be away. Meanwhile, Han Feng's crew wasn't just chilling. They skinned the hyenas and used thorn vines to stitch the hides into bags. After that, they hit up the lakeshore, found spots with saltpeter rocks, and started digging. This time they brought some saltpeter back first to deal with the Han tribe's shortage of nitric acid ingredients. As for the iron ore, they only grabbed a few slabs. Back to Duyen's story, after he got up to the floating island, he told his tribespeople every detail about his meeting with Han Feng, even showing them the bronze arrowhead he'd been gifted. Everyone in the tribe was blown away, never expecting a tribe from the ground to be so damn powerful. Finally, Duyen laid out his plan to visit the Han tribe. His people were a little hesitant, but didn't push back. Early the next morning, Han Feng led Duyen out following the riverbank. At the same time, the cavalry he'd sent out earlier with the thorngrass seeds caught up with the main army on their way back. They brought news that he was scouting a new mine, along with new orders for everyone to plant the thorngrass seeds as soon as they got back. By now, they had reached the mountain area behind the Han tribe. Meanwhile, east of the Han tribe's river, the Li tribe sent 10 more people over looking for their tribesmen who had gone missing a few days ago. Turns out the last time the Li tribe's chief Mao Li brought his people to the Han tribe for trade, he started running his mouth with threats and got captured by Da Shu. This new crew wasn't about to escape the same fate. Back at the Han tribe, the Western Expedition Army returned victorious. They had wiped out 17 ape men, captured over 200 slaves, brought back new crops, and even won over another small tribe. Everyone in the tribe was ecstatic. The women were thrilled that their men had all returned safely, and on top of that, the tribe had defended its territory. Da Shu was also relieved. He'd been worried that facing so many ape men this time would be a disaster. Now that heavy weight in his chest was finally gone. The more than 30 captured members of the Li tribe were tied up and starved, given only one bowl of water each day. This was a move Da Shu picked up from him. Shaman Li, one of the top dogs in the Li tribe, knew all about Mao Li's ambitions. This time, he was seriously worried. He waited for 2 whole days, but the tribesmen he sent to find the others never came back. Instead, he ran into the group coming from the south. It was a squad led by Du Fu. They had a cart pulled by 2 old oxen and a whole herd of weird-looking black and white spotted pigs. Du Fu and his crew were stopped by Shaman Li. The shaman thought they were from the Han tribe and immediately asked if they had seen any of his people. Du Fu told him they were just friends of the Han tribe. All this stuff was just for a trade. Shaman Li asked Du Fu to help find his missing tribesmen. At first, Du Fu quoted a price of 5 animal hides to help out. After Shaman Li handed over 2 hides as a down payment, he finally agreed. After that, Du Fu led his crew and continued on towards the Han tribe. The next day, the tribe's leaders decided to get back to the daily grind, focusing on farming and construction. They left about 20 to 30 guys to watch the prisoners. Shirtao took a hunting party of 20 to go hunt and patrol, and at the same time head over to the Bian tribe to report the victory and call off the high alert. Over 100 people from the logging team went to the western forest to chop down trees. The women went out to gather food and building materials. The construction team put a hold on building houses and started plowing the fields to plant the second rice crop. On the 3rd day after the main army returned, everyone followed the river to the dark forest. This made him super happy because this river connected to the one at the Han tribe, which meant getting around would be way easier from now on. It was just 1 more day's journey to get back to the Han tribe. That same afternoon, Du Fu, who had been out exploring for 2 months, showed up at the Han tribe's eastern wooden bridge with 56 spotted pigs in tow. But they hit a snag because the wooden bridge didn't have any railings and the pigs could easily fall off. Luckily, the fishing team, which was made up of women, helped them herd the pigs across the river. When Da Shu heard the news, he rushed over to the bridge. Seeing Du Fu bring back so many spotted pigs made him ecstatic. Du Fu explained that he'd traded white salt and pottery from the Lu tribe to get them. He also brought 10 young women who specialized in raising pigs. On top of that, he brought back seeds for 2 types of crops. One was a vine with big flowers, and the other was a plant with large leaves and a round tuber. Unfortunately, on the way, they had used up all the plants with the large leaves and round tubers to feed the pigs, so now only the seeds were left. Da Shu asked Du Fu what he wanted as a reward. Du Fu said he wanted a house in the Han tribe he wanted to let. His people stay there for the winter, but he didn't want to join the Han tribe. Da Shu said he couldn't make that call, and they'd have to wait for Han Feng to get back. Du Fu nodded and told his people to hang tight for now, while he went to find the elders to check out the Han tribe's houses. The next morning around 8 or 9 o'clock, everyone finally spotted the Han tribe's wooden bridge. Ru Bao and Hui Shan roared excitedly. Finally, they were home. The women of the tribe heard the roars and knew their chief was back, and everyone was overjoyed. Ba Chu Ka was also flying around in the sky, eventually landing on a rafter of a house that wasn't even roofed yet. Kubing came running up on Ben Ben, followed by a few wolf pups that had gotten bigger. They looked up at Bachu and started barking. Seeing Kubing, Hanfeng ruffled the kid's hair and asked if he missed him. Kubing looked up and asked, "Chief, did you find another new mine? Is it like our old copper mine?" Hanfeng just laughed and said, "Nope. What I found this time is way more insane. More than bronze." After saying that, he took out 2 small magnets and gave them to Kubing. Kubing, who had never seen such a magical thing before, happily ran off to show it off. Next, the high-ranking chiefs of the tribe also came one by one to greet him and report on their work. Zhao Di also came to check on him. After seeing he was okay, she took Ru Bao and Huishan home. This time, Dali and Chief Rui of the Eagle tribe were also allowed to attend the meeting. The elder was the first to speak. "Chief, our tribe's first rice harvest is complete, carefully dried and bagged. But I still haven't let the tribesmen eat it, nor have we planted a new crop. We don't know how much we should plant. However, we've had the tribesmen plow all the fields we just harvested. We can plant the second rice crop at any time. Right now, the tribesmen are clearing wasteland in the western grasslands of the central area. They've cleared over a dozen acres. I don't know if that's enough." The one-eyed shaman added that planting must be the top priority. Other things can wait. Hanfeng immediately arranged it. "You two go arrange for the tribesmen to soak the rice seeds later. Use 17 times the amount of seeds we used last time. Soak the seeds in a barrel of water. Skim off any seeds that float to the top. Just leave them in a cool, shady place behind the city wall. Remember, they absolutely cannot be exposed to the sun." Big Rat spoke next. "Chief, we didn't run into any danger on the way back. It's just that the prisoners tried to escape a few times, but we caught them every time. Now I've arranged for warriors to take turns guarding them. The prisoners are still given 1 bowl of water a day and fed only once every 3 days. They're so hungry now they have no strength to resist. They'll do whatever they're told." Hearing this, he smiled and patted Big Rat's shoulder. "Good job. As for those prisoners, just keep them under guard for now. In a few days I'll give them work to do." Dashu also began his report. "Chief, the day I returned, I happened to run into the Li tribe who came to trade for oil palm trees. Chief Li saw that all the men in our tribe were away, so he told the elder and shaman rat that he wanted to trade for our bronze items this time. The elder and shaman rat refused. That dude then threatened to burn down the entire beetle nut forest so we couldn't get any more beetle nuts. This pissed off the elder and shaman rat. Then I got back just in time to see this, so I killed him. The tribesmen he brought with him were also captured by me. After that, the Li tribe sent 10 more people to look for them, and I captured them too. Whether we fight or not is up to you, Chief." After hearing this, Han Feng's face turned purple with rage. This was no different from looking down on the Han tribe, as if they had no one. He wasn't home, and they dared to come right to our doorstep to cause trouble. "You did the right thing. Since they dared to start something, we have to hit back. Tomorrow, Big Rat, you take 200 warriors and surround the Li tribe. Force them to surrender and join the Han tribe. If they don't agree, kill them. Also bring the people we bought from the Li tribe last year, and have them persuade their people. If they still refuse by then don't blame me for not giving them a chance to survive. Big Rat, you handle this personally. Remember to try your best to make them surrender. Bring back as many people as you can," Dashu continued. "There's also one piece of good news. Yesterday, the Yu tribe returned from the east. They found a tribe that knows how to raise livestock. They used our white salt and pottery to trade for several dozen small pigs. Although they can't be used for labor, they can be raised for meat, and their hides can be used to make shoes. There are 50 pigs in total. 6 of them are adults and 4 of those are pregnant sows. That guy Yu Fu also traded for 10 young women from that tribe who specialize in raising pigs. I've temporarily put the pigs in the livestock pen. How to raise them is still up to the chief to decide. Oh right, Yu Fu also brought back 2 types of plant seeds. One is a vine with large flowers grown in pots said to be pig feed. The other is a plant with a spherical tuber and large leaves, but Yu Fu said they used them to feed the pigs on the way, so now only the seeds are left." Hearing this, Han Feng was overjoyed and said, "This is truly great news. I have to go see those pigs myself later. What about Yu Fu? Where is he? Did you give him any reward?" Dashu replied, "That guy is still around, but he took some people to hunt on the east bank early this morning. He probably won't be back until late afternoon. As for the reward, I haven't given him anything yet. That Yu Fu doesn't want white salt or pottery. He said he wants one of our houses, but he doesn't want to join the Han tribe. I couldn't agree to that, so I had to wait for the chief to return and decide." After hearing this, he was a bit surprised. If they don't join the Han tribe, he wouldn't let them live here. However, he decided to wait and negotiate with him tonight. After the meeting ended, he took Chief Rui of the Eagle tribe on a tour around the tribe. The prosperous and wealthy scene of the Han tribe left Rui completely stunned. He saw beautiful jars and pots everywhere. Almost everyone had one, and there were even extras. Then there were the tools and weapons, made of bronze, which could be seen everywhere. There were also various types of carts neatly arranged, and a thriving livestock and farming industry. All of this left Rui in awe. When he saw the women of the tribe skillfully using machines to weave cloth, Rui was so shocked his jaw dropped. You have to understand the Eagle tribe was still at the stage of using animal hides for clothes and bags. Rui curiously asked Han Feng, "Chief Han, can our tribe grow this type of rice?" Han Feng shook his head and patiently explained, "Of course you can grow it, but rice cultivation requires a lot of fresh water. Your place by the lake is all saline soil, so it's basically impossible to grow it there. To plant rice, you need to find a flat area near a water source. It's just that places like that are really hard to find. You see, the 2 rivers in our tribe were dug by everyone spade by spade. It took a lot of effort." In the late afternoon, Yu Fu returned from his hunt. He was carrying a fat deer and excitedly came looking for him. He invited him to dinner, and afterward Dupuk was chowing down on rice, praising how rare and delicious it was, and super filling too. "Oh right, I've got something I want to discuss with you. Our tribe is nomadic, and every winter we stress about finding shelter. I was wondering if you could let us stay here for the winter, maybe give us a few houses." After hearing him out, he smiled and said, "Dupuk, you know my people busted their butts to build these houses. I can't just hand them over. Unless, of course, you join the Han tribe, then we'd all be working together, and housing would be a piece of cake." Dupuk looked kind of troubled and said, "Chieftain, I know you mean well, but my people, the Du tribe, we love adventure, and aren't used to settling down." Han Feng thought for a second, and came up with a plan. "How about this? If you join the tribe, I'll set up a special squad to go out with you. Your women and kids can stay here at the tribe's settlement. It'd be safer and way more convenient. Plus, when you come back, you'll have a solid home base to chill at. What do you say?" Dufuk thought it made a lot of sense, but said he needed to talk it over with his people, and would have an answer tomorrow. Seeing an opening, the MC pressed on. "In a few days, I've got a critical mission that requires sending a team up north. It's a several-day trip to grab some important stuff. If you decide to join us, you'll need to decide quickly. Otherwise, I'll have to send my own people." Dufuk nodded seriously and promised an answer ASAP. The very next morning, Big Rat assembled 200 warriors ready to march on the Li tribe. Han Feng stood solemnly before his army and declared, "The Li tribe had the nerve to provoke us. They even threatened to torch the entire catalpa forest we desperately need. Their chieftain has already paid for his arrogance, but we must bring the Li tribe to heel. We need to get our hands on those critical resources and keep them secure. Of course, I don't want to see too much bloodshed. Most of the Li tribe's people are innocent after all. So your mission is to push them to surrender and join our Han tribe. How many people you can bring? That depends on your skills. I'll be waiting here in the village for news of your victory." Big Rat gave a determined nod and led the powerful army out. Just as things were settled, Dupuk came running up all smiles. "Chieftain, I talked it over with my people. They all agreed to join the Han tribe." Hearing this, Han Feng was thrilled and clapped him on the shoulder. "Awesome. From today, the Du tribe is officially the Du clan of the Han tribe. For the next 2 days, take your people on a tour of the village. See what kind of jobs everyone's into. In a few days, I'll assign specific tasks to you all." Dupuk, curious, asked the chieftain, "Can you give us a sneak peek?" "Of course," he replied. "North of our territory, there's a herd of about 300 horses. They've got these really unique colored stripes. If we can capture them, it'll be a massive help to the tribe. Plowing fields and transporting goods will be way easier." After getting Dupuk settled, the MC got busy making leg shackles for the prisoners. Crafting these things was no joke. They had a total of 9 parts, making the process pretty complicated. Luckily, he knew what he was doing, and quickly whipped up a design for the manufacturing process, handing it off to Big Hammer's smithing team. After 2 days and 2 nights of non-stop work, the smithing team finished 100 sets of shackles. Next, Han Feng had the prisoners brought out to be fitted with them. These guys had been locked up for a while, and every day they weren't getting full meals, so they were already weak as kittens. Now weighed down by the heavy shackles, they couldn't even budge. All they could do was stay put and behave, not even thinking about fighting back. Meanwhile, over with Big Rat. After his army set out, they made good time and reached the Li tribe's village in no time. They quickly surrounded the place. Big Rat went to find the Li shaman and laid out the whole situation, stressing that surrender was their only option. The Li shaman was totally conflicted after hearing this. Right at that moment, the teenagers who had been sold to the Han tribe started talking to their families, telling them all about the Han tribe is offering a good life, and what's more, all your people who were captured before are safe and sound. Just surrender now and everyone will be reunited soon. And after that, you'll be living the good life just like everyone else. Everyone else in the tribe. As the Lai people listened, their worries and doubts started to melt away. They figured there was no real deep-seated beef between them and the Han tribe, so there was no point in risking their lives for a dead chieftain. So more and more of them started to lay down their weapons. The Li shaman saw the writing on the wall and knew it was over. He had no choice but to give the order to surrender. Seeing this, Big Rat had his warriors help them pack up their stuff and get ready to move. Just like that, the whole thing from the standoff to the surrender and packing was all wrapped up in a single morning. That afternoon, Big Rat led the column of over 400 people back home. And from that day forward, the Li tribe officially became the Li clan of the Han tribe. Thanks to this, the Han tribe's population grew by over 200 people. That night, during dinner, Han Pong and the top leaders of the Han tribe got together to eat and talk about the tribe's future. Big Tree, looking puzzled, asked him, "Chieftain, is that iron mine really such a big deal? Are we just going to stop mining copper ore?" Now Han Fong put down his bowl and explained seriously, "Iron ore is way more important than copper, but we're still going to keep mining copper at 8 Treasures Mountain. We're just going to scale back the operation. For now, our top priority is mining limestone since it's a key ingredient for building houses and smelting iron. This time when you take a team to 8 Treasures Mountain besides the limestone, you also need to dig up some kaolin clay and termite mound soil. I need that stuff to make fire bricks. Once we have those, we can build some big metal smelters. That's the only way we'll be able to crank up the speed and volume of our metal production. Our big tree nodded over and over, showing he got it. Next, Han Feng turned to give Dai Luke and Huyet Do detailed instructions. This time, the squad heading to the Salt Lake will have Dai Luke as captain and Huyet Do as his second in command. First things first, you gotta build a long-term camp. There aren't as many trees over there as we have here. So when you're building the camp, you can copy the Peachtree tribe and dig some dugout-style houses. That way you'll save wood and it'll be easier to manage the slaves. You guys need to split the slaves into groups and lock them in separate pits. Have warriors take turns standing guard every day. When the slaves go to work, issue them tools. But at night, when their shift ends, collect every single tool, then hand them out again the next day. While they're working, if you spot any slave using a tool to break their leg shackles, don't even hesitate. Shoot to kill on the spot. If anyone gets lazy and refuses to work, give him a good beating. Whoever doesn't listen gets no food. You have to make them fall in line and obey. Dai Luke and Huyet Do looked grim. They nodded. We got it. We'll do exactly as you say, sir. Han Feng gave a slight nod and went on. This time Dupuk is going with you guys too, but his main job is to lead a team to round up the herd of wild horses. Once they're caught, head straight back. I'm putting him in command of the entire cavalry. He'll also help you guys clear out any wild beasts around the mine. As for how to catch the wild horses, I've already told you. You need to set up an ambush first. Then send the cavalry to scout for the herd and use them to drive the horses into the trap. That's how you'll be able to bag the entire herd. Later on, these horses can be used to plow the fields, open up more land, and grow more food. Whether or not everyone gets to eat their fill all depends on how many horses you guys can catch. All the chieftains nodded to show they understood after he finished. Only Chieftain Wu sat there brooding with a heavy look on his face like he was trying to make a tough call. Meanwhile, Jui sat to one side lost in thought. Everything he'd seen and heard in the Han tribe these past few days had seriously shaken him. After thinking it through, Jui finally worked up the courage to speak with Han Feng. Chief Han, can we the Eagle tribe join the Han tribe and live with you like the Yu tribe? I want my people to live good days too. Like this. It's just, I have one small worry. For generations, the Eagle tribe has raised giant eagles, and they've never left that floating island. I'm afraid they won't get used to life here. Hearing this, Han Feng was both happy and surprised. He quickly said, You want to join the Han tribe? That's awesome news. As for the eagles, you don't need to worry. If you're worried about them breeding, we can build special nests for them on the western mountain. Even if they don't get used to life here, they can still fly back to the floating island to breed. After all, the area around the Salt Lake is our Han tribe's territory now, so don't sweat it, just bring your whole tribe over. Hearing Han Feng's plan, Jui nodded repeatedly, his worries slowly fading away. He saw that the arrangement from Han Feng was really thoughtful, taking the Eagle tribe's special situation into account. This made Jui feel that Han Feng was a good chief who cared about others. He believed that under his leadership, he and his people would definitely have a better life. Chui stood up and bowed formally to Han Feng. Chief, thank you for accepting the Eagle tribe. From now on, we will do everything in our power to contribute to the Han tribe. Han Feng hurried over to help Chui up. Ha ha ha, fantastic. From now on, you guys are the Eagle clan of the Han tribe. Since you want to contribute to the tribe, you have to join this next mission. Chui, all fired up, thumped his chest and promised, Chief, just give the order. If we can do it, we'll give it our all. This mission is to help Yu-Fu complete the task of capturing wild horses. Your eagles have a huge advantage in the air. So this time you need to mobilize all the eagles of the Eagle tribe to thoroughly search for traces of the wild horse herd on the grasslands. As soon as you spot them, you must immediately lead our cavalry there. At the same time, you'll command the eagles to help the cavalry surround and corner the herd. No problem. We can definitely do it. I'll go back and make the arrangements right away, Chui replied confidently. Yu-Fu and Jui looked at each other, then slammed their fists on each other's chests, showing their bond and determination to work together. They had both joined the Han tribe at the same time, and now they were standing shoulder to shoulder to complete this important mission, their hearts filled with hope and resolve. The next morning, Tianli, Yu-Fu, Shuetu, and Jui set out with 4 ox carts and 20 wheelbarrows. They led 80 warriors and 100 slaves in leg shackles, marching out with purpose. They crossed the river directly using the Han tribe's wooden bridge, then followed the riverbank north, heading straight for the iron mine at the Salt Lake. A day later, Big Rat returned safely to the Han tribe with 200 warriors and over 200 members of the Li tribe. The more than 30 Li tribe's people who had been captured by Big Tree were also released. They saw that Shaman Li had led the entire tribe to join the Han tribe, so they held no grudges and naturally blended into this big family. During this time, the Han tribe's second rice crop was also planted. Thanks to favorable weather, the seeds absorbed enough water and sprouted in just 3 days. In about 20 more days, these young seedlings would grow into strong rice plants, at which point they would have to be transplanted again. However, due to the tribe's constantly growing population, the food supply was becoming a serious problem. To ensure everyone had enough to eat, Han Feng decided to expand the area for growing rice. After careful consideration, Han Feng decided to expand the rice paddies to the east bank of the river. Previously, the Tree tribe was to the north, the Black Rat tribe to the east, and the Li tribe to the south. Now all three of these tribes had joined the Han tribe, so Han Feng could develop this entire vast area to ensure enough food. Furthermore, the Han tribe had already built a wooden bridge, so traveling between the two riverbanks was no longer a problem. However, the work of digging a canal was a massive undertaking. Relying on manpower alone would be way too slow. Han Feng immediately thought of using explosives to speed things up. He still had plenty of sulfuric acid left over. It was just the nitric acid that he'd used up when blasting the salt mine. Luckily, this time at the salt mine, Han Feng had discovered saltpeter. He brought back several bags, which solved the problem of the raw material shortage for making explosives. Over the next few days, Han Feng personally used a distillation pot to create nitric acid. At the same time, he also refined glycerin. He managed to make several jars of nitroglycerin. However, while making the explosives, the tribe's fat reserves quickly dwindled. Fortunately, the production of soap, a byproduct, was constantly increasing. At the same time, a new tool, the Luoyang shovel, was also invented under the guidance of Chief Han Feng. What in the world is this weird shovel for anyway? Big Rat asked Han Feng, holding a brand new bronze Luoyang shovel with a puzzled look on his face. A shovel is obviously for digging dirt, but this shovel is specifically for drilling holes in the ground. Han Feng patiently explained. Drilling holes. Isn't that just digging a pit? Why would we dig pits in the ground? Big Tree also asked curiously. To dig the canal. Han Feng answered bluntly. Big Tree and Big Rat looked at each other, their eyes wide with shock and confusion. That's right. Today I'm going to introduce you all to something, the explosives I've been making these past few days. It's the same stuff we used to blow open the salt cave last time. Digging the canal by hand is too slow, so I plan to use explosives to blast a new river into existence. Han Feng explained seriously. Explosives. The same thing that blew open the salt cave. Hearing this, Big Rat and Big Tree were completely stunned. A spark of excitement ignited within them. The chief was actually sharing something so incredible with them. This making them feel his trust. In just 2 days, all the tribesmen knew that the chief could create something called explosives, and he wanted to use it to dig a river. They heard it was way faster than manual labor, but nobody knew the specifics of how it worked. On the morning of the third day, Han Feng led Big Tree, Big Rat, and the others to the other side of the river to test the required amount of explosives. First, Big Rat used a Luoyang shovel to drill a vertical hole at the designated detonation point. The opening of the hole was 10 centimeters in diameter and 4 meters deep, its depth precisely measured by the markings on the shovel's handle. After the hole was drilled, Han Feng carefully poured the freshly mixed nitroglycerin into a cylindrical jar and slowly lowered it into the hole. Next, he used tree branches to build a simple tripod. He hung a broken brick from the tripod with a thin hemp rope right over the hole's opening. This was his simple yet effective detonation device. With everything ready, Han Feng led everyone to begin the first blasting test. This time, the amount of explosives was about 300 grams. Han Feng personally lowered the jar of explosives to the bottom of the hole, then carefully hung the brick on the tripod above it. The brick dangled inside the hole just a few centimeters from the bottom, 10 centimeters away, to prevent it from missing the jar when it fell. Next, Han Feng started pulling the rope, slowly backing away to a hiding spot 20 meters away. This hiding spot was a trench that Big Tree and his men had dug earlier. They were already lying prone inside, with only their heads sticking out anxiously, watching Han Feng approach. Then Han Feng handed the thin hemp rope to Big Rat, putting him in charge of the detonation. Big Rat was startled and said, I don't know how to do it. What's there not to know? You just hold the rope, and when I tell you to let go, you let go and lie flat, that's it. Han Feng patiently explained how to detonate it. But Chief, I'm scared. Big Rat's face turned pale. His hands trembled as he clutched the rope, his whole body shaking uncontrollably. You're a man. What's there to be afraid of? Hurry up, you do it this time. Big Tree will do it next time. Everyone has to try. Han Feng was both impatient and a little helpless. Big Rat shakily took the rope, his hands gripping it tightly as sweat poured down. He kept wiping the sweat from his forehead with his other hand. All right, everyone, get down, Big Rat, on my command. I'll count to 3, and on 3 you let go. Let go! Yes, I know! Big Rat's voice trembled, his eyes fixed on Han Feng, holding his breath in anticipation. 1, 2. The moment Han Feng shouted 3, Big Rat's taut nerves snapped. He instinctively let go of the rope. Immediately after, the brick hanging over the hole plummeted straight down, striking the jar of explosives at the bottom with perfect accuracy. A massive explosion roared as the jar shattered. The nitroglycerin inside instantly detonated. Countless chunks of rock flew everywhere, and the ground was blown apart, creating a crater 4 meters deep and over 3 meters in diameter. Han Feng was the first to lift his head, brushing the dirt off before calling out to the others to come and see. They all walked over to the blast site. Looking at the huge crater in the ground, everyone's jaws dropped in astonishment. Although this was the second time they'd witnessed the power of explosives this time, being so close and seeing the entire blasting process firsthand still left them completely shocked. Oh my god, this explosive stuff is insane. Just one blast created a hole this big. If we had A few men digging with shovels, this would have taken all day. This is truly a divine tool. Big Rat stared at the huge crater, his eyes filled with awe and reverence, unable to help but exclaim, "That's right. Now I get how the chief plans to use explosives to dig the river. He's probably going to set off a series of blasts along the river's path, creating a chain of large craters, and then connect them to form the riverbed. If we do it like that, the digging speed will be so much faster. I reckon if we have enough materials, it'll only take a few days to dig a whole irrigation channel," Big Tree said thoughtfully. As he looked at the crater, his eyes lighting up as if he could already see a new irrigation channel flowing powerfully before him. Smart. That's exactly the plan. You've all seen the power and efficiency of the explosives. Its strength is truly immense. As long as we can master how to use it, we can dig several more irrigation channels within a month. That way we can plant more rice this year and also store up enough food and animal feed for the winter. No one will have to worry about food and clothing anymore. Hearing this, the men nodded eagerly, their hearts filled with hope and faith in the future. They knew that with the chief's wise leadership and the miraculous tool of explosives, the He tribe would definitely grow stronger and more powerful. After testing the effective amount of explosives and determining the safe distance, the basic preparations were complete. Han Feng began to draw up detailed plans for the land on the east bank of the small river. He planned to set aside a wide plot of land opposite the bridgehead for a road, for people and carts to pass through. Using this road as an axis on both sides would be rice paddies 500 meters wide and 1,000 meters long. Thus, the total area of the paddies on both sides of the road would form a square with sides of 1,000 meters, equivalent to 1,500 mu. This would bring the total cleared paddy area on both the east and west banks this year to about 2,500 mu, enough to meet the tribe's food storage needs for the year. The riverside area on the east bank was relatively flat, and the trees weren't too dense, consisting mainly of sparse woods mixed with some shrubs. However, to turn this area into rice paddies, it still needed to be cleared. So Han Feng called back the logging team working in the western forest and ordered them to clear the trees and shrubs in this area. For large tree stumps, they could use explosives to destroy them, which would be much faster than digging them out by hand. As for the roots of the shrubs, they could be plowed up. After the paddies are developed, they will always be flooded with water, so any remaining roots won't be able to grow back. While the logging team was clearing the land, Han Feng also tasked Big Tree with leading men to carry out blasting work on the west bank to dig a protective moat. Digging a protective moat would not only serve to protect the settlement, but it also supplied a ton of water to the western lands, making it super convenient to clear a patch of land on the western grasslands to grow all sorts of veggies, seriously beefing up the tribe's food supply. Big Rat led a few guys with loyang shovels, carefully drilling holes along the defensive moat, sinking a new one every 4 meters. After a grueling day of work, they had managed to drill 50 holes over a 200-meter stretch. The next day, Han Feng personally mixed the explosives and carefully placed them at the bottom of the drilled holes. Big Tree led his men to quickly dig some simple shelters, while Big Rat also had his crew set up the detonation devices. The Elder and the Rat Shaman had already given the tribespeople a heads up, telling everyone to stay clear of the blast zone for their own safety. With everything ready, Han Feng called over 50 tribesmen to prepare for a simultaneous detonation. All 50 of them grabbed the detonation cords and lay flat in the simple shelters 30 meters away to make sure the signal was transmitted perfectly. The signal method was switched from shouting to drumming. He had someone bring a massive drum made of cowhide and place it 50 meters behind the shelters. This time the signal would be 3 drum beats. When they heard the 3 drum beats, all the detonators up front would release their cords at the same time. Just like that, a massive earth-shattering prehistoric explosion like an earth dragon flipping over was set in motion. Right after that, a deafening explosion ripped through the air south of the settlement. A column of earth over 200 meters long shot up, looking like an earth dragon bursting out of the ground. The epic scene left everyone who saw it completely stunned. All the livestock of the Han tribe, led by Grey Mountain and Meat Treasure, were so terrified by the sudden blast and tremors that they dropped to the ground, not daring to make a single sound. But the scene after the explosion got everyone hyped and overjoyed. As the smoke and dust slowly cleared, a 200-meter-long deep trench was revealed. The very same trench that would have taken dozens of men weeks to dig before. Now, thanks to the power of explosives, it was formed in an instant. All it needed was a little cleanup and they could channel water into it. After the blasting was done, Big Rat quickly led his men to escort the slaves to work. They used wheelbarrows to gather the surrounding dirt and rocks, piling them up inside the settlement in preparation for building the city walls. The Han tribe had officially entered its massive construction phase. Thanks to the Li tribe joining them, along with the 2 other tribes that surrendered during the previous Western expedition, the Han tribe's workforce got a serious boost. Han Feng seized the opportunity to reorganize the construction team that specialized in building houses. This time, the construction team was expanded to 30 groups, allowing them to build 30 houses at the same time, which massively cranked up the construction speed. The tribesmen were all fired up building houses inside the settlement. Meanwhile, the slaves were grinding away outside, digging the channel and hauling earth and stone. Every task was organized and on point. The entire tribe was buzzing with energy and a sense of purpose. Right about now, things in the Han tribe were finally falling into place. The whole place was buzzing with life and a sense of purpose. The mining team, after a bunch of trips out, finally brought back some good news. Once they hit the Salt Lake area, they got right to it. They quickly got to work. They set up a fortified base near the Salt Lake. Meanwhile, Dupuk led the cavalry and all the Eagle Tribe warriors on a massive hunt in the surrounding area. They wiped out all the dangerous beasts to make sure the mining operation was safe. Over the next few days, Dailuk and Huyatdo had the slaves mining magnetic iron ore at full tilt. The carts of magnetic iron ore were mined non-stop, then hauled to the riverbank and stacked high. Afterwards, it was all shipped by boat back to the Han tribe. Dupuk and Ungdue got busy too. First they picked a spot to set traps. Then the cavalry and Eagle Tribe warriors would herd the wild horses right into them. Everything was going just as planned. But for some of the other tribes living in the area, things were getting rough. They were living in misery, especially the ones that had traded with the Han tribe back at the spring festival. A few months went by, and the Han tribe's pottery and white salt were a huge hit with the other tribes. But salt is something you use up quick, especially in the summer when everyone's sweating buckets and needs it even more. The tribes were running low on salt again, but after getting a taste of that good white salt, having the supply cut off so suddenly was a real drag. So a few tribes started trying to find the Han tribe, hoping to trade for more white salt. The first to act was the Nia tribe from Dream Valley. The Nia tribe had about 400 members, and mostly lived off fishing, so their food supply was solid. But with so many mouths to feed, their white salt ran out fast. By now, only the main workers of the tribe were getting a tiny pinch of white salt every 2 days, just enough to get a taste. But even with that rationing, their stash wouldn't last until the next spring festival. The Nia chief saw this, and got super worried. He knew things were looking bad, and they had to find a way to the Han tribe for a salt run. Just then, a Nia tribe elder pitched an idea. He said it was too risky to go alone, and that they should ask a few other tribes to tag along. There's strength in numbers, and they could watch each other's backs on the road. The Nia chief thought that was a solid plan, and immediately headed out to the Bear tribe, a 2-day trip from their village. The Bear tribe lived up in the mountains, and were all about hunting. Every single one of them, old, young men and women, were all badass hunters. But their situation was just as bad. When the Nia chief explained the reason for his visit, the Bear chief didn't even hesitate to agree. Their salt supply was running on empty too. But just as they were about to set off, the two chiefs ran into a problem. They only knew the general direction of the Han tribe, but not their exact location. So the two chiefs decided to head to Dream Valley first, and then track the Han tribe from the direction they left. A tribe that big had to have left some tracks. But the Bear chief was worried, wondering what they could even trade for salt. The Nia chief seemed to have it all figured out. He slowly explained that the Han tribe used to trade a lot of people for white salt, but they probably weren't doing that anymore. This time he planned on sending 10 warriors and 5 young women along with some animal hides to trade for salt. If the Han tribe still wanted to trade for people, they'd start by trading 5 of them and deal with the rest later. The Bear chief thought about his own tribe's situation. They were a smaller group, so they could only spare 10 warriors and some animal hides. So the two chiefs were on the same page. Once they ironed out the details, they hit the road. Along the way, they kept convincing other tribes to join in. Real quick, their group started to snowball, getting bigger and bigger. By the time they got to Dream Valley, the party had swelled to 7 tribes, a total of 85 people. After crashing for a day in the valley, 5 more tribes joined up, pushing their numbers over 100. Everybody gathered up to talk it all out, then headed northeast out of Dream Valley. On their way, they found the trail markers the Han tribe had left behind. Everyone followed the signs, and the next day they ran into the Snake tribe. At first, the Snake tribe's hunting party spotted them from a distance and thought it was some huge tribe coming to attack, which scared the crap out of them. But when they got a better look, they recognized a few people they knew from the spring festival. The leader of the Nia tribe saw his chance and stepped up to ask if the Snake tribe knew where the Han tribe was. The Snake tribe's leader frowned for a sec, then said he wasn't really sure, but the Bian tribe and the Han tribe were tight, so they might know. And just like that, the search party followed the Snake tribe to the Bian tribe's village. When they arrived, everyone was shocked. The men of the Bian tribe all had their hair tied up, which was a totally new look for them. The Bian tribe warriors saw these uninvited guests and got on guard, holding their spears ready. The Snake tribe leader quickly explained that these were all folks from the tribes that came to the spring festival. They were looking to trade with the Han tribe. A Bian warrior then proudly announced that their tribe had already joined the Han tribe. They hadn't moved over yet, but the Han tribe was building houses for them. The Nia tribe's leader heard that and quickly asked if they could lead them to the Han tribe to trade for salt. The Bian warrior frowned a bit and said he'd have to ask his chief first. He also gave them a heads up that the area around the Han tribe was loaded with traps. Going without a guide would be super dangerous. Thuong got the news pretty fast, but she didn't dare to make the call on her own. She had to send a warrior to find a Han tribe patrol and ask them to pass the message along to Han Fong. The search party was invited to chill at the Bian village. There, the huge flax fields and the killer linen bags made by the women had everyone gawking in amazement. Thuong saw their shocked faces, smiled, and told the Snake tribe leader that the reason they were so willing to join the Han tribe was because the Han chief was a total genius who had invented tools that helped Weaving was way easier, and on top of that, the Han tribe gave them so much pottery and white salt, they couldn't even use it all. More importantly, if they ever ran into enemies, Chief Han Feng would send his warriors to help protect them after. Everyone crashed for a day at the Bian tribe. The Han tribe's patrol finally showed up with news that other tribes wanted to trade with Han Feng for salt. That night, Han Feng called a meeting with all the high-ranking chiefs to talk about this whole situation. Big Mouse was the first to speak up. He figured they could keep trading people for salt. After all, the tribe had planted a ton of rice this year, and feeding another 200 or 300 people wouldn't be a problem. But as soon as he said that, the elder and Shaman Mouse shot him down. The elder said worriedly, "This year, the tribe's already got a lot of new members. Everyone's busy building houses and raising people. Plus, winter is coming, and the tribe's livestock reserves are running low. If we keep growing our population, I'm afraid we won't have enough animals to get by." So they suggested using the white salt to trade for livestock instead. Han Feng listened, as they argued, sitting there silently deep in thought. After a bit, Big Mouse waved a hand in front of Han Feng's face. "Chief, what are you thinking about? So are we going to keep trading people for salt or not?" Han Feng finally snapped out of it. "I've thought this through. For now, we're not trading people for salt anymore. Haven't you guys noticed? This time they all grouped up to come here. We have to be careful. What if we keep trading people for salt and it pisses off the other tribes? What if they all team up and attack us? That'd be a huge pain in the ass. So it's better to just use the white salt to trade for other stuff." Like the elder said, livestock is a good call. Everyone heard Han Feng's breakdown and thought it made sense, nodding in agreement. But right after they nodded, they saw Han Feng lost in thought again. Big Mouse couldn't take it and asked again, "Chief, what are you thinking about now? Is there something even more important?" Han Feng looked up, his eyes firm as he looked at everyone. "I'm planning to release the method for farming and share our seeds, so the tribes that come for salt can grow their own food." The second he finished speaking, everyone was stunned. "Share our tech with other tribes. Isn't that just creating our own competition?" But Han Feng just smiled and laid out his thoughts. On this huge piece of land, the Han tribe might have some advantages right now, but if we really want to be the top dogs, we can't just think about ourselves. Once we spread our farming techniques, the agricultural tribes will grow like crazy. Then wherever food is grown, people will remember the Han tribe. They'll know that the Han tribe has a chief who's basically a god. Besides, even if other tribes learn how to farm, they're just clearing the land for us. The Han tribe has advanced metalworking techniques, and we've got armor and longswords. Facing off against tribes that just learned to farm, they're not even in our league. These words from Han Feng left Big Mouse the Elder and Shaman Mouse completely stunned. This was the first time they'd ever heard Han Feng be so blunt about his ambition to conquer the continent. A fire lit up inside Big Mouse. He felt like if the tribe, Han, could actually pull off this grand ambition, it would be an incredible honor. But Shaman Mouse and the Elder were more about steady growth for the tribe. They felt that as long as they could lead their people to a better life, that was enough for them. They weren't totally on board with Han Feng's idea. But Han Feng had a way to win over these two old guys. He told them seriously, "The Han tribe is so strong it makes others jealous. We can't just kick back and enjoy it. Even if we have to conquer people later, it's only so more people can live the good life, just like us. In a way, you could say we're actually helping them. Besides, conquest doesn't have to mean using force. We can totally use other ways to make the Han tribe powerful. For example, through trade to get more people, or using our culture to influence other tribes. And the next thing I'm going to do is set up a market in the Han tribe. We'll spread Han culture through all kinds of goods. For instance, on pottery, fabrics, and tools, we'll print Han tribe pictures and script. That way, when people from other tribes buy our stuff, they'll constantly be exposed to Han culture in their daily lives, and the Han tribe will be burned into their minds. That way, when we give them a chance to join us, who knows, they might just come willingly." The two old men listened to Han Feng's explanation. Even though they didn't totally get it, they felt like this could be good for the Han tribe. So just like that, everything was decided. Afterwards, Han Feng told the warriors from the patrol team to head back and give them the answer. He told them to bring those people to the Han tribe tomorrow, and he'd talk to them himself. By noon the next day, the news had reached the Bian tribe. The warrior from the patrol team delivered Han Feng's message, agreeing to trade with them again, and making it clear they didn't need to trade people. On top of that, the Han tribe was also going to teach them a new way to get food. Anyone who wanted to learn was welcome. This news made the tribesmen ecstatic. They immediately followed the patrol warriors and headed for the Han tribe. After a tough day on the road, the group of allied tribes finally made it to the Han tribe. They arrived right at noon. At that moment, the Han tribe was busy harvesting peanuts, which was the perfect chance to show these guys the results of their farming. These more than 100 people were led straight to the main road east of the settlement. All they could see on both sides of the road were endless rice paddies. Near the riverbank, there was also another field ready for harvest. In the rice fields, tons of people were planting rice seedlings. The work had been going on for a few days, but finishing up nearly 1,000 acres of fields wasn't exactly a walk in the park. The tribesman, Han, was bent over carefully planting young rice seedlings one by one in the field. This whole scene had over 100 people on the main road scratching their heads totally confused. A dude from the Yi tribe couldn't help but ask the guy next to him, what are they even doing? Why aren't they hunting or gathering, just sticking some grass in the water? The other guy just shook his head, totally lost. I don't know either. I was wondering, why'd they drag us all the way out here and not trade the white salt yet? A little while later, the whole crowd started murmuring. Some were complaining, others were just curious, and a few were watching every move, trying to piece it all together. Right then, a loud clap echoed out, making everyone look up. Han Feng, rocking a bronze hat, was walking over with 2 elders and more than a dozen young guys. These young dudes were the ones bought from other tribes during the spring festival, and now Han Feng had them working as temporary translators. The second everyone saw Han Feng, the crowd went dead silent, all eyes fixed on the young chief. Han Feng cracked a smile, his eyes scanning the crowd before he spoke slowly. I know you're all here to trade for white salt. Don't worry, the Han tribe has plenty to go around for. Everyone, no need to rush. Someone will take you to get your salt in a little bit. But I'm guessing you're all wondering why I brought you here and what my Han tribesmen are up to. After saying that, Han Feng glanced at the translators behind him, giving them a nod to repeat his words. The moment they did that, crowd of over 100 people started murmuring again, throwing out wild guesses about what the Han tribe was up to. Their curiosity was totally sparked. Once he saw the translators were done, Han Feng raised a hand to quiet the crowd. He went on, some of you might have already guessed it. They're getting food too. We're planting seeds from stuff we can eat into the ground. We wait for them to grow big and strong, and then they give us fruit. That's our food. Han Feng's words hit the crowd like a rock dropped in a still pond, immediately sending ripples of chatter through everyone. They were all shocked, talking amongst themselves. For them, this method of getting food was something they'd never even heard of. As far as they knew, you either hunted or you gathered. Was there really some other crazy way to get food like this? If it was for real, didn't that mean you could just grow as much food as you wanted to eat? From now on, they would no longer have to worry about starving ever again. Could this be the secret food technique the Han tribe was going to teach them? Han Feng saw their shocked expressions and just smiled. You guys probably find this hard to believe or don't think it's even possible. That's why I brought you all here to see it with your own eyes. Next up, someone's going to take you to see our Han tribe's peanut field. That's another kind of food. Source: seeing is believing. After that, Han Feng led the group toward the peanut fields. The peanut leaves had already turned a withered yellow, which meant it was the perfect time to harvest. You could see the tribesmen ready to harvest, all lined up in neat rows. They walked along the mounds, bending down and pulling up the plants. Plump peanuts came right out of the dirt and were laid out neatly on the mounds to dry out. Normally, these peanuts had to be sun-dried for 2 days before being taken to the square for shelling or left to dry out all the way. That crowd of over 100 people followed the harvest crew led by their translators. They couldn't take their eyes off the freshly dug-up peanuts, their faces filled with curiosity. Some guys even bent down and picked up a few of the fresh peanuts, cracked them open and popped them in their mouths to try. After tasting them, they immediately started grilling their translators. So this peanut thing, how exactly do you grow it? How long till you can harvest it, and how much do you get? From one harvest, is it enough to feed a lot of people? The translators didn't hide anything, explaining exactly how to grow peanuts and how long it takes. But as for how much you could actually harvest, or how many people it could feed, they didn't really know. But they did know that Chief Han Feng said peanuts weren't the Han tribe's main food source. Their staple was paddy rice. The rice you get from it is delicious and super filling. It's the Han tribe's favorite grub. Paddy rice, isn't that just that grass they were planting in the water? A guy from the Jade tribe asked, looking skeptical. Yep, that's the one. That's the paddy rice. Right now they've only got a few leaves. When they're all grown up, they'll produce grains. After you dry and husk those grains, you get rice. The rice itself is super hard, so you've got to cook it to eat it. The Jade tribe's translator patiently explained. So how long does this rice take to grow? Do you get as much as peanuts? The rice grows super fast. From the time you plant the seed until harvest, it only takes about 3 months, 100 days tops. Plus, you get a ton of it. Just the rice from a single plant is enough to fill one person up for a meal. On top of that, you can grow rice a year. At least 2 times. This year, our Han tribe already brought in 1 harvest. We're planting the second crop now, and we'll harvest it in the first month of fall. The rice we get is enough to feed the entire tribe, all through the winter. Hearing this, everyone started nodding. Most of them had already decided in their heads that they had to bring this farming tech back to their own tribes to fix their food situation. After the tour, Han Feng had Big Rat handle the white salt trade for them. The Han tribe ended up with a solid haul of animal pelts. That evening at dinner, the Han tribe cooked up a light red porridge with the fresh peanuts and rice to treat their guests from distant lands. The Han tribe's people themselves ate the peanut and rice porridge too, along with some delicious fresh fish and meat. Little 2- and 3-year-old kids had their mouths wide open waiting for their moms to spoon-feed them. The whole tribe was filled with a warm and harmonious vibe. So this stuff is made from that rice and peanuts. You just cook it with water into a porridge like this. Damn, this is actually really tasty. Why didn't I think to trade for this with the Han tribe before? It's too late for regrets now, huh? A member of the tattooed tribe told his kinsmen who were sold to the Han tribe during the spring festival, "You guys are so damn lucky you got traded to the Han tribe. We get to eat awesome food like this every day and never have to worry about starving. Hehehe, you bet I'm living the good life in the Han tribe now. Never gotta worry about going hungry. Plus it won't be long before we'll be wearing clothes made of linen." People from all the different tribes gathered here, hyped up and swapping stories about what they'd been through, all buzzing about the sweet life in the Han tribe. Just then, Han Feng stepped out, clapping his hands to get everyone's attention. He knew it was time to announce the establishment of the market. Right now, folks from different tribes were gathered here, hyped up and swapping stories about their experiences. All the trading tribes were totally in awe of the Han tribe's lifestyle. Just then, Han Feng came out and clapped his hands, and right away all eyes were on him. Everybody knew he was about to drop some news. Han Feng announced his plan to set up a market for the Han tribe, and the schedule would be the first 7 days of every month. Trade items would no longer be restricted to just animal hides and people. Basically, if the Han tribe didn't have it, you could bring it to trade. Hearing this, the trading parties from the various tribes were overjoyed. From now on, they wouldn't have to stress about what to trade. Plus, no matter how far away they were from the Han tribe, they'd have enough time to get there for the market. On top of that, Han Peng also announced he'd be giving out free seeds to everybody. He also promised to help them out with any issues they ran into with farming. Some farm tools could even be bartered for with other items. These words from Han Feng totally put everyone's minds at ease. They all got up at once and bowed to Han Feng, showing their deep gratitude to the Han tribe. The next day, the trading parties from the tribes came to the Han tribe to get their seeds. Each person also got a couple of pounds of rice before hitting the road. They were all in a hurry to get back to their own tribes, eager to bring these seeds home. You gotta understand, this stuff was enough to change the fate of every single tribe. That afternoon, the salt mine sent over another boat of iron ore. After half a month of nonstop shipping, this was the 7th delivery. Each shipment carried about 10 tons. Right now, the Han tribe's iron ore reserves were pushing nearly 100 tons. If they smelted all this ore into steel, they'd get dozens of tons, which was enough for the Han tribe to use for a long time. Han Feng immediately told the 4 warriors escorting the boat to bring back one more shipment of iron ore on their return trip. After that, the crew at the mine could pull back and link up with DeFook's team to quickly bring the herd back. On top of that, all operations in the north would be shut down for the year so everyone could chill in the tribe and prep for winter. Hearing this, the 4 warriors steering the boat were ecstatic. They were obviously looking forward to going home and seeing their families. 3 days later, Hoya Do got back to the tribe and reported to Han Peng that they'd captured 329 wild horses. The whole Han tribe erupted in celebration. With over 300 new draft animals, the Han tribe could expand their farmland even more, which was a huge boost for the tribe's growth. Meanwhile, the tribes that had just traded with the Han tribe were also celebrating. Over in the Nia tribe, a community of more than 400 people who mostly lived by fishing, Chief Nia and Elder Nia were digging into this new dish of rice. Even though it was just plain white rice, the two of them were chowing down like it was the best thing ever. The white-haired elder chewed his rice and thought to himself, "Damn, Chief Han is incredibly generous, sharing such a priceless technique with other tribes." Chief Nia, on the other hand, was already scheming up a farming plan. His tribe was close to water, so they had to clear land and plant the seeds ASAP, trying to squeeze in a harvest before winter hit. He also had to get people to gather more stuff and hit up the Han tribe's market to trade for more pottery. After all, their tribe was still running low on pots and bowls. Meanwhile, the other tribes were in the same boat. Everyone wanted to grab this chance to change their tribe's fate. But not every tribe had it as good as the Naya tribe. So to make it work and farm successfully, some tribes began scouting for better spots nearby. A few even decided to pack up and move to a whole new location. The next few days were a blur of activity for all the tribes. Some tribes were busy relocating, searching for fertile soil. Others were already out there plowing the fields. They dug with everything they had, like they weren't just turning over earth but digging up hope for the future. Then there were the tribes that started gathering stuff the Han tribe wanted, like animal hides, exotic plants, live animals, rare gems, herbs, you name it. They carefully collected all this, waiting for the first market of the month to trade for the supplies they needed. Han Feng wasn't slacking off either. He was brainstorming what kind of goods to sell, and also how to brand them with the Han tribe's unique mark, so that Han culture would spread with their products. He had his people craft bronze branding irons with characters carved into them. All the wooden barrels set for sale were stamped with "Made by the Great Han," so whenever anyone saw it, they'd instantly know it was a Han tribe product. Han Feng also upgraded other products. Since the Han tribe had already figured out how to make a foot-powered spinning machine and mastered flywheel tech, Han Feng got an idea. He instructed the carpenters to quickly whip up a new gadget, a potter's wheel. This wheel had a small flywheel, a crankshaft drive, and a foot pedal underneath. All you had to do was sit down and pump the pedal with your foot, and the wheel would spin on its own, ready for you to start shaping the pottery. With this new potter's wheel, the Han tribe's pottery game leveled up big time. Not only did it speed up the process, but it also made the pottery look way better and more intricate. But Han Feng didn't invent the potter's wheel just to make prettier pots. His endgame was to print words and paint designs on them. The process was actually pretty straightforward. You just had to coat the semi-dry pottery with a layer of glaze. White glaze was the easiest to whip up. You just had to mix kaolin clay with water, stir it till it was a bit thick, and that was it. Then you pour the glaze into a tub and gently roll the semi-dry pottery in it to get a white glazed piece. Once that dried, you'd fire it in the kiln to get pure white porcelain. Making other colored glazes was a similar deal. You just had to switch up the ingredients. Just like that, the Han tribe's pottery became way more diverse and rich, totally different from what they had before. Finally, he used red glaze to stamp "Made by the Great Hand" on the bottom of the bowls, and added some blessings like favorable winds and timely rains year after year. Every time you ate, seeing these characters would remind everyone of the Han tribe. Han Feng also made sure to print Han characters on both sides of the food sacks using juice from the Hong Tao plant. Right now, pottery, water containers, and sacks were the Han tribe's 3 best-selling items, stuff that other tribes would definitely buy when they came to the market. In a little while, the variety of goods from the Han tribe would get even more diverse. Iron pots and iron farming tools would start popping up on the market one by one. The Han tribe's culture would slowly spread, and later on Yufu could take these goods to sell in places even farther away. While Han Feng was busy, the team led by Dali Yufu and Ying Rui also returned. At this point, aside from Da Shu, who was still mining at North Bao Mountain, pretty much all of the Han tribe's forces were gathered at the settlement. The tribe's construction projects were still underway. After a few months of grinding, 2 residential areas were finished with a total of 198 houses. Even though only the basic frames were up, and the windows weren't installed yet, it was summer, so it didn't really mess with daily life. Han Feng immediately ordered the families with young kids to move in first. Everyone else would get a place once more houses were built. Time flew by, and by the end of the 2nd month of summer, the Han tribe had its first batch of goods ready to sell. Han Feng watched over the goods, totally hyped for the first customers to show up at the market. He waited for 2 days, but not a single tribe came. Han Feng was a little bummed out, but he tried to cheer himself up, thinking maybe the other tribes had just gotten the seeds and were busy clearing land and planting, so they hadn't had time to come yet. But some of his tribesmen weren't as patient as Han Feng. They were all sulking and bummed out, feeling like all the tribe's hard work over the past months had gone down the drain. On the 3rd day, a few figures finally appeared in the distance. Han Feng instantly got excited and sent someone to check it out. Before long, that tribesman came running back all hyped up and reported, "Chief, people from the other tribes are here, and this time there are almost 300 of them." Han Feng was ecstatic, but kept a cool expression as he got ready to welcome his guests. He had to make them feel the warmth and sincerity of the Han tribe. As everyone got closer, Han Feng saw familiar faces from the other tribes. The weight on his shoulders was finally lifted. His plan had finally taken its first successful step. Big Rat did as Han Feng said, taking a few tribesmen to greet the guests at the market gate and lead them to the sales area. The people from the other tribes looked at the exquisite pottery, handy water buckets, and sacks with characters printed on them, and their eyes lit up with amazement and admiration. They never imagined this stuff could be made so beautifully. Look at the characters on the pottery. They're gorgeous. They even have colorful patterns. These must be crazy expensive. A tribesman from the Snake tribe whispered to the guy next to him. Big Rat just laughed and said, "These are all made by our Han tribe. Our chief said that as long as you need something, you can trade your own stuff for it. We brought a ton of good things this time. Everyone take your time and pick what you like." The crowd swarmed in and started picking out the items they wanted. Big Head was busy haggling with them based on the standards Han Feng had set. 5 medium-sized animal hides could get you 1 white porcelain bowl. When a tribesman from the Pit tribe heard that, even though he was a little hesitant, he still gritted his teeth and traded for a few. Just as the market was getting lively, a loud argument suddenly broke out at a nearby stall. Turns out one of the Han tribesmen was beefing with a guy from another tribe. The dude wanted to trade 1 deer hide for 2 clay pots, and also wanted to use deer antlers to trade for a white porcelain bowl. Our guy thought it was a ripoff, so the 2 of them got into a heated argument. Finally, the tribesman got pissed and ran off to find Han Feng to snitch. After hearing the story, Han Feng got suspicious. How could there be over 100 identical deer hides? Something seemed fishy. It wasn't until he saw the hides and antlers for himself that Han Feng's eyes lit up. Those weren't from deer. They were from antelopes. Plus, looking at the expert skinning technique and how flawless the hides were, Han Feng could tell for sure that these antelopes were domesticated, not wild. After a closer look, Han Feng was thrilled. These were Saiga antelopes. What a jackpot. If they could raise these, the Han tribe would have more meat than they could eat. Han Feng cleared his throat and said to the traders, "Your animal hides are seriously top-notch, not a single hole in them. Because of that, I can give you a better deal. 2 animal hides for 3 clay pots and a pair of antelope horns for 1 porcelain bowl. However, I have one condition. Next time you have to bring me 100 live antelopes. They have to be males between 2 and 3 years old. If you can't do that, then the Han tribe won't do business with you anymore." The guy on the other side was stunned. He stammered that he couldn't make that call himself. His chief had to be the one to agree. Han Feng didn't push him, just waved his hand to let his tribesmen make the trade at the price they'd agreed on. At this market fair besides the Horn tribe, a bunch of other tribes showed up to trade. The Sickle tribe brought, Flint the Snake tribe brought some herbs and a weird-looking root. Han Feng thought to himself that this stuff would be perfect for making pickles later on. The Thorn tribe's golden thread vine, the Jade tribe's red sugar, the Herd tribe's animal sinew, the Mushroom tribe's anesthetic shrooms, the Mia tribe's fish skin. The Han tribe bought it all. Han Feng even bought 2 people who were good at painting from the Wen tribe to come work in the pottery department. He even gave them names Wenhua and Wenyan. The market fair was supposed to last for 7 days. But since some tribes showed up late, it only really went on for 2 days. Even after the fair officially ended, there were still tribes showing up to trade. Some of the smaller tribes even heard that the Han tribe was growing rice and traveled a long way just to ask to learn the techniques and get some seeds. Han Feng agreed to it all. Half a month later, the bricks. The integration of the Fire tribe was complete. Han Feng began planning the design and construction of a new type of metal smelting furnace. Although the construction process was super complex and progress was slow, Han Feng knew that quality was everything, so they had to be slow and careful. At the start of the 4th month of summer, the Han tribe excitedly held its second market fair. This time many tribes came because they wanted to learn the techniques for wet rice farming like the Fork tribe. They lived near a river with natural conditions perfect for growing wet rice. Their cultivation area was also the largest, and they had already finished planting. The other tribes were also working around the clock. However, the big surprise was that the Horn tribe didn't show up. This really pissed off the high-ranking leaders of the Han tribe. The hot-headed big rat wanted to lead his men to go snatch the saiga antelopes, but Han Feng thought they should just wait and see. At this market fair, Han Feng made another new discovery. Some of the smaller tribes brought wild honey, all of which was top-notch stuff. Han Feng immediately bought it all at a high price. In addition, there were lupus radishes, tomatoes, yard-long beans, and many other vegetables. Han Feng's eyes lit up when he saw them, and he bought everything at a high price, not forgetting to place an order for seeds, so the Han tribe could grow these things later. Back in the Horn tribe, when Chief Yuan saw the exquisite pottery and precious white salt, he was overjoyed, but his happiness didn't last long. When he heard from the trading party that the Han tribe wanted 100 live saiga antelopes, the smile on his face vanished instantly. These antelopes were the tribe's treasure. If they refused, they feared the Han tribe would stop selling them white salt in the future. So he hurriedly called the shaman to discuss it. In the end, they still decided to give the antelopes to the Han tribe, but just this once. From now on, they would only use animal hides for trade. After that, the Horn tribe urgently prepared for half a month gathering and drying hay and tying it into bundles. They also carefully selected 4 adult warriors to escort the 100 antelopes. To avoid being spotted, they deliberately chose a different time from the other tribes' market fairs, taking narrow, less-traveled paths as they carefully advanced toward the Han tribe. At this time, under Han Feng's arrangement, the Han tribe was busy with a census and reorganizing families. The women of the Fire tribe were paired with the men of the Han tribe. The disabled and infertile women were also assigned suitable jobs so that everyone could have a stable life. After finishing the housing, the workers moved on to building public facilities like warehouses in the storage area and pens in the livestock area. Building the warehouses was no simple task. In an area with 360-foot sides, they needed to build 12 warehouses. With such a wide span, they had to erect brick pillars in the middle to support the roof. Han Feng racked his brain to design a detailed construction process. At the same time, he invented a new tool, a ramming cart. With the ramming cart, the speed of laying the foundation was much faster. Just as the foundation was completed, the escort team from the Horn tribe arrived with the antelopes. Han Feng heard the news and rushed out to see. When he saw the prancing saiga antelopes, the weight in his heart was finally lifted. He was secretly glad his guess had been right. The men from the Horn tribe stepped forward and said that since the antelopes were live, the price had to be a bit higher. 1 lead antelope had to be exchanged for 5 clay pots or 5 large bowls of white salt. Han Feng thought for a moment, found it reasonable, and nodded in agreement. Since there were only a few of them, carrying many clay pots was inconvenient, so they mostly traded for bowls and white salt, taking only a few pots. After the trade was done, the people of the Horn tribe returned with their goods. The Han tribe continued its construction, handing over the antelopes to the clansmen specializing in animal husbandry. Time flew by, and in a flash, it was autumn. The Han tribe's 3rd market fair began, but this time the trade volume dropped significantly. Han Feng knew everyone was busy stockpiling food for the winter, so he enthusiastically taught the tribes how to make salted meat. As a result, the tribes started buying white salt in large quantities again. At the same time, the Han tribe's pottery industry was also adjusted, shifting to low-volume, high-quality production. They began crafting more exquisite products. After all, the 2 artists Han Feng had acquired weren't just for show. He had to let them put their skills to use. The hemp fields of the Bayan tribe, spanning over 2,000 acres, had been harvested 4 times this year. Han Feng, considering long-term development, told them to stop harvesting for now and wait for the hemp seeds to ripen. Because of this, the Bian tribe also moved to the Han tribe. It was also at this time that Yu Fu, the guy who could never sit still, came to Han Feng saying he had an idea and wanted Han Feng to make the call. Just then Du Fu, that guy who can never sit still, hit up Han Feng. He wanted to lead a team and start a trade caravan to haul their leftover pottery and white salt over to the eastern shore for a trip. His plan was to eventually set up a market fair on the eastern shore twice a month, once at the start and once at the end. That way the Han tribe's culture could spread far and wide. Plus it was autumn now and some edible fruits were ripe. Who knows? Maybe this trip they could even bring back some vegetables or seeds from the eastern shore. Han Feng thought it over for a second and gave Du Fu the green light to take 40 male tribesmen 2 ox carts loaded with salt and pottery. On top of that, everyone got their own mount, so they could explore even farther out. The only rule was to be back before winter hit. This crew also had a few special members, 2 of whom were teenagers from the Old Bald tribe whose Han language and writing skills were top-notch. There were also 2 teens from the Eagle tribe, and they even brought along their giant eagle Achuka. With these 4 on board, even if the crew traveled super far, they could use the eagle to send messages back. Du Fu was stoked with Han Feng's setup and quickly led the expedition team out. Meanwhile, Han Feng still had to oversee the construction of the city walls. The most critical project at the moment was building the warehouse. At first, with so many hands on deck, progress was lightning fast, but then as the walls got taller, the pace started to drag. So Han Feng told the carpentry crew to drop everything and spend 2 days knocking out some pulleys. As soon as they were done, they were handed over to the construction team. With the pulleys, the construction speed for the warehouse shot up big time. Finally, when there was only a week left in the month, the warehouse was finally done. It was massive and spacious, covering up to 600 square meters. This project gave them a ton of valuable experience for building multi-story structures down the road. When the first month of autumn wrapped up, the scorching summer heat finally started to fade. The early mornings and late nights were getting a little chilly. Han Feng became the first person in the tribe to rock some woolen clothes. He wore pants and a cross-collared robe made of wool, with the hem reaching his knees. On his feet were a pair of short leather boots, making him look super sharp. But not everyone could dress like that. After the weaver tribe joined, they went all in on weaving cloth, but the number of looms was limited, so jute and wool fabrics weren't common yet. Only a few of the top brass in the tribe got to score a set of these clothes. The rest of the fabric was reserved for newborns. But luckily the tribe wasn't short on animal hides, so nobody was worried about getting cold. Before long, it was time for the Han tribe's market fair again. The tribes who'd gotten the rice seeds came back to learn more, while smaller tribes brought vegetable seeds to trade for pottery and white salt. Since the city walls still weren't finished, everything happening inside the Han settlement was on full display for them. They'd seen the Han tribe's tidy brick houses from a distance before and were super impressed, but this time the sudden appearance of the massive warehouse blew their minds. They couldn't believe their eyes, wondering how in the world such a huge building could even be built. Plus, they could only imagine how warm it would be inside during the winter. But the leader of the visiting group didn't forget his main mission. He heard the Han tribe's rice was ripe, and he needed to hurry up and learn their harvesting techniques. By this point, the paddies had been drained, and the fields were left to dry for about 4 to 8 days. The ground was now dry and firm. The rice stalks were still a yellowish green, but the heads of grain had turned a brilliant golden yellow. All the visiting trade teams were taken down to the fields to get a close-up look at how the Han tribe harvested rice. Han Feng even let them try their hand at cutting a section with sickles. This wasn't about getting free labor. It was mainly so they could learn how to use the sickle's proper harvesting techniques and a few key pointers. Over the next few days, anyone willing to help out in the fields was given food by the Han tribe. During the 7-day market fair, they learned how to reap, thresh, dry the grain, mill the rice, and even how to bag it and store it. On the last day of the fair, everyone even got to taste the new rice. Thanks to this, they got a complete rundown of the entire rice harvesting process. At this particular market fair, the hottest selling item was sacks, followed by white salt, and then the metal sickles. One sickle went for 2 large animal hides. The other tribes thought it was a bit steep, but since they needed them to harvest their rice, they had to bite the bullet and buy a few. After the 7-day market, the Han tribe's rice was all dried and stored in the warehouse. The harvest from over 800 acres of fields yielded enough food to feed the entire tribe all winter long. On top of that, the Han tribe still had meat reserves. Sure, their livestock farming was still in its early days. The pigs and saiga antelopes weren't ready for slaughter, and the cattle were needed for plowing. But their flock of over 1,000 red-tailed chickens provided a steady supply of eggs, and the rabbits could also supply some meat. And there was more good news. That species of sea fish Han Feng had seen before, the one that swims upstream to spawn, had shown up again. Right now, aside from the construction crew that was building the livestock pens, most people were free. So Han Feng moved some people over to the fishing team to ramp up the catch and stockpile more meat for the long winter ahead. Han Feng started putting 2 and 2 together. The huge schools of fish migrating upstream meant they had to be super close to the sea. Being near the ocean had a ton of perks, like abundant marine resources. If the Han tribe could expand all the way to the coast for starters, they'd never have to worry about their salt supply again. Plus, as the tribe grew stronger, if they ever ran short on food, they could just build boats and go fishing in the great big ocean for an endless supply of resources. They could even develop maritime trade, which would make the Han tribe richer and richer. The only question was how far Du Fu's expedition would get this time, and whether they'd actually find the sea. Still, he didn't get his hopes up too high. The work of building the tribe had to go on. He got started on planning the livestock area, intending to build it to the same high standards as the warehouse, just on a smaller scale. He wasn't planning on building separate rabbit hutches. Right now, the Han tribe had a better goat breed, the antelope. Once the goat herd was big enough, the rabbits would definitely be phased out. It wasn't that they'd stop raising rabbits altogether, it was just that they would be distributed to the families for them to raise on their own as a supplemental food source. With winter just 2 months away, he ordered the construction team to build at least 2 livestock enclosures. This was the bare minimum. The Han tribe's 300 horses definitely needed their own enclosure. The cows, deer, goats, pigs, camels, and alpacas were still few in number, so they could be temporarily penned together. As for the rabbits, they'd be butchered before winter arrived. A batch would be butchered, and the rest would be given to the families, so no separate hutches were needed. After getting that sorted, Han Fong pushed forward with building the blast furnace, preparing the smelting materials, and stockpiling ore and charcoal, along with auxiliary equipment like hoists and cranes. Since this was a top-loading blast furnace, they needed a way to haul massive amounts of raw materials up high real quick. Luckily from before. When they built the warehouses, the Han tribe had already mastered the relevant techniques. They were pros at making large wooden frames and labor-saving pulleys, so crafting this new equipment wasn't too tough. However, all this stuff was going to be used for heavy-duty iron smelting, so Han Fong ordered them to make thicker ropes and all-metal pulleys. It's just that they didn't have iron chains yet. Iron chains would have been way better. The days flew by. Construction projects were still being rushed. In the middle of the second month of fall, Dupuk's crew arrived at the Lu tribe. This was the same tribe that raised spotted pigs, the one Dupuk had traded with for a few dozen pigs last time. He'd traded pottery and white salt for the pigs. Time passed, and the white salt supply was dwindling fast. Last time Dupuk said he'd be back soon, but months went by and he was a no-show. The Lu chieftain, whose name was Ku, was getting super anxious. He watched for Dupuk's arrival every single day. Just when they were about to lose all hope, Dupuk suddenly showed up in the Lu tribe's territory. A tribesman scrambled to report the news to Chieftain Ku, saying that this time Dupuk's crew had brought 2 big carts, and what's more, they were all riding beasts, and there wasn't a single woman among them. Hearing this, Ku shot up to his feet, totally hyped. Quick, take me to them. I wonder how much salt they brought this time. If they leave this time, they probably won't be back for the rest of the year. After a short walk, Ku spotted Dupuk on his horse. You guys are finally here. We're almost completely out of white salt. If you hadn't shown up, I don't know how we would have survived. Dupuk just laughed and told Ku that he brought plenty of salt this time, more than enough for the trade. However, he explained that he was now part of the powerful Han tribe, and on his chieftain's orders, this would probably be his last visit. Hearing that, Ku immediately started to worry. If you're not coming back, how are we supposed to trade for stuff from now on? Dupuk quickly explained. Our chieftain said that from now on we'll be holding regular market fairs at the Han tribe's settlement. If you want to trade for goods, you can just come there yourselves. Then he went into the details about the trading and the location of the Han tribe. Ku finally felt a little relieved after hearing that. Then the two of them negotiated the trade. The Lu tribe agreed to trade another 60 pigs for more pottery and white salt. Dupuk didn't agree on the spot since he had to travel further south. He said he'd swing back by to pick up the 60 pigs on his way back. Chieftain Ku was cool with that, but he was a little curious where else Dupuk was going and when he'd be back. Dupuk promised he'd be back within a month, but he wasn't sure what other tribes lay to the south. Chieftain Ku didn't know either, but he remembered hearing from the tribe's late elders that their tribe had migrated from the south a very long time ago. They said that down there was a place of vast, endless water. Dupuk's interest was instantly piqued. His gut was telling him that this place of endless water definitely had a lot of people. If he could get there, he was sure to make a huge score. Thinking this, Dupuk left some pottery and white salt with the Lu tribe as a deposit and led his crew to continue south. They didn't have much time. They'd already been on the road for nearly a month and had to be back in half a month tops. Time was short and the mission was heavy. For the next few days, Dupuk's team barely took any breaks, pushing straight south. Along the way, they came across several tribes, but because they were a group of strong men, all riding beasts, the other tribes were terrified and stayed far away. Nobody dared to even try to talk to them. Luckily, this intimidating crew just kept moving, which let the local tribes breathe a huge sigh of relief. Just like that, they sped onward. And finally, 11 days after leaving the Lu tribe, they came to the end of the path. But the end of the line wasn't an ocean or a massive lake. It was a cliff face. The cliff was less than 170 feet high, but super steep. From the top, they could clearly see a massive grassland. On it, countless herds of cattle, goats, horses, and deer were grazing. To the east, there was an enormous lake. The water reflected the blue sky and white clouds, making the lake itself look like a piece of the sky. On the lake's surface were tons of water birds. There were giant geese, grayish-blue wild ducks with wingspans of about 3 feet, and even slender, long-legged cranes. All these birds were feasting on the fish that were migrating upstream to spawn. Just then, 2 giant Achuca eagles cried out high in the sky. Dufuk tore his eyes away from the view and told his crew, "All right, we're camping here for the night. Tomorrow we find a way down." The next day, with the 2 eagles leading the way, Dupuk found a valley to the west of the cliff about 40 miles away. From there, they could head south and finally reach the Great Grassland. It took them a full day to get to the grassland. The entire crew stayed on their mounts on high alert for any danger. Dupuk even gave the order that if things went south, they were to ditch the ox carts and the cargo and just run for it. He was planning for the absolute worst. By late afternoon, they ran into a nomadic tribe, the Tien Duong tribe. This tribe had about 500 people and lived mostly by herding livestock. When they first encountered the women of the tribe, the Tianyang tribe was out collecting horse manure in baskets. Once it's dried, they can use it as fuel for the winter. Meanwhile, the men were riding around on horseback patrolling the livestock area. Each of them carried a short bow and over a dozen janky arrows. These guys all rocked, 2 braids went shirtless and just had a piece of animal hide or rough wool wrapped around their waists. Just as Du Fu led his crew closer, a dozen or so fierce sheepdogs charged out, baring their teeth and barking up a storm, warning the strangers not to get any closer. Real quick, the warriors patrolling the area spotted them. They galloped over, knocking arrows from about 50 to 60 meters away to face off against Du Fu's group. A warrior from the Tianyang tribe yelled out to Du Fu, "Who the hell are you guys? And what tribe are you from? What do you want here?" But the 2 sides were pretty far apart, with a dozen dogs barking like crazy in between. And they didn't even speak the same language, so they couldn't communicate at all. Du Fu hopped off his horse and tried to step forward a bit, raising his hands to show he wasn't armed. But the Tianyang warrior was super wary and fired an arrow right at Du Fu's feet, warning him not to get any closer. Luckily, Du Fu had plenty of experience dealing with different tribes. He immediately told his men to get off their horses, drop their weapons, and pull out a few big clay pots for them to see. His tribesmen quickly dismounted. 5 of them held up 5 big clay pots and moved up to stand next to Du Fu. Du Fu kept yelling at the other party, "Hey friends, we're here to trade stuff. You guys want these clay pots? Or not, if you don't, we'll just leave." As he said this, he pointed to the clay pots. Hearing this, the Tianyang warrior's eyes immediately lit up. The red clay pots, glazed with white or dark red, sparkled under the setting sun. Even though they'd never seen anything like them, one look was all it took to know these things were treasures. The Tianyang warrior reacted instantly, yelling to stop the pack of sheepdogs. He rode his big yellow horse and charged toward Du Fu, finally stopping right in front of them. A young guy who looked like the captain got off his horse, ready to talk with Du Fu. Du Fu grinned and pulled a snakeskin water pouch from his belt, pouring a little water into a clay pot. The water sloshed around inside but didn't leak a single drop. The captain instantly got what it was for. He knew the Tianyang tribe desperately needed this kind of container. He called over one of his boys, handed him the clay pot, and told him to ride back and tell the chief. That guy took the pot, immediately spurred his horse, and galloped off toward the tribe's tent area. Before long, he found the chief Yilei over by the livestock pens. At that moment, Yilei was squatting down, helping a mare give birth. The warrior quickly reported the situation to the chief and handed him the clay pot. Yilei looked at the container in his hand, his eyes flashing with interest. "Take me to see them." After saying that, he immediately leapt onto a black horse, clamped his legs tight, and galloped north with the warrior. The whole trip took about half an hour. The sun was almost completely set. Just as Du Fu and his crew were starting to lose their patience, 2 horses, 1 red and 1 black, came galloping toward them from a distance, with 2 riders catching everyone's attention. Yilei pulled the reins, hopped off his horse, and walked over to the captain, looking at Du Fu and his people. First, he sized up their strange outfits, then he looked over at the various clay pots in their hands. He was already calculating in his head. He signaled for his tribesmen to back off, then waved for Du Fu and his crew to come closer. Du Fu quickly led his people over. Seeing that everyone listened to Yilei, he knew this was the chief. He respectfully placed a hand on his chest and bowed. "Respected chief, we are a merchant caravan from the north, and we want to trade with your tribe. We'd like to use our goods to trade for your horses, cattle, and animal hides. I don't know if that's possible?" After saying that, he had his tribesmen bring out a whole set of pottery, from large clay pots to small porcelain bowls, and even some white salt, the most important thing of all. Then one by one, he pointed to the Tianyang tribe's horses, cattle, and goats, showing that's what he wanted to trade for. Yilei instantly understood what Du Fu meant. He didn't answer right away, but carefully checked out every single item. The fine pottery really caught Yilei's interest. He picked up a white porcelain bowl, imagining himself drinking milk from it, and his heart filled with joy. Finally, when he saw a bowl of white salt, he pointed at it, looking confused. Seeing this, Du Fu dipped a finger into the salt, popped it in his mouth, and gestured for Yilei to try some too. Just as he expected, pretty much everyone who first Taste the pure white salt from the Han tribe is instantly won over by its incredible flavor. Yilei was no exception. After a bit of talking and gesturing, Yilei figured out that Dufu had a lot more good stuff like this, so he enthusiastically invited them to be guests at the Tianyang tribe's settlement. By this time, the sun had set in the west and it was getting dark. Dufu decided to crash here for one night also to get a better handle on the situation with the tribes on the prairie and see what kind of goods they needed most. That way he could bring the right stuff next time. Everyone quickly got to the tribe's settlement. In the center, where a dozen or so large tents were set up in a circle, a huge bonfire was already burning. Yilei waved his hand, and his tribesmen immediately brought out some cleaned and butchered goats, skewering them on a spit to roast over the fire. The fat, tender, fresh goat meat sizzled as the flames licked at it, giving off an amazing aroma. Dufu also told his men to take out a few bowls of white salt and bring them to each of the fires. The girls of the Tianyang tribe curiously watched the Han merchant caravan. They laid out animal hides and gathered around the bonfire. Everyone sat right on the ground, carving up the cooked goat meat and putting it on the hides. Dufu and Yilei sat next to each other. He even had his subordinate take out a packet of chili powder to sprinkle on the roasted goat, then added some white salt. The two of them ate like kings. Yilei was hissing from the heat of the chili, but he just couldn't stop eating. He ate and praised the food, then Yilei had his tribesmen bring out goat's milk and cow's milk to treat Dupuk. My friend Dupuk, your Han tribe's pottery is good, the white salt is good too, and the chili peppers are even better. We have to trade for a lot of this stuff. Yilei stammered out praises with his limited Han vocabulary. It's great that you like it, Chief Yilei. Don't worry, as long as your tribe has the things we need, I'm sure our trade will go off without a hitch. After that, the two started talking trade prices. Dufuk rattled off the terms. Look for one of your draft oxen, we can trade 2 clay pots. If it's a cow, you can get 3. If you're trading goats, it's 2 goats for 1 clay pot or 1 goat for 2 large bowls. The white salt can only be traded for horses. 1 horse gets you 5 bowls of salt like this. As for other stuff like animal hides, we need those too. Buffalo horns, sinew, and hides can all be traded for pottery. In reality, he was just pulling these prices out of thin air, and he was setting them damn high. This time, Dupuk's status was different. He was now a member of the Han tribe responsible for bringing back the most benefits for his people. Hearing Dupuk's prices, Yilei couldn't help but grimace, looking like it physically pained him. The Han tribe's stuff was definitely top-notch, but the prices were just insane. The pottery was one thing, since it wasn't a consumable item anyway. But the precious white salt could only be traded for horses. How many damn horses would it take to feed the whole tribe for a year? Just thinking about it made him cringe. My friend Dupuk, everything else is fine. It's just the white salt. If we have to trade all our horses, we can't just give you all of them. See, can we trade with buffalo and goats instead? It's not impossible, but the quantity. Horses have to make up at least 40% of the total, and they have to be adult horses. Our Han tribe really needs horses too. If not, I won't know how to explain myself to my chief when I get back. He might not even let me come out next time. And if that happens, it'll be tough for you guys to get your hands on white salt. All right, let's do it like that. We'll trade at these prices tomorrow. Yilei thought for a moment, felt it was still acceptable, and agreed. With the prices settled, dinner gradually came to an end. After a bonfire show, when it was time to sleep, Yilei gave the Han tribe's trading party 2 tents to stay in. He also called Dupuk over to sleep with him in his tent. Dupuk felt a little uneasy, but didn't want to be rude by refusing, so he reluctantly agreed. He carefully crawled under the animal hide blanket, but the next second he shot up like a spring. 2 women, completely naked, had crawled into his blanket. One was Yilei's wife, and the other was Yilei's eldest daughter. Just then, Yufuk carefully slipped into his blanket. But what he didn't expect was to shoot right back out of bed. 2 naked women had snuck into his covers. One was Yilei's wife, and the other was Yilei's eldest daughter. Outside the tent, Yilei quickly explained that this was the grassland people's custom of borrowing seeds to improve their bloodline. They often did this when they met strangers. This was the first time Yufuk had ever run into a custom like this. Back in the mountains, he only knew about spring gatherings for finding a partner. But he and the guys in his caravan had been pent up for over 6 months. So faced with these chicks, he immediately dove right in. And it wasn't just Yufuk's tent. 2 other large tents for the Han tribe's merchants were set up the same way. Indescribable sounds echoed all across the grasslands. It only quieted down about 2 minutes later. The next day, Yufuk and Yilei completed the deal. The Tianyang tribe, with over 500 people, bought about 100 pots and over 1,000 bowls. They also traded for 4 barrels of white salt, and they even bought the barrels too. Yufuk made out like a bandit. He got 50 bulls and cows, 550 white spiral-horned sheep, and 350 horses of all colors, mostly mares. On top of that, there was a ton of cowhides, sheepskins, cow horns, beef tendons, and so on. A haul this huge got the entire caravan buzzing. If they could get all this livestock back to the tribe safely, they'd definitely get a fat reward from the chief, and be hailed as heroes by their people. Yufuk was stoked too. However, they had only sold half of the 2 carts of goods. He planned to find one more nomadic tribe to sell off the rest of the stuff just to put the chief's mind at ease. Yu Fuk found two young guys who were good at writing Han characters and had them use charcoal to write on a sheepskin. They detailed everything they had discovered, including the location of the freshwater lake and the grasslands, the situation with the nomadic tribe, the details of the trade, and their plans moving forward. Then he tied the sheepskin letter to the leg of Achuka, a giant eagle, and sent it flying back to the tribe with the news. Achuka was super sensitive to magnetic fields. Even though the journey back was long, its flying speed was insane. The message would get there in 2 days tops. After releasing the eagle, the caravan hit the road again. They brought along 2 ox carts, 40 zebras and moose, along with the newly bought herd of 950 cows, horses, and sheep. With only 40 people herding such a massive flock was a real pain. Even though the Han tribesmen had herded horses on their tribe's pastures before, they'd never handled a herd this big. Although these animals were domesticated and pretty obedient with so few herders and no sheepdogs, the herd was constantly harassed by wolves and other wild beasts. In just one day, the team lost over 20 sheep. The warriors were equipped with longbows, but since they weren't trained in horseback archery, they couldn't use them effectively. Faced with the harassment from wild animals, they were totally helpless. The wild beasts were crafty as hell, using hit-and-run tactics. The warriors could only watch helplessly as the sheep got dragged off. A lot of the men wanted to turn back. They felt they should take the goods they'd already traded for back to the tribe first. If they kept this up, the losses would just get bigger. Hearing everyone out, Yu Fuk started to hesitate. He looked at the massive herd and the remaining goods side and decided to push on for one more day. If they didn't find another nomadic tribe by then, they would head back. Everyone in the caravan agreed to this plan. By late afternoon, the group reached a lush green spot by a lake. They let the livestock graze and drink. The caravan members, except for the guards on horseback, took turns resting by the lake, grabbing some food and water. They even shot some waterfowl for dinner. Just then, a few strangers showed up not too far away. The leader was a young guy about 17 or 18 years old, shirtless with ripped muscles, wearing an animal skin loincloth and riding a reddish-brown horse. His name was Lang. He was leading 3 young women also on horseback, 2 of whom were carrying small children. Along with them were dozens of sheepdogs herding a flock of nearly 100 sheep. Lang also came to the lakeside to water his sheep and hunt waterfowl. He didn't interact with Yu Fuk's group. Lang rode his horse along the shore, drew his bow, and fired at the low-flying wild ducks. Yu Fuk's warriors saw Lang's arrow fly into the sky, apparently missing the duck, and they started laughing. But just a second later, a wild duck shrieked in pain as the arrow found its mark. Turns out Lang had perfectly calculated the duck's flight path. The injured duck struggled to stay airborne, and a few of the sheepdogs immediately gave chase. They snatched the duck and brought it to Lang, wagging their tails and barking. This whole scene made the guys in Yu Fuk's caravan super jealous. Someone sighed. I wonder when those little wolves we're raising back at the tribe will be trained that well. Another guy pointed out, wolves and dogs aren't the same. Dogs wag their tails and bark, but wolves just howl. Someone else suggested they should try to trade with Lang for a few of his dogs. They figured the dogs could help guard the livestock, and who knows, maybe they could even breed them with the tribe's wolves to create wolf dogs. Yu Fuk thought it was a solid idea, and told Duda to take a clay pot and a small bag of white salt to go negotiate. Duda rode his horse over. Seeing someone approaching, Lang defensively drew his bow. Duda gestured that he wanted to trade the clay pot and white salt for a dog. He even tossed the bag of salt over to Lang. Lang caught the bag, opened it, and looked at the white powder inside with a suspicious expression. When he looked up, his pale red eyes startled Duda for a second, but Duda quickly composed himself. He gestured for Lang to taste it. Lang hesitated for a moment, then let one of his dogs have a lick first. Seeing the dog was fine, he tasted a little himself. Realizing it was salt, he smiled at Duda. The two of them started communicating with hand gestures. Duda learned Lang's name, and Lang understood they wanted to trade for his dogs. He was willing to trade, but he had raised all these dogs himself. Even if he agreed, they wouldn't follow a stranger. This was just common sense for the grassland people. Helpless Lang tossed the bag of salt back to Duda and waved his hand, signaling that a trade was impossible. Duda returned empty-handed. Lang then led the women and their flock of sheep, getting ready to leave the area. Jia Jai's scout came back and reported the situation to Du Fu. Du Fu frowned. It was getting dark, and their 40 people had to watch over nearly 1,000 cattle, horses, and sheep without any pens. They had no idea how many they'd lose tonight. Du Fu thought for a moment, snatched the bag of salt from the scout's hand, and spurred his horse after Ling's group. Hearing the hoofbeats, Ling stopped. Du Fu tossed the bag of salt to Ling and made a proposition. Bring his dogs over tonight to help watch the flocks, and the salt would be Ling's. Ling got the message and happily agreed. So the two groups joined up and found a safe place to make camp. They used ropes and large nets to make a simple pen, then herded the cattle, horses, and sheep inside. For dinner, everyone ate together. They used the Han tribe's clay pots to cook soup, and since they now had salt, Ling had never tasted anything like it. His tribe didn't have clay pots or much water for making soup. Ling and the women learned how to use chopsticks to pick up meat and drink the soup. They gradually got to know Du Fu and the others, starting to use gestures to communicate. Ling explained that he originally came from a large tribe of 700 people, but because he was born with red eyes, the tribe's shaman considered him a bad omen. Some wanted to kill him while others wanted to banish him. His mother, helpless, had to agree to his exile. When they parted, she gave him 3 grown dogs, a small horse, and a few sheep, telling him not to go too far. Later, when she was out herding, she would secretly give him a few more sheep. Just like that, Ling took those things and began a life of wandering, becoming a man of the plains. Over a few years, Ling taught himself to make bows and arrows and honed his skills into an expert archer. He captured a few wild horses, and his flock of sheep grew to nearly 100. His pack of dogs also multiplied to over 30. When he felt he could support a family, Ling used his sheep to trade for 3 women from some smaller tribes. Now he had 2 children, and another one of his women was pregnant. After hearing Ling's story, Du Fu was moved. Ling was a local who knew many of the grassland tribe's languages, and his horse riding and archery skills were top-notch. To the Han tribe, he was a rare talent. Du Fu started trying to recruit Ling, asking him what his plans were for the coming winter, especially with a pregnant wife and young children. Ling said he knew a small forest with trees for firewood and bushes for the sheep to graze on. But Du Fu told him that the Han tribe had sturdy houses, plenty of food and water, and that it would be safer to join them. Ling suddenly became wary, thinking Du Fu wanted to steal his sheep and dogs. Du Fu just laughed, nodding and then shaking his head. If he wanted sheep, he could just trade for them with the larger tribes. The Han tribe also raised dogs, but not as many as Ling, and they weren't as well trained as his. Ling saw his point and became curious about the Han tribe, asking about their location, population, and the number of livestock. Du Fu said the Han tribe was in the mountains to the north, a journey of over a month by horse. The entire tribe had nearly 3,000 people. Besides the trading party, the tribe currently had a few hundred head of livestock. Ling was shocked. 3,000 people with only a few hundred cattle and sheep would surely starve in the winter. He'd seen tribes of several thousand people with tens of thousands of cattle and sheep. Du Fu explained that the Han tribe's cattle and horses were used for labor to grow grain. The grain was the seed of a type of grass that could be eaten when cooked. The Han tribe also knew how to fish and raise other animals, so they never lacked meat. The chief of the Han tribe was very smart, teaching everyone how to craft things, farm, and raise livestock. Ling didn't really get it, especially the part about growing grain. The idea of people eating grass seeds was just unbelievable to him. Du Fu knew. Ling didn't understand. Luckily, the trading party had brought grain with them. He had someone bring out half a bag of rice, then took a handful of patty and gave it to Ling. This is the stuff we eat. Once you husk it, it's rice, and it's delicious when cooked. Tomorrow, I'll cook some for you to try. Ling took the patty and examined it closely under the firelight. He figured this was animal feed and found it hard to believe people could eat it. Ling said he'd seen this type of grass on the plains before. It grew in dry places, could get up to waist high, and had seed heads on top. Cattle and sheep loved to eat its heads, which also had small spikes. Du Fu was really surprised. He thought the plant Ling was describing could be a grain crop similar to paddy rice. If it could be grown in dry soil, it would be incredibly important for the Han tribe. Du Fu excitedly grabbed Ling's arm and asked if he could lead him to find that grass. He also said that if they found it, he'd give him lots of white salt and pottery. Ling was tempted. This grass was common on the plains and easy to find, so he agreed right away. The next morning, Du Fu had his people cook porridge and made a special pot of rice for Ling's family. Ling was also up early, sharpening arrowheads with a wolf's tooth and fletching arrows. Seeing this, Du Fu took out a bronze arrowhead from the Han tribe and gave it to Ling. Ling took the arrowhead and couldn't put it down, fascinated by its strange material. His own arrows were made from branches with bone tips far inferior in quality to this one. Ling praised the arrowhead of the Han tribe, asking what it was made of. Du Fu said their chief invented it. The arrowheads were made of bronze, and the whole tribe used these weapons. He even emptied his quiver to show Ling and told him to try shooting his longbow. Ling gave it a shot and saw that the longbow's range was much greater than his own. Du Fu then mentioned that the chief was currently making a shorter, more powerful bow, and if Ling joined the tribe, he'd be given one. When Ling heard this, he got excited and asked if it was for real. Du Fu confirmed it, adding that the Han tribe didn't discriminate against outsiders. He himself used to be the chief of a small tribe just a few months ago, before leading his people to join them. The two ate breakfast together. Ling and the women ate white rice with wild duck, while the others from the Han tribe had porridge. Ling tasted the rice and couldn't stop praising how good it was, not believing it came from grass seeds. Du Fu explained that grain was easy to get. The seeds from one plant were enough for a meal, and the leaves and stalks could be fed to the livestock, so nothing went to waste. Ling thought this was definitely the way. After breakfast, the whole crew hit the road to find another nomadic tribe to trade with and to look for that plant Lang mentioned. Lang's wife and kids were in the cart, while Lang himself rode a saddled zebra. Reins. Lang was a damn good rider, and with the saddle and reins, the zebra galloped even faster. Lang realized just how awesome riding was. It didn't just save energy, you could also pull off all sorts of tactical maneuvers. It was super useful on the battlefield. Lang figured if the Han tribe had decent short bows and this kind of riding gear, they could for sure build a badass cavalry force. The more he thought about it, the more he realized joining the Han tribe was the right call. After hashing it out with his wife, Lang decided to move his whole family over to the Han tribe. He told Du Fu his decision, and Du Fu was stoked, saying the chief is a great judge of character. A guy with your skills will definitely be valued. You could probably even make captain. Lang was totally pumped to hear this. The crew kept moving with Lang guiding them. That morning they had already gone over a dozen miles. Around noon they discovered wheat growing on the prairie. Du Fu confirmed it was a type of grain. He couldn't tell if it was barley or wheat, but that was no big deal, they'd just plant a crop and grind it into flour to test it out. They stopped for 2 hours, gathering 2 huge sacks of wheat heads. They even dug up a few whole plants, stuck them in a clay pot, and planned to bring them back for Han Feng to check out. Then the crew hit the road again. By evening, they came across the Oxbone tribe. The chief of the Oxbone tribe, a dude named Arthai, actually knew Lang. With Lang making the intros, Du Fu and Arthai started to trade. Meanwhile, after a 2-day flight, Achuka made it back to the Han tribe. Young Rui spotted the bird, called it down, and found a sheepskin letter tied to its leg. He hurried to get it to Han Feng. Han Feng nervously took the sheepskin scroll. He guessed that Du Fu and his crew had probably found some sheep and sealed a deal. He opened the letter. Despite all the spelling errors, Han Feng got the gist of it. The message said they'd been heading south for over a month and reached a flatland with a freshwater lake and a prairie. They ran into a nomadic tribe and traded pottery and salt for a crap ton of livestock. They still had half their trade goods left and were looking for more tribes to do business with. Once the trading was done, they'd head back home. It also told Han Feng to prep hay and pens for the winter. Han Feng was so hyped his hands were shaking. He never dreamed Du Fu and the crew would score such a massive haul. The other senior leaders in the tribe heard what was up and gathered around Han Feng. When they saw him staring at the letter with shaky hands, they figured something terrible had happened to Du Fu. But Han Feng just grinned and announced that Du Fu and the guys had found a prairie and traded for almost 1,000 head of livestock. From now on, our tribe won't be lacking for cattle and horses to do the heavy lifting or sheep to eat. Hearing this, everyone went wild with joy. Han Feng ordered the sheepskin letter to be hung on the flagpole for every tribe member to see the good news. He also declared they were having a big feast that night. Han Feng then started barking out the next set of orders. The construction team's first job was to fence off the pasture area with a fence, and after that get back to building more houses. A bunch of people were reassigned to the gathering team to collect hemp, chestnuts, betel nuts, and all that. Han Feng also decided to buy up all the straw from the other tribes to use as animal feed, trading for it with pottery or white salt. The price was cheap, but the Han tribe had to send their own carts to haul it all. If they ran short on carts, they'd just make more. They even started weaving branches to make makeshift carts. It was tough work, but everyone was in high spirits knowing it was all for the new livestock. Back with Du Fu, the trading was going super smoothly, all thanks to Lang's help. He scored another 1,000 head of stock from Arthai's tribe. This time, Du Fu got fewer sheep, mainly going for 200 cattle and 400 horses. He did grab another 400 sheep, but because he was worried about how hard it'd be to manage such a huge herd, Du Fu also shelled out a hefty sum for 10 young women who were skilled riders and herders. At this point, the trade caravan had pretty much sold all their stuff. They only had 1 barrel of white salt and around 100 pieces of pottery left. They were planning to offload the rest with the small mountain tribes on the way home. Their business on the prairie was wrapped up, and the entire caravan started the long trek back. 2 days later, on a mountain pass connecting the prairie and the highlands, the caravan got a reply from Han Feng delivered by the hawk. The message was simple: stay safe, sell off the remaining goods, and get back home ASAP. Du Fu was thrilled. He was super interested in this method of using hawks and written words to pass messages. He decided he was going to learn how to write from Han Feng when he returned. Then he got an idea. He'd write back to Han Feng, but this time, instead of words, he wrapped up a whole bundle of wheat in an animal hide, tied it to the hawk's leg, and sent it off. The caravan pushed onward. They had started with just 40 people, but now their group had grown to 56. They were also herding 2,000 head of cattle, horses, and sheep. The enormous herd of livestock made its way down the mountain trail, kicking up a hell of a racket. They devoured all the vegetation on the roadside, leaving a trail of crap behind them. 2 days later, Han Feng got another message from the hawk. He thought Du Fu had run into some trouble and needed backup. But when he opened the package, he found a bundle of wheat and was absolutely ecstatic. The other high-ranking leaders crowded around, and the great elder asked what kind of plant this was. Han Feng explained, "This is wheat. You can't just cook it into porridge, but once you grind it into flour, you can make tons of other dishes, like noodles, bao dumplings, steamed buns, fried buns, you name it. Plus, wheat doesn't need to be planted in water paddies. All you need are a few ditches for irrigation, and that's it. The yield isn't as good as our water rice, but we can try planting a small batch next year." Hearing Han Feng break it all down, everyone thought he was some kind of freak. It was his first time seeing wheat. And yet he could reel off so many different recipes for it. The elder noticed how much Han Feng had changed and suspected he was either a god himself or was getting divine guidance. But to everyone else, he was simply a heaven-sent genius, and they followed his every command. Han Feng stored the wheat away, prepping for next year's planting season. He wrote a reply to Du Fu telling him to gather more wheat seeds and to make damn sure he was back in the village before winter hit. Once Yu Fu got the message, he kicked things into high gear. A few days later, they approached the Lo tribe to pick up the 60 pigs they'd ordered. Yu Fu's crew had been gone for nearly a month, so Chief C of the Lo tribe thought something bad had happened to them. He figured they weren't coming back. But then his tribesmen reported that Yu Fu had returned, bringing thousands of livestock with him. Chief C was stunned jealous and worried that the Han tribe would stop trading for their pigs anymore or would totally lowball them on the price. But Yu Fu didn't give the Lo tribe time to even process it. The massive herd just marched past, stopping only long enough to unload half a barrel of white salt and some pottery from their ox cart. They grabbed the 60 pigs and were gone in a flash. Yu Fu and his crew made way better time on the trip back. Along the way, smaller tribes wanted to trade for livestock or tamed beasts. The livestock was off limits, but Yu Fu did sell a few of the beasts. Time flew by, and in the blink of an eye, it was the end of the season. As autumn turned to winter, Yu Fu and his crew were finally about to reach the Han tribe. The whole round trip took 3 months. Back home, construction had been progressing at lightning speed. 2 new livestock areas were complete, and a second warehouse was finished. It was built to store hay and salted fish. They had also dug cellars to stock up on silage for the pigs. The fences for the livestock areas were up, and basic shelters had been constructed. The star-shaped blast furnace in the smelting area was also finished. 2 copper furnaces, an iron furnace, a heavy-duty crane, and other equipment were all set up. Han Fengguang and the carpentry team had been developing new molds and casting equipment to mass-produce iron pots. With winter fast approaching, the Han tribe was totally ready. Construction on the main wall continued, and the fields on the east bank were being prepped to be turned into rice paddies. But right before winter truly set in, the busy tribesmen suddenly heard a massive thunderous sound in the distance. The ground trembled, and everyone scrambled for cover inside their stone houses in fear. But Han Feng just cracked a smile. He knew the tribe's greatest contributors had finally returned. Just then, Yu Fu led the merchant party loaded down with spoils back to the Han tribe. Seeing them, the tribespeople cheered and ran out to greet them. The scene was wild, like welcoming heroes home from a victorious battle. Returning victorious, Yu Fu and his crew were hyped to see people coming from the tribe to welcome them, so they picked up the pace. As they got closer, Yu Fu leaped off his horse and gave Han Feng a massive hug. The other members also embraced their fellow tribesmen. Everyone shared in the joy. Chief, we're back. This time the haul was huge. Look at all this livestock, and we got a ton of other good stuff too. Yu Fu excitedly bragged to Han Feng about the livestock he'd traded for. Haha, awesome. You guys worked hard. This is a major win. Quick, take the livestock and get them settled first. Then we'll throw a feast to celebrate. Han Feng beamed, clapping Yu Fu on the shoulder. After that, the whole Han tribe was buzzing with excitement. They butchered some livestock and threw a massive party. During the feast, Yu Fu introduced Ling and his family to Han Feng, along with 10 young women from the Altai tribe. Yu Fu made sure to highlight Ling's skills. Hearing that Ling was a pro at riding and archery, Han Feng immediately wanted to keep him around. Han Feng gave Ling a new name, Ling Feng. From now on, Ling Feng would be in charge of teaching his skills to the other tribe members. After Yu Fu translated this, Ling Feng emotionally dropped to one knee before Han Feng pledging his loyalty. He swore he wouldn't let the chief down and would work hard for the Han tribe. The 10 young women from the plains were given a house and put in charge of the livestock in the animal husbandry area. Da Shu was assigned to lead them. To see their new home, hand out daily necessities, and show them how to use the house light, the stove, and cook. Ling Feng led his family down the brick-paved road in the settlement, looking at the tall warehouses and neat houses. He felt like he had stumbled into a paradise. This was what a civilized life was supposed to be. After hearing Da Shu explain that the chief had taught everyone how to make everything here, Ling Feng's admiration for Han Feng grew even stronger. Even though the chief was younger than him, he could manage thousands of people and create such a prosperous life. If it were him, he definitely couldn't do it. Ling Feng's family was quickly shown to an empty house. The tribespeople enthusiastically came to help. Some brought water basins, buckets, and pottery. A neighboring woman helped spread animal hides on the bed. A man used a wheelbarrow to bring 2 sacks of rice from the warehouse. Someone else brought firewood with an ox cart. All the necessary tools were also provided. Han Feng went back and told Xiao Die to bring some linen and wool cloth for Ling Feng's family. It was something he prepared for their child. Although the new life was great, there were some inconveniences. For example, Ling Feng's flock of sheep horses and sheepdogs were all confiscated for public use. This was an issue. He was fine with the sheep being taken, but he and his horses were super close. Not being able to see them every day made Ling Feng feel really down. Han Feng had thought about this. But you couldn't keep horses in the residential area, and he couldn't just give them to one person. So Han Feng could only promise Ling Feng that whenever he had free time, he could go to the animal husbandry area to visit his horses. Another problem was the sheepdogs. These dogs only listened to their owner and kept running wild over to Ling Feng's house. Han Feng didn't know what to do either, so he had to tell Ling Feng to watch them carefully and not let them bite anyone. The best solution was to find a way to get them to the animal husbandry area. However, getting used to a new environment takes time. Winter was long and Han Feng didn't have the time to deal with these small fry issues. He had much more important things to do. The iron pot mold that the carpentry team had been working on was finished on the first day of winter. The market was now empty, so Han Feng started leading the tribesmen in iron smelting. Da Chui stood next to Han Feng, wanting to teach him the whole process. He did a demonstration once, then handed it over to the tribesmen. Dozens of people were directly involved in the smelting, with over 100 more assisting. Each furnace could produce about 2 tons. Besides 2 anvils weighing hundreds of pounds, the rest was used to cast iron pots. In the end, they made a total of nearly 200 pots, big and small. It still wasn't enough for the whole Han tribe, but everyone had worked their butts off all day, so they had to stop. Han Feng told the tribesmen to continue polishing the pots and instructed Da Chui that after the furnace cooled down completely, he needed to check all the parts carefully. If anything was broken, it had to be fixed immediately to prevent accidents next time. Da Chui happily agreed. After smelting iron all day, Han Feng was tired too, so he went for a walk by himself. He strolled to the bank of the aqueduct. At the start of winter, the river's water level had dropped, but the watermill on the bank was still turning just much slower than before because of the low water. In a month at most, the river would freeze over, and by then, the watermill would be useless. A cold north wind blew past, making Han Feng shiver. He quickly pulled his animal hide coat tighter. Just then, an idea struck him. In winter, the water freezes, but the wind is super strong. If he made a windmill, it could still operate in the winter. Plus, wind is a natural energy source available year-round, even more convenient than water. At least he wouldn't have to worry about where to place the mill. Thinking of a solution, Han Feng immediately ran to the carpentry team. He found 2 long poles and tied them together into a cross shape with rope. Then he used vines to weave 4 square frames. After that, he told someone to bring 4 sacks from the warehouse. He wrapped them around the vine frames, creating 4 blades. Mu Yong and Mu Dun watched Han Feng's strange actions. They knew the chief was making something new again, but they still didn't get the purpose of this weird contraption. That is, until Han Feng placed the cross-shaped frame on a horizontal stand. The 4 blades facing north quickly started spinning like crazy in the wind. Everyone in the carpentry team stared with wide eyes. Mu Yong was the first to figure out Han Feng's plan. "Chief, you want to attach this thing to a machine and make something like the watermill?" Han Feng smiled and nodded. "I'll figure out the rest soon. I'll draw up the detailed plans, and you guys will be in charge of building the windmill. When it's done, it'll definitely be even better than the watermill." "Yeah, that's right. If you don't factor in the weather, a windmill has more advantages than a watermill. Plus, we won't have to worry about where to put it. That's my analysis for now. Everyone get back to what you were doing. I'm gonna go home and figure out how to do this. Once I've got it, I'll let you all know." With that, Han Feng headed home. He lay on his warm bed in the rather dark house. The windows and door were temporarily covered, the door with wooden planks, and the windows with animal hides stretched over a frame of vines blocking out all the light. The Han tribe didn't have paper yet, so making a transparent window was a tough ask. Han Feng sighed. The days ahead were long, and there was still so much to do. A few days later, Han Feng led the alchemy team to smelt 2 more furnaces of iron, using up all the raw materials they had stockpiled over the past few months. However, they managed to get a ton of iron ingots and even a few steel ingots made using the steel pouring method. The number of iron pots was now enough. After meeting the Han tribe's needs, they had a few dozen left over for storage or trade. The remaining iron was cast into ingots and put away. For now, he put iron research on the back burner. Han Feng quickly went to the carpenters, and over the next few days worked with them to build a life-sized model of a windmill. All the tribesmen had to do was use this model to scale it up and build the real thing. The new project was underway, but the Han tribe's carpentry team was short-staffed. So he started recruiting more carpenters to produce more wooden goods. Also, now that they had iron, he started to select blacksmiths. The training of skilled artisans for the Han tribe was gradually rolling out. The Han tribe didn't have any blacksmiths yet, so the first group was personally trained by Han Feng. The forge was also quickly built next to the blast furnace. It was a simple shed made of bricks and logs. The blacksmith apprentices were already there. They were a few of the savages who had joined the Han tribe before, including Yi, the man whose hand Han Feng had healed. Yi had previously learned coppersmithing under Da Chui, and now he was learning blacksmithing from Han Feng. Since they had iron and steel, Han Feng decided to first forge a sword for himself, partly to let the apprentices watch and learn. The sword Han Feng wanted to make was a classic 8-sided Han Dynasty Jian. The entire blade had 8 faces. The biggest feature of this type of sword is that it's quite thick, capable of both thrusting and slashing, and it's very tough and not easy to break. Han Fong personally picked out a steel ingot and placed it in the forge. The apprentice next to him immediately started working the bellows to heat the ingot until it was soft. After a while, he used tongs to take the ingot out and place it on the anvil and began to forge. Han Fong hammered while explaining the process to the apprentices. Next came folding, shaping, quenching, and grinding. Finally, it was time to attach the hilt. The hilt was made from the Han tribe's only elephant tusk, the very one that the man-ape had pulled from Hoi Sun's mouth. The hilt was an oval-shaped hollow cylinder with intricate patterns carved on the outside. It was a treasured sword symbolizing the chief's status. This sword also had a badass named Tianzi, the wrath of the Son of Heaven. When the Son of Heaven is angry, 1,000,000 people die. It symbolized absolute power, the authority to decide the life and death of his people. The tribesmen had only heard that iron weapons were better than bronze, but they hadn't seen it with their own eyes. So Han Fong took out Tianzi to put on a show for them. He had someone bring 2 bricks, laid the sword across them, and then stood on it himself. The sword was bent into a deep arc, but when Han Fong jumped off, it sprang back to its original shape, leaving the onlookers completely stunned with their jaws on the floor. Next up was the sharpness test. Han Fong had someone bring a sheep over. They saw just a flash of the blade and the sheep's head fell to the ground, blood spraying 5 paces away. Once again, the crowd was in shock. A sheep's wool is so thick, yet it was still cut clean off with a single strike. If that had been a person, the result would have been way more gruesome. Chief, how is this iron sword so damn powerful? If all our warriors had one of these, one man could definitely take down 10 guys, Shu said in amazement. Yeah, Chief. Can we get a sword like that too? Da Shu asked eagerly. This was what everyone wanted to know. A weapon. This good could be called a divine weapon. Who wouldn't want one? Probably not. I saw the chief and a few others take a whole month just to make this one sword. If the whole tribe used these kinds of swords, when would we ever finish? An elder who had witnessed the entire forging process threw a bucket of cold water on everyone's hopes. That's right. Swords are indeed hard to make. However, those who were once leaders might get one. But for our regular warriors, we can only equip them with sabers, which are single-edged weapons. Other tribesmen who perform great deeds will be rewarded with a treasured sword. However, don't look down on sabers. I had someone make a ring pommel saber. You all can check it out. Its quality is in no way inferior to the sword, it just has one less edge. Besides, for those who don't know how to use a sword, a saber is much safer. With a double-edged sword, if you're not careful, it's easy to hurt yourself. Ye, bring out the ring pommel saber we made for everyone to see. The tribesmen quickly took the ring pommel saber and tested it the same way Han Fong had. The results were just as Han Fong said. The ring pommel saber was in no way inferior to the Han sword. In fact, it even had an advantage when it came to its chopping power. Some people even preferred the ring pommel saber. The first month of winter passed, and the Han tribe had only managed to make 1 saber and 1 sword. But other projects weren't being neglected. For example, the rammed Earth City wall, after months of hard work, was finally nearing completion. The wall stood 25 feet high, topped with a 4-foot-high parapet to protect the warriors on the wall. Above the city gate, there was also a 33-foot-high watchtower. Inside, 2 winches were installed to raise and lower the drawbridge. On either side of the gate, there were also 4-foot-wide stairs built against the wall, wide enough for 2 people to walk side by side, to let the warriors quickly get up and down the city walls. The completion of the wall made Han Feng ecstatic. The tall wall gave the tribesmen a sense of security, and everyone roared with joy. Living in such a fortified city made them feel incredibly proud and happy. No worries about food, clothing, or enemies in this era. It was truly a heavenly life. Finally, Han Feng found Liu Zi, and together they made 8 large bricks, on which they carved the characters Han Yang in raised seal script. These 8 bricks were placed above the 4 city gates, which was the name of the tribe's first city. Hanyang City of the Han tribe. This symbolized that the Han tribe, like a rising sun, would grow ever stronger and more powerful. A dozen or so days later, in the middle of the 2nd month of winter, Han Feng assigned a new task. He put the more than 200 slaves to work building a warehouse and a livestock area. Even though it was freezing cold, Han Feng didn't go easy on these cannibals. After all, they were slaves, and it would be a waste not to use them. A complete waste. Although he forced them into hard labor, Han Feng didn't skimp on their benefits. Each slave had enough animal hides to wear, got 3 meals a day, and was provided with plenty of white salt. They didn't get much meat, but meat broth was always available. In the cold winter, getting a bowl of hot meat soup was a real blessing. Back in their old cannibal tribe, they had never experienced such a luxury. Because of this, the slaves were quite obedient, working quietly for their food. If you didn't work, you'd get a beating. Escape was impossible, especially after they had built the city wall with their own hands. Every gate was guarded. Even without leg shackles, they couldn't get away. To the Han tribesmen, this great wall was a shield against the biting wind, but to the slaves, it was an impenetrable prison. A month and a half went by, and the windmill the carpenters were making was almost complete. They had finished the first 2 windmill structures built next to the blast furnace. On them, they installed 2 windmills. One was to power the forge hammer, and the other to power the stone mill so the Han tribe could continue grinding ore during the winter. The windmills ran smoothly for 2 days without any problems. After the test run, Han Feng immediately ordered the construction of more. This time it was another 2 sets of windmills, but these were for the carpenters group. This would also be the Han tribe's wood processing workshop. Using the windmill's power, they built several wind-powered saws, drastically increasing the production speed of wooden goods. The houses in the Han tribe still didn't have doors or windows because no one had the time to saw that much wood. Once the wood workshop was finished with an abundant supply of timber, whether it was making furniture, home decor, building boats, or carts or wooden machinery, the Han tribe could now produce it all quickly. Han Feng told the blacksmiths to make saw blades and showed the carpenters how to build the sawing machines. Then Han Feng got to work on something else. That was building an oil press. The Han tribe now had plenty of oil-bearing seeds, but still lacked the equipment to press them. Wood production was increasing, but they still didn't have the tung oil needed for varnish, so building an oil press became urgent. The basic process for pressing vegetable oil is all the same. First, you grind the seeds into a powder and roast it. Then you wrap the roasted powder in cloth or grass. Finally, you use pressure to extract the oil. The oil press was set up in a new warehouse built by the slaves, which Han Feng named the oil workshop. The workshop was divided into 3 areas, each dedicated to processing a specific type of oil: peanut oil, tung oil, and lacquer oil. The design of the oil press was also very simple. First, they cast a cylindrical tube with a hole at the bottom about 16 inches in diameter. Then they used a large log to make a lever-style press hammer that could be raised and lowered with ropes and pulleys. They could also hang bricks on the hammer to increase its weight, helping the operator adjust the pressing force. At the end of the 2nd month of winter, while Han Feng was guiding the tribesmen in making the oil press equipment, it started snowing heavily again. It snowed all day, and the snow in the city square piled up about 3 feet deep. For the well-prepared Han tribe, a blizzard like this was no big deal, but for the smaller tribes, it was a brutal test. A lack of food and fuel forced them to venture out. In previous years, they would have gone hunting to get by, but this winter, they had another option: the Han tribe's market. They didn't know if the market would be open in the winter, but they had to go and see. Who knew it might be their only chance of survival? Speaking of the Han tribe's market, since Han Feng decided to use animal hides as the common currency, the tribe now had a massive stockpile. After meeting all the clothing needs of their own people, the Han tribe used the surplus hides to make cowhide drums. Last spring, during the ritual, they only had 1. Now there were 8 drums of the same size placed at the 4 city gates to be used as alarm tools for defense. The 4 city gates were guarded by over a dozen warriors with 4 men at each gate. 2 would keep a fire going for warmth in the watchtower, while the other 2 patrolled the walls, rotating in shifts. On the 7th day after the 2nd snow of the winter, while Han Feng was instructing Da Chui on how to cast large iron pots for the oil workshop, the great drum at the south gate of the Han tribe suddenly rang out. 3 beats. Thump, thump, thump. The sound of the drum echoed throughout Hanyang City. Right then, a loud drum beat suddenly rang out from the watchtower of the south gate, echoing all over Hanyang City. Han Feng was startled, wondering what the hell was going on, but after listening carefully, he realized only 1 drum was being beaten and let out a sigh of relief. Each gate in Hanyang City had 2 drums, and when the enemy attacked, both would be beaten at the same time. But if it was just a few people approaching the city walls who were confirmed not to be enemies, then only 1 drum was beaten. This was a rule Han Feng had established earlier, so just by the sound of the drums he could judge the situation outside. Han Feng gave Da Chui a few instructions, grabbed his precious sword, and ran straight to the south gate. The warrior on guard saw the chief arrive and quickly reported what he had seen. Han Feng poked his head out to look at the few people below the wall who weren't carrying anything. Though a little suspicious, he still ordered the gate opened. A few warriors heard the command and quickly worked the winch to lower the drawbridge, then followed Han Feng down the city wall. The 8 people outside were warriors from a small tribe with less than 100 members. They had visited the Han tribe's market before, but because the prices were too damn high, and they didn't have many livestock or any special goods that Han Feng was interested in, they had never traded. But now their tribe's food supply was running out with only enough for 1 month. They planned to hunt hibernating animals to eat, but a massive snowstorm suddenly hit, covering the ground in white, leaving them no choice but to come to the Han tribe and try their luck. At that moment, Han Feng led 4 warriors armed with bronze spears and opened the gate carefully, watching the 8 people outside. They were dressed in ragged animal skins, their noses and ears flushed red from the cold. Their hands and feet were covered in frostbite sores, and they shivered while holding stone and bone spears standing on the other side of the bridge. Han Feng waved his hand, signaling for them to come in. The 8 men cautiously stepped onto the drawbridge. As Han Feng requested, they handed over their weapons. Afterwards, they were led into an empty house, where each was given a bowl of meat soup, the kind usually reserved for slaves. Han Feng began to ask, "You said you came to trade. What did you bring? Anything worth trading?" The leader of the other group spoke up. "Chief of the Han tribe, our tribe is running out of food, and we wish to borrow some from the Han tribe. We'll pay you back next year when we have game." Han Feng laughed out loud. "Borrow? You really think you can pay it back? Are you kidding me? Borrowing is off the table, but I'm not gonna leave you high and dry. How about this? You still have people, don't you? If your tribe can't support them, then just give them to our Han tribe. We'll trade you some food for them. That way you'll reduce your burden. For your tribe and get more food reserves. The leader hesitated when he heard that. He'd never imagined the Han tribe would offer such a deal. They hadn't discussed this scenario before they left, so he was at a loss for words. Of course, if your tribe's people don't want to be split up, I have an even better solution. Your entire tribe can just join the Han tribe. All you have to do is become members of the Han tribe, and you'll be treated just like our own people. You can go back and talk it over with your tribe. If you all agree, you can move in right away. This is something we can't decide on our own. We have to go back and report to our chief. I don't know if he'll agree or not. But personally, I'd really like to stay in the Han tribe. It's really awesome here. I'll definitely tell my people all about the Han tribe. I'm sure they'll like it too. Excellent. Then I won't keep you any longer. I hope you make the right choice. If you agree, the Han tribe will always welcome you. After talking, Han Feng stood up to see his guests out. The guards quickly escorted the 8 men outside. Han Feng turned back and went to find Da Chui to check on their progress casting iron pots. As for those other guys, Han Feng couldn't care less. About that small group, he didn't give them a second thought. In the following days, the Han tribe continued building. The equipment for the oil mill was also quickly finished. Han Feng then led his people to start pressing tung oil. The freshly pressed tung oil looked just like soybean oil. This kind of tung oil was called raw tung oil and could be used for lamps. But if you wanted to use it for paint, boiled tung oil was the best. Boiled tung oil was made by cooking raw tung oil with pine resin. The final product was thicker, had a deep amber color, and was the best natural paint for wood. The invention of tung oil solved the lighting problem for the Han tribe. Even though the oil lamps weren't super bright, it was a major advancement. Before the Han tribe had transparent windows, having an oil lamp inside was a huge convenience. Now at night, the Han tribe was no longer shrouded in darkness. While Han Feng was busy showing off the new oil lamps around the village, the guys who came begging for food had returned to their tribe. Their people who had been waiting anxiously saw them come back, empty-handed, and their faces fell with disappointment. They had been fasting for 2 days just to eat one meal. Life was brutally hard. To conserve energy, many people just laid motionless in their mud huts, not moving a muscle like animals, hibernating and waiting for the harsh winter to end. Why didn't you borrow any food? Did the Han tribe say no? Or did you not even find them? The chief asked the 8 returning men. Chief, we found the Han tribe, but they wouldn't lend us food. They said our whole tribe could join them, and then we'd have more food than we could ever eat. After that, the leader retold everything he had seen and heard in the Han tribe, but he conveniently omitted the part about Han Feng offering to trade food for people. This was something the 8 men had discussed and agreed on during their journey back. They were the main workforce, and essential to the tribe. If they actually made a trade with the Han tribe, it was highly likely that the women and children would be the ones exchanged. That was a reality they couldn't bear to see. It was better to join the Han tribe than to face being separated from their wives and kids. So to prevent the tragedy of their families being ripped apart, they decided to keep it a secret. The chief was stunned after hearing their report. Then he started to think the Han tribe weren't good people. They clearly had food. They had food to spare and even used it to strong-arm other tribes into joining them. The result was obvious. The chief shot down the Han tribe's ridiculous terms, deciding his people would rather suffer a little longer than be threatened by them. The chief's decision spread like wildfire through the tribe. On top of that, their already meager rations were cut from 1 meal a day down to 1 meal every 2 days. They even had to go out and scavenge for food in the freezing cold. This just pissed off the tribe members. Life was already tough, and now it was a living hell. Still, nobody dared to speak out against the chief. But everyone was seething inside. The chief thought everything would just blow over, but what he didn't see coming was a mass desertion. 8 men who had visited the Han tribe came back and started spilling the tea. They told everyone what they'd seen and heard over there, hyping up all the perks of joining the Han tribe, which made everyone jealous. So with those 8 guys pulling the strings, they quickly got a group together. A crew that wanted to bounce with them to the Han tribe. One night when everyone was dead asleep, nearly half the tribe quietly got up and followed those 8, making a break for the Han tribe. 42 men and women trudging through the snow. In the group were even a few innocent kids who had basically been abandoned by the tribe, but now they had a shot at survival. They didn't dare light any torches, afraid of getting caught. They also didn't pack much food. What little they had was saved for the children. These were the folks who couldn't bring themselves to abandon their own kids. The tribe's food supply was controlled by the chief and his inner circle, so this group couldn't steal any grub. They had to scavenge for food every day and stash it outside the tribe. It took them several days of stockpiling just to have enough to make a run for it. The whole group braved the wind and snow, marching through the night until the next morning. Already running on empty, their strength was fading fast. They shared what food they had with the kids and kept pushing on. They knew the chief would be absolutely furious and were worried he'd send a party to hunt them down. Luckily, the falling snow covered their tracks, which helped them relax a little. Just like that, they walked for another whole day. These people were on the verge of collapse, completely gassed. No fire to keep warm, no food, or anything hot to eat. Finally, they decided to send 2 people ahead to the Han tribe to get help. The rest would hunker down, gather firewood, start a fire for warmth, and scavenge for food determined to survive. And so they waited. They waited for a whole week. 5 days later, the 2 who went for help finally reached the walls of the Han tribe's city. They had to freeze all night outside the gate until the next morning when the guards finally spotted them. When Han Fong got the news, he had the gates opened to bring the 2 inside. One of them had already frozen to death and was unconscious. The other, after a struggle, managed to explain the situation, telling them there were still 40 people out there who wanted to join the Han tribe and were starving and freezing. Han Fong immediately ordered a rescue mission. 5 simple sleds were hastily built. 20 cavalrymen packed animal hides, food iron pots, and firewood, and with the conscious survivor leading the way, they quickly headed back out. It took the rescue team 2 days to reach the spot where the others were waiting, but it was already too late. Out of the 40 people, 5 had already frozen to death. The rest were also on their last legs. The whole group was gaunt and lethargic. They had even resorted to eating the animal hides they were using for warmth. The nursing babies only survived by drinking their mother's blood since the mothers hadn't eaten in so long. They couldn't produce any milk. The heartbreaking scene hit the Han tribe rescuers hard. Du Fu immediately ordered them to set up the iron pots and cook some porridge with salted meat and rice for them to eat. The animal hides they brought were also handed out. After a day of treatment, the people slowly started to recover. Then with the help of the rescue team, they buried their dead right there. All the survivors were loaded onto the sleds and pulled back to the Han tribe by the rescue party. The story of these newcomers spread like wildfire through the Han tribe. Everyone felt for them. At the same time, they felt damn lucky to be members of the Han tribe living the good life their chief had created for them. A few days later, a ton of tribe members, after finishing their work, went to visit the newcomers, showing them how to use the Han tribe's stuff and teaching them the Han language to help them quickly fit into their new lives. The newcomers were really moved by everyone's warmth. After getting a taste of life in the Han tribe, they were more convinced than ever that their decision to leave was the right one. A few more days flew by, and just like that, it was the second month of winter. The tribe's wind-powered lumber mill was finally finished, freeing up a lot of manpower. So Han Fong started dishing out new jobs for them. The 4-month winter was only halfway through, and the food reserves of other tribes were already running dry. For the tribes with small stockpiles, the hardest time had arrived. There were definitely a lot more people out there who wanted to join the Han tribe just like this. For other tribes, this was a disaster, but for Han Fong, it was a golden opportunity to recruit more people. The Han tribe, including its slaves, now had a population of nearly 3,000, but Hanyang City could still easily hold at least 2,000 more. So Han Fong immediately dispatched 100 cavalrymen, splitting them into 10 teams of 10. Each man had 2 horses, and each team was also given an Achika eagle for scouting and communication. They fanned out in all directions around the Han tribe. Their mission was to find small tribes with fewer than 100 people. These smaller tribes were most likely running low on food. Maybe they could be persuaded to join, or it wouldn't be too hard to trade food and animal hides for their people. After sending the teams out, Han Fong stayed in Hanyang City to wait for news. But construction in the Han tribe didn't stop. The invention of the trip hammer and the wind-powered sawmill had seriously boosted production efficiency, especially at the lumber mill, which could now crank out hundreds of stools every single day. Because of this basic type of furniture was quickly distributed to each family in the Han tribe, while the tung oil painting was left for each family to handle themselves to save time on finishing. Stools, square tables, louvered windows, wooden doors, all this essential furniture and stuff for home decoration were cranked out one after another at the woodworking shop, and then passed out to every family, upgrading the tribespeople's standard of living and daily routines. The tribe was also hustling to produce more tools like iron spoons, cleavers, scissors, and sewing needles. Thanks to the improved needle-making technique, Han Fong even whipped up a new kind of forge. Just then, the cavalry unit sent out to find smaller tribes brought back good news. 10 squads, one by one, brought back people they had traded for, or straight up led entire small tribes back to the Han tribe. As a result, the Han tribe's population exploded, growing by 200 or 300 people in just half a month. But that wasn't even the most important part. The scouting parties had made some unexpected discoveries along the way. 5 days east from the old Black Rat tribe's territory, Wu Mao had discovered a massive river as wide as 7 or 8 houses. On top of that, on the west bank of the river, there was a flat plain even larger than Hanyang City. That land had no tribes on it. The only people around were a few tribes living in the forest about a 2-day journey away. Wu Mao explained this to Han Fong while holding a crudely drawn map. Han Fong took the map and studied it intently. The river Wu Mao mentioned was 7 to 8 houses wide. The Han tribe's standard house was 10 meters wide, meaning the river was 70 to 80 meters across. A river that wide could definitely be called a major one. Based on the geographical info Han Fong had figured the river's source likely came from the river system east of the 8 Treasures Mountain. That location was super close anyway. Where there's water, there's life. Plus, it was near the 8 Treasures Mountain, so if they could occupy that spot and build a fortified city, Then smelting copper, transporting goods by water, and fishing. The river's rich waters would all be a breeze. The Han tribe's first city would soon hit its population limit, so choosing a spot for the next one had to be done ahead of time. That place had flat land and plenty of water, making it perfect for developing the Han tribe's agriculture. It took a day to walk from Hanyang City to the old Black Rat tribe's territory. But reaching the big river Wu Mao mentioned took another 5 days by horse since the ground was covered in snow, and they had to scout along the way so they weren't moving fast. On foot, it would probably take 7 or 8 days. At a walking speed of 20 kilometers a day, the distance was about 150 kilometers. A distance like this could be covered in just 5 or 6 hours at a full gallop if they built a straight road with a relay station for fresh horses. With the Han tribe's current strength, they could totally control that area and build a second city. The rest stop in the middle, could even grow into a small village. It was easy to see why no tribes lived there. After all, with just a water source, you were guaranteed to attract a ton of wild beasts. Plus, the surrounding area was all open plains with no good spots to defend. Tribes that didn't know how to build walls obviously wouldn't dare settle there. It was unclaimed land. And since it was a perfect fit for the Han tribe's needs, it was naturally theirs for the taking. However, there was no need to rush. This wasn't something that could be done overnight. The biggest problem with building a new city was that the Han tribe currently didn't have enough manpower. Building a city requires a ton of people, which was exactly what the Han tribe was lacking. If they just sent troops to capture people, they could only turn them into slaves, which was a bad deal for the Han tribe. The best plan was to win people over without any bloodshed. Han Fong quickly came up with a scheme, set up a permanent market there and send a few hundred people to garrison it. They just needed to be strong enough to defend against the surrounding tribes. Then through the market, they'd hire laborers from neighboring tribes to build the city. For working for the Han tribe, the tribe would provide them with food, letting them trade their labor for daily necessities. These workers would all come from tribes 2 or 3 days' journey away. Since they couldn't go home every day while working for the Han tribe, they would have to live in the new city. Every day they'd hang out, eat live, and work alongside the Han tribe's people. By the time the new city was finished, if they were allowed to join the Han tribe and live there when they looked at the city they had built with their own hands, they definitely wouldn't want to leave. This way, Han Fong only needed to use a few goods to trade for their labor. After the city was completed, these laborers would bring their entire families to join the Han tribe. At that point, the goods he had paid them with would basically come right back to the tribe. As for the supplies they used up, they were being used for his own future tribespeople anyway. It wasn't a loss at all. This was like building an entire city without spending a dime, and on top of that, tricking a whole crowd of people into joining him. Thinking about this, Han Fong couldn't help but get hyped. He was taking another step on the path to building his empire. As soon as he figured out a way to build a new city while quickly growing the Han tribe's population, Han Feng decided to set up a permanent market in the new city and dispatch a few hundred men. They would be stationed there to recruit laborers from surrounding tribes to build the city, offering food and daily necessities in exchange for their work. These workers would live and eat alongside the Han tribesmen, gradually assimilating them. Once the new city was finished, he'd let them join the Han tribe to live there. Seeing the city they built with their own hands, they'd for sure be down to join. This way, Han Feng only had to spend a small amount of goods. After these workers brought their families over to join the Han tribe, those goods would just circle back, and the supplies they used would have been for his future tribesmen anyway, so it was a total win-win. Using this strategy, he could rapidly expand the Han tribe later on. Once he had enough manpower, he could form multiple teams to build new cities in different locations, causing the population to skyrocket. Han Feng decided to use the rest of the winter to prep supplies like ox carts, horse-drawn carriages, pottery, white salt, wooden barrels, and tools. At the same time, he sent Wu Mao's squad to scout out a location for the new city. They were to search for suitable spots to build villages and rest stops. He also assigned the workshops new tasks, mass-produce goods to meet the demand of the Hanyang City market, and for trading with the grassland tribes next year. Any leftover goods would be invested in the new city. The Han tribe's main trade focus was still the grasslands, since the profits there were insane. Han Feng also prepared many other types of goods and ordered the purchase of more materials, especially sheep's wool, because the Han tribe desperately needed it. He planned to use the wool to make blankets and clothing. Afterwards, Han Feng went back to the metallurgy district to continue his research on springs. This was a crucial technology for boosting fabric output. After successfully crafting the first spring, Han Feng started researching the flying shuttle loom, which could increase productivity several times over. On top of that, he built a spinning jenny, boosting productivity by 10 times. The woodworking shop had also ramped up its production speed, and Mu Yang proposed building another wind-powered woodworking shop. Han Feng gave the green light. A month later, the cavalry unit sent out to find and trade for people returned with over 480 new members, growing the Han tribe's population once again. Wu Mao's team had also finished mapping the terrain to the east. Han Feng now had a solid visual of the topography there. However, building a city was a massive undertaking that required his personal supervision. At the start of the 4th month of winter, Han Feng instructed Elder Da Shu and Shaman Zhuo to stay and manage Hanyang City. Meanwhile, Han Feng, along with Dajuo Shui Tu Lang Feng Shouya and Wu Mao's cavalry team, a total of 15 people, headed to the new city's proposed location to survey the site. After a 2-day ride, they arrived at a large river. Han Feng took some measurements and saw that the terrain was perfect for a city. The land was flat, great for farming, and the area was massive enough to sustain a massive population. Han Feng planned to head back to the tribe to draft detailed blueprints for the new city. The scouting team kept searching the surrounding area for resources, and in the mountains to the north they found thorny grass that could substitute for bamboo in making mats, curtains, and other items. In the southern mountains they found a tree suitable for papermaking as its bark and sap were full of fiber. They also found star anise pear, pagoda trees, willows, poplars, and pines, all useful types of timber. They even found a prime location for a village that could act as a way station between Hanyang City and the new city, perfect for developing livestock and other services. Once the scouting team got back to the Han tribe, Han Feng reviewed their survey report and started planning the new city's construction from his base in Hanyang City. But with spring's arrival, the Han tribe had to focus on farming. Construction on the new city would be put on hold until after the spring planting was done. In the final month of winter, the cavalry team that was sent out to trade and recruit brought back an additional 300 people. Combined with the earlier batch, the Han tribe's population had increased by 817 people that winter, reaching a total of 4,000. Spring arrived, Han Feng turned 12, and the Han tribe was on a roll of powerful growth. Another batch of youths came of age, though it was a small group of just over 100. As spring began, the annual ritual was held once more, but this time was different. It wasn't just the Han tribesmen participating because the first spring market of the season was also being held. This year, however, the market wasn't about trading goods. It was for all the tribes that had learned wet rice cultivation to come and learn spring farming techniques from the Han tribe. On top of the agricultural exchange, the big annual matchmaking festival was also relocated to the Han tribe's market. Chiefs, shamans, and elders from various tribes brought along their warriors, and the newly of age young men and women setting up camp in the fields west of Hanyang City. For most of these teens, it was their first time ever seeing the Han tribe. They were all blown away by the sights. 3 days later, the Han tribe held a grand ceremony to flex its power. The tribesmen filed out of the west gate, lining up in perfect formation. Outside, drums began to beat from the top of the city walls. The main gate swung open, and the tribesmen marched out in succession. A large banner was unfurled on the wall, inscribed with phrases like, "Honor the ancestors," and "A bountiful new year." After that, a procession representing the 6 types of livestock made its entrance, whipping the crowd into a frenzy. 4 high-ranking chiefs raised the tribal banner and carried it to the flagpole on the wall, where Han Feng took the lead in hoisting it up. He then recited a prayer to the ancestors and delivered a speech to fire up his people. The tribesmen all bowed their heads in respect to the flag and the banner on the wall. After the ceremony concluded, the banner was left hanging on the wall until evening, when it was finally taken down. The tribesmen filed back into the city, took their kids home, and went back to their duties. Once the crowd had cleared out, ox carts loaded with goods rolled into the area outside the city and started setting up shop. This time there were even a bunch of new goods were available, like iron pots, iron spoons, sewing needles, wool, and scissors, as well as wooden furniture and iron farm tools. The Han tribe demanded people in exchange for metal goods, and the other tribes also used people as currency. Because of this, they took in about 300 more people. After that, the east gate of Hanyang City opened, and oxen and horses pulled plows out to the fields to start the spring planting. Spring fertilizer was also spread on the fields. The Han tribe's farming area this year was huge. Besides last year's rice paddies, the land on the east bank of the small river had also been cleared during the winter, reclaiming over 200 acres of new fields for Han Feng's plan. He had them plant wheat on the east bank. First, he sowed half the seeds as a test. Even though he didn't know the exact way to grow wheat, Han Feng knew you had to dig furrows and then sow the seeds, so he divided the land into a few experimental plots totaling about an acre. While the tribesmen were busy plowing the fields, Han Feng wasn't just chilling. He personally plowed that 1-acre plot himself, and then started prepping for the development of a new settlement. To establish this new settlement, a group of warriors had to be sent out first to clear the surrounding beasts, build a base, and prepare for the founding of a Han tribe outpost. Right now, they didn't have a regular army, so Han Feng planned to first craft weapons and equipment for the troops. A real army needed to look uniform, and that meant uniforms. The Han tribe already had some hemp cloth enough to make outfits for over 100 men. Han Feng ordered the cloth to be dyed dark red and sewn into 2-layered outfits with an inner and outer tunic plus boots. The army boots were made of cowhide, styled as low-cut black boots, and the soles were made from cowhide and black ironwood, with anti-slip grooves carved in. Once they had boots, they needed armor. Han Feng decided to go with leather armor because it was simple to make using rawhide. The infantry armor was like a protective vest pulled over the head and fastened with clasps. The chest plate was painted yellow and stamped with the character for courage. It also came with 2 arm guards. The archer's armor was simpler, just a single layer fastened with a belt. The cavalry armor was similar to the infantry's, but with a longer skirt split into left and right flaps. They also got helmets which had a round spike on top of visor, and decorative feathers on the back. After designing the armor, it was time to upgrade the weapons. The new long spears were made of steel with a flattened four-sided pyramid-shaped spearhead that had a socket for the shaft. The feathers attached to the spear were a big deal, helping the user judge their thrusting power and distracting the enemy. The new long spear also came with a multi-purpose military shovel. The shieldman's gear was also pretty unique. Their shields were made of wood, rectangular with a slight curve, and a reinforcing bar to keep them steady. The sides of the shield had semicircular notches, so they could stab out with a knife while in formation. The sword for these shieldmen was the Yanling Dao, which was a good medium length. The shieldmen were also equipped with a military shovel as a secondary weapon. The cavalry's main weapon was the lance with a military shovel as their sidearm. Later they'd be getting the Changdao, a long saber perfect for cavalry use. The archer's weapon was still the longbow, and they also got a military shovel. In the first month of spring, the Han tribe finished their planting and weapon crafting. Han Feng then started to recruit soldiers. He would form their first regular army from the strong young men in the tribe. With over 4,000 people, the Han tribe could only form a unit of 155 men. After the second spring market day ended, Han Feng summoned all the adult men of the tribe to the square. He announced that he would be selecting 155 elite warriors, and these soldiers would get some serious perks. They would take orders only from the chief, be in charge of protecting the tribe and its people, and also expand their territory. The selection was split into 4 troop types, each with its own standardized gear. Han Feng had 4 models. Show off the equipment, leaving the tribesmen totally amazed. Then the first round of tryouts began. All the men had to run 4 laps around the city wall. The first 300 to finish would move on to the next round. Han Feng used the run to pick his soldiers, making sure they had the stamina to handle the weight of their armor in a fight. The circumference of the Hanyang city wall was almost a mile, so 4 laps was nearly 4 miles. For these primitive dudes, this was a massive challenge, but Han Feng believed they could pull it off. During the tryouts, Han Feng watched from the city wall. After the first lap, the pack started to spread out. But nobody stopped. After the second lap, some guys collapsed from exhaustion or started puking. They were taken to rest and were cut from the selection. By the third lap, everyone's pace had slowed, but most were still able to hang in there. After the fourth lap, Han Feng was waiting at the city gate to hand out tokens to the first 300 finishers. The first 20 were potential officer candidates. The next 80 were a good fit for the shieldmen unit, and the next 120 were reserve spearmen. The rest just trickled in. Once 300 guys had finished, Han Feng signaled the end of the round. The ones who didn't make it were exhausted and just plopped down on the ground to rest. The chosen 300 gathered in the square to wait for round 2. This round would cut half of them. After a 30-minute break, Han Feng announced the second round was combat trials. They'd draw lots to pick an opponent, no weapons allowed. Whoever took down their opponent would move on. Everyone drew lots, found their match, and lined up. Han Feng called out the pairs 30 guys at a time for the fights. It kicked off with everyone using brute force to win. Han Feng spotted one pretty evenly matched fight, and another intense brawl between a skinny dude named Chai Da and a stout guy named Hu Mancheng. Han Feng was impressed with these two. He decided he'd give them special consideration during the final picks. Then Han Feng proposed a match against both of them. The two of them, one stout and one skinny, one tall and one short, made for a wild contrast. Han Feng stood tall, looking totally confident and unshakable. Hu Mancheng was jacked with muscles bulging everywhere, radiating pure power. Chai Da was lean and quick with sharp, clever eyes. The three of them stood in the middle of the field as everyone else crowded around. Holding their breath for the epic showdown, the match kicked off with Chai Da making the first move. He played to his strengths, blitzing toward Han Feng, aiming to drop him with a nasty kick to the gut. However, Han Feng was more than ready. He effortlessly dodged Chai Da's kick and countered with a swift leg sweep that sent the guy flying. At the same moment, Hu Man tried to jump him from behind. But Han Feng's reflexes were insane. He spun out of the way and slammed Hu Man to the ground with a brutal shoulder check. In the end, both Chai Da and Hu Man were no match for Han Feng. The two of them just looked at each other and grinned in admiration. Han Feng declared that they both passed to the next round and even promised to teach them some new moves. The other warriors watching were completely blown away by Han's fighting prowess. They were all desperate to get noticed by their leader. The trials went on, and Han Feng picked another young guy named Ti Luke to advance. He earned Han Feng's respect for his cool head and incredible stamina. By the final match, the army's recruitment quota was filled. Besides the 150 victors, they were still 2 men short, but of course Han Feng wasn't going to recruit anyone else. The whole point of his display of martial arts was to build credibility and make it easier to command these troops down the line. Next up, Han Feng planned to train them with more advanced techniques to forge them into true warriors. The recruitment process was now complete. The Han tribe went back to its daily rhythm. Han Feng then ordered the old members of the Bian tribe to form a team of 100 people. Their mission was to go back to their former territory and plant hemp. Meanwhile, Dai Thu led a group to the mountains to start mining copper. Han Feng decided to put iron ore mining on the back burner for a bit. The Han tribe didn't have a huge need for iron just yet, so there was no point in rushing it. On top of that, Han Fong dispatched a trade caravan to the grasslands led by Dupuk, with Lang Pong as his second-in-command. Their main objective this trip was to trade for animal hides, ox-horn sinew, as well as cattle and horses. They also had to pick up more wool. Dupuk and Lang Fong accepted the mission, and cheerfully set off with their caravan. Han Fong held Duda back, getting him ready to lead a team to the new fortress east of the river and set up a marketplace. Hearing this, both brothers were thrilled, especially Duda. He immediately started hustling, checking on the production progress in all the workshops. The Han tribe's slaves kept on with their construction duties. It was projected that all the building projects in Hanyang City would be finished in about another year. Once that happened, the slaves would be transferred to the new fortress, so there was no worry about them running out of work. After getting all the external affairs in order, Han Fong started to focus on building his army. The future of the Han tribe's military depended entirely on the foundation he was about to lay. Han Fong believed the army needed to be separate from the civilians, so he ordered the soldiers to move out of their homes and take over a warehouse for their barracks. The inside of the barracks was paved with bricks and furnished with bunk beds and long tables, making it perfect for both living and studying. Han Fong planned to have these soldiers become literate. They could even serve as teachers in the future. He then pushed the carpentry and pottery teams to craft school supplies like blackboards, chalk, and personal slates, so the soldiers could learn to write. In the second month of spring, the construction of the barracks and classrooms was finished. Through training and competitions, the soldiers were split into 4 divisions, organized into 4 main companies. Han Fong appointed Big Rat as Captain Blood Butcher, as Vice Captain, and Beast Fang as the quartermaster. Each division also got its own commander. The soldiers then kicked off their professional training. Han Fong even wrote a song, Sons of the Great Han, getting ready to teach it to his troops during their lessons. The daily grind for the soldiers included formation drills, physical conditioning, tactical studies, and live combat practice. Afternoons were dedicated to their studies. Han Fong cleverly wove Han characters into his lectures on strategy so the men could learn tactics and literacy simultaneously. They also had tests covering the morning's training where they'd analyze weaknesses and then push the soldiers through more physical drills to fix them. On top of training the troops, Han Fong set up a class for another group of students, teaching them how to craft everyday items and also how to read and write. This group was made up of the women who were pregnant last winter and the kids, who were about 10 years old, making a class of about 200 people. Han Fong taught them literacy by having them write out instructions, so they learned how to make things and how to read at the same time. All through the 3rd month of spring, Han Fong was busy training the army and teaching his classes. The trade caravan led by Duda, along with Big Rat's soldiers, headed out to the new fortress to get things ready. Meanwhile, Dupuk's caravan was scouring the grasslands looking for tribes to trade with. But they soon found out that all the tribes they met last year had packed up and left. Lang Pong explained that the grassland tribes were nomadic, moving with the seasons. He figured they could use that knowledge to track down new tribes. By the 4th month, the advance team reached the site for the new fortress and started setting up camp. Hunting parties from the nearby tribes definitely took notice of them. But because of their gear and the way they carried themselves, the Han tribe was so different, the locals were too intimidated to get close. That is until one day when a Han tribe squad leader was fetching water from the river and ran into a hunting party from another tribe. The squad leader laid out the plan of the Han tribe, inviting them to join in on the trading and building. The other tribe's chief was stoked about the offer, but he was also worried they didn't have enough stuff to trade. The squad leader explained that the Han tribe was willing to trade goods for labor, and they'd even provide food and white salt. The chief was ecstatic and rushed back to talk it over with his elders. After their meeting, the squad leader brought them back to the encampment. Luke then escorted them to meet Duda for the full scoop on the new market. Duda laid out the whole plan for the new fortress and the terms of trade. The chief was totally on board with the Han tribe's plan. He promised that when he got back, he'd spread the word to other tribes to get more people to come and help build. Duda also shot a letter off to Han Fong giving him a progress report. At the same time, they asked Han Fong to personally map out the new stronghold's specific location. Han Fong got the message and decided to head over there himself. He planned on building a massive city that could house around 400,000 people. The new city's layout was based on the design of Chang'an City, split into a palace district, a noble district, schools, and 80 market districts. The residential areas in the market districts were expanded to pack in more people. Han Fong was hoping to use policies to kickstart a baby boom and grow the population. The city's construction was planned in phases, starting with building the market districts, then the city walls and the palace. Han Fong also got a ton of wooden planks ready to use as molds for building rammed earth walls. After that, he led a convoy and a crew of workers to the new city, ready to break ground. But just as they were about to start, some seriously bad news hit Han Duong City. A flesh-eating horde was rolling in from the north. Right then, Han Feng was leading a convoy of vehicles and workers to the new city to get construction started, but unexpectedly, Hanyang City got some grim news. An army of over 1,000 cannibals was on the move. They were crudely armed with shields, bows, and bone spears, and were advancing from the north. They had already attacked the Horn tribe's merchant caravan and taken over the Snake tribe's territory. The survivors of the Snake tribe had fled to Hanyang. Ying Rui, who was tasked with defending Hanyang City, immediately sealed the gates and prepared the defenses. Upon hearing the news after a quick meeting with Shaman Chut and the elders, Ying Rui made a decision. He ordered all tribesmen home, all livestock into their pens, and all 3 city gates bolted shut. He then dispatched 200 cavalrymen to intercept the fleeing tribesmen. They also prepped 3 eagles to carry a message to Han Feng, hoping for a strategy. After getting the message, Han Feng met with Big Rat Blood Butcher, Beast Fang, and the others to hash out a plan. After analyzing the enemy's strength and gear, they came to a conclusion. Hanyang City's walls were solid. The cannibal tribe would have a hard time breaching them quickly. The real worry was the other tribes coming to the market. They had no idea what was going on and might just walk right into the trap. They decided to form a coalition army with the tribes near Hanyang City. Once their forces were superior, Han Feng would lead the coalition to coordinate with Hanyang City's defenders and wipe out the entire enemy force. Han Feng wrote a reply ordering Hanyang City to hold its ground and wait for reinforcements and not to open the gates for a fight under any circumstances. He also told them that in an emergency, they could slaughter the pigs and sheep in the city for food. Han Feng made a special point to treat the Snake tribe refugees well. Then he led his warriors out of the new city to a small hill at the foot of Thak Ko Lin Mountain to await the coalition forces. Meanwhile, back in the city, Ying Rui, Shaman Chut, and the elders moved fast. Following Han Feng's orders, they sealed the gates and rallied all the men in the city preparing for a fight. The more than 200 refugees from the Snake tribe were also settled. After some discussion, the elders decided to let them stay in a warehouse that had been used as a barracks. The warehouse had over 100 bunk beds. It was a bit cramped, but the adults and children could squeeze in to sleep. If there wasn't enough room, they could push school desks together to make beds. This was a state of war after all. No one was allowed to start their own fires. Everyone had to eat communally. The Han tribe always treated everyone equally, but right now they had to prioritize feeding the adult men first. Then came the women, and finally the children. Women and kids only got 2 meals a day. It wasn't that the Han tribe was short on food, but no one could predict when the enemy would retreat. In this uncertain situation, it was best to conserve food. Every bit saved could help them hold out for another day. Just as Hanyang City finished its defensive preparations, and Han Feng started heading back, the cannibal army finally arrived. Over 1,000 cannibal warriors reached the base of Hanyang City before dawn. They were shirtless, wearing only animal hide loincloths or leaf skirts, their bodies covered in strange white patterns. Their heads were wrapped with some kind of unknown vines. While they weren't in perfect formation, they weren't disorganized either. You could see they were split into squads of about 40 men each. Each squad was led by a captain wearing a palm-sized skull necklace. Their getup was identical to the cannibals Han Feng had encountered before. In their ranks were not just warriors, but also over 40 red-furred ape men. Even in an army of over 1,000, they stood out. Prisoners captured from the Snake and Horn tribes were also there, tied together in a line with ropes around their necks. They looked absolutely miserable. Over 30 prisoners were tied in groups, guarded by a few ape men who held the ropes, leading them like dogs. The 200 antelopes captured the day before were there too. But their numbers had dropped significantly. They'd probably been eaten. Fewer than 100 remained. Also tied up and herded along with the army, they had taken a huge detour through the forest. They finally emerged from the southwest, which was the old territory of the border tribe. Clearly, they had been following the footprints and wheel tracks. The entire army marched out of the dense woods. Suddenly, a vast plain stretching for over 3,000 acres opened up before them. This flatland was nothing special, just a plain between the mountains. But what shocked them was what stood in the middle of it. Slightly to the east was a massive square structure. Getting closer, they could see it was surrounded by a moat with towering walls built from green bricks that looked like polished stone. There were no gaps, no handholds. It was like a naturally formed sheer cliff. Only the 4 city gates were covered by large wooden planks on the outside. The crowd of cannibals curiously approached the west gate. The tracks from ox carts and horse hooves led right up to the western moat, and then vanished. Looking at the huge wooden planks covering the gate opposite the tracks, the crowd seemed to figure something out. Just then the noise from below caught the attention of the guards on the wall. It was just dawn, so visibility was still poor. 10 warriors peeked their heads out from the watchtowers and crenelles on the wall, looking down. They saw countless warriors covered in bizarre white markings, swarming at the base of the city. There were also giant ape men twice the height of a normal man. The warriors, who had never seen an ape man before, were totally stunned. The enemy is here! Sound the drums!" Someone yelled first immediately. The 2 large drums in the west gate's watchtower began to pound with a thunderous boom, boom, boom. The sound of the drums not only woke up the sleeping tribesmen inside Hanyang City, but also startled the cannibal army and the apes at the foot of the wall. The enemy force below all turned to look toward the source of the drumming. You could see on top of the city walls through the neat crenelles many figures running back and forth, and some even poked their heads out, seemingly holding weapons, and on closer inspection they were sharp bronze spears or longbows. This sight immediately caught the attention of the enemy below. Never mind the hairstyles, the important thing was that the people on the walls were holding bows and arrows. You have to know that their target this time was the bow-wielding tribe, so now they had definitely found the right place. A red-furred ape man outside the west gate also spotted the people on the wall. It roared in anger, took a few quick steps, and then leaped up, clearing the 4-meter-wide protective moat, and clung to the smooth city wall. But unfortunately, the ape only managed to jump to a height of 5 meters and had no strength left to jump any higher. The smooth wall had no handholds, and in the end, it could only scrabble at the wall a few times before falling with a splash into the protective moat. The fall created a huge column of water that shot up, spraying the city wall and the ground on the other side of the moat, drenching several ape men and warriors nearby. Screams and the enraged growls of the ape man echoed all around. The ape man that fell into the water struggled to climb ashore from the moat. Then, like a dog shaking itself dry, it flung all the water off its body, and then it continued to growl at the people on the city wall where Ying Yue stood, on the watchtower, clutching his chest and breathing a sigh of relief. Thank goodness, that monster almost made it up. Lucky for us, the city wall is high enough and the moat is wide enough. This was no joke. The moat had really done its job against the ape men. Although the moat couldn't do anything to the ape itself, it limited the ape's jumping distance. This beast was massive with a powerful leap. If it weren't for the moat allowing it to jump from a closer distance, it probably would have reached the crenelles. But now the moat had restricted its jumping range, causing the ape to fall short by about 2 meters of getting onto the wall. This made the tribesmen inside the city feel much safer. And as for those other warriors, it was a whole different story. Forget about climbing the wall even with a running start of a few hundred meters. It was doubtful they could even clear the 4-meter-wide moat. Whether they could even touch the city wall was a whole other question, but just because they couldn't touch the wall didn't mean they couldn't attack. You have to remember that the bows, arrows, and spears in their hands weren't just for show. Although they didn't have many bows and an army of over 1,200 men, only about half had them. But that number was still more than the archers of Hanyang City. It's just that when you compare the number of reserve arrows, the two sides were in a completely different league. Each archer from the cannibal tribe only had about 20 or 30 arrows. Moreover, the quality was terrible. Very few arrows had fletching, and they definitely didn't have arrowheads. Their arrows were made by burning tree branches to charcoal and then sharpening them. And as for the shaft, if they could get it straight, that was already considered a great achievement. You have to know that the arrows they were copying were the most primitive type invented by Han Feng. At that time, Han Feng himself didn't have any metal to use. His arrows also had no arrowheads. The tail end was fletched with terror bird feathers, and the shaft was only relatively straight. Everything else was really no different from the arrows of this bunch. Speaking of the ape man below this city, after falling into the water, it wasn't ready to give up and tried again. This time it backed up further, and then leaped towards the city wall again, but this time was different. The defenders on the wall were ready. Just as the ape leaped up and was about to pass the 5-meter mark, several archers suddenly appeared in the crenelles. Duer was one of them. Fire, Duer yelled. 5 arrows flew straight towards the ape's chest. 5 thuds rang out, all hitting their mark. Each arrow pierced the ape's chest from a different angle. 2 arrows even went straight through its body, sticking out from its back before it could even touch the wall. The ape let out a tragic cry and fell with a loud splash straight into the protective moat. It thrashed in the water a few times, apparently even breaking one of the arrows in its back. Then its legs went still, and it slowly sank to the bottom of the moat. The water's surface grew calm again. A string of bubbles rose up along with fresh blood that stained a patch of water red. The carnivorous fish in the river seemed to smell the blood and swarmed in, frantically tearing at the ape's corpse. This sudden turn of events left the enemy below the city stunned. Even the other red-furred ape men stared blankly at the red water. For a moment, the defenders on the wall saw the red monster killed in the blink of an eye. Their morale soared, and they erupted in cheers that shook the heavens. The resounding shouts echoed continuously along the wall, gradually becoming uniform, powerful, and incredibly heroic. The few archers who had just shot the ape were surrounded by everyone, showered with praise and admiration. The cheers from the wall also caused the enemy below, who were lost in a stupor, to snap out of it. 2 ape men, whether out of anger or grief, let out a roar and jumped into the moat. They worked together to chase away the fish and drag their comrade's corpse ashore. They even managed to snatch a few of the large fish that wouldn't let go of the ape's corpse and hurled them at the city wall. But none of the fish hit their mark, all of them being dodged by the warriors on the wall. The other apes also ran over, surrounding the corpse, and howling. One even pulled the Han tribe's arrows from the body and snapped them in two. Seeing their comrade's corpse, the other apes went berserk, getting a running start at the foot of the wall and trying to jump onto the city wall, wanting to kill the ones who had shot their friend Ying Yue. And Duer saw this, and quickly arranged their formation, moving all the archers behind the crenelles as soon as the horde of ape men leapt up. The archers fired in unison. A volley of thuds rang out. All 23 of the attacking ape men were hit by arrows and fell. Some were hit by multiple arrows and died on the spot, while others were only lightly wounded as they fell, then crawled back ashore to rip the arrows out with their teeth. Each time they pulled one out, it took a chunk of flesh with it, or tore their old wounds wide open. Blood was gushing non-stop, and even if they didn't die right away, they sure as hell wouldn't last long. This round of fighting once again ended with the apes suffering a crushing defeat. Taking heavy losses, the apes finally calmed their asses down and stopped their suicidal attempts to scale the wall. The wall was just too high, they couldn't climb it. In the end, they had to accept their fate. But that didn't mean they couldn't find another way to attack. Some warrior in their ranks gave an order, and over 600 archers swarmed to a spot about 20 meters from the base of the wall. Then all at once they drew their bows and fired at the city wall. A rain of arrows poured down on the defenders, but with those crappy bows and arrows, how much damage could they really do? The bows were janky, so how could the arrows even fly straight? The sound of arrows clanking against the wall was endless. Some arrows didn't even make it to the wall and just dropped to the ground. A few flew over the wall and landed inside the city, but the warriors on the ramparts had already taken cover behind the battlements. Forget getting killed. Not a single person was even scratched. 600. Archers fired 7 or 8 volleys, but achieved absolutely nothing. The captain below ordered them to stop firing. After all, they didn't have that many arrows. Each guy only had about 30 or 40, so they couldn't afford to waste them like that. Seeing that the enemy's arrows were completely useless, the warriors on the wall started cheering, their morale soaring. Down below, the enemy troops were either pissed off or bummed out. However, there were some smart ones in the crowd. They knew their bows and arrows were garbage, so they switched to a more primitive tactic. Someone shouted something, and then a group from the mob ran towards the riverbank. They weren't interested in the rice paddies that looked like a bunch of weeds. They saw a big path in the middle and followed it straight to the river. The paddies were just muddy swamps overgrown with weeds, so no one wanted to slog through there. Hundreds of them ran to the river and back, each one carrying a load of pebbles and piling them up at the foot of the wall. When the red-furred ape men saw the stones, their eyes lit up. Without a second thought, they snatched up the rocks and hurled them towards the figures on the city wall. Yingdui was peeking over the edge when he saw a dark shadow flying at him, and quickly ducked. Then with a loud thud, a fist-sized rock slammed into the corner of the battlement and bounced into the moat. Seeing that, the other apes and warriors also started grabbing rocks and chucking them at the wall. In an instant, hundreds, even thousands of stones rained down like hell. The warriors hiding behind at the embrasures, guys were cowering and covering their heads. Tons of people got hit by falling rocks and screamed horribly, and the injured quickly retreated from the wall, leaving some in the watchtower and the others behind. Get down now! Yingdui also covered his head and ran into the watchtower. Hearing the shouts, the other warriors quickly fell back from the wall. Some got nailed by rocks while retreating and cried out in pain. They finally made it to the base of the wall, pressing themselves against it to dodge the stone shower. The elder and the rat shaman standing inside the gate were shocked by the scene. After thinking for a second, the elder said, "Go check the carpentry workshop. I think we still have a lot of spare shields. The chief had them made for the army's expansion. Bring those shields here. If there aren't enough, just use wooden planks. As long as it can block the rocks, it's good enough." Dok Nai, standing nearby, heard this and his eyes lit up. Without another word, he bolted straight for the woodworking shop. Other warriors followed him. The rock storm didn't last long and quickly died down. After all, the number of rocks they brought from the river was limited only enough for a few volleys. While they ran back to the river to get more, Dok Nai and the others had already brought shields and wooden planks from the workshop. The whole crew ran back up to the wall while the injured warriors were taken to the warehouse, which used to be the barracks for treatment. When the chief of the snake tribe saw 10 warriors get carried down, he immediately ran to the one-eyed shaman and the elder to ask for herbs and tools so his tribesmen could treat the wounded. The snake tribe was known for its healers, and they usually sold a ton of medicinal herbs to the Han tribe. Now was their time to shine. The elder was thrilled and personally led the snake tribe chief to get the supplies. A few minutes later, the second wave of the rock attack began. But this time, the warriors on the wall were ready. Some held shields, while others teamed up to hold large wooden planks. The sound of rocks thudding against the wood was relentless, but this time, nobody else got hurt. Their fighting spirit, which had been crushed by the rock barrage, was now fired up again. Yingdui even deliberately propped up a large wooden plank in a battlement to taunt the enemy below. "Oh yeah, I got a shield, you punks, bring it on!" This taunt worked like a charm. Before hearing the pathetic screams from the wall, the warriors below had been pumped, thinking they'd finally found a way to deal with them. So they threw the rocks even harder. However, after just a few volleys, the defenders on the wall had already figured out a counter. Seeing the guy in the silver crown smirking at them from behind a big plank, the warriors below lost all motivation. Only the stubborn ape men kept grabbing rocks and chucking them at Yingdui's plank. The strength of the apes was insane. The rocks slammed into the plank with loud thuds, even knocking Yingdui back a few steps. Yingdui didn't dare to keep blocking. After getting hit by a dozen rocks, he ducked back behind the battlement. After this rock assault was over, the warriors of the cannibal tribe were pretty much out of ideas. They circled the city walls a few times, but couldn't find any weak spots to attack. In the end, they were left totally helpless against the defenders of Hanyang City. All 4 gates were blocked. "Let's see what you do now. You can't go without food and water forever. If you don't come out to hunt, you'll just starve to death. Let's see if you punks dare to come out." It made sense why he thought that. They'd never set foot in Hanyang City, had no idea what it was like inside, let alone what the city folk ate. They just figured they had to hunt every single day just like them. The fighting died down for a bit, and Yang Rui went to patrol the 4 city walls. Seeing all 4 gates were blocked, he just shook his head, feeling powerless. Even if they could fight their way out, Han Feng had ordered them not to leave the city to fight. Plus, if they actually charged out, the Han tribe would for sure suffer casualties. The chief probably thought of that, which is why he didn't let them counterattack. so both sides were just stuck in a standoff. Shaman Rat had his people gather the stones that were shot into the city and carry them back up to the walls. This way, they didn't have to go find more rocks and could use the enemy's own ammo to throw back at the besieging army. Hanyang City was at a total standstill. Meanwhile, Han Feng was still on the move. At his current speed, it would take another 2 days to reach the small hill at the base of Thak Ko Ridge. However, the march didn't stop Han Feng from keeping tabs on the situation in Hanyang City. Right after the cannibal tribe's assault ended, Shaman Rat sent 3 chukas with a letter for Han Feng giving him a quick rundown. He reported on the battle situation and the results, and in the end, he was still asking the chief for his next orders on how to handle things. After reading the letter, Han Feng could finally relax a bit. It was almost noon, so he told everyone to find a spot to rest and eat before they kept going. The group quickly found a place to stop. The cooks started cooking and others went to relieve themselves. Han Feng also took this chance to write a reply letter. He wrote to Shaman Rat, "You guys are doing great. Make damn sure our people are safe. The injured need to be patched up right away. Also try to bait the enemy to the west gate. Don't let them get too close to the rice paddies. We can't have them messing up the crops and screwing up the harvest. Don't be in a rush to off them. They're gonna be our slaves later. Keep as many alive as you can, we still need them to work." Han Feng wrote down the next steps right in the letter and sent the 3 chukas back with it. For the next 2 days, the cannibal tribe's army kept Hanyang City on lockdown. They left more than half of their troops to guard the 4 city gates. The rest of them went into the woods to gather firewood and hunt. By now, Han Feng had led his squad across the river somewhere else, silently making his way toward the small hill at the base of Thak Company Ridge. While Han Feng was on his secret march, the tribes that were coming for the Shengxi market fair in Hanyang City also started sending their trade caravans over. But before they even got there, they ran smack into the cannibals who were out hunting in the woods. The cannibal tribe's hunting parties were looking for prey, and these merchant caravans basically served themselves up on a silver platter. Right then, the tribes heading to the April market fair in Hanyang City were sending out their trade caravans one by one, but before they could get there, they ran into warriors from the cannibal tribe who were out on a hunt. The cannibal tribe's hunting party was looking for prey, and these merchant caravans basically served themselves up on a silver platter. Luckily for them, the folks sent to trade in Hanyang City were mostly the strongest warriors from their tribes. Plus, the cannibal hunting parties weren't that big. Mostly just small groups, so even if some guys got caught or iced, a few always managed to get away. They hit up the Han tribe for trade all the time, so they knew the terrain like the back of their hand and could find their way home blindfolded, so before Han Feng could even show up to help, most of them had already shaken off their pursuers and were hiding out in the forest. With no clue what to do, a day later, Han Feng's crew finally made it to the mountain, where they ran into a few warriors from other tribes running for their lives. "Oh, great chieftain of the Han tribe, please help us. Help us, some of our people got captured by those warriors. They might still be alive right now, so we're begging you, chief. Send your troops to save them." A dude who looked totally wrecked pleaded with Han Feng. He was from the Flying Stone tribe, and this time his tribe sent 15 people, but only 6 or 7 got away, and they all got separated. In the end, only 2 of them found Han Feng. That's right. "Please help us, chieftain of the Han tribe. My tribe, the Fork tribe, got people snatched too. The Han tribe is strong. Your weapons are top-notch. Please make a move, chief, or I'm afraid it'll be too late." A short guy from the Fork tribe dropped to his knees in front of Han Feng. "Everybody get up, let's talk. It's not that I don't want to help, but there are just too many of them. You guys probably haven't been near Hanyang City, so you don't know what's going down. The cannibal army is here. Over 1,000 warriors have surrounded all 4 gates of Hanyang City. If that wasn't the case, we wouldn't have had to sneak all the way out here just to cook up a plan," Han Feng said. He shot down their request and laid out the grim situation at Hanyang City. The enemy force is huge, and the Han tribe can barely protect itself, let alone go save anyone else. So that's how it is. Even Hanyang City is surrounded, the short dude from the Fork tribe said, completely shocked. "So, chieftain of the Han tribe, have you figured out a plan yet?" "Over 1,000 of them. So how many people does the Han tribe have outside Hanyang City?" the guy from the Fork tribe asked curiously. "Most of our people are trapped inside the city. Out here, it's just us." Seeing the 2 of them looking bummed out, Han Feng paused for a sec, then continued, "But it's not like we're totally screwed. You want to save your people? We want to save our people. Our goals are exactly the same. Besides, aren't the people of the Han tribe basically your relatives too? What tribe here doesn't have family in Hanyang City? So right now, it's not just one tribe in trouble, it's all of us in this mess together. If each of your tribes sends 100 or 200 guys, we'll have 1 or 2,000 men in no time. When that happens, won't it be a piece of cake to crush the enemy?" These words really hit home with those guys, and even with Han Feng's own warriors. They were originally bought from other tribes and had only joined the Han tribe for a little over a year. How could they forget the place where they were born and raised? I gotta mention, the grunts on the ground didn't know the full battle plan. All they knew was that Hanyang City was surrounded by the cannibal army, and their chieftain was leading them here to provide backup. They had no clue Han Feng wanted to use this crisis to swallow up the surrounding tribes. Only the 3 top leaders and Han Feng himself knew the real play. Everyone else was completely in the dark. Han Feng figured even if he told these warriors it wouldn't matter. They were living the good life in the Han tribe and would definitely want their old kin to have a taste of it too. The two dudes from the Fork tribe and the Flying Stone tribe heard Han Feng out and quietly nodded. The chief's right, if one tribe can't pull it off, everyone can chip in. We can for sure round up 1,000 or 2,000 people. But even if our two tribes send everyone we've got, we'd only have 200 or 300 guys at most. That's still less than the enemy the short guy from the Fork tribe pointed out. Just the 3 of us is obviously not enough. But I can get more guys from other tribes. The Horn tribe and the Snake tribe got hit too. The survivors from the Snake tribe fled to Hanyang City and are now stuck in there. But the Horn tribe still has 3 people inside the city. I can figure out a way to get them out and send them back to rally their people. That should get us another 100 or 200 warriors. And the other tribes will definitely show up too, Han Feng explained to the guys. But our tribes are super far away. Traveling back and forth is going to take a ton of time, the man from the Flying Stone tribe said, raising a solid point. No problem, we've got horses, we've got cavalry. I can send my cavalry to escort you guys back. On top of that, for helping out this time, the Han tribe will offer a hefty reward. Even though this is a problem for all of us, your tribes are small, so asking you to send so many people is a tough ask. But you can go back and tell your chieftains this. Say that I'm inviting them to bring reinforcements so we can drive out the enemy together. After we win, the Han tribe will have a huge reward for them. And I can give you a sneak peek of what that is. The Han tribe recently discovered a really sweet spot. The land is fertile and flat with plenty of water, and there's a ton of land perfect for farming. If we just develop it, it could feed hundreds of thousands of people. Never mind just the Han tribe. As long as your chieftains agree to bring their armies here, I'm willing to share this place with all of you. Of course, if you're not interested in the land, the Han tribe has other things to offer as a reward. All you have to do is agree to show up and face our common enemy together. The Han tribe is ready to fight on the front lines. Tell your chieftains that Han Feng generously painted a pretty picture for them. Fertile land. Of course we have it. In this day and age land, everywhere is fertile and untouched. But if you want to claim it, you have to move there to live. When that happens, won't you be the ones clearing it yourselves? To be blunt, it's still just tricking them into working for him. Is what their chieftain said for real? Is there really something that good? Those guys were clearly sold on Han Feng's pitch. Put simply, they were drooling over the pie in the sky he was offering. Of course it's real. I'm the chieftain of a massive tribe with 1,000 people and countless good things. Would I really lie to you guys over something this small? Just tell them what I told you. I guarantee I'll make good on my promise, Han Feng casually assured them. Then we'll head back and rally our people right now. We hope the Han chieftain can send men to escort us, or we're afraid we won't make it in time. No problem. Han Feng nodded. Then he turned around and yelled, Cavalry Commander Sai Dada, quickly pick some of your cavalry, find 2 warriors from their tribe, give each man 2 horses, and escort them back to their tribe to rally their people. Yes. Sir Sai Dada heard the call, ran over, dropped to one knee, and cupped his fists. All right, go pick your men. Tell the warriors to be careful. Go fast and come back fast. Han Feng waved his hand, dismissing Sai Dada. The men from the Spear tribe and the Flying Stone tribe scrambled to follow Sai Dada. Soon they were on horseback and riding off. Their tribes weren't close to Hanyang City. The journey would take several days on foot. But a man on foot can only cover 20 to 30 kilometers a day, while a galloping horse can cover a day's journey in just an hour. Even reaching the farthest tribe would only take a day. So calling for reinforcements would be super fast. It was estimated that a large number of warriors would arrive soon. After settling things, Han Feng wrote another letter to Hanyang City. He asked Ying Rui to use an eagle to get the 3 men from the Horn tribe out of the city, then send cavalry to take them home to rally their people. Han Feng sold them a big dream too. Han Feng was urgently arranging for reinforcements from the various tribes. Big Mouse led the shield bearers and archers to spread out into the forests, to the northwest and southwest. Each squad of 12 men searched for any surviving warriors and brought them back to Han Feng. He would use his words and grand promises to win them over, then send cavalry to take them back to their tribes to spread the word. It was early summer, and today was supposed to be the Han tribe's market day. But since the enemy was laying siege to Hanyang City, the market couldn't open. However, the tribes coming for the market still showed up on schedule. As a result, they were attacked by the enemy. Luckily, elite warriors from the Han tribe were waiting in the woods to ambush them. A few people from each tribe managed to escape. Afterwards, these survivors were escorted back to their tribes to call for reinforcements. The cavalry moved incredibly fast. Unlike carts, they weren't picky about roads. These riders all took small paths and shortcuts, so they made amazing time. Basically, within the day they had reached their tribes. The chieftains of the various tribes immediately got the bad news. The night was pitch black with 2 full moons hanging in the sky. The chieftain of the Fork tribe, a man nearly 30 years old, was sitting by a fire with a bowl of rice, staring in surprise at the 2 men before him. One was his subordinate who he'd sent to the market. The other was a Han tribe cavalryman in red and black armor. But this man used to be a member of the Fork tribe. What did you say? Hanyang City is surrounded by over 1,000 enemies, and they captured our tribesmen too. That's right. That's why the Han chieftain sent us back with the news. He wants our chieftain to lead warriors to support them, and he promised a hefty reward. The short man quickly repeated everything Han Feng had said. The Fork tribe's chieftain frowned after listening, then looked at the Han cavalrymen. Chieftain, everything he said is true. I can vouch for it. The cavalryman immediately got the hint and spoke up to confirm. Let me think. The chieftain said, frowning. This isn't as simple as these two soldiers make it out to be. Sure, their tribesmen were captured, but how many? Not more than 10 people. For the Fork tribe with over 400 people, this wasn't a huge deal. He could just write those 10 off as dead. Should he really send his entire force of warriors to help them fight? Besides, the reward he mentioned was good land suitable for farming. It could supposedly support tens, even hundreds of thousands of people. But how would they even use it? To get that land, wouldn't they have to move their entire tribe over there? It's not that easy. You can't just get it with words. He also said if they didn't want the land, there would be other rewards. But he was vague about what they were or how much. It was a totally empty promise. But what if they don't go? Word is Hanyang City hasn't fallen yet, it's just surrounded. Plus, according to this cavalryman, the city is packed with food and livestock, so they're not running out of supplies. If this stalemate continues, who knows who will wipe out whom? So the real issue is, if the Han tribe survives and recovers, will they come for revenge against the tribes that didn't help? You have to remember the Han tribe has more than just 1,000 people. They could easily crush small tribes like his. There was another even more critical problem. If the Han tribe falls, they'll be wiped out for sure. So where would they buy their white salt from then? In other words, if the Han tribe wins but decides not to get revenge and just cuts off trade with them, they still wouldn't be able to buy white salt. This scenario was very likely. After all, when I needed help, I promised a reward, but you guys bailed. So why the hell should I sell my stuff to you? If he were the Han chieftain, he would definitely do the same thing. After thinking it over, the chieftain of the Fork tribe sighed. If he didn't send his troops, he couldn't live with any of the possible outcomes. So the only choice left was to send his troops. He was also forced into a corner with no other choice. The two warriors finished their bowls of rice and looked at their chieftain, waiting for an answer. After all, their tribesmen were still waiting to be rescued. The Ngia tribe and the Han tribe are allies. Now the enemy is surrounding Hanyang Fortress and has captured our people. That makes them our common enemy. And when it comes to an enemy, there's nothing left to say. We must send our forces. Gather the tribe at once. I will choose 120 people to set out tomorrow morning. The chieftain of the Ngia tribe turned to the two men and declared it. So that very night, the Ngia tribe selected 120 warriors, 100 men, and 20 women, ready to leave the next morning. That night, the other tribes that received the news all did the same. The people who could become chieftains, elders, or shamans were no fools. They were the smartest people in their tribes. Their thinking was the same as the Ngia chieftains. They were all forced into this. The next morning, 10 tribes that had traded with the Han tribe all sent warriors. A large tribe like the Horn tribe with nearly 600 people sent 150 warriors, which was almost their entire fighting force. Other tribes also sent people. The larger ones sent over 100, the smaller ones sent 40 or 50. There were even some tribes with less than 100 people who sent nearly all their tribesmen. Some small tribes of 50 or 60 people even brought their children as if they were migrating. For these small tribes, this was perhaps a golden opportunity. The Han tribe had found a good land and was even willing to share it with them. Although they didn't dare hope to get a share, who knew maybe they could join the Han tribe. If so, all those good things would be like a free gift to them. A whole lot of warriors were heading to the meeting point. Some nearby tribes arrived by the evening of the next day. However, when they saw the huge number of Man-Eater tribe warriors gathered at the fortress gate, Han Feng didn't order an immediate attack. Instead, he noticed that the Man-Eater warriors often sent small groups out to hunt in the surrounding forest. Seeing that his own forces were still small, Han Feng came up with a plan. He immediately posted a bounty. Anyone who captured a prisoner and brought them to him would be rewarded with 2 large bowls of white salt. The warriors who had arrived early were stunned. They never expected such a sweet deal, so they immediately fanned out, getting ready to hunt down the enemies who had recklessly entered the forest. In the woods near Hanyang Fortress, a 40-man team from the Man-Eater tribe was moving silently. They were tracking the footprints of a herd of animals. Elsewhere, a dozen or so Han tribe cavalry riding forest oxen were heading towards a valley. They deliberately circled the area near Hanyang Fortress to lure the Man-Eater hunting parties into a trap. The two groups, one in front and one behind, moved deeper into the forest, getting closer and closer to the ambush site. In the ambush zone within the valley, 200 warriors were hiding all around. Some had climbed trees, some were hidden in bushes, and some were lying motionless in the waist-high grass. Among these 200 people were warriors from the Han tribe, wearing black and red armor, as well as reinforcements from other tribes wearing leaf skirts. Before setting out, Han Feng had told them to try and capture the enemy alive. The two sides, enemy and ally, one after the other, quickly reached the ambush area. The dozen or so Han cavalry dismounted, hid their oxen, and found cover lying low on the ground, waiting for the enemy to walk right into their trap. The 40-man team from the Man-Eater tribe followed the oxen tracks and soon appeared in the valley. However, the tracks, which had been crystal clear, suddenly became jumbled here. Around the oxen tracks, human footprints also appeared. This startled the team leader. Could someone else have gotten close to this herd? But looking at these footprints, they didn't look like normal human tracks. The Han tribe's warriors all wore military boots with soles made of hardwood carved with anti-slip patterns. Except for the size, they all looked the same. The man-eater tribe had never seen such footprints before, so they couldn't be sure if they were human or not. But before they could even think over, 100 people suddenly appeared all around, shouting and surrounding them. The man-eater warriors were terrified. The people in front of them were dressed weirdly with red shirts, red pants, and black armor covering the important parts of their bodies, leaving only their faces exposed. The weapons in their hands were also exquisite, completely different from their own bone spears. It wasn't even in the same league. However, they were also seasoned warriors with excellent reflexes. The 40 men quickly got back to back, forming a circle. Those with wooden shields stood on the outside. One hand held a shield, while the other held a long spear resting on it. Those without shields also raised their bone spears over the heads of the shield bearers in the outer circle. The Han tribe warriors closed in step by step, tightening the circle. The Han tribe's shield and blade soldiers drew their blades, one hand holding a shield and the other a gleaming blade. With every step, they tapped their blades against their shields. The battle hadn't even begun, but that powerful presence alone had the man-eater warriors breaking out in a cold sweat. Someone too stressed out raised a hand to wipe away sweat smearing the paint on their body. The circle got tighter and tighter. They stopped. The shouting also died down. The space suddenly became suffocatingly quiet, making everyone's nerves as taut as a bowstring. The man-eater warriors were also a bit bewildered. They didn't get what these strangely dressed warriors who looked like divine soldiers fallen from the sky were planning to do. Why surround them? Now that they were surrounded, why weren't they attacking? But just then, from the mountain pass, clear, piercing whistle echoed. The sound reverberated continuously through the valley. Immediately after, from the opposite direction of the man-eater tribe's path, a thunderous rumble erupted, getting closer and closer. The speed was insane. All the man-eater warriors looked in that direction. The sight that followed was something they would never forget for the rest of their lives. Right then, the warriors of the man-eater tribe were scattered through the forest, their minds set on hunting and pillaging, but in the blink of an eye, a group of strangely dressed, demonic-looking warriors had surrounded them. But the ambushers just stood there, not attacking or saying a word. The air grew strangely quiet as the man-eater warriors looked at each other, totally clueless about what was going on. They nervously wondered what these guys wanted, just as they were freaking out. A sharp neigh echoed through the valley, followed by a rumbling sound that grew louder and louder. Then they saw 38 black and red stallions charging in like a whirlwind, each horse's muscles rippling, its hooves flying, and on their backs sat warriors in red and black armor standing tall like descended war gods. One hand gripped the reins, while the other held a 4-meter-long spear, its tip gleaming coldly, like it could rip through anything in its path. The surrounding warriors heard the command and split to the sides, moving like well-oiled machines to open up a path. Seeing this, the cavalry shot forward like an arrow from a bow, charging straight at the man-eater tribe. The man-eaters were now trapped with enemies in front and behind. They tried to form a defensive circle to fight back, but when the cavalry charged, their formation shattered instantly, and the terrified warriors started to flee. They scattered in chaos, completely lost like headless chickens. The cavalry didn't hesitate for a second, charging straight in, their sharp spears piercing through several of the man-eater warriors. The impaled warriors hung from the spears like rag dolls, dragged along the ground for a long stretch, before dying on the spot, their fresh blood staining the grass red in a horrifying display. The warriors on the outer perimeter saw the enemy in chaos and didn't miss this prime opportunity. Nearly 200 men charged in with overwhelming force like hungry tigers unleashed upon the 30-plus remaining stragglers. These Han tribe warriors were the best of the best, hand-picked from over 4,000 men, and rocking some serious gear. They faced the enemy without flinching and routed them in a heartbeat. What followed was a straight-up beatdown. Knocking the enemies out, the sword and shield soldiers were even more ferocious. Their reflexes were sharp and their hands were fast. They precisely blocked the enemy's bone spears with their shields, then swung their swords with a clean slice. Slicing the spears in two, then they charged forward and knocked the enemies down. The support troops weren't slacking either, picking up wooden clubs and smashing the enemies over the head with a sickening thud, causing them to collapse. The Han tribe spearmen clearly had the upper hand. Their spears were longer, allowing them to strike first. But this time, Han Feng had ordered live captures, so the spearmen had special training. They used their spear shafts to parry the enemy's spear aside, and taking advantage of the opening, they swung the shaft hard with a loud crack, knocking the enemy to the ground before they could even recover. The support troops rushed in and tied them up tightly with ropes. Even without their bows and arrows, the archers didn't flinch. They held a short club in their left hand and a military shovel in their right, like they were wielding legendary weapons. When an enemy spear came at them, they calmly parried with the club, then swung the shovel, slicing the enemy's weapon in two. Next, they quickly closed in and beat the enemy to a pulp. Their fighting skills were seriously impressive. The leader of the man-eaters was a tough dude. He was strong and agile, and in the middle of the chaos, he snatched up a club and started swinging it around so fiercely that no one dared to get close. Seeing this, the sword and shield captain Human Shang frowned and thought to himself, "No way, I can't let this punk keep running wild like this." So without a second thought, he charged shield first, straight at the man-eater chief like a raging bull. With incredible power, he sent the chief flying, and before the guy could even get up, Man, Shang swung his sword down with a clean slice. The chief's arm flew into the air as blood gushed from the wound. Like a fountain, Man Shang raised his bloody sword and roared, "That's their chief, get him!" Hearing this, a dozen sword and shield soldiers charged in, howling like hungry wolves, and in the blink of an eye, blades flashed. And the once mighty chief of the man-eaters was hacked into pieces. This brutal scene made the remaining enemies and even the support troops turn pale and tremble in fear. They were easily captured by the Han tribe's warriors. In this battle, the Han tribe scored a massive victory, wiping out 42 enemies, killing 5 and capturing 37 alive, all without suffering a single casualty. It was a flawless victory. In the following days, the Han tribe's allied forces acted like seasoned hunters, successfully ambushing the enemy in the forest time and time again. And with each victory, the warriors' morale soared. Even higher, some even started shouting for a final showdown at Hanyang City. But Han Feng kept his cool. He knew it wasn't time for a decisive battle. Yet they had to wait until the allied forces grew stronger. And also wait for the enemy to react to get a clear picture of their situation before launching the final assault. The enemy wasn't stupid either. They quickly realized that the hunting parties they sent out had all gone missing. A huge problem came up without food. Everyone started to starve. They had no choice but to send more people into the forest in teams of 100 each, accompanied by a few ape men, hoping to gather some resources and search for their missing comrades on the side. But they had no idea that through all these battles, Han Feng had already captured over 300 prisoners and killed dozens more. So the enemy force outside Hanyang City was down to only about 800 men, their strength seriously depleted early on the summer morning of April 8th. Just as the sun rose, a cavalryman galloped up in a hurry to report to Han Feng that 2 enemy squads of 100 men each had taken the bait. They were following our lures right into the ambush zone and were expected to arrive before noon. When Han Feng heard this, he immediately asked how many ape men were in those 2 squads. The horseman shot back that the squad heading south had 6 of them, and the one going southwest had 5. Han Feng thought for a sec, then told the cavalrymen to head back. "And tell Big Rat that the allied forces are huge this time, so just let him handle the melee. Our archers don't need to get into the thick of it. Just stay back and pick off those apes. Try to wipe out those monsters first too. Avoid heavy casualties. Also tell Big Rat that since 8 men are in this fight to keep things from spiraling out of control, we don't need to take him alive this time. Just focus on staying safe. If they're too hard to catch, just finish him off." The horseman got his orders and immediately took off like a bat out of hell. Han Feng went to check on the camp. What he saw there got him a little worried. Over 300 prisoners locked up in here had been starved for days. They were just sprawled on the ground all week, their eyes filled with despair. Besides the prisoners, there were a few dozen wounded guys, mostly reinforcements from other tribes. The Han tribe only had 3 guys injured in the camp. There were also a ton of women and kids. Some were entire clans from smaller tribes looking to join Hanyang City. There were also some female warriors that other tribes were forced to send over. Han Feng looked at these people and thought to himself, can't let them just sit around, gotta put them to work. So Han Feng put the women on logistics duty in the camp, watching the prisoners taken care of, the kids and cooking. By noon, a skirmish broke out at the ambush spot. The big showdown was about to kick off. The ambush location was picked real careful, mostly open ground with no trees to stop the apes from climbing. If they get up in the trees, their fighting power would double, making them a real pain to deal with. The game plan was the same as before. Let the enemy walk into the trap, then block their escape route, but this time, things were a little different. Before the cavalry charged in, there was going to be a long-range assault. The archers were ready. They stood far off, their eyes locked on the ape men, and let loose a volley of arrows. One ape got hit by 7 or 8 arrows and died right there. Others took 1 or 2 arrows and were still struggling, trying to break free. When the apes charged to about 60 meters from the trap, the sword and shield guys quickly formed a shield wall behind. The shield wall were rows of spearmen. They stuck their long spears through the gaps in the shields, looking like a forest of steel, making sure no enemy could break through. Further back were tons of reinforcements from the other tribes. Each one was holding 3 or 4 long spears, their eyes glued to the charging apes. When the Han tribe's squad leader gave the signal, they all hurled their javelins at once. It was like a rain of spears coming down. A few of the ape men got turned into pincushions by the spears and died on the spot before they even reached the shield wall. After taking out the ape men, the rest of the battle went just as planned. The cavalry charged in first, shattering the formation of the enemy. They tore through the enemy ranks like a tornado, completely wrecking their formation. The spearmen and shield bearers jumped on the chance to rush in and start slashing. They worked together perfectly, one group attacking, while the other defended, beating the enemy back again and again. Both fights from start to finish were over in less than half an hour. I mean, it was a battle of 400 to 500 guys from the Han allied forces going up against 100 enemy soldiers. From weapons and tactics to the advantage on the field, everything was stacked in favor of the allied forces. Victory was pretty much guaranteed. After the fight was over, the troops started cleaning up the battlefield. One group hauled the prisoners back to camp, while another was sent out to scout the enemy's position. By the time the prisoner escort got back to camp, it was already dark. They didn't catch a lot of prisoners this time, but they still nabbed over 120 of them. After a few fights, the enemy's remaining forces were down to just over 600 guys. Outside Hanyang City, Han Feng's allied forces had grown to over 2,000, each major tribe sent about 100 people. With 17 or 18 tribes, that was over 1,700 people, plus a few smaller tribes that came to join their ranks, bringing the total over 2,000. Han Feng looked up at the moon silently doing the math. He knew in just over a week it'd be time to harvest Hanyang City's first rice crop. The harvest couldn't wait. Han Feng decided tomorrow was the day for the final showdown. That night, Han Feng sent a hawk with a message to Hanyang City, letting the defenders know they'd be coordinating an attack tomorrow to completely wipe out the enemy, and laid out the battle plan for the next day. The next morning, Han Feng left over 300 people at the camp to watch over 430 prisoners. Then he led over 1,900 men on a massive march towards Hanyang City. The force included 1,800 allied troops and over 100 elite warriors from the Han tribe. The army started marching at the crack of dawn and didn't stop till around 3 or 4 in the afternoon. Right as they were about to leave the forest, Han Feng called a halt. He knew everyone was gassed and needed to grab some grub to get their energy back, so the warriors pulled out the rations they'd packed that morning, some rice and grilled meat, and scarfed it down. After an hour-long break till 5 p.m., the army moved out from 2 directions, southwest and southeast, like 2 sharp blades storming out of the forest, forming a pincer attack to surround the enemy west of Hanyang City. The defenders on the walls of Hanyang City saw Han Feng leading the main army and started cheering like crazy. The enemy had been laying siege to the city for more than 10 days. They'd been waiting day and night for backup. Now their leader had finally shown up with the allied forces. Everyone was ecstatic. Meanwhile, the enemy outside Hanyang City, when they saw a whole damn army pouring out of the forest, they were completely stunned. It probably finally clicked why those warriors they sent out hunting had just vanished without a trace. Even the 200 guys sent to look for him yesterday never came back. Now seeing this massive force, they didn't have to wonder anymore. It was definitely these guys who did it. They just couldn't figure out why these people were their enemies. Just as the enemy stood there dumbfounded, the army across from them parted down the middle, making way for 2 giant elephants to slowly walk out. Riding one of the elephants was a dude wearing a crown. Yo, that's him. He's the one. That's the dude who took our 2 elephants. 2 falls ago, we lost 2 elephants in the dark forest. Back then, our whole squad got wiped out and only 3 of us managed to escape. We lost both elephants, and I can't believe he's the one who caught them. A warrior from the tree tribe who had been attacked by the cannibals before yelled out from the crowd. He even had a round scar on his shoulder from an arrow. It was from one of Han Feng's arrows, but back then his arrows still had regular tips, so the wound wasn't that bad, which is why he was able to escape. He even brought the arrow back with him to the tribe, which led to everything that followed. But his shouting didn't really get a big reaction. It didn't matter who that guy was. To the cannibal tribe, all enemies were the same. The cannibals reacted fast, seeing so many enemy soldiers. The moment the enemy appeared, some dude who looked like a captain immediately called for the guys at the east and north gates. He ordered all the warriors guarding the 4 city gates to group up and fight back against the enemy in the west. Han Feng saw what they were doing and didn't stop them, thinking to himself, it's easier to catch them all if they're bunched up. When over 600 warriors and a dozen or so ape men gathered at the west gate, the east gate suddenly burst wide open. About 1,500 Han tribespeople poured out from the inside, both men and women. They were carrying all sorts of weapons, from the early era Han tribes' bronze spears to bronze shovels, knives, axes, hoes, and even freaking clubs. Over 1,000 people stormed out of the east gate, immediately splitting into 2 groups from the south and north to surround and cut off the enemy's retreat at the west gate. This sight made the enemy's faces turn pale. They had no idea. There were so many people inside the city. Even though they'd been laying siege for days, they still had no clue how many people were actually inside. You guys have this many people. Why didn't you come out and fight sooner? Just hiding in your city, and now look at this mess. It was already crowded outside and now it's even more packed inside. Are you trying to box us in and kill us? At this point, those warriors felt like crying. Their escape route was cut off and they were completely screwed. Just then, on the opposite side where the sun was setting, Vice Captain Thu Nha on horseback fiercely waved a large flag in his hand. The bright red flag whipped in the wind. It was the signal for an all-out assault. For the defenders of Han Duong City, the war drums on the watchtower began to thunder. A series of rustling sounds echoed from the arrow slits on the western wall. Suddenly, tons of figures appeared up there. They were the female archers from the early era Han tribe, along with archers trained later, totaling over 100 people. Besides them, there were also a lot of regular tribespeople and even the adults from the snake tribe appeared on the city wall. Han Feng signaled Thu Nha to change his flag signal. The drumming on the western wall stopped, and right after that, hundreds of arrows rained down like hell, straight at the dozen or so ape men at the base of the wall. The tips of these arrows were all dipped in a paralyzing fungus bought from the mushroom tribe. The goal was to instantly take out these monsters with their insane fighting power. The sound of arrows sinking into flesh thudded through the air. More than half of the ape men dropped like flies. The rest panicked and tried to run. They couldn't attack the people on the wall. They had already tried that a bunch of times over the past few days, so their only option was to run for it. But outside was an encirclement of over 2,000 people. Han Feng's archers and spearmen attacked relentlessly. The 8 men were quickly wiped out completely. The remaining warriors freaked out even more. They started backing up until they hit the edge of the western moat with nowhere left to run. However, some of the more chicken-hearted warriors jumped down into the moat, trying to swim past the encirclement. But right then, the archers on the wall went to work again. They fired straight down into the water. The guys trying to escape were shot dead right there. As for the tribespeople who didn't have bows and arrows, they took this chance to unleash all the rocks they'd been stockpiling for days. They chucked them straight down, hitting the enemy mob below the western wall. Caught by the surprise attack, a lot of enemies got hit. They couldn't dodge even if they wanted to because they were packed in with people on all sides with no room to run. Pushed and shoved by the crowd, they were forced to move forward away from the city wall to avoid the falling rocks. But this was exactly what Han Feng wanted. The enemy moving forward created a clear space in front of the west gate. The war drums started up again. Amid the frantic drumming, the drawbridge at the west gate was lowered, and the 2 massive red and gold gates swung wide open, revealing the cavalry already lined up perfectly inside. Seeing the city gates open, those enemy warriors thought about making a desperate charge inside, hoping for a slim chance of survival, but then they saw the gateway was blocked by a bunch of huge 4-legged beasts. Then Han Feng to the west waved his flag. It looked like someone yelled a loud command, and right after that the cavalry led by Sai Dada charged straight into the enemy ranks. Each man was riding with a spare horse. 38 warriors and 76 horses charged forward like a tornado. At the same time, from the west gate, another 100-plus cavalrymen stormed out along with over 200 cattle with no riders, stampeding along with them. The scene was like a freaking landslide. The enemy had never seen a formation like this, and they scattered in terror. Over 600 enemy soldiers panicked and ran in all directions. Their already messy formation completely fell apart. Han Feng saw his chance, drew his sword, and charged forward. Over 3,000 allied Han tribespeople swarmed the enemy like tigers pouncing from a mountain. A massive melee broke out and everyone went all out. Big Rat wielded a saber with his scabbard in his other hand, using it like a club to block and strike, keeping enemies from getting close. Bloodhead swung his wooden club so hard each swing whistled through the air. Any enemy who got hit was either dead or seriously wounded. Dali smashed enemy shields with his iron axe. Dak Nai charged into the middle of the enemy with his shovel, and nobody dared to get near him. Even though Thu Nha was on flag duty and wasn't directly in the fight, he had his own weapon at the ready. The battle ended with a massive victory for the Han tribe. In this fight, not only did they wipe out tons of enemies, but they also captured 479 prisoners of war. On the Allied side, casualties were minimal, with only 3 people down. But Han Feng wasn't about to spare these prisoners. He locked them up and starved them for a few days to send a message to let them know the Han tribe wasn't to be messed with. A win like that obviously calls for a celebration, so Han Feng invited the Allied forces into Hanyang City for a feast. When everyone got to the city square and saw the Han tribe's lifestyle, they were all stunned like country folk on their first trip to the big city. Right now, the tribesmen from other tribes led by Han Feng arrived at the Han tribe, each one like a wide-eyed country bumpkin in the big city, finding everything strange and magical on the streets and in the alleys. Lots of kids were running back and forth helping their parents carry tables and chairs. Trailing behind the kids was a pack of fluffy puppies, the offspring of the dozens of sheepdogs Ling Feng had brought over, who were now just 1 or 2 months old, trailing behind the kids. Some older kids led the warriors from the other tribes to the wells at the end of the alleys to wash up, and the warriors were all amazed by the wells. They never imagined you could get water just by digging a deep hole in the ground. It was a total eye-opener. After cleaning up, some warriors were allowed to stroll around in the designated areas, and if they bumped into someone they knew from their old tribe, they were invited over to their place. A warrior from the Tiger tribe ran into his younger sister who had married into the Han tribe. They were both ecstatic to see each other, and the sister invited her brother over to her home. It was a typical family. Her husband was a soldier stationed at the barracks, leaving only the wife at home. However, a house for just 2 people was a bit of a waste, so 2 other women were also living in the house. Both of them refugees who had been rescued from the Fire tribe. The Tiger tribe warrior followed his sister into the courtyard, and as soon as he stepped inside, he saw a 4-year-old boy. The kid's hair was tied in a pigtail, and he was wearing an open-chested animal hide vest and knee-length hide pants, squatting in the yard and playing with a puppy. The boy saw the stranger and wasn't scared, but he didn't greet him either. He just hugged the puppy and stood there staring at the visitor. The warrior smiled at the boy, curiously checking out his weird clothes before following his sister inside. In the living room/kitchen, one of the women from the Fire tribe was lighting a fire under the stove. The large iron pot on top was giving off the delicious smell of cooking rice. Next to the stove was a neatly stacked pile of firewood, and on the other side were 2 large urns with wooden lids. Taking a peek inside, one urn held fresh water, while the other was filled to the brim with light brown rice. In his sister's room on the west side, which was empty. On the large heated bed, there was a small low-legged table. On it sat a ceramic teapot, white porcelain tea bowls, and a small oil lamp that was burning casting. A faint glow. The wooden window on the south wall was shut, but it might as well have been open. It wasn't covered with paper or animal hide, so you could see outside and the wind could blow right in. Next to the window was a loom about 1.5 meters wide with an unfinished roll of hemp cloth on it. This strange device made the Tiger Tribe warrior curious, and it was only after his sister's guidance and explanation that he understood its function. His sister also mentioned that their chief invented it, which left her brother even more stunned. He never thought the Han tribe's chief was not only a badass fighter, but also multi-talented, able to invent such a miraculous device. Elsewhere in the Han settlement, similar scenes were playing out. Some were permitted to tour the Han tribe's lumber mill, watching the massive windmills spinning furiously in the wind. The complex wooden gears turned automatically, ultimately powering a row of saw blades that moved up and down, rapidly slicing a round log into planks and leaving everyone stunned. Still others were invited to tour the Han tribe's livestock area, which was filled with all kinds of sheep and antelopes. Even the 100 Saiga antelopes bought last year had already produced their first offspring. The 80 female antelopes each gave birth to 2 or 3 young. The size of the Han tribe's antelope herd had exploded from 100 to over 300. Meanwhile, Han Feng wasn't just kicking back. He gathered the chiefs of the other tribes and led them up onto the walls of the Han settlement to get a panoramic view of the entire settlement from up high. By this time, it was twilight, and warriors holding torches were already standing guard on the walls. This made the other chiefs undeniably jealous. They were filled with excitement as they stepped onto the not-so-imposing wall. After all, it was only a little over 7 meters high, which couldn't compare to the massive city walls of ancient times, but that alone was enough to astound them. The square residential district was divided into 9 sectors by 4 major intersecting roads in a tic-tac-toe layout. Smoke from kitchen fires rose from the houses, and thousands of people were bustling on the streets. The square in the center of the city was the most bustling area, where countless people were preparing for a huge victory feast. Looking beyond the city's eastern wall, they saw neat rows of paddy fields in the distance, separated by a small river. The dirt road in front of the city gate led straight to a wooden bridge stretching into the distance. After everyone had been looking for a while, Han Feng asked them what they thought of the Han tribe. "I've only been to the market a few times before and seen this settlement from the outside, but I never understood why the Han chief would make his people expend so much effort to build this. It wasn't until I personally stood on this wall that I saw the long-term vision of." The Han chief, the chief of the Horn tribe, spoke first. "With tall, sturdy walls and a deep moat, you can truly block any enemy assault. It's a huge investment of time and effort, but it can be passed down through many generations, protecting the tribe's people and ensuring their safety and peace. It's absolutely worth it." "That's right. When the enemy army besieged the city, I was inside Hanyang, and I was also given permission by the elders to go up onto the wall to observe. The monsters in the enemy army were incredibly strong. Their jumping power was terrifying. At first I was worried those monsters would leap onto the wall, but I never expected they couldn't even touch the lowest arrow slit. In the end, they could only fall back down helplessly, and a good number of them were killed by the warriors on the wall. Looking back now, I'm filled with immense regret. Our snake tribe was located so close to Hanyang City. If we had joined the Han tribe sooner and lived inside this fortified city, our tribe wouldn't have been wiped out. That day, the enemy army suddenly attacked our tribe, and we were powerless to fight back. Thankfully, some of our tribesmen risked their lives to hold off the enemy, allowing most of the women and children to escape. If not for them, our tribe would have been completely annihilated. Living in this city these past few days, I've come to understand the Han tribe even more. All the tribesmen who join the Han tribe get to keep their old tribe's name as a clan name. Even though we're all part of one big tribe, you still get to keep your old bloodline alive, so it won't just vanish completely. We all live together. Honestly, it's way better. More people means more power. We can get more done, and life is just better. That's why I've decided to lead my remaining 200+ tribesmen to join the Han tribe and become the snake clan of the Han tribe. This way everyone can have a better life. At the very least, we won't have to live in constant fear of an enemy attack at any moment. I hope Chieftain Han will accept my plea." "My plea," the snake tribe chieftain announced to everyone. "Haha, if you're all willing to join the Han tribe, of course I welcome you. Like you said, there's strength in numbers. The more people we have, the more we can get done. I guarantee that under my leadership, my people's lives will only get better. So now, as the chieftain of the Han tribe, I officially welcome all of you to join us." Feng solemnly responded to the snake tribe chieftain's plea. "Thank you, chieftain. From this day forward, my people are your people. If there's anything we can do, just give us the order." Now that we've joined the Han tribe, we will work hard to contribute. The snake tribe chieftain, hearing Han Feng agree, quickly bowed and spoke. This whole scene stunned the other chieftains. What the hell is this? Weren't we supposed to be here to talk about splitting the spoils of war? How did this turn into a declaration of loyalty that was just accepted so easily? What's really going on here? While they were still confused, Han Feng suddenly spoke up. He looked at the other chieftains with a serious face. Fellow chieftains, after fighting alongside the Han tribe for all these days, have you noticed anything special about our enemy? Special? You mean how there's a ton of them? The ISEKAI'd tribe chieftain asked, unsure. That's right, there's a ton of them. Over 1,200 men, and they're all grown fighting men. A force that strong, even the Han tribe with over 4,000 people would have a hard time handling them. Just think about how massive the enemy's tribe must be. On top of that, they've already reached this far out. There's no guarantee they won't be back. Who knows how many more of them are out there? This time every tribe took a hit, but the snake tribe got it the worst. Now they don't even have a home to go back to, they had to join us for shelter. So what happens if the enemy comes back? Again, who knows which tribe will be the next victim? I was the one who called you all together for this fight. Before I promised there would be rewards. Even though I've already traded prisoners for white salt for you as partial payment when you head back, I'll still give you another reward as compensation. However, from now on, the Han tribe's market will be shut down. Han Feng slowly laid out the plan he'd been cooking up for a long time. At first, hearing there were still rewards made all the chieftains ecstatic. But Han Feng's next words put them all on edge. Chieftain Han, if there's no more market, where are we supposed to go to trade for white salt and supplies? Yeah, Chieftain Han, you can't just shut down the market. Everyone calm down. Like I said, the enemy is too strong. Even our Han tribe would have a tough time fighting them off alone. Luckily, we have sturdy walls, so protecting ourselves isn't an issue. But if we keep the market open, what happens if the enemy attacks again? If we let them breach the city, the Han tribe itself will be in danger. Plus, with all the people from other tribes coming here to trade, we can't guarantee their safety either. That's why I've decided to shut down the market. Hanyang City will also be on lockdown, opening only one gate each day to keep our tribe safe. So from now on, we probably can't look out for you guys anymore. I can only focus on protecting my own Han tribesmen. They all thought they were getting a fat reward, but it turns out this was just the final handout. Sure, they got something this time, but in the long run, their lifeline has been cut. But the excuse Han Feng gave wasn't wrong. To keep his own people safe, what other choice did he have? When you're facing danger, of course, you gotta prioritize your own crew. You can't seriously expect him to protect them first, right? But, Chieftain Han, your tribe can't beat the enemy alone. But if we team up, we can. Next time the enemy shows up, we'll send men to help. There's no need to shut down the market, Chieftain, the Tiger Tribe chieftain said. That's one way to do it. But it's not a foolproof plan. What if the enemy brings more guys next time? What if our Han tribe gets trapped inside the city walls? How are we supposed to get word to you to come rescue us? This time our warriors just happened to be outside and didn't run into the enemy head on, so we were able to get a message to you. But who knows if we'll be that lucky next time. Furthermore, it's not exactly easy for the Han tribe to make these goods. Trading with you guys for raw materials is one thing, but every time we have to ask for your help, the reward we have to give is just too big. We can't afford to do that all the time, Han Feng argued. But if the enemy comes back, the Han tribe has walls to defend itself. If they can't get to you guys, they'll just turn around and attack the surrounding tribes, the Zhou tribe chieftain said with a worried tone. Han Feng waved his hand, looking helpless. I don't have a choice. I have to prioritize protecting my own people. If your tribes get attacked and you can offer up a reward, the Han tribe can send troops to help. But the condition is that Hanyang City isn't under siege, so we can actually send our soldiers out. Hearing that, the chieftains either frowned or rolled their eyes. Asking the Han tribe to send troops? Let's not even talk about how they couldn't come up with a decent reward. Even if they could, by the time they sent a messenger to Hanyang City, and the Han tribe finally sent troops to help their own tribes, would probably be wiped off the map. What a joke. They didn't have horses or messenger hawks to send word that fast. They didn't have a fortress as solid as the Han tribes to hunker down and wait for help. How could they possibly hold out until reinforcements arrived? So what Han Feng said was basically falling on deaf ears, as all the surrounding chieftains were lost in thought, wondering what to do now. What if the enemy attacked again? Were they just supposed to sit there and wait to die? Or should they relocate? But relocate where abandon their fields and the land their ancestors had lived on for generations. Besides, even if they moved somewhere else, there was no guarantee they'd be safe from enemies, and on top of that, they'd lose their source of white salt. Looking at the solid city walls below, it seemed that in this dangerous land, perhaps the only safe place was within the city. Combined with the Snake Tribe chieftain's recent decision and Han Feng's constant reminder that he could only prioritize protecting his own people, the choice before them was crystal clear. Option 1 was to take a hefty compensation and be left to their own devices to live or die on their own. Option 2 was to join the Han tribe, receive free supplies live within the city walls, and become one of their people, and be permanently protected. Plus, they heard from the Snake Tribe chieftain that the Han tribe would give a designation to the joining tribes. Although they'd be people of the Han tribe, they could still maintain their own lineage and wouldn't be completely assimilated. The benefits of joining were just too great. With that comparison, some chieftains made up their minds on the spot. Chieftain Han, our Tooth tribe won't take the reward this time. Our tribe is small, and we don't have the ability to build a fortress to protect ourselves. We can't relocate to an unfamiliar land, and we certainly can't abandon the Han tribe's trade supply. We'd rather join the Han tribe than be annihilated by our enemies. After thinking it through, the Tooth tribe's chieftain was the first to agree to join the Han tribe. Of course I welcome you. This will make us even stronger. And the stronger we are, the better our chances of fending off enemies. Welcome to the Han tribe. Tomorrow I'll send people in carts to help you move so you can settle into Hanyang City and start your new lives as soon as possible. Han Feng agreed instantly. With another tribe joining the Han, the other chieftains started pondering still on the fence. But when they looked at the people bustling on the city streets, the rows of houses with smoke curling from their kitchens, more chieftains quickly made up their minds. Hanyang City was only so big, and the space was limited. If they hesitated too long, there might not be any room left for them, even if they wanted to join. Right after that, the chieftains of the Rui tribe, the Cave tribe, and the Wen tribe all stood up one by one declaring their wish to join the Han tribe. The three of them were stunned, not expecting anyone else to stand up at the same time. What do we do now? Hanyang City is only so big. Will there be enough space for my tribe? The more they thought about it, the more desperate they were to join. The three of them rushed to plead with Han Feng to allow them to live under his protection in Hanyang City. Haha, thank you three chieftains for your trust. I wholeheartedly welcome your desire to join the Han tribe. While Hanyang City is getting crowded, I will absolutely make room for you all. After all, your people will be my people now, and I'll protect them with everything I've got. What's more, after what just happened to better defend the Han tribe, I've decided to recruit more elite warriors and expand our army. Those who are selected will be outfitted with powerful weapons just like our Han warriors, and former chieftains such as yourselves will even be gifted a special weapon, Han Feng said with a smile. Seeing those three make their decision coupled with the limited space in Hanyang City, and Han Feng's promise of expanding the army with top-tier weapons, and the promise of a personal weapon for the chieftains, many of the remaining leaders couldn't stay seated. Chieftain Han, our tiger tribe wants to join too. Does that mean I can get a powerful weapon as well? The chieftain of the tiger tribe asked. He was a young man probably in his early 20s, about the same age as Shou Ya. He'd been eyeing the deadly weapons of the Han soldiers during the recent battle. Forget a special weapon. He'd be thrilled just to join the army and get his hands on a steel saber. Seeing the tiger tribe chieftain speak up, the Horn tribe, who were on good terms with them, also made their move. Chieftain Han, the Horn tribe, wishes to join the Han tribe too. A tribe that can raise so many different kinds of livestock is clearly more skilled than us, who only know how to raise gazelles. We want to learn from you in the future. And raise livestock for the Han tribe. Yes, of course. Welcome, you'll absolutely love living in the Han tribe. I'll make sure every single one of your people has a job they're passionate about, Han Feng said happily. The Horn tribe joining was a huge deal, not just because of their numbers, but because they brought thousands of Saiga antelopes. That was what Han Feng was really after. Out of the more than 20, Chieftain 7 had now declared their intention to join the Han tribe. And these were all major tribes with at least 300 people each. That didn't even include specialized tribes like the Horn tribe, who were expert herders, and had a population of almost 600 people. While the average population of each tribe wasn't massive, these 7 combined would bring in around 2,500 to 2,600 people. This would undoubtedly elevate the Han tribe to a whole new level. Out of the more than 20 chieftains present, only 17 tribes had populations around 300. The rest hovered around 100 people each. Among those 4 smaller tribes with less than 100 members had already shown their intention to join the Han tribe before the war even started. With the 7 tribes that had just joined, the increase in population was nearly 3,000 people. Han Feng was ecstatic. Hanyang City currently had over 4,000 residents. And with these 3,000 newcomers, the Han tribe's total population was finally approaching the 5-digit mark. Calming his excitement, Han Feng turned his gaze to the remaining chieftains. By halting all trade in the market, he had basically backed them into a corner. If they didn't join the Han tribe, they would lose access to white salt and be forced back into their former miserable existence, all while still having to deal with enemies. So unless they were complete fools, most of them are going to choose to join the Han tribe. I mean, who doesn't want to live the good life? Even if they say no, their people touring the city ain't gonna want to leave. The remaining chiefs looked at the others who just joined the Han tribe, then at the already packed Hanyang City, sighing to themselves. Now, even if they wanted to join the Han tribe, it's probably too late. Chief Han, our Zhou tribe wants to join the Han tribe too. It's just Hanyang City doesn't look that big, and it's already got so many people. With even more people coming in, will there be enough room? The Zhou tribe's chief asked, her face full of worry. She was kicking herself for not speaking up sooner. What if they turn us away now? The other chiefs also watched intently. They stared at Han Feng. Clearly, this was the question on all their minds. Right then, the remaining chieftains were all worried that the Han tribe's current housing couldn't possibly hold a few thousand more people. But after Han Feng explained everything thoroughly, those chieftains finally felt at ease. They were also seriously impressed by his leadership skills. Their own tribes had 600 people at most, and just managing daily work was already a headache for them, yet Han Feng could run a tribe of several thousand people flawlessly. Everyone had a job to do, and the tribe was getting more prosperous by the day. Now, with more tribes joining, the population had grown significantly, but Han Feng still acted like he didn't have enough people. The Han tribe was always busy, but that was a good thing. They didn't have to worry about what to do, they just had to do a good job on their assigned tasks. Everyone trusted that Han Pong would definitely lead the Han tribe to become stronger and stronger. All their questions were answered, and the chieftains had their decision, so most of them decided to join the Han tribe. In the end, only 2 or 3 guys were still hesitant, but seeing that everyone else had joined, they had no choice but to go along with it. This made Han Pong extremely happy. Just among the tribes with over 300 people, 17 tribes had joined, increasing the total population by about 5,700 to 5,800 people. On top of that, a few small tribes actively asked to join, pushing the population past 6,000 people, which was even more than the Han tribe's original population. Just like that, the Han tribe's total population had surpassed 10,000 people, becoming a mega tribe. And that's not even counting the more than 1,100 captured slaves. However, with the Han tribe now so large and powerful, the slaves couldn't possibly stir up any trouble. After settling things with the chieftains, a very pleased Han Pong led them to join the victory feast in the city's central square. The tribespeople gathered in large numbers, with families bringing food. The main dish was rice. Although there was no whole roasted meat, there was a rich mutton stew with vegetables, which was perfect for large gatherings. Han Pong sat at the main table, on which the table was loaded with a variety of dishes. Mutton stew with greens, scrambled eggs with green peppers, scrambled eggs with tomatoes, stir-fried pork with dried long beans, and even oil-roasted peanuts. All these dishes were taught to Zhao Di by Han Pong. Now they had become familiar dishes throughout the city. The chieftains ate food they had never tasted before, and in their hearts they secretly felt lucky to have joined the Han tribe. Just for these delicious dishes alone, it was already worth it. While eating, the chieftains asked about the move. Han Pong said that in another 7 or 8 days, the rice in Hanyang City would be ripe. At that point, it would take a whole month to finish the harvest before they could plant the second crop. Their tribes had also planted rice just half a month later than the Han tribe, so they would move after finishing their harvest at the end of the month. Han Pong also gave a special reminder to the Horn tribe. They didn't plant rice but raised gazelles so they could move immediately. Han Pong even sent a team to help them ensure the drunken gazelles could reach the Han tribe safely. After the feast, the chieftains and their warriors all stayed in the city to rest. Early the next morning, Han Pong sent a team to help the Horn tribe move, and while they were at it, bring back those few thousand drunken gazelles. As for the other tribes, they returned to prepare, waiting to move after their harvest was complete. Han Pong also sent another team to escort the prisoners of war and women to the new stronghold, getting them ready to participate in the construction. A few days later, Han Pong received word from Yu Ye, who reported that the new stronghold's city wall was nearly finished. Although the city gate wasn't installed yet, they could use a temporary wooden fence to block it. Currently, the new stronghold had over 300 laborers, and the number was constantly increasing, so the wall construction was going very fast. Han Pong then got news from Yu Fu, who said they had traded for 280 cows and 450 horses, and had also bought a lot of sheep's wool. Yu Fu asked Han Pong if he had any other instructions. Han Pong told them to bring the livestock straight to the new stronghold, but to transport the sheep's wool and animal hides back to Hanyang City for processing. In the blink of an eye, it was mid-April, and the rice in Hanyang City was fully ripe. The rice paddies stretched out in a sea of gold. The tribespeople enthusiastically harvested the new crop, giving the Han tribe an abundant food supply. In another month, the rice of the other tribes would also be ripe. At that time, they would bring a large amount of food with them when they moved, and the new stronghold's food problem would also be solved. Feeding tens of thousands of people is no simple matter. They would consume several tons of rice a day. Luckily, Yu Fu had brought back a good number of livestock so the Han tribe could clear more land. Han Pong planned to, within a month and a half, complete the relocation of all the tribespeople, and within 3 months clear 3,000 acres of rice fields in the new stronghold area, ensuring that by this winter, the new stronghold area could be self-sufficient in food. At the same time, they would store enough feed for the livestock to get through the winter. The rice harvest in the Han tribe was in full swing. In just a day or two, the city's streets and squares were piled high with rice. After being dried, the rice would be stored in the granaries. The harvest lasted for 8 days, followed by the plowing, fertilizing, and sowing for the second crop. While the Han tribe was busy with farming, Dashu led the people of the Horn tribe back. In total, there were 580 people and over 3,100 drunken gazelles. Only then did Han Pong feel relieved. With these gazelles, he wouldn't have to worry about a meat shortage this winter. After the Horn tribe joined Han Pong, let them rest in Hanyang City first. That evening during dinner, he asked the original residents of Hanyang if anyone wanted to move to the new stronghold. Right now, the new stronghold only had rammed earth walls and nothing else. They would have to build houses, clear land, and plant crops there. The work would be extremely tough, but there were perks. The houses in the new stronghold were twice as big as the ones in Hanyang City. You could build a 5-room main house plus a separate kitchen and side rooms. In the end, over 70 families from Hanyang City and 80 families from the Horn tribe decided to move to the city. The remaining 50 households moved into the empty houses in Hanyang City. Among those who relocated to the new fortress were a ton of craftsmen from the workshops. Once they got there, they could quickly organize the new tribe members and get production rolling, getting the new fortress up and running in no time. Han Fong also had the carpentry workshop whip up a windmill and an automatic wood saw for them to take to the new fortress. This way, the new fortress could process its own lumber instead of having it shipped from Hanyang City. They also brought a huge stash of seeds and farming tools ready to start cultivating the land. After this group set off, Han Fong sent Thu Nha and Hu Yendao, each leading a squad to the other tribes. Their mission was to hand out sickles to speed up their rice harvest. After all, before, these tribes couldn't afford sickles, and harvesting by hand was painfully slow, which would totally mess up Han Fong's migration timeline. With the new fortress's population booming, the amount of work was piling up too, and Han Fong felt that he needed to send a competent manager over. After thinking it over for a while, he decided to recall Dai Thu from his mining post at Treasure-Catching Mountain. Dai Thu had been with Han Fong for ages and was a solid worker. Back in the day, whenever Han Fong was away, Dai Thu was the guy who stepped up to manage things. Han Fong immediately sent a hawk with a message calling Dai Thu back, telling Vu Mao to head to Treasure-Catching Mountain and take over his position. Once Dai Thu got back, Han Fong planned to put him in charge of the new fortress, which would also free up Duda to come back. Han Fong had a different assignment in mind for Duda anyway. Duda was a wanderer just like his brother. At first, building the market was exciting for him, but he got bored out of his mind over time. His daily grind was just watching other people work and paying them. So if Duda wanted a change of scenery, Han Fong was happy to oblige. After getting hit by the cannibal tribe a few times, Han Fong realized how dangerous the situation was. He decided to send an elite squad north on a recon mission to find the cannibals' den and see if a strike was possible. Wiping them out completely would be ideal, but that was a long shot. The main objective for now was just to get solid intel on the enemy. This squad's job wasn't just recon, they also had to do some cartography. Han Fong realized that up to this point, the Han tribe didn't have a single proper map. Making maps was no joke. It required knowledge of math, geography, and technical drawing. But the most crucial tool was a compass, a direction-finding needle. Without one, trying to navigate just by the sun would lead to some seriously inaccurate maps. Fortunately, the Han tribe now had the materials to build one, namely copper and magnets. Han Fong had his men forge a diamond-shaped needle out of pure steel, then magnetized it by rubbing it with a natural lodestone. Next, they cast a round copper base about 3.5 inches in diameter, engraved with the 8 cardinal directions and 360 degrees. In the middle, there was a small pivot point for the magnetic needle. It also had a spot to stick a small iron rod, allowing them to tell direction by the sun's shadow in case the needle lost its magnetism. With a tool like this, map-making would be way more accurate. The compass Han Fong designed was a real game-changer, especially in areas with weird magnetic fields like the northern Salt Lake region, where a magnetic needle could easily get messed up. But sunlight isn't affected by magnetic fields, so using shadows for navigation was the most reliable way to go. Han Fong had a wooden case built for the compass. He also used the gnomon method, setting up a post to watch the sun's shadow, to figure out true north and south. The shortest shadow cast during the day points directly north. Using this technique, he was even able to measure the planet's magnetic declination. Finally, the compass was good to go. No matter the season, spring, summer, fall, or winter, the direction of the shadow never changed, making it the most reliable method. With the compass ready, it was time to get the rest of the cartography tools together. Specifically, they needed survey markers. Those were non-negotiable. Han Fong also picked out a few guys and gave them a crash course in basic geography and math. The easiest way to make a map was to use a scale and a grid system. For instance, using a scale where, say, 4 inches on the map equals about half a mile in the real world. First, you divide the map paper into a grid of 4-inch squares. Then out in the field, you plant survey markers to lock in the coordinates. Then you use a measuring tape and the compass to plot the other 3 corners of the square. Boom, you've got one grid square drawn on your map. You just keep expanding from there until the whole thing is filled in. It's a simple method, but it had its downsides. For one, it couldn't measure elevation, so mapping out tall mountains and ranges was pretty much impossible. Still, given what they had to work with, just getting a rough topographical map was a massive win. They could just leave the areas needing contour lines blank for now, and just add a note to fill them in later when they had better tech. A map made this way would be massive. One piece of animal hide wouldn't cover much ground, but that was okay. The surveyors could just focus on drawing detailed sections. Han Fong would then stitch all those details together into one big master map. That way, they'd get a bird's-eye view of the whole area. Once the plan was set, and after the migration was complete, and the tribe had settled down, Han Fong would send Duda out on this mapping mission. It would definitely keep him from being bored. 2 days later, Dai Thu made it back to Hanyang City. Han Fong gave him a straightforward task: go take over management of the new fortress. If he ran into any trouble he couldn't figure out, he was to send a message to Han Fong. Dai Thu was thrilled with the job, and just asked if he could bring his family, which Han Fong was cool with. 3 days later, Dai Thu arrived at the new fortress, finally taking over for Duda. Duda immediately hopped on his horse and galloped back to Hanyang City like his life depended on it. The second he saw Han Fong, he started whining. "Chief, you finally let me come back. That new fortress is a total snooze fest. There's nothing to do. I was cooped up all day just watching people work. I was going crazy with boredom. It's so much more happening here in Hanyang City. Just give me any job here, I'll do it. Han Feng just gave him a sideways glance and said coolly, You're telling me there wasn't plenty to do over there. You had so much free time and you couldn't pitch in. Duda quickly tried to defend himself. I was working, I swear, Chief. You have to believe me, I wasn't lazy at all. It's just that the neighboring tribes kept showing up. You put me in charge of recruiting laborers. I can't just work without caring about them. Han Feng said nothing and just took him for a walk on the city wall, asking if a lot of people were coming to find work. Duda chuckled and said that at first the people from other tribes didn't trust the Han tribe. They were afraid of getting ripped off working for a day's pay at a time, but after a few days they got hooked on the Han tribe's food. Duda followed Han Feng's instructions and stir-fried vegetables with peanut oil. The incredible aroma made the people from the other tribes devour their food, not even leaving a single leaf behind. Some even packed food in bowls to take home to their families. A few days later, more people showed up bringing some women along. Duda had them help with the cooking. They didn't want white salt-only rice, and whenever they saved up 10 pounds of rice, they would take turns carrying it back to their tribe. Duda asked around and found out that ever since the Han tribe moved in, the wild animals in the area had become scarce. Their warriors couldn't find any prey, and the children in the tribe were all starving. Duda saw this as a golden opportunity to recruit more people and told them to bring their kids along. The older children could do light work for 3 meals a day, and even the youngest kids would be fed. As a result, those tribes brought all their children over. The older kids were sent to herd sheep, while the little ones stayed with their mothers. Eventually, everyone came, the adults, women, and children. Those tribes saw that the Han tribe kept its word. If you worked, you got fed and could even save up a little, so they just up and moved here. Duda proudly told Han Feng, Now several tribes have moved in. They know the work here is hard, but it beats going hungry all the time. Hearing this, Han Feng was very pleased. This was exactly how to draw people in without a big fuss. He smiled at Duda and said, You did a damn good job. So why don't you want to stay there anymore? Or should I send you back? Hearing that, Duda quickly shook his head. No way, Chief. I'm just not used to staying in one spot for too long. How about you let me go with my brother out to the plains? Han Feng shook his head. Your brother is enough to lead the team out there. I have a new mission for you, but it's going to be rough and a bit dangerous. I'm afraid you won't have the guts to take it. Hearing this, Duda's eyes lit up. Chief, I ain't afraid of hard work or danger, just spit it out. I want you to go scout the cannibal tribe's territory up north and map it out while you're there. Yuan Duda scratched his head. Scouting the cannibal tribe is fine, but what's this map thing? Han Feng explained. A map is when you draw the rivers, mountains, and terrain on an animal hide, marking the locations of the tribes. You and your brother had one before, didn't you? Duda got it instantly. He stood up straight. Chief, rest assured, I guarantee I will complete this mission. A few days later, Han Feng picked 11 people from the tribe, who along with Duda formed a 12-man team. Among them were people skilled in communication, others with vast wilderness survival experience, archers, warriors, someone who could write, and even an expert artist. Every day, Han Feng taught them how to use a compass, scale coordinates, and other cartography basics. He even took them out to survey the terrain around Hanyang City using mud to build topographical models. Once they had a solid grasp of it, Han Feng started to gear them up. In addition to landmark stakes, they got survival knives, military shovels, long blades, and most importantly, bows and arrows. Han Feng had the workshop research and develop recurve bows and crossbows, and this time, the scout team was taking them for a field test. More than half a month later, the scout team was fully trained. Duda was itching to get going. The 12 men, each with 2 horses, were loaded up with living supplies, landmark stakes, bows, arrows, and crossbows, and they eagerly headed north. At that moment, Du Ye led 12 members of the survey team and headed north with great vigor, while Han Feng also brought his men to the new fortress to check on the situation and arrange for the new tribe members. By the time Han Feng arrived, it was nearly dark, and many of the tribesmen were starting to rest after a long day's work, looking forward to the dinner they craved the most. Many people greeted Han Feng as soon as they saw him. Da Shu got the news and rushed out to meet him, reporting on their progress with a smile as they walked. We've already cleared a pretty large piece of land, and the 100 slaves brought here have all been assigned to dig the river. This time, to speed things up, all the ditches are being dug 2 meters wide and 2 meters deep, just enough to channel water. The excavated dirt is temporarily piled up over there, and we'll build a brick kiln after the seeds are sown. Right now, most of the tribe is busy plowing the fields. All the oxen and horses are being used, and if that's not enough, we even have people pulling the plows. So far, we've cleared 600 plots of land. We'll definitely hit our target of 3,000 plots within a month. Han Feng nodded in satisfaction after hearing this, then asked about the vegetable situation. Da Shu quickly pointed north of the small fortress and explained that they had planted some cabbage. However, we're still a bit short, so I have people clearing more land. We plan to plant some long beans and loofahs, which should be enough soon. Next, Han Feng asked about the new tribe members and about the other tribes who came to work for food. Da Shu replied seriously, the new members have complained a bit about not having houses and having to live in grass huts. However, they really liked the mats we gave them. Since it's hot now, sleeping outside is no big deal. They really like our city walls. After all, they joined the Han tribe because they were afraid of being attacked by their enemies, and now they can sleep safely inside the city. They feel much more secure. Everyone is working their butts off, especially when it comes to clearing the land. They've farmed before, so they know food is everything, and nobody dares to slack off. They get to use metal farming tools and have oxen and horses to help. Compared to using bone and stone tools like before, this is a massive upgrade and everyone is thrilled. The two continue talking as they walk to the riverbank. Han Feng asked about the Zoa tribe. This river is so wide there must be a ton of fish. Has the Zoa tribe started fishing yet? Dashi replied that they had tried a few times but didn't catch much. So I told them to pause and focus on plowing. The Zoa tribe's chief said the river is too deep for them to stand in the water and spear fish. I even had our own people try using baskets and small nets. But they didn't catch much either. The river's too wide and the fish don't come near the shore. I'm thinking about whether we can build a few boats this year to make fishing easier. After hearing this, Han Feng thought for a moment and said that's a real problem. But don't you worry about it, I'll take care of it. Hanyang City has a woodworking shop. When the time is right, I'll have someone bring the parts here to assemble the boats. As for building boats here, we'll have to wait until the workshop here is finished. The two continued talking as they walked into the city. In the northwest corner was a massive sheep pen where several thousand well-fed gazelles were resting. To the southwest was a large area of grass huts with mats spread out underneath where people were eating. In the city center, there was also a large tent with a few simple earthen stoves built inside, and a long line of people was forming in front of it, waiting to get their food. Han Feng didn't rush Da Shu to get him food. Instead, he strolled around the hut area watching the tribesmen eat. Under a low hut, a few kids were sitting on a mat, eating their dinner. Han Feng walked up to them, and the kids got all nervous and shyly asked, "Are you the chief of the Han tribe?" Han Feng smiled and replied, "That's right, how did you know?" The child said innocently, "My mom told me that the person riding the big monster and wearing fancy clothes is the chief of this tribe." Han Feng then asked, "So you're not from our tribe? Huh, do you like it here? Do you want to become one of us?" The child's eyes lit up. "Of course I do. Your tribe's food is so delicious, I want to eat it every day, but I have to stay with my mom, so I can't just join your tribe." "Well, does your mom want to join our tribe?" The child holding their bowl yelled to a woman approaching them. "Mom, come here. He wants to ask you something." The woman was a little over 20 years old. When she heard her child and saw a strange young man in a golden crown and linen robe standing there, she froze for a second. She then hurried over, looking a bit flustered. Seeing this, Han Feng asked, "In the Han tribe, do you get enough to eat? Is the work too hard?" The woman answered nervously, "Yes, sir. Every day after the food is handed out, there's still some left over more than I can eat by myself." Han Feng nodded and asked, "What do you think of the Han tribe? Do you want to stay?" The woman's face immediately lit up with joy. "I want to stay. The Han tribe is so big and has so many good things. I heard our chief say we have to work here until autumn. If rice really grows from the ground by then, he'll lead our whole tribe to join you." Hearing her say that, Han Feng understood what these workers were thinking. They all wanted to join the Han tribe, but since they had never farmed before, they wanted to see the results with their own eyes before committing. Han Feng understood. After all, it wasn't a huge deal. He figured once they got used to life in the Han tribe, you couldn't even force them to go back to their old miserable lives. Realizing this, Han Feng felt relieved and went to find Da Shu for dinner. The people who had worked hard all day began to eat and rest, enjoying their hard-earned meal. The next day, Han Feng remained at the new fortress, carefully checking on the tribesmen's work. If he saw anyone doing a poor job, he would personally guide them. He kept this up until the first batch of rice seeds were sown. Just then, a letter arrived by Falcon from Hanyang City. The letter said that the merchant caravan led by Fu had returned and was currently camped at the Li tribe's old settlement, awaiting further instructions. Han Feng immediately shot back a letter telling the rat shaman to send his guys to pick up the merchant caravan's wagons. They were to haul the hides and wool back to Hanyang City to produce wool yarn, and on top of that to dispatch a squad to escort Dufuk's caravan along with all the cattle and horses they'd traded for to the new city. After all, only this place had enough grassland to raise so many animals. Plus, the new city was still under construction and needed all the pulling power it could get. This was something Han Feng had already hashed out with Dufuk. When the letter reached the rat shaman, he knew Han Feng wasn't coming back, so he had no choice but to send people to follow orders. The wagons of goods were sent back to Hanyang City. The warriors who had been to the new city before led Dufuk and the others east on horseback. This whole group was traveling light with everyone mounted. Traveling light, they reached the new city in just one day.